Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of I Took Over the System player right here on GMT Recap. In the vast emptiness, a sorrowful voice echoed. I never expected to encounter a human soul here. It seems that both your life and mine should not end here. With that, the soul of the other person gradually faded away. Xingyi fearfully opened his eyes, and the reincarnation officer mechanically spoke, Congratulations, soul number 951,806,616. A message also appeared on the screen, name, Xingyi, age, 20, occupation, student. Xingyi stammered, What? The other person casually explained, Because your merits in life were sufficient, you can use these merits to claim a reward. Some individuals receive rich rewards for reincarnation. Xingyi was left utterly confused. What are you talking about? Where is this? The reincarnation officer kindly answered, This is the place where souls begin and end, located in the primordial relic tower divine artifact of the great heavenly world. I am responsible for your reincarnation, number 177,633. By the way, my appearance was automatically formed based on your preferences. Upon hearing this, Xingyi thought it was some kind of joke. Haha, which TV station's prank show is this from? The reincarnation officer remained silent and kicked him sharply. Xingyi screamed in pain, My stomach. The other person coldly looked at him, Does this explain your doubts now? You are currently in a disembodied soul state. Suddenly, Xingyi interrupted the other person. Wait, I think I remember now. When I was in the army, I met a little girl who fell into the water, and I jumped in to save her. After that, I can't remember anything else. So that means I'm dead, right? What about the girl? Was she saved in the end? The reincarnation officer spoke while handing over a report. According to your record of merits, she was indeed saved. +1 merit, bringing meals to your sick roommate for a week. -1 merit, secretly eating your sick roommate's food. Plus 10,000 merits, sacrificing yourself to save a drowning girl. -2 merits, finding the reincarnation officer beautiful and having many indecent thoughts. Though he didn't quite understand what was happening, he still burst out laughing. Haha, well, that's good. At least I didn't die for nothing. Still, my parents and uncles will probably be really sad. I used to tease them for only caring about competition and making more money, saying no amount of wealth could buy back their health. And now, the healthiest one in the family ended up dying first. Before he could finish his sentence, the other person cut in. You've already reincarnated, so allow me to introduce you to this. This is the merit reward machine. Xingyi complained in dissatisfaction. Can you at least let me be sad for a moment? The other person didn't care and continued speaking. A single draw requires 8,888 merit points. Your merit points are just enough for one draw, and you have the chance to receive a rare perfect life gift, or even instantly revive. Merit points are deducted for one draw. Xingyi stood there, gaping in astonishment. Oh, really? May the heavens bless me. I've never won anything in my life. I'm always unlucky in games, at least let me step on some dog's hit luck this time. Revive. A single draw requires 8,888 merit points. Your merit points are just enough for one draw, and you have the chance to receive a rare perfect life gift, or even instantly revive. Merit points are deducted for one draw. Xingyi stood there, gaping in astonishment. Oh, really? May the heavens bless me. I've never won anything in my life. I'm always unlucky in games, at least let me step on some dog's hit luck this time. Revive. Immediately after pressing the button, a surge of energy radiated out, and Xingyi felt excited. This momentum, it's here, it's here. The mechanical notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, you have won the Immortal Cultivation gift bag, which can preserve memories and allow you to randomly enter the realm of immortal cultivation. The transfer power is 100% successful, gaining celestial merit. Xingyi was confused. Ah, you're reincarnating and continuing the operation? Now you will be teleported. Xingyi shouted angrily, at least explain things clearly. Who's the succubus here? If you don't want me to think nonsense, don't turn into the appearance I like. The other party didn't think much of it and gave a brief explanation. Preserving memories, I don't think I need to explain. Possession means using your soul to directly enter someone else's body. You're borrowing someone else's identity to reincarnate, and this gift bag works in a rather foolish way. All I need to do is shout soul seizure inwardly, then rush at the target. Xingyi quickly pieced it together. Does that not mean the original owner of that body has already been killed by me? The other party confirmed at once, yes. Therefore soul seizure has restrictions. You can only seize bodies whose merit points are negative. Xingyi frowned, embarrassed. Negative merit points? So that means I can only become a villain? The kindly transmigrant suggested, that's right. If that makes you uncomfortable, you could choose to forfeit the reincarnation pouch. Xingyi considered. I'm only exclaiming a little. Removing harm for the people is also a good thing. Besides, forfeiting would be a loss. Can I search for the person with the lowest merit in the transmigration world? I'll seize him. The other party did not forget to warn him, you can find them, but think carefully. The person with the lowest merit in the cultivating immortality world will almost certainly be the demon lord who brings disaster upon the nation and people, a murderer responsible for countless deaths. Xingyi smiled indifferently. Great demon head should be able to protect himself. If I successfully seize him, I'll just go into hiding and live quietly. The other party offered no more advice. Very well. Soul seizure must be done by you personally. I will teleport you to the target side. Xingyi watched the other's movements and asked, people in the cultivating immortality world are probably very strong. They won't detect this soul form of mine, will they? The cold notification echoed, adding a restriction to the teleportation position within a 10-meter radius of the person with the lowest merit in the world. Adding success, the reincarnator patiently responded. Rest assured, the rebirth pagoda will cover your breath before you successfully attain immortality. I wish you a pleasant reincarnation, you obsessed lover. Xingyi, enraged, had no time to say anything before vanishing. Oh. At this moment, a space portal opened beside the reincarnator. The other person questioned in confusion. Serial number 177,633, where is the soul you were in charge of? She responded with confusion. It's been successfully reincarnated. What's the matter? The other person explained somewhat strangely. My side discovered that although he just entered the rebirth pagoda, the time of death clearly shows 3 years ago. The shocking information left the reincarnator stunned. What? Meanwhile, Xingyi had already reached the designated location, confirming the teleportation was complete, and was instructed to use the reward within half an hour. He eagerly took a breath. The cultivating immortality world, I've arrived. Suddenly, Lu Tianyun rushed in from somewhere. Xingyi, startled, screamed. Are you trying to deceive me? Didn't you say you couldn't see me? Heroine, please spare my life. Suddenly, a red aura surged, enveloping Lu Tianyun's sword. She froze in place. Looking at that thing with suspicion, right after that, the sword in her hand shattered and was forced back. Yun Yuan Lan quickly caught her. Oh, senior sister, are you okay? Lu Tianyun reassured her. I'm fine, this trapping formation is of a very high level, we can't break it just with our strength alone. Next to them, Xingyi, terrified, sat down on the ground and finally understood. The trapping formation wasn't aimed at him? They said it would teleport them to the demon lord's side, so why were only these two women here? Wait, could it be the female demon lord? Shouldn't I confirm the gender of the cultivating immortality demon lord first? Suddenly, Xingyi saw something that made his eyes widen. Ha! Above their heads were merit points, both positive numbers, so they weren't targets for my possession after all. Merit, 1086. Merit, 325. At that moment, a savage laugh echoed. That's right, if you haven't reached the late golden core stage, you can't break this formation. Yun Yuan Lan clasped her hands together in respect and bowed. We are disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect. We accidentally entered your secluded area, Senior. We hope you can forgive us. The other person's tone was full of mockery. Is that so? I especially like those righteous sect cultivators like you. Xingyi was astonished when his arm passed through the barrier. Ha! Yun Yuan Lan still politely suggested, since that's the case, may Senior please open the formation? This junior would also like to personally pay respects to Senior. At that moment, Xingyi caught sight of the owner of that voice. It seemed his soul could pass through the formation. He was once again stunned. An endless string of numbers appeared above old Demon Du's head. Virtue points, 1,210,787,253. No wonder they call themselves a righteous sect. Every single one of them is so polite. Xingyi's face turned pale. Minus 1 billion virtue points. This guy's the real demon lord. How many wicked deeds must he have done to reach this level? Even if Xingyi could kill him, it might save the lives of the two girls. But looking at that old, hideous face, already half dead in appearance, Xingyi couldn't bring himself to strike. The supposed beginning of his path to immortality cultivation was now lying flat on the ground. Outside, waves of poisonous gas suddenly spread out, drifting toward the Lu Tianyun sisters. Old Demon Du introduced slyly, this poison mist is corpse venom that this old man has refined. Once infected, your flesh will rot away, your organs will dissolve, and in the end, you'll become a half-dead creature unable to live, yet unable to die. Yun Yuan Lan screamed in horror, what? Old Demon Du was still kind enough to offer his advice. There's a mechanism in the middle of the formation. As long as you channel spiritual energy into it, you can expel the poison gas outside the formation. But before he could finish his sentence, the tip of a sharp sword pierced down. Yun Yuan Lan stammered, Senior sister. Lu Tianyun remained calm, TCH, is there a protective seal as well? At that moment, old Demon Du snapped back to his senses, angrily scolding, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? This is a mechanism that can expel the poison gas, do you want to destroy it and die? Yun Yuan Lan quickly tried to persuade her, that's right, Senior sister, please let Senior finish speaking. Lu Tianyun glanced at her. He was no senior, just a demonic cultivator who took pleasure in tormenting others. Anyway, he would still say that there were other things outside the formation, like innocent people. If one tried to save themselves, they would end up killing others. Then, he wanted to see cultivators who claimed to be righteous make mistakes just because they were trying to protect themselves. In the end, they wouldn't survive, becoming objects of ridicule for the righteous path. It would be better to just die. Standing by and watching, Xingyi couldn't help but sigh, great, is this what I predicted for you? Making this demon lord become one of those people? Then, a ball of light suddenly appeared, and Lu Tianyun stepped in front of Yuan Lan, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's just an image projection of the planet. Old Demon Du laughed with delight. Quite clever. Indeed, besides the formation, these are just mortal children I captured. I want to see if, in the end, you'll still be able to stay calm when the poison tortures you to the point where death seems impossible, yet life is just as unbearable. Lu Tianyun silently took something from her ring. Yun Yuan Lan was overjoyed. Is that the antidote pill? Truly, as expected of Senior sister, you are well prepared. Seeing this, old Demon Du's mood soured, and he laughed mockingly. You think a tiny antidote pill can solve my poison? Lu Tianyun coldly explained. This is not an antidote pill. It's a poison I've developed. Yun Yuan Lan looked confused, all his joy vanishing. Ah! Lu Tianyun continued her explanation. It's a poison that can float in the air, colorless and odorless. Anyone below the foundation establishment stage who inhales even a single breath will have their soul depart. Yun Yuan grew even more fearful as he listened. Wait a minute, senior sister, why are you taking out poison? Ninth stage of qi refining, Lu Tianyun unscrewed the vial and replied. By mixing my poison with his, I can ensure that those children pass away without pain. After they've passed on, we will end our own lives as well. At that moment, all three Yun Yuan, Old Demon Du, and Xingyi gaped in astonishment. Ha! Yuan fearfully grabbed her sister's hand. Don't act rashly, think about whether there's another way. But Lu Tianyun had no intention of giving up. This was the best solution she could think of. Seeing her like that, Yuan burst into tears in terror. This isn't the best way. If you want to die, then die alone. Why drag those children down with you? Lu Tianyun cast her sister a cold glance. If we get caught by that demonic cultivator, death will be the only true release. If you can't bear it, then take a deep breath first. Yuanlan's face went pale as she stumbled backward. Ah! The two sisters struggled endlessly with each other. It's just like falling asleep. Don't resist, just let go. Xingyi was helpless. This demon lord wanted to amuse himself but had picked the wrong people. This senior sister was frighteningly clear-headed. He couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. Ugly as it might be, if he didn't act now, once the demon lord made a move, everyone would be sent to their deaths by this senior sister. Old Demon Du muttered, dying won't be that easy. Though unwilling, Xingyi closed his eyes and charged forward to seize a body. Suddenly, a wall of energy rose up, blocking the two of them. Xingyi couldn't stop in time and was pulled along. Wait, this is fusion? A group of people appeared beside Old Demon Du, and Xingyi had already merged into one of them. Ha! Old Demon Du coldly commanded, go capture those two. Lu Tianyun yelled a warning, be careful, this is the trial. Meanwhile, Xingyi was still in a daze. Wait, what's going on right now? Let me think. When I wanted to possess a body, that demon lord summoned a bunch of zombies, and then I got hit. So I possessed one of the zombies, tricking everyone. Doesn't that mean I'm doomed now? The body is no longer under my control, it's controlled by that demon lord. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ting, detected that the host has developed self-awareness. Successfully activated the creation system, the soul-body assimilation rate is too low, assisting in modification. Xingyi swiftly dodged Yuanlan's attack. What's happening? The system wasn't mentioned in the bag. Could it be that this body has its own system? I've possessed a zombie with a system, and at the same time, his mask cracked in two, repair complete, synchronization in progress. Lu Tianyun anxiously reminded, Xiao Yuan, be careful. At that moment, a zombie appeared behind Yuanlan. The system notification popped up again. Current assimilation level, 400%. At that instant, Xingyi also appeared, attacking from both sides. Yuanlan was terrified. Close your eyes tight, it's over, there's no way to avoid it. Xingyi flew past her and punched the zombie square in the face. 4%? What the hell is that? Am I an Evangelion or something? Xingyi suddenly looked at his own hand. Hey, I can control my body now. Lu Tianyun glanced at him suspiciously. The exam preparation can talk, and it can also save Xiao Yuan. On the other side, Old Demon Du was shocked. Number 4 has broken free from my control and can act freely? How is that possible? Number 1, number 3, ignore those two women. Bring number 4 here immediately. The two of them received the order and immediately disregarded Lu Tianyun. Xingyi, frightened, ran away. Hey, why are you charging towards me? Suddenly, the system notified, ding, displaying intelligence in front of the demon lord, plus 15 fate points. While dodging attacks, Xingyi angrily shouted, "What the hell is this, fate points? And this reminder about adding points? It feels like it's mocking me." The fate system focuses on the mundane when it's aligned with the world, and the extraordinary when it's opposed. As long as you do more heaven-defying acts, you can earn more fate opportunities. He was skeptical. What exactly is a heaven-defying act? The system kindly explained, it's doing things that are detrimental to yourself, putting yourself in danger. He was angered again. Isn't that just asking for death? Can't it be called the system seeking death? The wrong version of the system rushes into death but ends up surviving. It focuses on suffering through hardship, using misfortune to exchange for luck, and using the inverse to exchange for immortality. His body seemed boneless, extremely agile. Immortality, then how did the previous host die? And was turned into a zombie by someone else? Yet the system's attitude was very flippant. Blood Xingyi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Flippant what? Answer me. Another very provoking notification appeared. Deng, still able to chat while fighting, plus 11 points of destiny. Finally, Xingyi couldn't hold back and cursed. You motherfucker. He gritted his teeth, preparing to take a punch from his old teammate. Lu Tianyun immediately took action, drawing his sword, and the sword accurately pierced through the third person's hand. Yun Yuanlan also quickly chopped off the chains binding him. Xingyi smiled politely, "Thank you for the expansion." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and they screamed in fear. Be careful, it's poison. Cough, 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 there's no place to hide now. The poison has spread all over the formation. Old Demon Du coldly observed. If you want to cause chaos, then I'll deal with you first. The system kindly reassured him. Don't worry, the zombie-raising body of the host is immune to poison. Xingyi felt a bit anxious. But the two women were afraid, and now we were all on the same boat. The other party immediately suggested, in Trading City, the system sells antidotes. But he still had other concerns. I felt they still didn't trust the stuff I had given them to eat. The system proposed, you can wait until they faint and then make them drink it. Xingyi disagreed, but wouldn't that mean they lose their fighting ability? In the end, the system couldn't take it anymore and let him think for himself. This is really troublesome. You decide. Old Demon Du muttered, it should be time to end the fight. The poisonous smoke gradually dissipated. Old Demon Du stared in shock. What? Xingyi jumped and made a heart shape with his hands. Listen to me, thank you. Yun Yuanlan was confused. Why are you singing? The system's protective suit was being tried on. Lu Tianyun looked at the strange outfit. We should be the ones thanking you. Luckily we have this from you, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to protect ourselves from the poison, and we could slowly recover from the damage the poison has caused to our bodies. Are you really a necromancer? I've never heard of a necromancer being able to talk. Xingyi stammered, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the sly laughter of old Demon Du rang out. Ha ha ha, I underestimated you all, only using necromancy and weapon refinement. Looks like I have to take this more seriously. The number 4 unexpectedly regained its senses, truly a time to assist this old man. I absolutely cannot let him suffer any harm. Go, kill those two women, and bring number 4 back alive, don't let him get hurt. Receiving the order, number 3 and number 1 began preparing again. Xingyi shouted a warning, be careful, 2 more are coming. Yun Yuanlan was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. The pressure from these two was just as strong as Master's. Training in the core formation stage to perfection, it's all over now. Lu Tianyun suddenly pressed her sword against Gu Xingyi. Yun Yuanlan stammered in surprise, senior sister, but Lu Tianyun whispered to Xingyi, if you want to live, cooperate with me. At first, old Demon Du only sent out low-level zombies in the chi refining stage to train. With his personality, he'd surely raise the difficulty of the training gradually, enjoying watching us fight for his amusement. But now, he suddenly sent out 2 zombies in the core formation stage. I can only think of one possibility. His objective has changed, it's no longer to torture us, but to capture the trained zombies quickly, especially you. Xingyi, do you realize it too? Those two zombies really haven't moved. He's starting to cooperate. Senior sister, you're amazing. Looks like you guessed right. Lu Tianyun scolded in displeasure, who's your senior sister? The system suddenly flashed a notification, Tin, surpassed the limit of chest attack, plus 6 points of creation. Xingyi angrily cursed, what the hell? What's this nonsense about the limit of chest attack? I accidentally touched it, and I didn't even realize it was the chest until you mentioned it. Old Demon Du provoked, haha, I just don't want to play with you anymore. Number 4 is just at the chi refining stage, I have over 100 people in my place. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Lu Tianyun's gaze turned cold. Without a word, her sword slashed into Xingyi's skin. It seemed old Demon Du was afraid she might really do it, quickly stopping her. Annoying, I can let you go, but number 4 stays. Lu Tianyun immediately made a proposal, opening the restrictive formation. He compromised and quickly followed through. Fine, you can leave now. His actions were so fast. Xingyi nervously reminded her, senior sister, you can't trust this demon lord, are you trying to leave a future problem for us? Lu Tianyun reassured, don't worry, I'll travel with you. I won't let you fall into the hands of that old demon Du. Xingyi increasingly felt something was off, why do you keep saying you'll bring others along? Lu Tianyun frowned, what, do you want to be turned into an experiment by that old demon Du? Xingyi spoke as he reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. That's not what I meant. I was saying I'm very familiar with that path over there, there's no need for elder sister to escort me. Old Demon Du looked doubtful. Expressionless, Xingyi gave his order. Hey, old man, I want them to take those children away safely. Otherwise, I'll die right here before your eyes. The system quickly reported the result. Host has made a death-defying declaration plus 2 points of fortune. He frowned, calculating silently. Don't spout such hypocritical words. If one can live, no one truly wishes to die. Is there any teleportation item available? But one piece of information shook him. To ensure the host gains fortune by facing adversity, this system will temporarily suspend the sale of any escape items. Now I understand how the previous host died. Old Demon Du couldn't refuse. Very well, I agree. They can get lost now. Xingyi turned to reassure Lu Tianyun. Don't worry, senior sister. I was fated to die anyway. Now that I can save you, that's already the best outcome, isn't it? This time I've saved 5 people, I wonder if I can still draw reward? Lu Tianyun didn't try to stop him, only asked softly, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes? Xingyi bit his lip and answered, I want to travel the world. I want to become a wealthy man. To eat delicious food in the heavenly realm, to become a lucky god, to have a wife like senior sister, to give birth to a child and name at the end of words. Lu Tianyun then pulled Yun Yuanlan away, leaving behind a single sentence, I will avenge you. Oh, as soon as she passed old Demon Du, she also quickly saved the person. Object control technique. His tone was clearly displeased. Interesting, truly interesting. The puppet I personally refined, who would have thought it would possess its own consciousness, and even know how to sacrifice for others? Lu Tianyun seemed to sense something was wrong. Old Demon Du continued muttering. You must have mistaken the person. The selfish little person you saved is not worth saving. Xingyi gripped his sword tightly and threatened. Old man, don't act rashly. We've been waiting here for half an hour. If you really let them go, isn't that a little too easy? The Demon Lord has gained a negative billion merit points, and this is all? The two of them, Lu Tianyun, soared through the sky. Yun Yuanlan exclaimed in surprise. She made it disappear. Senior sister, old Demon Du didn't chase us, that puppet really did save us. Seeing that she wasn't getting a response, she anxiously called out. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Lu Tianyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. When we left, I saw old Demon Du's fingerprints behind his back. It is used to draw the formation from a distance. The training test has prolonged our time, but that old Demon Du is also stalling for time. The formation will take shape when the time comes, and even suicide will be difficult. Yun Yuan Lan was confused. Lu Tianyun's expression was dark. I fear that if he finds out, he will be shaken, and I'm also afraid that the old Demon Du will ruin everything in the end, and I will regret not warning him. That old Demon Du deliberately showed me his hand, he has already won. Before the last hope of survival, no matter how brave one is, it will turn into selfishness, a desire to survive this ordeal. My Tao heart has been tainted, and I fear that in the future, I will be overtaken by my own demons. Seeming to realize she was blaming herself, Yun Yuan Lan hurriedly reassured her. Senior sister, this is not your fault. Anyone else would have done no better than you. Lu Tianyun cut her off, no longer wanting to discuss this. Right now, all we can do is quickly return to the sect, invite Master and the elders to come down from the mountain and see if they can save the test subject. Elsewhere, Xingyu was facing off against the group led by old Demon Du alone. He frowned, sensing something was wrong. The Demon Lord must be scheming something. The system quickly reported, detecting that the formation was about to form under the feet of the host, preparing to seal. Xingyi gritted his teeth in anger, knowing deep down that things couldn't go smoothly like this. Suddenly, the sword in his hand was seized by an unseen force. What? It was old Demon Du's doing. Although he tried to resist, the sword still slipped from his grip. The third man quickly pressed Xingyi down onto the ground. Old Demon Du impatiently looked at him. Your death wish isn't firm enough. Your throat-cutting move is too slow. Otherwise, this frail body of mine would really have no confidence in stopping you without relying on the formation. Xingyi grimaced in painful frustration, attempting to decapitate himself. For someone like him, a university student from the 21st century, this was really difficult. Old Demon Du ordered the other test taker to go kill the two women and the children who had run away. Xingyi smiled provocatively, it's been so long already. You won't catch up. But old Demon Du didn't care, catch up or not, it doesn't matter. I've already planted a seed of mental corruption in that woman's heart. By next month, she won't be in a better position than you. Xingyi was taken aback. What? Seeing his confused expression, old Demon Du's mood improved. Haha, you really got sold out and are still counting the money for them. When they left, I intentionally exposed my hand for that woman to see, but she still didn't remind you. Running away from the net, how about that? What's your mood now? Don't you feel like it's not worth it, replacing yourself? Xingyi coldly replied, she has already reminded me. Old Demon Du's eyes suddenly brightened, Xingyi sneered, if not, then why did I suddenly slit my throat earlier? It was because I knew the ceiling formation beneath my feet was almost complete. Seeing his actions exposed, old Demon Du angrily shouted, nonsense. When did she remind you, how? Xingyi's expression was provocatively teasing, not telling you, idiot. Can't even figure it out, and still calling yourself Demon Lord? What's wrong, are you angry? The system suddenly rang, provoking the one who holds your life and death, plus 168 creation points. The other party, enraged by the provocation, snapped, all right, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Let's see if you can still talk so boldly when I tear you into 7 or 8 pieces. To be cautious, in case he tried to bind him again, Xingyi quickly said. Xingyi groaned in pain, take it easy, it's about to break. The three quickly left the cave. Xingyi worriedly said, this is bad, although I don't know what this Demon Lord wants with me, it surely can't be better than death. Suddenly, the system announced, analysis of the cause of abnormal synchronization speed completed. He looked confused. What? Xingyi was puzzled, wondering what the synchronization speed analysis meant. The system skeptically explained. Didn't the host ask what the 400% synchronization speed was earlier? He helplessly dropped his head. Oh no, that was just a joke. The host's soul power doesn't belong to them, that's what allowed them to possess this body. But the soul power is too strong. After helping to possess this body at the foundation establishment stage, there was still a large amount of residual energy left. This is the reason the synchronization speed reached 400%. His own, and from external sources. Xingyi, after hearing this, was stunned. Huh, it really is 400%? I thought it was some kind of game mechanic. Could it be caused by the possession function of the cultivating immortality pouch? I originally planned to possess the demon lord, but ended up possessing a miscellaneous soldier instead. The system has now analyzed the source of the soul power. It's a temporary power, and the synchronization speed has now dropped to 393%. However, before it drops any further, it might be under the control of the system. Xingyi was skeptical. What do you mean? Why control it? The system quickly explained. If the residual synchronization speed is distributed to others, they will be controlled by the host. Xingyi ordered, so strong, then share it with that demon lord. The system refused, stating that because the host had taken over the exam preparation, the surplus assimilation speed could only be shared with an entity of similar structure to the host's. Upon hearing this, he looked towards the person holding him. Exam preparation, huh? I don't feel like this guy is a match for that demon lord. Is there a way to gauge the cultivation level of this demon lord? The system displayed a message, whispering, you can assess the target. Each assessment costs 5 fate points. A circle suddenly appeared before Xingyi. D. The assessment shows the information of Old Demon Du, aka Second Old Du. Old Demon Du, male, race, demon, human, age, 968, cultivation level, mid-spirit transformation stage, currently severely injured, dropped to late golden core stage. Next, information about number 3 appeared, Zhou Wei, before his death, male, race, exam preparation, human before death. Age 440, before death 289, cultivation level, mid-golden core stage, before death, perfected golden core stage. The more Xingyi read, the more shocked he became. Oh my god, spirit transformation stage? Thankfully, he's severely injured and dropped a level. Facing him with just this big-headed exam prep guy won't be enough. If we want to escape, it's going to be a gamble. The system divided the surplus soul power of mine and shared it with this exam prep guy. The kind system kindly reminded that controlling this troublesome guy only requires 6% is enough. Xingyi furrowed his brows and commanded, just follow my orders, I have my calculations. Alright, the distribution is complete. Suddenly, Xingyi's scream echoed. What are you doing? Old Demon Du turned around, shocked to see the two of them, Xingyi and the other, suddenly falling down. They fell freely, and Xingyi screamed in terror. Old Demon Du quickly caught up with the two of them, then they both landed on the ground. Old Demon Du was startled when he touched the mask of number 3. What's going on? The control seal for number 3's training has also broken. What did you do? Xingyi's face turned pale with fear. This guy almost caused me to fall to my death. I should be the one asking you what you're doing. Don't release such dangerous things in the future, they're prone to mistakes. Old Demon Du naturally didn't believe his words. Kid, don't try to fool me. Though I'm temporarily not going to kill you, there are many ways to make you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Xingyi laughed so hard his body shook. The old man was furious at his calm demeanor. What's so funny? Xingyi looked up with a sly expression. Inside that ring of yours, there are indeed even stronger ones. Old Demon Du was startled and looked down at the ring. What's that glowing? A source of energy surged out of the ring and struck him directly. Old Demon Du's eyes went wide, blood spurted from his mouth, and his body slammed into the rock wall, causing a tremor that shook the entire forest. In the end, the rock wall shattered. Old Demon Du clung to the rocks to stand up. How could this be? He roared in disbelief. The spirit transformation stage training at my peak, I had to trade away my lifespan to control it. What exactly have you done? Mid-stage spirit transformation training, Xingyi has been unbound, came the sarcastic reply. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to help each other out in our training? At this moment, the system finally realized its master's intention, to intentionally make the training process lose control, trapping him inside the spatial ring, and then using him as an intermediary to control stronger practitioners in the stars. Xingyi admitted, I originally wanted to control all the practitioners in the spatial ring and have them gang up on this old man. Old Demon Du was trembling with rage. He never expected that after all his efforts to escape the pursuit of those others, he would be killed by one of his own. Suddenly, the system reported, the time is running out, and the speed of absorbing your excess energy to control the spirit transformation stage is becoming increasingly difficult. It's now down to 185%. After another half cycle, you will have to face a spirit transformation stage practitioner who has lost control. Xingyi startled, so fast. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhou Wei slammed down, the ground immediately trembled, as if about to swallow everyone. The old demon knew how to feign stupidity, perhaps he had taken advantage of the collapsed wall to slip out. Xingyi frowned and dodged. This old demon was indeed crafty, pretending frailty on one side while striking from ambush on the other. Suddenly, a blazing red light caught Xingyi's attention. He went instantly on guard, seeing the ring on the demon lord's thumb. He assumed a defensive posture. Zhou Wei reacted swiftly, forming a protective barrier. Unfortunately, it couldn't stop that attack. The blow pierced straight through Xingyi. The old demon, his body ravaged, continued to taunt, Kid, you're not the only one who knows how to use an inscribed ring to strike from hiding. But before he could finish the sentence, Zhou Wei had him by the throat. Ah! He was hoisted high yet still laughed provocatively. He. Xingyi asked suspiciously, what is that thing? How could it penetrate the armor of the spirit transformation stage so easily and stab straight into my body? Old Demon Du showed no fear and jeered, it's a grand gift. With this, you'll end up like this old man, you certainly won't die in peace. Xingyi frowned and ordered, kill him. Now. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the system appeared, successfully defeating Old Demon Du with a higher tier attack, gaining 2,000 creation points. Xingyi was still curious. System, what did that old man shoot into you? The system quickly reported back, and the analysis was complete. It was a treasure named the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl. As long as the item is fused with death and dark forces, it can cause rapid reincarnation and immortality. With the current body of the host, as long as it's not shattered into nothingness, it can return to life, be resurrected, and recover as before. Xingyi shouted in shock, what? How could this old man shoot such a heavenly item into me? Why didn't he use the system to explain? Even though he's a demonic cultivator, he's still human at the core and can't use it, only his reanimated body can, which would be such a waste. Earlier, he had mentioned being chased and hunted, and most likely, it was because of this item. This was not something he could possess at his current cultivation level. Xingyi frowned and thought, so, maybe he made me speak because he wants to figure out how to use the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl through me. The system nodded, it's possible. Although the host has obtained a divine item, your cultivation level is too low to suppress its aura. If others detect it, you'll be turned into a treasure by being devoured alive. He asked, so, is it possible to remove it? The system rejected it. The host has completely integrated with that item, and the system has no further means. Xingyi murmured, so, doesn't that mean I'm now a mobile genius treasure? This is troublesome. An hour later, the two Sect leaders arrived. Wang Guanzhou, Zhang Yangfeng, elder of Azure Cloud Sect, Chang Xin, Sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect. Wang Guanzhou asked Lu Tianyun suspiciously, disciple, is this the demonic cultivator you mentioned? She looked around and replied, MHM. Chang Xin also assessed the surroundings, seemingly determined that it was his own spirit transformation stage disciple who was killed here. After that, the disciple of spirit transformation stage had committed suicide. Wang Guanzhou worriedly said, "A demonic cultivator can control a spirit transformation stage disciple. Although we don't know exactly what happened, at least all of them are dead now. If not, both of us old men would have been dead here, and the people of the Tianlan kingdom would have fallen into misery." Chang Xin, noticing Lu Tianyun's worried expression, asked curiously, "Lu sister, what are you looking for? If it's a good item, you must submit it to the Sect's treasury." Suddenly, Wang Guanzhou shouted, "Sect leader, there's a piece of paper in the hands of this spirit transformation stage disciple." Lu Tianyun furrowed her brow. "There's nothing, no sign of the refining chi stage disciple." "Well, that makes sense. In such a battle of this level, even if he was caught in the fluctuations of the magical power, he would have turned to ashes by now." Chang Xin curiously looked at the piece of paper. "What's written on it?" Wang Guanzhou opened it and read aloud, "Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine." Chang Xin was startled. "What? There's even a senior sister in this spirit transformation stage trial? And what do you mean I'm fine? He's already committed suicide." But before they could react, Lu Tianyun had already swooped in, grabbed the paper, and deliberately caused the trial to go out of control, then stored it in the storage ring. Through him, it would act as a medium to control the most powerful trial inside. Xing Yi, annoyed, explained, "Originally, I planned to control all the trials within the ring and help this old man, but the author found it too difficult to draw, so I wasn't allowed to show off." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them started beating him up before dragging him away. Judges, please vote for the new male lead. Registration fee wins." Chang Xin and Wang Guanzhou stared blankly at Lu Tianyun, who was running away. "Lu's sister, what's the meaning of this? Could there be some hidden meaning in that piece of paper?" Wang Guanzhou stuttered, worried. "Disciple, it smiled just now," Chang Xin said, suspicious. "Ah, your icy disciple smiled just now? Are you sure you're not seeing things? By the way, Elder Wang, did you notice the aura? Is there death nearby?" Wang Guanzhou nodded. I noticed it as soon as I arrived. The aura fades once it reaches the river. Could it be that this demonic cultivator has some treasure that fell into the lake? Later, tell the inner disciple to row a boat out in search." Inside the cave, Xing Yi was searching for something. All of his senses were sharp. He had originally thought that there might be something in this demon lord's spatial ring that could conceal the aura of the fiend pearl, especially since it cost him 500 points to break the seal and 380 points to form a contract, but in the end, the only useful thing was 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones, while the rest were just a pile of poisons and sinister items, completely useless. Frustrated, he rubbed his head. There was nothing useful in the trading city either. If I can't solve the problem of the fiend aura leaking out, I can't go anywhere. Suddenly, the system reminded him that he could use the red box on the left behind him. "Oh, this?" "Yes." The item's information quickly appeared. Fiend Pearl Attribute Box conceals the aura of the Fiend Pearl, made from a semi-living Fiend Pearl as the material. Xing Yi cursed in displeasure. "What's the point of this? Do you want to stuff me inside this box?" The system displayed a new set of information. It is possible to combine system items and use them. If the host combines a treasure with a concealment function different from this box, there is a high possibility that it can form an item that effectively conceals the Fiend Pearl. It will consume 100 creation points. Xing Yi immediately understood and nodded. "This function is great. Not only can it conceal the Fiend Pearl, but also my identity as an exam taker. I remember there was a contract with a fourth earlier. I found it." After saying that, the detailed information appeared again. The Yin-Yang Pilaris attributes could convert from Qi to vitality when a demon cultivator trained in the world. He muttered, "Let me see, I'll set this necklace as the primary item and place the box as the secondary item." Only a moment later, energy flashed from the cave. Xing Yi happily shouted, "It worked, the attribute is perfect." The yin-yang pillar's enhanced attribute changed from qi and the aura of yin-yang killing into vitality. He couldn't wait any longer and tried it on to check the effects. How is it, system? Is there still killing intent leaking out? With a rosy, radiant face, the system quickly responded, there's none at all. But the aura of the yin fiend pearl is so strong that it's also converting into vitality, which gives the host a sense of vitality. Under his aura, the surrounding plants are growing wildly. Xingyi angrily shouted, so what good is this? I'm still the living target. The system hurriedly reassured him, host, there's no need to worry. Vitality is much easier to control than the murderous aura. As long as you buy a magical garment to conceal the aura in Trading City, it can be hidden. Strands of hair continued to fall, as Xingyi muttered while cutting his hair. The necklace concealed the yin fiend pearl, and his clothing covered the necklace. It felt like there was a patchwork of pieces on his body. Thankfully, school had been closed for a while, so he'd always cut his own hair. Although his cultivation level was a bit low, at least the appearance of this zombie didn't look bad. Identification? Xingyi blinked in confusion. Huh? Can't I use the identification function on myself? Mirror, mirror, normal mirror. He opened the system screen, where he could find detailed information about the host. Xingyi immediately began to operate it, 5th level qi refining, concealed energy and hidden treasures. The yin-yang pillory enhanced the bloodline of the yin-yang pearl, with a binding ring of an earth-level artifact. Name, Xingyi. Original host's name, 857 years old, 23 years before death. Race, corpse refining. Before death, human. Identity, villager from a spacefaring family. Xingyi reached the end and was dissatisfied. What the hell is this? It says before death the person was a space traveler. What does that mean? Isn't this the world of cultivating immortality? System, explain this to me. The system vaguely replied. Cannot explain. Because both my memory and that of the previous host have been damaged. Xingyi's face was dark as night. Ha! The previous host woke up in a mountain village, badly wounded, lying in the village chief's house, with no memory of anything. According to the village chief, he had been unconscious in the forest and was discovered by the chief's daughter. As for me, I only remembered that I was the creation system and needed to collect creation points, along with the system's functions and encyclopedic knowledge about this world, but I didn't remember how I was born or why I appeared in the body of the previous host. Xingyi was suspicious. Then why did your previous golden-handed host still die? When this was mentioned, the system stammered, this. Because the system had a very serious bug. Xingyi shouted. Ha! The system hurriedly explained, but after the new host arrived, it didn't activate. Could it be that this bug has fixed itself? The more Xingyi heard, the more displeased he became. Hey, explain clearly to me. Suddenly, a red screen appeared. Ding, you have a new system mission. Mainline mission, cultivate a martial art and earn at least 300 creation points. Successful completion rewards you with 1 draw. Failure results in a penalty. Deadline, 1 year. Xingyi was dumbfounded. What kind of mission is this? What does cultivating martial arts have to do with creation points? The system sighed. Haha, it's here. That's the bug I was talking about. The mission system assigns tasks entirely randomly, without considering the host's rank. His face immediately turned pale. Damn it, the system should explain in more detail, like how the previous host died while carrying out a mission to kill an old demon. Xingyi shouted indignantly, he was only at the qi refining stage, and the demon lord was at the golden core stage. And there were a bunch of undead, how could he possibly kill that old man? The system confirmed, yes, random missions can be very simple, but they can also be extremely difficult. The previous host's luck was fairly good, surviving for 2 years. Out of more than 40 missions, most were extremely dangerous, but he managed to complete them all. However, this last mission really left no way out. The punishment for failure is the destruction of the soul by fire. Xingyi cursed again. Aren't you a system? Can't you control these missions? Hearing this, the system responded honestly, strictly speaking, I am just the administrator of the system, but I don't remember how to maintain or fix errors, so I can't fix this bug. He was shocked once more. What a mess. Other people's systems are golden hands, while mine feels like a death curse. Moreover, how is it possible that this coincidentally happened? I want to seize the demon lord's body, and at just the right moment, he summons 5 undead. And I just happened to run into someone with a system. The other party praised in proof that the host was someone chosen by the heavens, with very good luck. Xingyi wondered, there's bad luck, and if a mission fails, my spiritual consciousness is reduced by half. What does that mean? The system, without any courtesy, splashed a cold dose of water. The host is currently at the chi refining stage. Reducing half of your spiritual consciousness is equivalent to turning into an idiot. Thinking of that scene, Xingyi screamed in fear, cultivating against the heavens, starting from a 3, I don't want to complete this mission. There's only 1 year left, but how exactly does cultivating this method increase the creation points? To put it bluntly, creation points are just points for being fed up with life. What does it mean to cultivate a method for being fed up with life? Didn't the previous host learn any cultivation methods? The system answered, they did, but after being refined into an examiner, they turned into a dead object. It's just a human-shaped magic weapon. Their soul and spiritual roots were completely refined, and without the ability to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, they can't cultivate any method. Xingyi was once again driven crazy and directly ripped up the system's board. Doesn't that mean I'll definitely be unable to complete the mission? The situation of the host wasn't exactly the same, because normally, an examiner couldn't be replaced, just like you can't possess a table or a chair. Xingyi frowned, calculating. After all, it was a 100% successful possession of a fruit bag. Wait a minute, wasn't possession only possible for someone with negative merit points? Is there a merit point for exam preparation? Xingyi asked. At that time, it was too fast, so I couldn't see it clearly. After the transmigration, the ability to see the merit points also disappeared. The system suddenly issued a blunt statement, the existence of the host itself is a violation of the law and natural order. There is no record in my memory about exam preparation having intelligence. Xingyi directly collapsed. He felt like his future had turned completely dark, facing an entirely new category without any strategy. Suddenly, the system reminded him, the host can let the system check first. After all, you have a spirit, so you should have a spiritual root. Xingyi replied, no, I don't have a spiritual root. The system continued, there is an ancient saying, the fool has the blessing of a fool. Xingyi's last hope was also extinguished. Is there really no way? Xingyi asked. Who created the spiritual root thing? The system provided a solution. The trading city system records 2 types of special spiritual roots. One is called the chi spiritual root, which is generally used by high-level cultivators to break through. They use the method of refining a magic weapon of the corresponding attribute to enhance a particular attribute. However, it can't be sustained for long. The other type is the demonic spirit root, which is a secret technique that uses the inner core of a specially crafted demon beast to increase the attributes of the spiritual root or enhance its quality. It was famous when it was first discovered, but later it was found that even if the demon core with the same attribute was added, it would gradually lead to rejection reactions. Finally, it led to an inability to mobilize spiritual energy, causing a serious decline in cultivation. Later, this method gradually faded into obscurity, but the trading city system still offered it for sale. Xingyi stroked his chin, wondering if it was worth a try. However, using a spiritual root to learn a set of techniques to complete the task seemed plausible, but using the demonic spirit root would lead to an inability to cultivate in the future, which felt somewhat off. Wait a moment, what exactly does the system mean by eliminating the demonic spirit root? The system quickly replied, of course, it means eliminating your own spiritual root. Xingyi asked again, then what if someone originally doesn't have a spiritual root? The system responded, there's no one without a spiritual root. He continued, what about me? The system gave a retort that left him speechless, didn't you already say you're not human? Cultivation itself is a magical treasure. Have you ever seen a magical treasure with a spiritual root? Xingyi muttered, so, just because others can't use the demonic spirit root doesn't mean I can't use it, right? He found a glimmer of light in the thick fog, though the system itself wasn't sure. After all, the host was an unreasonable existence. Xingyi, feeling uneasy, concluded that at least it was better than the worst-case scenario of becoming an idiot. Finally, he made his decision, Demonic Spirit Root Secret Manual, 200, purchase. After some study, Xingyi exclaimed, so that's how it is. The quality of a spiritual root can be of common grade. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade, corresponding to the ranks in the Demon Core Secret Manual, Demonic Spirit Root, which are the Foundation Establishment Stage, Core Formation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Spirit Transformation Stage, and Deity Transformation Stage. With my current strength, I can at most only kill alchemy-level demon beasts, and I definitely can't reach the level of ordinary spiritual roots. Then he asked, does the trading city system have any demon cores? The system coldly replied, leaving Xingyi speechless. This trading city is a high-end trading city, only selling finished products, not raw materials. Xingyi stroked his chin, contemplating, it looks like I'll have to go to a place where cultivators trade and see if I can buy a demon core. I'm not sure if 600,000 low-grade spirit stones will be enough for a high-level one, though. Are there any nearby systems that assist cultivators? The system once again poured cold water on him. I don't know. After I and the previous host awakened, we've been living on the mountain and have never seen any crowded places. I suggest you go to a place where local cultivators are and ask around. Xingyi angrily sneered, trash, no wonder you're a second-hand system. After saying that, Xingyi turned to leave, ignoring the system's frustration. Who are you calling second-hand? He coldly teased. Then are you a widowed system or a remarried one? The system, irritated, explained, me and the previous host weren't husband and wife. Stop trying to brainwash me. Suddenly, he recalled the figures of the two beautiful white-haired female monks from the local sect. What if he went to find them? I remember they were from Azure Cloud Sect. Although they know about my situation, with senior sister's character, she surely wouldn't deceive me. Up until now, the system had only just spouted out something meaningful. I know about Azure Cloud Sect, this is recorded in the encyclopedia. Xingyi was surprised and let out a soft "oh." The system detailed the information, this land is called the Heavens Frame Divine Continent. It consists of 5 palaces in 10 countries. We are currently in the country of Shanglan. The most famous cultivating immortality powers here are the 3 sects and 4 schools. The 3 sects are Azure Cloud Sect, Wind Thunder Sect, and Dual Joy Sect. The 4 schools are Beast Taming Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect. Feeling a headache, Xingyi decisively ordered. Stop. You're saying too much, I can't remember all of it. No wonder that girl introduced her sect so quickly when she encountered the Demon Lord, Azure Cloud Sect is so famous? Back then, she gently greeted. Greetings, Senior. We are disciples of Azure Cloud Sect. We've accidentally entered your cultivation grounds. Please forgive us. Xingyi's face became serious as he asked. Where exactly is it? Do you know? The system quickly replied. Not far from here. With the host's walking speed, you can reach it in about 2 hours. As he left, he continued to wonder. By the way, is Dual Joy Sect nearby? If it's on the way, we simply want to take a look around. The system has given a warning, and it's not too far, but whether it's the vitality or the assassination aura on the host's body, both are suitable for refining into the Nam Lo Ding of the Dual Joy Sect. Upon hearing this, he gave up on the idea. Then never mind. The scene shifted to Azure Cloud Sect, located atop a large mountain. At this moment, Yuan Lan was proudly recounting, "Let me tell you all, I fought that demonic cultivator in a battle of 300 rounds, and just when I was about to decapitate him, he suddenly said, 'Fairy, please spare my life.'" Everyone was surprised and questioned her. "Huh? How can a demonic cultivator speak? Are you making this up?" She blinked mischievously. "If you don't believe me, you can ask senior sister. If I'm lying, I'm a little puppy." Just then, Wang Deng, senior brother, walked over and spoke, "Can you tell us more about that demonic cultivator?" His strong appearance made everyone quickly greet him. "Senior brother, greetings, senior brother, hello, senior brother." Yuan Lan was about to answer his question. Greetings to Wang Deng senior brother, well, I was with Lu's sister." Before she could finish, Tian Yun stepped forward and interrupted. "Xiao Yuan, she seems quite surprised." "Oh, senior sister." Seeing Tian Yun approach, Wang Deng turned to ask, "Junior sister Lu, I heard you encountered a demonic cultivator? Are you all right?" She briefly replied, "It's just a minor injury, it's nothing." Without saying much, Tian Yun directly pulled Yuan Lan's hand and left. "Come here, I have something I want to tell you." Being pulled away suddenly, Yuan Lan couldn't help but feel confused. "Ha?" The people there frowned in disdain. Senior brother really cares about her, yet what kind of attitude does she have? She must have been surpassed by senior brother in cultivation already. The reputation of the disciple with the highest talent in Azure Cloud Sect was stolen by senior brother, and now she's jealous. Wang Deng said helplessly. "Yes, it's true. Junior sister Lu has always been like that." A while later, the two girls had run to a large room. Tian Yun carefully closed the door, then turned and gently warned, "I forgot to tell you earlier. Don't speak about the matter with the alchemy practitioner to anyone else." Hearing this, Yuan Lan immediately understood, and she asked in surprise, "Senior sister, have you and master found that demonic cultivator?" Tian Yun's gaze darkened, and she spoke coldly. "Yes, that demonic cultivator was killed by the alchemy practitioner at the spirit transformation stage. And after that, the alchemy practitioner also committed suicide. However, the alchemy practitioner who saved us didn't die. And he hasn't told Sect leader or master about it, so you shouldn't either." Yuan Lan was completely bewildered, her voice trembling. "Spirit transformation stage? Isn't that the same cultivation level as the Supreme Elder? What on earth happened? The spirit transformation stage is already dead. He was only at the chi refining stage, how could he not die? Senior sister, how could you know that?" As she gently stroked her hair, Tian Yun revealed, "He left a note for me." Seeing the scene of the beautiful woman brushing her hair in front of her, Yuan Lan couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Her legs wobbled, and she trembled as she called out, "Senior sister, Tian Yun feels so confused." "What's wrong?" Yuan Lan's cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, Could you do that expression again from earlier?" But all she got in return was a cold reply, "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Is Lu Tianyun's senior sister here?" Tianyun opened the door with a calm tone, "What is it?" "Little sister comes to deliver news." "Quickly, listen up. There's a 5th stage chi refining cultivator outside the sect gate who claims to be an old acquaintance of senior sister and wants to meet with you." Upon hearing this, Tianyun coldly closed her eyes. "I won't meet him. I have no old acquaintances." The little sister continued, "He also asked if senior sister had seen the note he left for you." Without saying another word, Tianyun immediately flew off in a flash, leaving the little sister stunned. She was left confused, asking, "Xiao Yuan's senior sister? Senior sister, what's wrong?" Xiao Yuan stepped out, feeling helpless. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Xingyi stood there, and when he saw Tianyun approach, he casually greeted her. "Senior sister," she said, not a word, coldly pointing the tip of her sword at Gu Xingyi, making him flinch. Tianyun questioned him with her unwavering eyes. "You're not the one, where is he? Why are you disguised as him?" Xingyi raised both hands, replying in fear. "It's me, I found a magical artifact to conceal the death energy, otherwise, how could I dare come find you? I don't want to be someone's guinea pig." Only then did Tianyun calm down and sheath her sword. Xingyi finally felt relieved. She quickly grabbed his wrist and said, "This is not the place to talk. Follow me." Xingyi was confused. Again? Tianyun coldly pulled Xingyi into the air at an incredible speed, leaving him feeling disoriented. The two had no idea that Wang Deng had been watching from afar. He witnessed everything but could do nothing but feel helpless in his heart. After the roller coaster-like ride, Xingyi was overwhelmed and started vomiting repeatedly. He struggled to say each word clearly. "Senior sister, next time, can you fly a bit slower?" Tianyun glanced at him, her tone filled with doubt. "I never would have guessed you could escape the hands of that demonic cultivator without getting hurt." Xingyi replied casually, "Just lucky, I guess." Her voice suddenly turned cold. "There's something I want to tell you. Actually." Xingyi calmly interrupted, catching her off guard. "If I had known back then that the demon lord was setting up a formation from afar, I would have killed myself on the spot. I wouldn't have cared about your lives or deaths." He stated firmly, being captured by him would mean a fate worse than death. "To me, you were all strangers. If I hadn't appeared, you would have died anyway. So I don't owe you anything." Guilt flickered in Tianyun's eyes. "So, you knew everything." "I discovered his plot but still left without saying a word." Xingyi commented bluntly, "That's right. That demon lord would never miss a chance to mock you all." Her expression darkened as she blamed herself. "You must be very disappointed, aren't you? Sacrificing your life to save someone as selfish as me." But Xingyi quickly stepped forward, breaking through her lonely silhouette. "What are you saying, senior sister?" He explained with unconvincing words, "Didn't I just say it? It's a good thing you didn't warn me back then. Otherwise, I would have killed myself, died already, and wouldn't be standing here talking to you now." Hearing that, Tianyun was stunned, utterly bewildered. "Ha?" Xingyi continued speaking. "Senior sister isn't afraid of death, and she didn't remind me because she didn't want junior sister and the children to fall into danger. From your perspective, I would do the same, so there's no need to blame yourself." His expression was calm, sharing his thoughts sincerely. "Moreover, even I, the person involved, didn't care, so if you still can't let go, it's a bit unreasonable." Not believing it was true, Tianyun asked again, "Do you really not care?" Xingye's gaze became sharp at that moment, revealing, "What I care about is how senior sister handled the situation." She was bewildered, huh? Recalling the moment when she had destroyed the formation with her sword, he said, "Because I didn't want the demonic cultivators to enjoy the sight, I destroyed the formation mechanism beforehand. I didn't want the children to suffer in pain later, so I sent them on their way first. I didn't want junior sister and myself to become playthings, so I chose to end it all." All of these may seem like the most rational choices. Tianyun was stunned, he had observed everything so thoroughly. "You think a miracle won't happen for you? But clearly, one has already happened. So, in the future, when you encounter similar situations, I hope senior sister can value her life more and leave some space for a miracle to occur." Hearing these words about herself, Tianyun thought to herself, "A miracle? That's right, I used to believe that a miracle would happen." At that moment, her most painful memory resurfaced. But later, after everything that happened, just then, Xingyi spoke up. "Perhaps you have your own struggles, which is why you didn't pay attention to what I just said. But putting aside all the grand philosophies, I really did save your lives this time." Tianyun was once again caught off guard, huh? His eyes widened, and he leaned in threateningly. So, if you're still thinking that dying wouldn't matter, it would make my act of saving you seem rather ridiculous. Do you understand? She no longer blamed herself and slowly said, I understand. When I face danger, I will add one more possibility that junior brother will come to save me. Xingyi scratched his head, seeming somewhat hesitant. Ah, no, you're making me feel a lot of pressure. A moment later, he froze. Wait, what did you just call me? Tianyun, a little embarrassed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You've been calling me senior sister for so long, shouldn't I call you junior brother? He was left helpless, and the system suddenly appeared, saying, Unfortunately, I am the creation system, not the matchmaking system. Xingyi turned pale and silently questioned, What did you just say? After a moment, she returned to the main topic. Did junior brother come to see me to talk about this? Xingyi hesitated and eventually revealed that, in fact, he had something to ask. Senior sister Tianyun appeared surprised by his request. What? You need a demon core? Xingyi asked, his tone somewhat urgent. Yes, the higher the level, the better. Senior sister, do you know where I can buy one? She thought for a moment before replying, There's a market at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, but the best you'll likely find there is a second-tier demon core. For third and fourth tier ones, you'll have to go to an auction. He was curious, what about fifth tier? Tianyun seriously explained, fifth-tier demon cores are just a legend, no one has ever seen one. Beasts that can reach the deity transformation stage usually go to the astral realm to seek their opportunities and don't stay here. Xingyi started to feel a bit confused. Then, with around 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones, what kind of demon core could I buy? She honestly replied, for regular attributes, a second-tier or lower demon core should be enough. Hearing this, Xingyi was stunned. Does that mean it's just enough to reach a lower-grade spirit root? Is that demon lord really that poor? Then, he quietly thought to himself, once the spirit root is chosen, it can never be changed. Even if I later use other demon cores to strengthen it, the maximum limit will never exceed lower grade. It's a bit hard to accept. Tianyun was puzzled. Junior brother, what do you intend to do with the demon core? Xingyi replied, I want to conduct an experiment, something that might enhance my own strength, but I'm not sure if it'll work. She looked at him and asked again, Is it really that important? His expression darkened as he decisively confirmed, Very important. Extremely important, failure means death. Tianyun still had a question, You took a storage ring from that demonic cultivator, right? He replied, Yes, the other one only had body refinement materials, so I didn't take it. She found this quite puzzling. Wasn't there an appropriate demon core in the ring you took? Xingyi helplessly explained, There was no demon core, only some miscellaneous stuff from the left-hand path. Tianyun raised a significant question, That's strange. By all rights, a demonic cultivator who specializes in body refinement like him should have gathered a lot of resources. A demon core would definitely be necessary. How could there be none? At this point, Xingyi suddenly realized, and exclaimed loudly, Could it be that it was left in the cave at the beginning? Her gaze became sharp as she recalled that moment, when she and the master, Sect leader, first arrived there and found nothing unusual. As she spoke, she summoned her sword to her. But maybe we didn't search thoroughly enough. Let's go back there, she said. Xingyi turned pale, trembling as he replied, I'm a bit dizzy from the sword. Tianyun placed her foot on the sword and slowly reassured him, Stand here. I'll fly slowly. Suspended in midair, Xingyi couldn't help but panic, Isn't there a bigger sword? I can't balance on this one. Tianyun spoke calmly, Then you can hold on to me a bit. As he tightly grasped her waist, suddenly the system sent a notification. Adding 68 points to the creation, suddenly the speed of flight changed drastically, leaving Xingyi completely disoriented. Ha! Tianyun sent the sword flying down at a speed like a ceremonial table, while Xingyi's soul seemed to scatter in all directions. Yuan Lan, standing below, happened to observe the two of them. Her eyes widened in astonishment. I'm not seeing things, am I? That person behind Senior Sister is the exam preparer, right? And he's even holding Senior Sister's waist. I can't stand this. Yuan Lan slammed her hand hard against the tree trunk. It's so frustrating, I haven't even gotten a chance to be held. Why does that jerk get to do it? How could Senior Sister agree to this? A moment later, she suddenly froze, her thoughts pausing. Wait a second, could it be that Senior Sister has a thing for exam preparers? As she thought about this, her face darkened in confusion. Before long, the two of them entered the cave. Inside, everything was quiet and there was nothing unusual. The two moved cautiously, exploring slowly. Xingyi wondered, it really did look like a regular cave, and there wasn't a single branching path along the way. Why had they come here in the first place? Tianyun honestly replied, Junior Sister and I were investigating the case of the missing disciples of the sect, and we didn't expect to find a demonic cultivator in here. Pointing ahead, Tianyun revealed, the formation that trapped us here was set by him, and it's at the end of the cave. Activate the investigative eye, Xingyi thought to himself. A grandmaster at the spirit transformation stage, there's no reason they would dig a normal hole like this. Through that gaze, everything around seemed perfectly ordinary. Limestone, limestone, limestone moss. Glancing left and right, Xingyi muttered a few words that left Tianyun puzzled. It's just stone. His eyes suddenly froze for a moment. Ha! Through that gaze, Xingyi noticed something unusual: the limestone's end and the weak spatial wall. What is this? Tianyun asked, confused. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xingyi inquired. Keep focusing. I'll explain in a bit. What is this weak spatial wall system? The system quickly provided results from places like ancient battlefields, where powerful cultivators clashing would disrupt the spatial laws, causing instability and weakening the spatial walls. He still found it hard to understand, but this wasn't an ancient battlefield either. It continued to explain more thoroughly, the spatial laws here are quite stable, but there's one spot that's different. This means there's only one possibility. A cultivator at the deity transformation stage has opened an empty realm, essentially creating a stable space within the chaotic void. This cave dwelling will use fixed formations or magic weapons to stabilize itself within the disturbed void, but afterward, the cave dwelling will be abandoned. Either the great power has been lost, or the formation and the magical artifacts that were stable have loosened over time. The entire cave mansion began to move slowly. If the cave mansion moves and presses upon a space master that was once very stable, the situation of the spatial walls becoming thinner will occur. Xingyi imagined the connection: space master, spatial wall, cave mansion. It was all very impressive. The cave mansion of this deity transformation opportunity was indeed remarkable. No wonder that Demon Lord was here. Suddenly, the space in front of him distorted abnormally. A new task appeared, leaving Xingyi with a small key, marking the event of exploring the cave mansion of the deity transformation stage. The progress of the mission reached 80%. Mission reward for success: 100 supreme grade spirit stones. Mission failure: soul burning. Time limit: 3 years. Mission tool: cave mansion key. The system never asked whether he wanted it or not, and he was infuriated beyond measure. Damn it, I just started cultivating chi. I'm still at the chi refining stage, and now I'm being thrown into a deity transformation stage instance dungeon. Why don't they just kill me already? His sky completely collapsed. It was over. Completely over. Tianyun was even more confused. What the hell was going on? She had been muttering to herself just moments ago. After hearing Xingyi reveal a few things, Tianyun widened her eyes in shock. What? A cave mansion of a deity transformation stage cultivator? She bluntly questioned. But how do you know that even the nascent soul stage divine sense of the sect leader didn't detect any issues with this space? Xingyi sighed in exasperation. Just think of me as someone with talent, will you? Glancing around, Tianyun said. If this really is a deity transformation cave abode, then I must report to the Sect leader immediately. We'll probably need to invite the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. She was about to leave when Xingyi suddenly reached out and stopped her. His expression grew more serious than ever. I have to go in there. Tianyun was taken aback even more. What? Don't tell me you've been hiding your cultivation all this time? Xingyi's face turned grave as he revealed. I'm at the 5th level of qi refining. Tianyun gave him a faint look of disdain. How could her junior brother treat his own life so lightly? He scratched his head awkwardly, clearly at a loss for words. It's not that I don't know it's dangerous, I just have my reasons. I have to go in and investigate. Entering might not mean certain death, but if I don't go, I'll definitely die. Xingyi then warned her carefully. I won't go in right away, but to make sure I'm the first to enter, please, senior sister, keep this a secret for me. There are still 3 years left. I need to deal with my spiritual roots first. If I can improve my strength, my chances of survival will be a little higher. However, Tianyun held a contrary opinion and reported that this matter was of extremely great merit. The matter of your demon core can surely be resolved as well, Xingyi emphasized. No, the priority of this matter is higher than the demon core. Since you took the opportunity to make another request, you must agree to one thing with me, and I will keep it a secret for you, senior sister kept speaking. Tianyun's expression became serious. Before you enter this cave dwelling, you must notify me first, Xingyi answered without hesitation. All right, no problem. Suddenly, the system spoke up. I suggest to the host that you can take a look inside first. If there's any danger, you can exit. Xingyi felt confused. Why was it explaining so carefully? The demonic cultivator had discovered this cave dwelling but couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps in his storage ring, there was nothing useful related to corpse cultivation. Listening to the system, Xingyi immediately made a turn and notified, I want to go in now. Tianyun, though angry, pretended to remain calm and questioned, does junior brother think I am easy to deal with? Xingyi immediately had to explain, no, I'll just take a quick look and leave. I suspect that the demon lord left something valuable in here. Tianyun placed a hand over her chest and decisively said, if someone is to enter, it will be me. My cultivation is higher than yours. Faced with such determination, he still insisted stubbornly, junior brother has a compelling reason to enter first. Moreover, as someone who cultivates body refinement, even if I suffer a fatal injury, I won't die. If there's truly danger inside, my chances of escaping are slightly higher. Tianyun, keeping a cool head, laid down her condition. If you haven't come out after 1 stick of incense, I'll report it to the Sect. Xingyi obediently agreed. As he was about to leave, he asked, how do I get in? The system immediately responded, in the demon lord's storage ring, there are several instant talismans. The principle behind teleportation items is spatial compression. If they encounter a weak spatial barrier like this, they can pierce through directly. Now, a supplementary teleportation charm has appeared, a sub-grade instant teleportation talisman capable of transporting you about 10 meters. When Xingyi placed his hand on it, realization dawned on him. So that's why he had collected so many sub-grade talismans. In an instant, Xingyi was transmitted inside at lightning speed, his eyes widening in utter astonishment. Ha! In the blink of an eye, Xingyi was transported back out, leaving Tianyun momentarily stunned. So fast? She looked at him seriously and said, senior sister, you should go in and take a look too. Then the two of them teleported inside together. Tianyun looked around, puzzled. So this is the deity transformation cave abode? Xingyi quickly clarified, no, this is the spatial rift. That blue-black thing ahead is the outer layer of the cave abode. The next moment, he lifted his eyes and said, senior sister, look up there. Tianyun quickly looked up. The sight before her made her involuntarily shudder. It was a tragic image accompanied by an echoing voice filled with grievance. Hatred, deep hatred for causing the death of those innocent children. Senior brother, Why did you strike at me? Down below, Tianyun trembled slightly. Is this the soul of a cultivator? Xingyi raised a question. I've heard you've been investigating the missing disciples. Do you think this is related to these souls? Tianyun agreed. Yes, most of them were outer sect disciples of our sect. It turns out they were all killed by that demonic cultivator. This only raised more questions for Xingyi. But why would he extract the souls of low-level cultivators like this? Tianyun seriously explained, I've seen this formation in the sect's scriptures. It's called the soul extermination formation. It can corrode the sect's protective grand array. If it's being used here, it's definitely meant to erode the spatial walls of the deity transformation cultivator's cave. The power of this formation lies in its ability to use the souls of low-level cultivators to devour the high-level defensive arrays. At this point, she had found the key. Junior brother, weren't you looking for the demon core? The items embedded outside the formation are all demon core 3rd rank. Xingyi exclaimed in surprise, 3rd rank? Does that mean the demon core is equivalent to a human nascent soul cultivator to such an extent? Tianyun further explained, 14 pieces. The purpose of these demon cores is to nurture the soul using demon qi and blood qi. In this way, even the soul of a low-ranking cultivator can generate immense killing intent under the influence of countless demon cores of the 3rd rank, which will then be absorbed by the formation and used to power it. Moreover, the stronger the resentment of the soul at the beginning, the better the demon core's absorption effect. Xingyi sighed. No wonder that demon lord tormented people so much before his death. His gaze lowered, suddenly feeling melancholic. Can these disciples of yours still be saved? Tianyun replied regretfully, these souls lost their consciousness long ago. They have become part of the formation. If the formation is destroyed, they will be freed. That is the best outcome. As he spoke, he summoned a talisman. Since it's like this, I will not be polite any longer. She seemed quite bewildered. What? In the blink of an eye, Xingyi moved close to those souls who held the keys to the system's cave. Therefore, the formation was unnecessary. The next moment, he decisively grabbed the demon core in front of him. I'll take all these demon cores. Seeing that he was taking such a great risk, Tianyun anxiously shouted, What are you doing? Come down here now. Xingyi stubbornly clung to the demon core. Ah, it's too tight. Tianyun helplessly explained, it's useless. The demonic energy, blood essence, and killing intent of this formation have merged into one. Once it takes form, at least 3 spirit transformation stage cultivators are needed simultaneously. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingyi managed to obtain the first demon core. The scene made Tianyun freeze in shock. Xingyi held the demon core and descended to the ground. Tianyun still couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? How could you do this? Xingyi calmly replied, It was just a bit slippery, I just needed some strength. She helplessly emphasized, It's not a matter of whether it's slippery or not. The barrier outside prevents the souls from starting to crack. Both of them were quite surprised by this, the barrier had completely shattered. The souls sealed inside the vault quickly broke free. One of the younger souls smiled blissfully and said, Thank you. Then, the soul dissipated before their eyes. Lu Tianyun looked up and sighed, I didn't expect there would still be souls with weak consciousness. Xingyi, on the other hand, was furious, I suddenly feel like that damn old man should have died a much easier death. Lu Tianyun hesitated, Junior brother, are you sure you're only at the qi refining stage? Are you hiding your cultivation level? Xingyi affirmed there was nothing. Why did senior sister ask that? Lu Tianyun suddenly spoke with a cryptic tone. That's true. Everyone has their own secrets. I was the one who was too abrupt. He looked at her in confusion. What is it? The system quickly provided an explanation. Probably because the host is related to the fiend pearl, which allowed you to break a formation that even 3 nascent soul cultivators could not, making her feel quite puzzled. Only then did he nod in understanding. Oh, I see. Actually, even the system finds it a bit hard to understand. Even with the fiend pearl's help, you're still only at the chi refining stage. Logically, it shouldn't be so simple. Xingyi replied unhappily, it's like stepping in dog poop. He looked up at the formation technique. The cultivation of that demon lord had already dropped to the golden core stage. Where did he get that third-rank demon core from? Lu Tianyun answered indifferently. Although the nascent soul stage demon core is rare, if you have the money, you can still buy it. Moreover, that demonic cultivator is someone who will stop at nothing. He's definitely committed a lot of robbery and murder. Xingyi recalled the points he had seen: negative merit 12,288,223. Right? He's got negative merit of 1 billion. It's unimaginable how many people he must have killed. Senior sister, wait a moment, I'll bring all the demon cores down from up there. Lu Tianyun intervened, there's no need for all that trouble. Without a protective array, I can just use my flying sword directly. The sword technique was decisive and powerful. In no time, a series of demon cores fell, and when one struck Xingyi, he cried out in pain. Truly magnificent. Lu Tianyun picked one up and commented, these must have been placed in the array for a long time, the demonic energy has diminished considerably. It's a pity these demon cores can't be refined together to enhance their quality like with alchemical materials. Suddenly, Xingyi fell into deep thought. System, I have a bold idea. As if sensing something was wrong, the system quickly refused, ignoring the response from the other party. What? I said we could use the fusion function, but it rejected me. I knew it, that's why I told you not to think about it. The system's fusion function is fine, but it works based on the principles of alchemy. It can't fuse the demon cores. Ignoring the other party's objections, Xingyi picked up a demon core. How will we know if we don't try? Anyway, there are so many of them. I'll take 2 with the weakest demonic energy and give it a shot. The system was helpless. Is this child really this stubborn? Lu Tianyun, curious, asked, Junior brother, what are you doing? He replied, I'm conducting an experiment. The system was terrified by his actions. Wait. You just chose 2 opposing attributes. Forget about the demon core. Even if you use alchemy materials with conflicting properties, the best you'll get is a pile of useless waste. He replied indifferently, I'm just experimenting. A third-rank fire attributed demon core costs 100 creation points each. A third-rank ice attributed demon core fuse together, it creates an energy blast that strikes directly at me. Lu Tianyun called out anxiously, Junior brother, Xingyi. Xingyi responded, coughing lightly, cough, cough, I'm fine. She looked at him suspiciously. What on earth are you doing? Why is there such a strong fluctuation of magic power? Xingyi happily raised the demon core. Nothing much, just an experiment. It worked, though. Ha, the system didn't even dare to interfere. How could that be? Lu Tianyun asked curiously, what's that thing you're holding? Xingyi replied, a demon core. She murmured nervously, why does it give me such an unpleasant, twisted feeling as if it's something that shouldn't exist, yet it's right in front of me? Information appeared, demon core ice and fire attributes, 3rd rank. Suddenly, the system shouted in shock, host, I figured it out. Not only does the system have cheat functions, you do too. Xingyi looked dumbfounded. Ah, seizing bodies, breaking formations by hand, fusing demon cores of opposing attributes. He asked back, aren't these supposed to be the system's functions? The other party, feeling suspicious, grew dissatisfied. I am the administrator, don't tell me I understand the system's functions less than you do? Unbelievable. You're not even some mighty cultivator capable of altering the laws of heaven and earth, yet you always manage to pull off things that defy all comprehension. Xingyi, however, wasn't in high spirits. Though he couldn't quite explain why, he knew that if he lacked true strength of his own, his fate would surely be the same as the previous hosts. But each fusion requires 100 points. Adding the points left behind by the previous host and those gained from killing the Demon Lord, there are now 659 points in total. To fuse a full set of 14 demon cores, I'm still missing more than half. How can I earn points quickly? Lu Tianyun looked at him in confusion as Xingyi suddenly froze. Xingyi slapped his forehead to calm himself. No, banish those evil thoughts. Trying to earn points recklessly from elder sister would most likely mean real death. The system seemed displeased. It had already said they were creation points. Suddenly, Xingyi paused. Right, I remember that Demon Lord's spatial ring had a berserk pill. Where did he even get it? It temporarily boosts one's power, with the degree of enhancement depending on cultivation level. The side effect: a loss of 10 years of lifespan. Xingyi asked the system, do I even have a lifespan? It replied, you have durability. Lu Tianyun looked at his counterpart suspiciously. Junior brother, what are you planning to do with a berserk pill? Xingyi said nothing, simply putting the chi pill into his mouth. She was startled and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Why are you taking a forbidden drug? But the system announced, fierce chi pill consumed. Plus 78 creation points. Xingyi rejoiced, it's working really well. That Demon Lord guy still has a few more bottles. He reassured Lu Tianyun, don't worry, senior sister. I'm just experimenting. I'm a corpse refiner anyway, I don't have any lifespan to lose. Hearing that, she relaxed a little. Oh, right? Then did it have any effect on you? A surge of energy surrounded his body. Xingyi smiled in satisfaction, looks like it worked. I can feel myself getting much stronger. Lu Tianyun reminded him, that's great. There are many types of elixirs that enhance strength but reduce lifespan. In your case, you can take them without worrying about the consequences. Xingyi opened another bottle of chi pills. Since that was the case, to Lu Tianyun's astonishment, he tilted his head back and drank it all. The system chimed, fierce chi pill consumed. Plus 385 creation points. At the same time came Lu Tianyun's thunderous slap, are you insane? Even if it doesn't harm you, you can't just gulp them down like that. Pills have tolerance limits. His expression was full of doubt, that's not right. This bottle should have at least 20 pills. Why did it only give that few points? The system has a structure to prevent point manipulation, using multiple methods in a short period of time to earn creation points, but those points will gradually decrease. Seeing his calculations go to waste, he grew angry at this trash system. Where it needed to be strict and tight, there were gaps; where it was unnecessary, it was overly strict. System, you said that with the fiend pearl, no matter how badly I am injured, I can recover, right? The other side confirmed. That's correct. Lu Tianyun couldn't hold back and scolded, you've taken so much that you're immune to the medicine. When you really want to resolve the danger, you'll regret it. But Xingyi didn't care. In the Demon Lord's ring, there are dozens of types of forbidden poisons. I don't believe this won't be enough points. Noticing there was no response, Lu Tianyun opened his eyes slightly and glanced at him. Didn't you hear that? But instead, the scene unfolded where he drained dozens of medicinal bottles, and he was startled. The system reported. Essence of heartbreak powder, smiling madness powder, heart eroding powder, bloodburst pill, slaughter breaking pill, netherworld pill, 5 venoms powder, golden serpent powder, totaling 7,878 creation points. When he heard the total points, Xingyi couldn't bear it and collapsed on the bed. That's too much, that's enough points. Wrong. Lu Tianyun screamed in fear, junior brother, this is unbearable, my head and eyes hurt. Everywhere hurts, like having COVID 1,000 times. Why does it still feel like a sharp pain? Xingyi suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Tianyun was slowly shoveling dirt. When sand and soil fell onto his face, he frowned in discomfort and asked, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" She looked at him coldly. "Didn't you commit suicide? So I thought I should let you rest peacefully in the ground." Xingyi hurriedly explained, "I didn't. Besides, you clearly saw me open my eyes, yet you still threw dirt on my face." Lu Tianyun's gaze was razor sharp. "After taking that much poison, isn't that the same as suicide? For the past hour, I've watched your meridians rupture and then mend, break again and heal again, your flesh rot, heal, and rot once more, your body turn hot, then cold, then freeze entirely." Only now did Xingyi feel afraid. Was it really that terrifying? Luckily, I passed out, he thought. These holes in my robe. What kind of elixir caused this? Lu Tianyun replied coolly, "I stabbed you with a knife to draw out the poisoned blood, but your body was so strengthened by the pills that the blade couldn't pierce through." Xingyi's face instantly darkened. "So you stabbed me that many times? You just wanted to finish me off quickly, didn't you, senior sister?" Her expression turned displeased as she scolded, "You tell others to cherish their lives, yet you treat your own body with such disregard?" Xingyi seemed to understand her meaning. He gently patted her head in reassurance. "I'm sorry for making you worry, senior sister. I promise it won't happen again." Suddenly, the system chimed, and the six-pointed divine skill activated. He immediately took a hit from Lu Tianyun, his head slamming straight into the ground. "Pain, pain, the system can't stand it anymore and exposed everything." "Stop pretending, host, you still have the enhancement effects of dozens of different pills on you. Even if senior sister tries to strike you, she won't be able to harm you." Xingyi immediately cursed, "If I don't pretend, how can senior sister calm down?" Lu Tianyun shot him a warning glance, "No matter what troubles you have, if you still want to do this, don't do it in front of me. The system is quick-witted, your tricks are useless, and the person you've angered is already gone." Xingyi felt helpless. "I acted rashly. I thought the fiend pearl would suppress the effects of the medicine, but instead, my body underwent terrifying changes. I don't even know how senior sister has been dealing with this past hour. I hope it doesn't leave her with a mental scar. Enough of this, let's calm senior sister down first. I'll finish these pills and head outside." In another corner, Lu Tianyun had her eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, she opened them, wondering why he still hadn't come out. Could something have happened? What am I worrying about? With his strange body, what could possibly happen? A normal person would have died hundreds of times from taking so much elixir, yet he was able to recover to his original state in just an hour. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from within. Lu Tianyun was startled. What had he done this time? The fluctuation of spiritual power was so strong that it could pierce through space walls? When he looked up, he saw Xingyi right in front of him, and the two of them immediately rushed towards each other. "Ahem, senior sister, is this how you coldly respond, by resting your head on the pillow?" Xingyi pouted, clearly displeased. "At this time, there's no need for those dramatic twists. Can't we just go along with the plot that everyone likes?" Lu Tianyun asked in doubt, "What were you doing in there? What caused such a huge disturbance?" Xingyi honestly replied, "I was scared for a moment too. The space wall almost broke due to the energy fluctuation from the composite material." When Lu Tianyun saw what was in his hands, his eyes widened. Immediately after, an earthquake began to occur. Outside the mountain, the sky gradually began to change. Lu Tianyun was astonished. Is this the pressure of the heavenly Tao? What happened? The anti-system failed, and now the host fusion has attracted the lightning tribulation? Hurry, put it into the space hatred system, so the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect it. Xingyi quickly put it away, and immediately, the changes outside disappeared. Lu Tianyun let out a sigh of relief, her oppressive aura dissipating once again. The oppressive aura of heavenly Tao had descended because of that thing. Xingyi awkwardly scratched his face. "Ah, maybe that's it." She curiously asked, "What is that?" But heavenly Tao couldn't hold it in, and even if it was stored in a spatial ring, logically, the oppressive aura shouldn't dissipate. Xingyi casually replied, "It's the result of me merging all 144 third-rank demon cores together." The other person screamed in shock. Seeing her strange expression, he wondered, "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Lu Tianyun helplessly covered her face. The secrets that junior brother holds are truly too many. It's so hard to refrain from asking. Xingyi apologetically explained, "There are some things I can't explain, so when the time comes, I'll definitely tell senior sister everything." Suddenly, Lu Tianyun called out loudly, "Who is it?" A voice came from behind the rock. "Ah, what a coincidence, it's Wang, Deng and Luo Chang. I didn't expect to meet Tianyun junior sister here." "Greetings, senior sister." Lu Tianyun immediately became alert. "Wang Deng, Luo Chang, what brings you two here?" Xingyi furrowed his brows and pouted. "The damn author, not giving out benefits and still trying to sneak around." The author stroked his chin in contemplation. "You make a good point. I should give out some benefits after all." He thought the other had understood, so he was pleased. The result, however, made him angry. "Is it like this?" Wang Deng explained. Junior sister Luo was curious about that man-T from the spirit transformation stage hiding here. She wanted to come and see, but didn't dare to come alone, so she arranged for me to come with her. No sooner had he finished than Luo Qing suddenly flashed past him, slashing with her sword. "Xingyi, you let her surrender your life." He gaped in bewilderment, not even understanding what was happening. Lu Tianyun reacted faster. She knocked the weapon from her and then stepped in front of Xingyi. "Luo Chang, what are you doing?" Luo Chang clutched her injured wrist and answered angrily. "Senior sister, the person behind you is a lecher. A few months ago one of my senior sisters was deceived by him, robbed, and then her chastity taken. She ultimately committed suicide, her jade shattered and her life ruined." Xingyi asked in confusion. "System, was your previous host a flower thief?" The other immediately denied it. "Absolutely not. Besides, I was sound asleep a few months ago. How could I have taken anyone's chastity?" Wang Deng, kindly, tried to mediate. "Junior sister Luo, could you have mistaken the person? Moreover, the person in question is your senior sister. How can you be so certain it's him?" But that only made Luo Qing angrier. "Before she died, my senior sister left behind a portrait of that lecher. I have always carried it with me. It is so that one day I can avenge her." Xingyi stared at the picture, his mouth agape, unable to believe it. This image was something he had just finished creating a few hours ago. Where on earth did senior sister get this painting from? Even the system was stumped. It seemed the host had been pinned down by someone. Wang Deng glanced at Lu Tianyun, sensing there was some misunderstanding here. Unsure of the relationship between Taoist friend and junior sister Lu, she coldly replied, "Friend?" The other person asked, "How long have you known each other?" She responded without batting an eye, "About 5 hours." Xingye's face darkened, unsure of what to say. "Senior sister, you really didn't have to be that honest." Nevertheless, her expression remained calm, but Xingyi could swear this person was definitely not a lecher. Wang Deng got no useful answer from the other side, so she turned to Xingyi. "Taoist friend, do you have a twin brother?" He answered curtly, "No." The system sighed, "Host, you're also very honest." Xingyi explained, "One lie requires countless others to cover it up. Senior sister has vouched for me, so if I were to lie, it would only make the situation more confusing." Wang Deng looked at the image in Luo Qing's hands, silently agreeing. There seemed to be no reason for this. After all, it was clear that this Taoist friend was the one in the painting. "How about this, you come with me to the Hall of Law Enforcement at the Sect. We'll get to the bottom of this, and Luo Qing junior sister can go too." Lu Tianyun couldn't refuse, and Wang Deng immediately showed a surprised expression. "Oh, why is that?" Junior sister, don't you want your companion to be sullied by this reputation? Our Hall of Law Enforcement at Azure Cloud Sect has always upheld justice and righteousness, and we will certainly uncover the truth behind this matter. Lu Tianyun grew impatient and said firmly, no means no. Seeing things were getting tense, Xingyi quickly stepped in to stop it. Alright, senior sister, let me say a few words. Can you let me see the painting? Luo Qing suddenly sighed. Hadi, Wang Deng, what's going on? This request seems reasonable. Junior sister, just let him see it. She sounded displeased, trying to console them. Xingyi silently stared at the painting, and then immediately exposed the truth. Scoundrel, this painting was obviously just finished. The brushstrokes aren't even dry yet. Luo Chang was stunned. What? What's going on? Wang Deng quickly explained. Taoist friend is joking. This is a painting created using stone to engrave the spiritual consciousness, how could there be ink stains? Xingyi sighed in realization. Oh, I see now. Sorry, it's not ink stains. I must have drooled onto the painting because the person in it is just so handsome. His teasing tone made Luo Chang grit her teeth in anger. How dare you? Xingyi, give me back the painting. Don't be hasty. I'll go with you to the Hall of Law Enforcement, but you have to answer a few questions first. Wang Deng had no objection. Ask, junior sister, answer him honestly. He doesn't beat around the bush. Azure Cloud Sect, you are so renowned. If I truly dared to rob and ravish, how could I possibly still be alive by the time you came to the door to exact vengeance? Luo Qing immediately retorted, my senior sister's cultivation is higher than yours, you used an intoxicant, and when my senior sister woke she resisted fiercely and only by luck managed to escape. Xingyi asked further, what is your senior sister's cultivation level? She replied mechanically, Foundation Establishment, don't be hasty. I can accompany you back to the Hall of Law Enforcement, but you must answer a few questions first. Wang Deng had no objection. Ask, junior sister, answer him honestly. He doesn't beat around the bush. Azure Cloud Sect, you are so renowned. If I truly dared to rob and ravish, how could I possibly still be alive by the time you came to the door to exact vengeance? Luo Qing immediately retorted, my senior sister's cultivation is higher than yours, you used an intoxicant, and when my senior sister woke she resisted fiercely and only by luck managed to escape. Xingyi asked further, what is your senior sister's cultivation level? She responded mechanically, early Foundation Establishment stage. Xingyi immediately affirmed, that I'm sorry, the culprit definitely isn't me. At the Foundation Establishment stage I don't need to use intoxicants. Wang Deng sneered, oh? Taoist friend, what is your cultivation? He continued to mock, 5th level of qi refinement. Luo Chang was provoked into near madness. Senior brother, we should just kill this blustering brat outright. Hearing this, Xingyi frowned in displeasure. Miss, don't you know geniuses can slay higher level foes in the blink of an eye? Although I am a level 5 qi refining practitioner, the early Foundation Establishment stage is still not something I take seriously. Wang Deng replied indifferently, oh, Taoist friend truly has such ability? Then my junior sister owes you an apology. He seized the opportunity to point directly at Luo Cheng and demanded, that's right, it was she who falsely accused me. I require compensation for emotional distress. Wang Deng, however, was not one to back down and responded, but I also need to confirm whether Taoist friend truly possesses the skill, or if it's like this. My cultivation is at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. In 3 moves, if you can injure me without using any magical tools, I will prove that Taoist friend is innocent. If not, then you will accompany me to the Hall of Law Enforcement to investigate this matter. With just one sentence, Xingyi was left stammering. Once again, this person was trying to brainwash him. How about it? Taoist friend speaks. By not even considering a Foundation Establishment cultivator, is this condition of mine still reasonable, don't you think? Xingyi scratched his face in doubt, thinking it wasn't that he was worried about losing control and accidentally injuring you. Just then, Luo Qing, who had been facing him, suddenly burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. "Senior sister, how did you end up befriending such a fool?" Wang Deng smiled. "It's fine. Even if I get injured, it would just be because my cultivation isn't high enough. I won't blame you for it. Go ahead and try, it turns out you're just a blockhead, huh?" Naturally, Xingyi wouldn't let this opportunity slip. "So after proving my innocence, how will the compensation for emotional distress be calculated?" The other party inquired. "Taoist friend, what do you wish for?" "I will have junior sister compensate you." He shamelessly made a condition. "I want senior sister to be my girlfriend, and the system will continue to increase points." With his bold words, he gained 12 points in luck. Lu Tianyun wasn't angry, only stretching his muscles. "I suddenly feel like he needs to visit the Hall of Law Enforcement," Xingyi said, worried, trying to reassure. "I was wrong, senior sister, I was just joking. I want everything you have on you, including your clothes and your magic item." Wang Deng was momentarily confused. "Why is this about my junior sister's Taoist friend? How did I get involved?" And Xingyi is not someone who gives up easily. "You just need to agree, if not, I'll have senior sister hold you both down, and I'll immediately use instant transmission to escape." Luo Chang immediately darkened, wondering what kind of person this was. Clearly, he was a rogue. At this moment, Wang Deng had also lost his patience. "Fine, I agree, but if you lose, you'll have to come with us to the sect. Junior sister Lu is not allowed to follow us to the Hall of Law Enforcement." Lu Tianyun looked at Xingyi with suspicion. "What kind of request is this? Are you trying to frame me?" He reassured her. "It's fine, senior sister can agree." But she seemed to understand his intentions and quickly stopped him. "What are you thinking?" He immediately raised his hand, revealing the words, "I'm still under the drug's effect, it hasn't worn off yet." Seeing that, Lu Tianyun quickly stepped aside to watch the drama. "Don't be too cruel, he comes from a sect with a fairly significant background," someone said. Xingyi replied cheerfully, "Understood." Luo Chang whispered, "Could this guy be contagious with stupidity?" Xingyi, a little anxious, asked, "Shall we start now?" Wang Deng thought to himself, "This brat still needs Lu Tianyun to carry him, he definitely hasn't reached foundation establishment. Are they showing off their prestige by acting so confident here?" He showed his hand to Lu Tianyun, and her expression changed at once. "What's written up there?" she asked. When the other stayed silent, Xingyi said to himself, "Hey, maybe step back a bit. Everyone shake hands, make peace, be friends." Wang Deng remained mute. Even though they had earlier used the threat of fleeing to intimidate, he truly didn't bother to regard Foundation establishment level strength. "Being falsely accused like this before I place my bet, they should have used force to menace us. Whatever way you look at it, it's all posturing." After a long moment he answered, "We should still investigate this thoroughly. The ritual can begin now." Xingyi sighed and joked, "Very well, then I shall be obedient rather than respectful." Effects of the current medication: blood and chi plus 123,378%, remaining 1 incense stick; spiritual power plus 39,567%, remaining 1 incense stick; strength plus 68,450%, remaining 3 ticks; spiritual sense plus 1,645%, remaining 1 incense stick; speed plus 6,235%, remaining half an incense stick; fire control plus 3,478%, metal control plus 5,356%, water control plus 46,048%, wood system, earth system, thunder system. Xingyi charged towards Wang Deng. Luo Chang, watching from the side, sneered and mocked. "Thief, let me give you some sincere advice: save your strength, be careful not to get hurt by senior brother's counterattack." Xingyi raised his fist and aimed it at the Medicine King. Wang Deng glanced at him, slightly stunned. "What? This fluctuation of spiritual power? Xingyi struck with force, a powerful wave of spiritual power radiating in all directions. Luo Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. What? Meanwhile, Wang Deng had managed to activate a shield. Xingyi was taken aback and said, "Impressive, it actually blocked the attack." Wang Deng, still in surprise, looked at the shield and thought to himself. To think it activated a protective charm, capable of withstanding 5 full-force attacks from a golden core cultivator. Is this move at the level of a golden core stage? How is that possible? The system, observing the attack, questioned. Host, when did you learn this technique? Xingyi helplessly replied, I haven't studied. The system, not believing him, asked again, then what is the chief of the Medicine King sect? He rolled his eyes and answered, I was just shouting nonsense, if not, you wouldn't have the momentum to strike. Lu Tianyun, sitting and eating sunflower seeds, displeased, questioned, Wang Deng, you don't let others use magical tools, but you use protective talismans yourself? Wang Deng's expression turned ugly, secretly cursing that the sword was a protective talisman that activated automatically. On the outside, he tried to maintain a composed demeanor, forcing a smile. Taoist friend already said you don't even take foundation establishment stage seriously, so naturally, I must be cautious in dealing with you. To be honest with Taoist friend, this protective talisman can withstand 5 full-force attacks from a late golden core stage cultivator. Taoist friend should come back to the sect with me. Of course, based on Taoist friend's strength, if you want to break the agreement, I wouldn't even know how to handle it. Luo Chang glanced at him in disdain and bluntly said, you don't need to try any tricks like retreating to advance with me. My move just now was only at the golden core level, enough to prove that I'm not that perverted guy, right? Wang Deng smiled upon hearing that and raised 3 fingers, signaling, but we've already made a bet, and to prove your innocence, you must injure me within 3 moves. Lu Tianyun, seeing his shameless demeanor, stood up abruptly. Wang Deng, you are forcibly taking advantage of the situation. Wang Deng shrugged. Wang Deng, you're being unreasonable. Wang Deng shrugged and replied calmly, why would junior sister Lu say that? Our wager is exactly as agreed, I'm only abiding by the rules. Luo Cheng glanced over to reassure her, forget it, senior sister. If that's the case, I'll continue. Hearing that, Wang Deng grew slightly anxious and said, the move Taoist friend just used was already his full power, wasn't it? Only someone with a perfected golden core could break through my protective layer, trying again would simply be a waste of time. Luo Chang answered indifferently, why would senior brother say that? Our wager is exactly as agreed. I'm merely observing the rules. 3 moves means 3 moves, I've only used 1. Wang Deng's face darkened and he forced a smile. That's true. Then complete the wager properly. Inwardly he hissed, you're using my words to trap me, aren't you? Just wait once you reach the Hall of Law Enforcement, I'll make you regret ever being born. Luo Chang stepped back to gather momentum, this was now the 2nd move. Wang Deng frowned, annoyed, and cursed under his breath, wretched woman, it's exactly the same technique, she knows my talisman's blessing, its value, and yet intentionally weakens my strength, doesn't she? His gaze sharpened, landing on Luo Chang with 10 times the intensity he would reserve for the chief of the Medicine King sect, and he ached to take immediate revenge. A sense of unease rose within Wang Deng's heart. A loud crash echoed throughout the mountain cave, and Luo Chang was unexpectedly knocked down, coughing violently. Lu Tianyun, shocked, thought to himself, I didn't expect it to have such immense power. Fortunately, this cave has been reinforced with formation spells by that demonic cultivator, otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Over here, Xingya's pupils remained calm as he sighed softly. Hadi, what a pity. Wang Deng, terrified and sweating cold, saw Xingya's arm piercing through halfway. He complained in despair. 10 times, and still not enough? The protective layer shattered instantly. Luo Cheng, panicked, stammered. It's broken, it's broken. That attack just now was the power of the perfected golden core stage. How can this be? Wang Deng turned pale, a surge of fear rising in his chest. It wasn't just empty words, the power really did increase tenfold compared to the first attack. The jade pendant around his neck suddenly cracked. He bit his lip and stared fixedly at Xingyi. What kind of monster is this kid? Meanwhile, the system actively suggested. Host, can you handle this? I can calculate the force and precision for you. He squinted and replied. That would be boring. It's more fun to explore it myself. Xingyi rotated his wrist and spoke. Alright, then I'll make the final strike. Wang Deng's lips twitched twice, clearly terrified. Wait. Xingyi raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. So? Is this enough to prove my innocence? Wang Deng suddenly noticed his legs. Xingyi's legs were slightly trembling. Seeing that Wang Deng didn't respond, he dismissed it. Well then, let's end it here. Wang Deng squinted and smirked inwardly. So this kid is trying to hold on, almost got scared by him. He straightened up, assuming the posture of a righteous scholar, and patted his chest. Still should finish the bet, otherwise, I won't achieve my goal. Xingyi was slightly stunned. He sighed while holding his head, looking troubled. Seriously. Wang Deng, seeing his appearance, was even more certain in his heart. As expected, he's an idiot holding back his real strength with the second move. What can I do? Using up all your spiritual power for a forbidden technique like Medicine King's authority, and still only barely able to break through my shield? Now that you're in, you have to go through with it. Luo Cheng rubbed his head, silently calculating. A force 10 times greater was just enough to break the shield. What if I used 11 times the force? Would that kill him? Once you're in, you have to go with it. The problem of disability and death. After some consideration, he tightened his fist. Wang Deng squinted, a smug expression clearly on his face. Did you think you could escape after using a feint and activating a teleportation talisman to run away? Useless. Xingyi raised his fist and shouted loudly. How many times have you tasted royal power? Wang Deng's pupils contracted in fear. The next moment, the fist landed squarely on his face, and the sound of pain rang out. Wang Deng was knocked out of the cave. Luo Cheng hurriedly ran outside in a panic. Senior brother, Xingyi's system chimed mechanically. The elite disciple of Azure Cloud Sect has been seriously injured, gaining 2 points of creation. Lu Tianyun stepped forward to inquire, You didn't kill him, did you? Luo Cheng tilted his head and replied calmly, It was only a broken limb. The moment I broke through his defenses, I reduced my force. Outside, Luo Cheng found Wang Deng and immediately took out a healing pill. Senior brother, hang in there, I have a medicine for your injuries. Xingyi, accompanied by Lu Tianyun, walked over, mocking. You sure flew far. Luo Cheng trembled in fear. What do you want to do? Don't make trouble. Xingyi reached out with a sly grin. Don't worry, I just want to settle a bet. Meanwhile, Yun Yuanlan walked along the mountainside, searching. She furrowed her brows and muttered, Where did they go? Senior sister, that little alchemist, really did fly in this direction. After walking a few more steps, Yun Yuanlan spotted Luo Cheng, who was carrying Wang Deng, completely naked. She quickly turned her head and waved her hand. You two, just keep going. Luo Cheng panicked and called out, No, wait. Cut to the scene at a tea house. Lu Tianyun looked at the clothes on the table and sighed. So you deliberately lured Wang Deng into that bet just to get these garments of his? Xingyi pressed his lips together and explained, He may look like someone trying to make peace, but in truth, he's the one who fabricated the whole thing to frame me. That so-called younger sister was just a pawn. I probed her a little, and she panicked immediately. He placed his hand on the table, meeting Lu Tianyun's eyes with a doubtful tone. Senior sister, could it be that Wang Deng has feelings for you? She narrowed her eyes and replied, What nonsense are you talking about? He's already engaged to the daughter of the myriad phenomena Sect's master. Hearing that, Xingyi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I didn't think he'd trouble me out of jealousy anyway. So what kind of background does he have in the sect? Lu Tianyun explained, his father died in battle for the sect, and his grandfather is the great elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement. Xingyi raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile. Impressive, a martyr's son and a second-generation official. He toyed with the teacup in his hand and asked, then tell me, what exactly about me offends him? Or could it be he already knows I'm a corpse refiner and wants to capture me for study? If that's the case, he could have simply reported it to your sect's upper ranks and claimed you were attacked by a corpse refining demonic cultivator. Or he could have asked your master to come and seize me directly, no need to dirty his own hands. For him to personally stage such a play means he doesn't want to expose my identity as a corpse refiner and that he has other designs on me. Lu Tianyun raised his eyebrows and replied bluntly. He looked at them, and Xingyi spoke with a tone of disdain. Senior sister, don't joke around. He then took something in his hand and raised it, thinking for a moment. The only thing that came to mind was this. Lu Tianyun quickly realized, surprised, that it was the spatial ring on the thumb of that demonic cultivator. Xingyi focused on the ring on his hand and said, the demonic cultivator had 2 rings, and now there's only one left. So the other one is very likely to be on the person of that soul-awakened cultivator whose whereabouts are unknown. Lu Tianyun, confused, asked. Why would he know that ordinary people only carry one spatial ring? Sect leader and master never asked about this. Xingyi nodded and hesitated before replying. So, does this mean Wang Deng and that demonic cultivator were familiar with each other, and he knew very well that the demonic cultivator had 2 spatial rings? Lu Tianyun froze for a moment, his expression serious as he looked at him. You had already considered this possibility from the beginning, which is why you baited him into a bet with you. Stripping the opponent of his clothes might seem like an insult, but in reality, it was to find evidence related to that demonic cultivator, wasn't it? Xingyi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Senior sister is really impressive. I haven't said anything, and you already figured it out. Lu Tianyun glanced at him, silently thinking, the impressive one is actually you. She then looked down at the clothes on the table and asked. You've checked everything on his body, right? Did you find anything? Xingyi shrugged and replied. Nothing special, just a few spirit stones, pills, and a magic artifact. Aside from this, he handed over another item. Lu Tianyun took it, puzzled. Is there something in this jade slip? Xingyi slightly shook his head. Senior sister, you can check it yourself. She took the jade slip and transmitted her spiritual sense into it. A moment later, she frowned slightly. It's a list and an investigation into the background of our outer sect disciples. Why would Wang Deng have this? Xingyi squinted and asked. Senior sister, the missing disciples in the sect, are they all from the outer sect? Lu Tianyun's eyes widened as if she had just realized something. He then looked at her, probing. Senior sister, may I ask, is the issue of missing disciples taken seriously in your sect? Lu Tianyun looked at the jade slip in her hand, her expression tense. Not really. A junior sister I recently knew went missing, which is why I started paying attention. After that, I opened the records from the Hall of Law Enforcement, and I saw that 4 or 5 years ago, many disciples had reported cases of missing persons to the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Hall of Law Enforcement said they would investigate, but it's been over 4 years and there's still no result. The sect hasn't issued any notices to the disciples either. Xingyi propped his hand on the table and said indifferently, so Wang Deng happens to be the elder's grandson? She tapped the table lightly and glanced at him. Are you implying that the Hall of Law Enforcement is colluding with demonic cultivators to slaughter fellow disciples? Xingyi pondered for a moment, then spoke with veiled meaning. Perhaps it's not just the Hall of Law Enforcement. If that demonic cultivator offered the secret of sharing the deity transformation cave with your sect, and the price was merely offering a few soul fragments, low-level cultivators, do you think your sect's higher-ups would be able to resist the temptation? Moreover, just giving their word wouldn't be enough. That demonic cultivator, to get your cooperation, would likely offer some benefits. Have the higher-ups of your sect gained anything over these past 4 years? For example, acquiring some treasure or experiencing a sudden increase in cultivation. After hearing Xingye's words, she slowly spoke, Wang Deng. He was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, huh? Lu Tianyun continued, originally, his aptitude was mediocre, and 4 years ago, he was only at the first stage of foundation establishment. But in just 4 years, he reached great perfection. The sect leader and the elders praised him, saying it was the result of long-term accumulation suddenly bursting forth. He squinted and suggested, the water in your sect is a bit deep, how about senior sister comes from your sect? Lu Tianyun lowered her head and pursed her lips, replying, I can't. Master saved my life, and as the senior sister, it is also my duty to clear this matter up and bring justice for the junior brothers and junior sisters who have died unjustly. Hearing this, Xingyi proposed, if you don't want to back down, then let me join your sect. Lu Tianyun avoided his gaze, lowering her head. It took her a few seconds before she raised her head and said slowly, don't act recklessly. Wang Deng still has intentions of taking the demonic cultivator's ring from you, and you even injured him. If you join my sect, wouldn't that be like sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger? Xingyi smiled, but his heart ached. He thought to himself, I don't want to either. Half an hour ago, Xingyi set up a screen and signaled, go elsewhere, I'll take off the clothes for Wang Daoist friend. He pulled the screen aside, and as he turned around, a system panel began to appear, showing the main storyline mission, join the Azure Cloud Sect and become a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. Mission success reward, 800 destiny points and 1 lottery draw. Mission failure punishment, loss of eyesight for 3 days. After reading it, Xingyi grumbled in annoyance, are they crazy? I just pummeled their senior brother into a pig's head, and now they want me to join their sect? Recalling it, Xingyi thought to himself, in the end, I did manage to hold on a little, I left the last pair of pants for him. The system bluntly retorted, no, I don't think you managed to hold on to anything at all. Lu Tianyun slammed the table, stood up, and looked at him, questioning, did you even listen to what I said? Even if you don't care about Wang Deng, Azure Cloud Sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. If your identity as an exam preparer is exposed, you'll definitely be killed. Xingyi looked straight into her eyes and firmly said, Senior sister, there's no need to advise me, I've thought it through carefully before making this decision. I'm sure I won't make myself a fool. Lu Tianyun's pockets suddenly warmed up. She took out a token, and immediately a voice echoed back, Disciple, return to the sect. Lu Tianyun pursed her lips and said, Honored master summoned me back to the sect, probably because of Wang Deng. Hearing this, Xingyi immediately stood up and nodded. Then it's just right, I'll go with you to the sect. Before he could react, Lu Tianyun struck him on the back of his head. She squinted and stayed for a moment, observing him closely. After confirming something, Lu Tianyun finally left. Sorry, junior brother, once I investigate the truth, I'll introduce you to my sect. Until then, you can just take a nap. By the time Xingyi rubbed his neck and woke up, he glanced at her. Oh, senior sister, what was that for? It hurts so much. Lu Tianyun turned around and struck again. Only a few seconds after losing consciousness, Xingyi woke up, his tone dissatisfied. I told you, it hurts. Lu Tianyun frowned in confusion, murmuring, Why is this happening? The effects of those pills should have worn off by now, right? Xingyi rolled his eyes, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. With the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl, he pretended to remain calm and said, Even without relying on the pills, senior sister, if you wanted to knock me out, it would be impossible. Besides, think about it, if I ran away, they could tarnish my reputation however they wanted. At that point, you would be labeled as someone helping a perverted scoundrel, which wouldn't be beneficial for your investigation later. Once your sect issues a warrant for my arrest, I'd be completely at a disadvantage. So, it's better to take the initiative, at least preventing them from doing anything in front of me. as for my status as a test taker, as long as he still wants to monopolize the artifact ring of that demonic cultivator, he definitely wouldn't want my identity to be exposed. After hearing his long speech, Lu Tianyan found no reason to argue further and simply left.
Alright, you do have a point. Then let's go back together.
With that, she drew out a flying sword. Xingyi saw it, raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself,
"Ha! Why is this flying sword even smaller than the one from before?"
A scene of awkwardness suddenly flashed in his mind.
Could it be that senior sister actually wants me to hug her? As a result, Lu Tianyun, riding his sword, added a sleeping bag for him and reassured.
"Don't worry, this sword is quite rough, so the sleeping bag won't fall off easily." Xingyi replied dejectedly. Scene shift to represent the Azure Cloud Sect. In the hall, the great elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement, Wang, a perfected golden core stage cultivator, spoke angrily. "Wang Guanzhou, your disciple colluded with outsiders to attack the sect's third-ranking disciple. What is the meaning of this?
Is it just because my grandchild took the title of the top inner disciple from your disciple?"
The person on the other side also yelled back. "You know what kind of character my disciple has.
Does she care about being first or not?"
He was Elder Zhang Yangfeng, Wang Guanzhou, a perfected golden core stage cultivator.
Wang Zhu, hearing this, said angrily, "Regardless of the reason, immediately use a sound transmission talisman to call your disciple back here."
"I must handle this according to the regulations of the Hall of Law Enforcement." Wang Guanzhou rubbed his head to avoid the subject, saying,
"My disciple is exploring a secret realm and cannot return right away."
Wang Zhu, hearing this, immediately knew he was lying, grumbling,
"We don't have any secret realm here."
At that moment, the sect leader, seated high, spoke up to mediate.
"Enough of the noise.
Lu's sister has already reached the mountain gate." He was the sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect, Chang Xin, at the mid-nascent soul stage.
Hearing Chang Xian's words, Wang Guanzhou was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Immediately, Lu Tianyun appeared.
Xingyi was slammed to the floor, crying out,
"Ah!"
She respectfully clasped her hands and bowed, greeting the sect leader, master, and senior uncle.
Xingyi was a bit surprised and asked, "Ha? Why did you suddenly come here while flying?"
The system immediately appeared and explained. It is the spatial teleportation divine ability of the nascent soul stage. Wang Zhu, seeing her appear, shot a sideways glance at Wang Guanzhou and said,
"Isn't your disciple supposed to be exploring the secret realm?"
Wang Guanzhou didn't expect this and glared, asking,
"Lu Tianyun, didn't you read the sound transmission talisman your master sent you?" Lu Tianyun looked at her master blankly and replied, "I read it. Didn't it say that the disciple should return to the sect immediately?" Wang Guanzhou furrowed his brows, dissatisfied, and said, "Your master clearly told you that old man Wang Zhu was looking for you and told you to stay away for a while." Upon hearing these words, Wang Zhu became angry. "Who are you calling an old man?" At this moment, the system chuckled wickedly. "Hee, in order to ensure the host's mission proceeds smoothly, this system has altered the sound transmission of that old man." Xingyi brushed herself off and sat up, angrily scolding. "At the very least, you should have told me beforehand." As soon as Luo Cheng saw him, she immediately accused Elder Wang Zhu, the one who injured senior brother is him. Without another word, Wang Zhu charged forward. "You little bastard, prepare to die." Xing Xian lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, and Xingyi vanished in an instant, leaving Wang Zhu grasping at nothing but air. Sitting high above, Xing Xian spoke in a calm and steady tone. "Elder Wang Zhu, please compose yourself. Until the truth is made clear, do not act rashly." Wang Zhu pointed furiously at Wang Deng, unable to suppress his anger. "Sect leader, my nephew was humiliated like this in Trading City. It may very well affect his cultivation in the future. My nephew is our sect's greatest hope for the upcoming Changlan tournament. Moreover, his engagement is tied to our alliance with the Myriad Phenomena sect.
And now this little bastard has destroyed the future of our sect. Chang Xin turned his gaze toward Wang Deng and spoke. Since the details are unclear, let Wang Deng explain the situation himself. Recalling that humiliating scene, Wang Deng slowly began, Sect leader, here's what happened. After hearing the account, Chang Xin raised an eyebrow and repeated, oh, so you're saying Luo Cheng believed this man to be lecherous, that he drove her senior sister to suicide, and therefore you intended to take him to the Hall of Law Enforcement for questioning. He paused, then continued, but he refused, boasting about his own strength. And so, to prove it, you decided to wager against him. Wang Deng turned his head aside and muttered, that's right. After that, he used a strange form of demonic arts that caused all of us to experience hallucinations, and then cowardly attacked me from behind, while also slandering Luo Qing Jr.'s sister. Xing Yi froze, exclaiming, huh? Lu Tianyun immediately stepped forward to refute, are you trying to reverse right and wrong? I was there too. Wang Deng glanced at Lu Tianyun, feigning a pitiful expression, junior sister Lu, his demonic arts are extremely powerful. I was also affected. It's only natural for you to be charmed by him and become his subordinate. Xing Yi pointed at his own face, narrowing his eyes as he said, do you think I'm a fool? After doing such things, you still have the nerve to stand here? Wang Deng tilted his head and laughed mockingly twice, that's because under the illusion created by the demonic spell, you truly did defeat me with honor. But what you don't know is that I had a protective talisman on me. Though I was initially immersed in the hallucination, when you slandered Luo Qing Jr.'s sister, I snapped out of it and used the image retaining stone to capture the moment. After hearing this, Xing Yi sneered coldly, impressive, really impressive, you've gone to great lengths. Senior brother, to target me, you've prepared all of this. Wang Deng took out the image retaining stone and shot him a glance, stop pretending to be calm. Do you want to see what's inside? Xing Yi nodded, directly replying, then show me. Wang Deng, receiving the signal, activated the image retaining stone. As you wished, a contemptible scene unfolded, how fortunate, there's even a beauty. The faint moans echoed. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Qingxian sect leader turned extremely grim. He waved his hand, enough, and the image retaining stone in Wang Deng's hand immediately vanished. Luo Chang, on this side, could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Wang Ju, seemingly empowered, gritted his teeth and criticized, the evidence is clear. This man is a pervert. Sect leader, please hand him over to the Hall of Law Enforcement for judgment. Qin Xian turned to look at Xing Yi, do you have anything else to say? He calmly explained, the image retaining stone can capture images, even the aura of a person can be perfectly preserved. However, I wore special attire to conceal my aura, so what you see in the image is fake. Wang Deng, on the other side, was full of arrogance, and his attitude was laughable. Don't you think your explanation is shameless? Xing Yi interrupted and took something out. I also have evidence. In fact, to prevent others from casting dirt on me, I secretly used the image retaining stone to capture the whole incident. The system chimed, +5 9 points of destiny, and Wang Deng's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a fiery blast erupted, striking directly at Xing Yi. Lu Tianyun was startled and anxiously called out to his junior brother. The one who struck is Wang Ju. Wang Guanzhou, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward. You despicable old man, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you going to do about injuring my disciple? Wang Ju stroked his beard, speaking with righteous air. Sun Air was severely wounded, every word he utters is born in pain. This little mongrel had the image retaining stone and didn't take it out early, clearly he had ill intentions. I merely punished him lightly, what's the problem? Wang Guanzhou shot him a hard look and exposed the truth. You call that a light punishment? That was murder to silence him. Wang Deng tilted his head, thinking to himself. He died so quickly, you did that boy a favor. Later we'll use the pretext of investigating evidence to bring the magic artifact and the markings on him and Lu Tianyun to the Hall of Law Enforcement. As the smoke cleared, Xing Yi stood there unharmed, he even asked with concern.
Senior sister, are you alright? Lu Tianyun's mouth twitched. The one who took the hit was you.
Wang Ju and Wang Deng, seeing this, were stunned.
What?
The burn marks on Xingye's face slowly healed.
Wang Ju's eyes rolled wide as he thought. How can this be? Just now I used at least 80% of my strength.
Even if he were of the same rank as me, in such an unguarded state he shouldn't only suffer such minor injuries. Besides, the image retaining stone was already shattered.
Wait until we bring you to the Hall of Law Enforcement. I will drag every secret from your body.
Xingyi looked at the image retaining stone with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, the image retaining stone had broken.
Wang Ju never expected this. He panicked and exclaimed.
He took out another stone and projected it, but no image appeared after waiting for a long time.
Lu Tianyun frowned. Huh? There's no image at all. Wang Deng thought he had successfully avoided the provocation.
Indeed, it was just an act of flaunting the power of a pervert. He should just surrender obediently. From outside the door, a young man ran in to report, "Sect leader, something's wrong."
Xing Xian glanced at him with a tired look. What's going on? Why are you so panicked?
The man anxiously responded, "A huge, indecent image of senior brother has appeared in the sky above the sect."
The disciples outside saw the scene and began discussing among themselves. Huh? Is that senior brother? How did he end up like this? Is he gay? Why is he laughing at senior brother's underwear?
What caught their attention even more was the image retaining stone that was still projecting.
This is the image retaining stone. Why is the image in the stone so huge?
Not only that, but it's clearer than the seductive mudstone of the floating prosperity pavilion.
I spent a lot of money buying it.
Someone exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, he really took it off." The young women of the sect saw this scene and were all heartbroken.
Senior brother. How could it be like this?
The person next to him immediately reminded him, "Lower your voice a little, be careful not to let Elder Wang Ju hear." The scene ended, and the image retaining stone vanished.
Xingyi tilted his head and laughed, saying, "Sorry, I took the wrong one. This one is the right one."
The system chimed again, 2 points of creation added. Wang Deng, on the other side, was so enraged he was frothing at the mouth, and Luo Chang was flustered.
Senior brother. Wang Ju also looked alarmed.
The next day, at the residence of the inner disciples of Azure Cloud Sect, Wang Deng was abruptly awoken from a nightmare, shouting loudly.
Luo Chang entered and greeted him, "Senior brother, you're awake." Hearing the voice, Wang Deng suddenly turned around. He looked like a madman, shouting, "That bastard, I have to kill him, where is he?"
She placed the wash basin down and replied indifferently, "He's participating in the sect's assessment."
Wang Deng craned his neck and raised his voice, "He wants to join Azure Cloud Sect?"
Luo Chang nodded and continued, then he took out a retaining stone and replayed the entire incident, correcting the false accusations we made against him. The sect leader sought his strength and learned he was a loose cultivator, so he developed a fondness for talented individuals and asked him if he wanted to join our sect.
He agreed.
After hearing that, his entire body trembled with anger. Wang Deng, furious, snarled, "He has gone too far in bullying you. He insults me like this, and the sect leader still accepts him." Luo Chang lowered his head and replied, "The sect leader has personal matters with Elder Wang Ju, mainly concerned with keeping any internal problems from spreading outside." Wang Deng, irritated, slammed his fist down on the bed, his voice monotonously echoing, "One of the conditions to join the sect is to hand over any images that may contain inappropriate depictions of you, and not to pursue the matter of this false accusation further." Wang Deng gritted his teeth, furiously stating, "That damn old man, how can he let a broken chi refining stage fool hold the upper hand? How far has the assessment gone? Take me outside for a change of scenery." As the wheel spun, the sect disciples, upon seeing Wang Deng, greeted him respectfully, "Greetings, senior brother." Wang Deng glanced over and noticed a young boy teasing, "Junior sister, this little worm." The young woman cheerfully ran off, shouting, "Ah, that's creepy, stop it." Wang Deng, extremely displeased, ordered 2 disciples to approach and assigned a punishment for the boy to repent. Luo Chang lowered his head and softly advised, "Senior brother, he probably didn't mean any harm." He coldly interrupted, "Don't let me repeat myself." She reluctantly nodded in agreement, "Yes." At that moment, a man stepped forward, provoking, "Isn't this Wang Deng? Already recovered from your injuries? How about we have another round?" Wang Deng glared at him irritably. Wang Quanglong said, "A defeated subordinate, what arrogance is this?" Wang Quanglong sneered and taunted, "Ha, I just think someone who was beaten by a mere chi refiner has no right to be head of the inner sect." At this, Luo Qing murmured, "Senior brother, I forgot to tell you that Brat replayed the footage of the final strike that injured you during that wager. It was projected on a huge screen so the entire sect could see." Furious, Wang Deng yanked her hair roughly, making Luo Qing cry out in pain. His eyes blank, he glanced at Luo Chang and snarled, "You wench bringing this up now, did you do it on purpose to make me lose face?" She, terrified, hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't." Wang Deng roughly shoved her to the ground and walked away. Luo Chang sat there clutching her head, trembling. The angrier Wang Deng became, the less he could hold back. He muttered curses, "You bastard, you brought this on yourself, I'll make you pay dearly." Scene shifts to the entry assessment area. Wang Deng rolled over and called, "Grandfather." Wang Ju glanced at him and asked, "Son heir, why have you come here?" "My wound needs to recuperate." Wang Deng moved to his side and said, "I can't swallow this anger. If they really let him into the sect, it'll be a slap in my face in front of the whole sect." Wang Ju glanced downward and sighed before responding, "Hadi, I originally intended to kill him right away, but that old man Wang Guanzhou stopped me." Once he joined Wang Guanzhou's sect, it became nearly impossible to take action against him within the sect. Wang Deng has lost all reason by now. He looked down, his tone cold, "You won't let him join the sect, even if he holds onto the treasured artifact, that's one thing. But if you want to reveal his true identity, if you don't resolve this grudge today, Sun Heir will never be at peace." Wang Ju turned to look at Wang Deng, hesitating before saying, "But half of your cultivation method is likely inside that storage ring." He stared down below and continued, "Then it's up to the family to secretly remember it and pass it on to you." Wang Ju gave a slight nod. That's the only way. If you truly develop a demonic heart, then no matter how valuable the treasure inside is, it's not worth anything." Wang Deng then asked, "Where is he in the assessment now?" "At the final step, in the testing area below." Lu Tianyun turned to Xingyi and explained, "Junior brother, this stone is called the heart testing stone. It can prevent those with impure intentions from sneaking into the sect. Anyone who touches this stone with their hand will reveal their most fundamental purpose. If you wish to join our sect, once you pass this trial, you will officially become a member of Azure Cloud Sect." Hearing that, Wang Deng felt a twinge of guilt. The fundamental purpose of this was the system mission. If it were displayed, how was he supposed to explain it? In his mind, the notification panel appeared again, "Main quest: join the Azure Cloud Sect, become a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. Quest reward, 1 creation draw. Quest failure penalty, loss of vision. Time limit, 3 days. Lu Tianyun looked at him with slight confusion, thinking to himself, "Junior brother joining the sect is probably just to keep Wang Deng from making a move against him. Even if this is displayed, there shouldn't be a problem. Why the hesitation? Could it be that he has another purpose?" At that very moment, the system hurriedly spoke up to assist. "Don't worry, host. With this system here, that petty half-sentient stone won't be able to probe your thoughts. I can hack it in an instant. Whatever you want to display, just display it." Xingyi swallowed hard and gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Really? For the first time, you actually sound reliable." The system replied smugly, "This system has always been reliable." Xingyi glanced at the massive stone and signaled, "Then go ahead and display this for me." The system chuckled slyly. "All right, the host really is impressive." Xingyi immediately placed his hand on the stone, and a few letters gradually appeared on its surface. Everyone focused intently on the stone, where three large characters emerged.
Lu Tianyun.
The disciples were astonished and exclaimed, "Isn't that
just a name?" The system then chimed in, the subtle energy of creation manifesting. Xingyi stood frozen, thinking to himself, why is it receiving so much recognition?
The system immediately responded, "It seems that senior sister is quite well liked in the sect. The host has flipped the tide of anger." The onlookers split into two factions. One side, jealous, said, "I must kill this guy, how dare he chase after my goddess?" The other side, a group of dreamy young girls, whispered, "Is this considered a public confession? How admirable, I wish someone would join the sect just for me."
Chang Xin stroked his beard and laughed loudly. "Ha, the intentions of youth are indeed pure.
In all these years, I've never seen just one person's name appear on the heart-testing stone."
Xingyi turned to Lu Tianyun. "Senior sister, I guess I've earned my place now, right?"
She turned sharply, coldly leaving behind a single remark, "Seems like I still have tasks for the sect to attend to." On this side, Yao Dihai also chuckled teasingly.
"Ha, Elder Guanzhou, it seems that your precious disciple is about to be deceived."
Wang Guanzhou gritted his teeth.
"Humph, little brat."
Chang Xin, deep in thought, spoke up. "Well then, congratulations to the young friend for officially joining our Azure Cloud sect." At that moment, Wang Dengfei stepped forward and spoke.
"Sect leader, please wait a moment. This person cannot join our sect."
Several disciples of the sect, upon seeing him, quickly turned aside, whispering to each other.
"That's senior brother. Oh my, it seems he was only hit with one punch in the statue, right?
I didn't expect him to be so badly injured." "Exactly, if he joins the sect, it would be like stepping on senior brother's face. It's impossible for senior brother to accept that."
"But what if he doesn't accept it?
He passed the assessment and joined the sect fairly."
One person behind couldn't help but remind them. Almost immediately, Yao Dihai appeared and spoke.
"Wang Deng, I understand your feelings, but the truth is, you were the one who targeted him first. In the future, we will all be fellow disciples.
It's better to turn enemies into friends."
She was the elder of the Pill Peak.
Wang Deng glanced in that direction and spoke. "Yao Dihai."
Wang Deng pointed at Xingyi and shouted, "Late Golden Core Stage."
Then he turned and began to tattle.
"Elder Diao, I don't want him to join the sect. It's not personal, my suspicion of him had good reason. That fellow is not a human, he's a corpse demon with a conscience, controlled by that demonic cultivator." The sect disciples who heard him exchanged looks and murmured, none of them had ever heard of a cultivating corpse possessing its own consciousness.
No way, what kind of cultivated corpse could be so animated?
You can't even detect a trace of cadaverous chi on him. Excited, Wang Deng raised his voice and continued, "At first I only suspected, so I wanted to handle it, gingerly bring him back to the Hall of Law Enforcement and investigate. But now, if I have to stand by and watch something that might be demonic join our Orthodox sect, I absolutely refuse. I don't mind being mocked by others, but I will never allow the sect that gave me life and raised me to become a laughingstock." When he finished, Wang Deng narrowed his eyes and shot a hate-filled glance at Lu Tianyun. "You wretch, once his identity as a cultivating corpse is verified, he will be severely punished, and he will drag you down with him. When you are all summoned before the elders, I will disgrace his dream lover, namely you, right in front of Xingyi. You'll have no chance to explain, only stand there silently scheming."
"Wang Deng, do you think he's a soul examiner and that the sect leader wouldn't notice? Is it because someone embarrassed you that you're coming up with such a ridiculous excuse for revenge?"
"I've already said, it's just a suspicion. If it's proven that junior brother is not a soul examiner, then I will kneel and apologize in front of everyone."
He then turned to look at Lu Tianyun. "This move works, doesn't it?
Willing to sacrifice yourself and bear the shame to protect the sect's reputation.
If it's truly proven that I am a soul examiner, then all previous humiliations will vanish, and instead, it will make him a hero defending the sect." Lu Tianyun rolled his eyes and quietly muttered, "But when we were in that demonic cultivator's cave, it was still just a probe. Why are you so sure I'm a soul examiner now?
Even the system hasn't encountered a situation like mine before. Xingyi suddenly remembered something and spoke up, Senior sister, where's your junior sister? Xingyi pursed his lips, his eyes darkened, then it's clear now. It's probably not that she didn't come, but that she couldn't.
Xingyi appeared aggrieved, explaining to Wang Deng, how could I be a soul examiner?
Senior brother must have misunderstood. I hope you'll give me the chance to prove my innocence.
Wang Deng glanced at him, implying, is it not that you have some magical artifact that can conceal death energy?
Xingyi shamelessly responded, what?
Senior brother wants me to strip naked in front of everyone, just like you did?
The system immediately reported, plus 53 points of creation. Wang Ju, enraged from behind, charged forward. You little bastard, I'll strip you down. Before he could even reach Xingyi, Diao Dihai had slammed a pot onto Wang Ju's head. He yelled in frustration, Elder Diao, what are you doing?
Let me go.
Diao Dihai, in a calm tone, responded, alright, Elder Wang Ju, let the younger generation handle their own matters. Xingyi narrowed his eyes at the pot, thinking to himself, that old bastard, if it weren't for the fiend pearl earlier, you would have silenced me by now.
Seizing the opportunity, Xingyi mocked, Elder Wang Ju, I'm actually thinking of your son heir.
If I untie you in front of everyone, all the senior brothers and senior sisters here will compare and contrast. This will only make your son heir feel more inferior, surely that would darken his heart.
The system notification doubled, plus 88 points of creation. The people below, hearing him, couldn't hold back their laughter and shook in restraint.
Wang Ju roared, you bastard, I'll tear your mouth apart. Diao Dihai couldn't help but think to himself, this kid really does have a sharp tongue. Suddenly, Wang Deng emitted a surge of evil spiritual power. He lowered his head, muttering, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. Xingyi, still unclear about what was going on, slightly tightened his lips as he stared at Wang Deng. Wang Deng then raised his head, glaring and saying, if you have the guts, check your spiritual root here. A corpse from the demonic path doesn't even have a spiritual root, just try using a spirit stone and you'll see.
Lu Tianyun could no longer hold back.
He stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and spoke sternly, Sect leader, this cannot be allowed. Although Junior Brother's cultivation realm is currently very low, it is already enough to let him fight with Wang Deng and show his astonishing potential. With just a bit of training, he can bring honor to our sect in this year's Shanglan Assembly. As for the disciples' spiritual roots involved in the competition, to prevent other sects from scheming, they must remain secret until the time of the competition. As long as the master knows, even if there is an inspection, it should be Zhang Yang Feng of our sect who conducts it.
Wang Ju, who was in the jar, scoffed coldly upon hearing this, as for Zhang Yang Feng, if you conduct the inspection, wouldn't the result just be whatever you all say it is? Wang Guanzhou, sitting above, rolled his eyes and spoke up, Wang Ju, what are you implying? Do you think I would cover up for demons?
Wang Ju responded, it's hard to say. Wang Guanzhou was so angry that he choked on his words.
Xingyi didn't offer any explanation.
He patted his chest and agreed, fine, senior brothers, no need to argue. I'll have my spiritual root tested in front of everyone. Once I prove my purity, I won't need senior brother to kneel and apologize. After all, we must always think of the sect. The disciples who heard this couldn't help but sigh.
This brat is really magnanimous.
It's like he has no problem with senior brother, even if they don't get along. I hope that someday they can become a part of a legendary story. However, Xingyi raised his voice and added, all I need is a compensation of 3 million lower grade spirit stones to cover the mental distress. The group, who had been praising him, suddenly darkened their faces. Wang Ju slammed his fist against the barrel, gritting his teeth audibly.
Do you still dare to ask for more? My monthly salary is only 10,000 lower grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xingyi shook his head and said, if you can't provide it, that's a shame.
I suppose I should have my honored master check for me.
I'll let you all know the result then.
Wang Deng clenched his fist tightly, his voice booming. Fine, 3 million it is.
Friend, check it for me now.
Diao Dihai stepped forward and said, I just happen to have a spirit sealing stone on me.
It should serve as proof of legitimacy, right?
She held out a spirit sealing stone.
Diao Dihai then explained, this spirit sealing stone can examine the quality and the basic 5 elements spiritual roots.
For rare and unusual spiritual roots, it requires a special tool for testing, which I don't have at the moment. Different colors represent different attributes, and the height of the light column indicates the quality of the spiritual root. If the person doesn't have one of the 5 elements roots, the light will be gray. If there is no spiritual root at all, the spirit sealing stone will show no change. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, variant, extreme, superior, middle, lower, mortal. By holding the part of the handle below, it can already be checked.
Lu Tianyun called out softly, slightly anxious. Don't worry, senior sister, it's fine.
Junior brother Xing Yi tilted his head to reassure her.
He immediately grasped the part below.
Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Wang Deng, however, was getting impatient, eager to accuse, but look, he was right, the spirit sealing stone was faintly glowing.
Diao Dihai hesitated, then confirmed.
This is the 5-colored spiritual root, a mixture of the 5 elements.
Wang Deng, unwilling to accept, widened his eyes, thinking to himself, no way, how could he possibly have a spiritual root?
The people below exchanged looks of astonishment.
A mixed 5-element spiritual root? Wasn't that a common physique, incapable of cultivating immortality? How could he already be at the 5th level of chi refining? No, wait, look. The light column is still rising. Wang Wanzhou, above, shouted in excitement. How could this be? A mixed 5-element spiritual root is only of mortal quality.
Qing Xian smiled faintly, her eyes widening.
Could it be that the spirit sealing stone in Xingye's hand suddenly flashed a brilliant light? A flashback momentarily passed, with Lu Tianyun stepping in front of Xingye earlier.
She whispered, it's impossible.
Although junior brother's cultivation level is still low, he has potential, someone who once fought with Wang Deng.
Xingye gave a slight glance towards the system.
I haven't integrated the demonic spirit root yet. Can the spirit sealing stone sing? It immediately responded, yes.
What type of spiritual root does the host wish to display? Xingye pursed his lips, his expression weary as he replied, you can see for yourself.
Ideally, something a bit more powerful.
1. So I can quickly defeat Wang Deng in an instant and find a reasonable excuse. 2. So that they will regard me with more importance, making it easier to protect myself within the sect.
The system cheerfully responded, understood, returning to the present.
A golden light spread out, stunning those around them. Xingye then received a total of 846 creation points in his T-star.
Lu Tianyun's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, how could this be a 5-element level?
Strange Sculpture C was even more excited, exclaiming, oh my god, this
is a chaotic 5-element spiritual root.
A layer of green shield encased the examination area.
Several disciples from the sect looked on with curiosity. Ha! What's going on? Isn't that the area for testing new disciples? Why is there a formation blocking the snow?
At this moment, Qing Xian was forced to intervene. He issued an order, Elder Diao, you are responsible for erasing the memories related to this individual's spiritual root test results from all the disciples within the formation. Luo Chang rolled his eyes, panic rising in his heart.
System, I only told you to make it a bit stronger.
Qing Xian glanced around, his gaze sternly warning all the elders present.
Even the sect leader must swear an oath to the Tao heart.
The news that Xingye has a chaotic 5-element spiritual root must never be disclosed to the outside world. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, you are clearly far too powerful. Note, a normal 5-element spiritual root is a mixed spiritual root, with only one grade being common grade, which is the spiritual root of most ordinary people. The probability of absorbing spiritual energy is very low, and it cannot be cultivated, hence it is referred to as a spiritual root.
At that time, the spiritual root would be rejected by the spiritual energy. Don't go, let me have a bite.
The spiritual energy is swirling, don't touch me.
Go away.
However, there is one exceptional type of 5 elements spiritual root, the chaotic 5 elements spiritual root. This type of spiritual root not only absorbs spiritual power at a speed comparable to that of a supreme heavenly spiritual root, but regardless of which attribute one cultivates, the other 4 attributes will also grow in tandem.
The spiritual energy would actively rush toward it. Open your mouth. Spirit energy, come here.
The chaotic 5 elements spiritual root has appeared only 3 times in the 10,000 years of history on the heavenly firmament divine continent. A person with this type of spiritual root, as long as they don't die prematurely, will definitely grow into a powerful expert in the end.
Even the supreme ones can alter the course of the world.
Scene change, Xingyi is surrounded by 3 seniors. Everyone smiled gently and affectionately at him. Xingyi sat on the chair, feeling uncomfortable with his hands and feet, forcing a smile.
Seniors, what exactly is the meaning of bringing me here? Moreover, isn't this position supposed to be the sect leaders?
Chang Xin spoke first, stroking his beard and smiling reassuringly, do not worry, it's more convenient to talk here. Xingyi little friend, it is indeed quite a revelation to expose your chaotic 5 elements spiritual root in front of so many people.
As sect leader, I've exhausted all my brainpower to seal the news. There's nothing I can do. Wang Daoist friend is truly pushing me too hard. I have already punished Elder Wang Ju and Junior Wang Deng. They feel very guilty for misunderstanding you, and they have gone to prepare spirit stones to atone for their actions. Xingyi looked a little worried and asked, they won't try to take revenge on me by deliberately leaking the information, will they?
Chang Xin immediately explained, little friend, rest assured, all the disciples present at the scene, including Junior Wang Deng, have had their memories erased by Elder Diao regarding this matter. As for the old fogies like us, and Elder Wang Ju, we have sworn an oath that if any information is leaked, our Dao hearts will shatter and we will lose all our cultivation.
Xingyi sat there, bewildered, and exclaimed, huh? Is it really that serious? This is too much.
Chang Xin once again smiled with squinted eyes and looked at Xingyi, saying, it's not serious at all.
Compared to protecting Daoist friend, these small matters are not worth mentioning.
The 3 of them suddenly shifted their sharp gazes, staring at him intently.
On the contrary, Junior, does anyone else know that you have a chaos spirit root?
Xingyi swallowed nervously, stuttering in response.
No, no one knows. Chang Xin leaned closer to probe, confirming that it was true. Xingyi helplessly raised 3 fingers, affirming and assuring them. Chang Xin turned around and immediately issued an order.
No need to offer rewards anymore, the disciples waiting for the decree of the various assassination sects can return now.
Wang Guanzhou happily picked up his command token.
Nether Hall can withdraw.
Diao Dihai also took out his token. Shadow Nether Palace can return now. At that moment, Lu Tianyun pushed the door open and entered.
Chang Xin glanced at her and spoke.
What's the matter? Lu sister, didn't I tell you to wait outside for a bit? She was leading Luo Cheng into the room. My junior sister Xiao Yuan is in trouble. The people in the room immediately gasped.
Outside, the disciples exchanged looks and whispered.
Mad Dragon's senior brother, this time Wang Deng, has completely lost face.
Yeah, he called someone a test taker, but it turns out they have a spirit root, and not just any spirit root. Suddenly, the 2 of them scratched their heads, muttering.
What was the spirit root again? I don't remember. I forgot too, I think it was some kind of rare spirit root.
Just then, a sharp voice rang out.
Move aside.
The 2 of them immediately stepped aside and respectfully performed a greeting, Elder, we pay our respects to Elder Wang Ju. They watched as Wang Ju pushed Wang Deng away, then turned to discuss among themselves.
The person he pushed was Wang Deng, right? Why is he injured even more severely now?
I can't even recognize his face. Wang Ju, after pushing his nephew inside, immediately raised his hand and slapped him. Inside the hall of law enforcement, he glared at Wang Deng and scolded him fiercely, "Look at the mess you've made. Didn't you say he was the disciple of that demonic cultivator, the one wearing the ring with a valuable item of his? And now, look at the result, you're the one who has caused this trouble." Wang Deng, still not showing any sign of remorse, glared back at his master and said, "So what if I'm wrong? Isn't grandfather sorry about the spirit stones? At most, we can just charge him with a crime and send him to the penitentiary. Sun Air will make him cough everything up." Wang Ju, seeing his nephew's attitude, grew angrier and grabbed him by the arm. He glared at Wang Deng and growled, "Listen here, you absolutely cannot target that person again. In a little while, we will take the spirit stones to his door and apologize." Wang Deng glanced at his master, stammering, "Grandfather, what are you saying?" He angrily shook off Wang Ju's hand and shouted, "What for? I am the hope of our sect's future at the upcoming Shanlan Grand Assembly. The marriage alliances of myriad phenomena sect all depend on Sun Air. Brat, what is this nonsense, even calling for me to apologize?" Wang Ju sighed, his voice softening. "I can only tell you this, if you continue targeting him, you will be going up against the entire Azure Cloud sect. At that point, even grandfather won't be able to help you." Upon hearing this, Wang Deng felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. Stunned, he asked, "How can this be? What has happened? Who is he?" Wang Ju turned around, leaving a final remark. "He is the true hope of the Azure Cloud sect for the future." Wang Deng froze, collapsing back onto his wheelchair. His eyes became vacant as he mumbled, "It can't be. How could this happen? He's just a trial cultivator. I've clearly cursed him, to be honest." Before he could finish, a scorching fire suddenly erupted. Wang Deng screamed in agony. Wang Ju tilted his head, his gaze warning, his patience running thin. "This is the punishment for your reckless actions, as well as the sincerity you should show when apologizing." Meanwhile, Xingyi suddenly caught a fragrance in the air. He blurted out, "Ah, that smells so good, like roasted meat. Is it time for dinner?" Immediately, the system notified. Ting, plus 17 points of providence. Xingyi was a bit confused. "What? I just complimented the smell of roasted meat, why did I gain points?" At that moment, the door was pushed open again. Wang Ju, covered in injuries, was pushing Wang Deng inside. Seeing the marks on Wang Deng's body, Xingyi froze. Xingyi immediately opened his mouth to mock. "Oh, Elder Wang Ju, why do you have to make your Sun Air smell so good like that? It's making even senior sister envious." Lu Tianyun felt like words were being shoved into her mouth. "I don't feel envious." The system immediately notified, plus 30,000 Dao points. Wang Ju suppressed his anger, speaking in a polite tone. "Xingyi Daoist friend, this was all a misunderstanding. As you can see, I have already disciplined him. In addition to the 3 million spirit stones I promised as compensation to Daoist friend, I will add another 2 million, totaling 5 million spirit stones. I hope the young friend can forgive me and Sun Air for our previous offenses." Wang Deng shot him a glance, his eyes filled with hatred, but his mouth still spoke politely. "It was my fault for being blind and wronging Daoist friend. I hope Daoist friend can forgive me." Xingyi immediately smiled and said, "All right, since you both seem so sincere, I forgive you. As for the spirit stones, senior sister can keep them for me. Consider it as a down payment for the betrothal gift." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianyun immediately stuffed the spirit stones into his mouth. Xingyi choked like a chicken, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Lu Tianyun then turned to Wang Deng, her voice cold. "Wang Deng, the matter between you and junior brother has been settled. Now, let's talk about our issue." He stood dazed, asking in confusion, "What are you saying?" Tianyun junior sister, she immediately gave an order, "Come here."
Not far away, Luo Chang slowly pushed Yun Yuanlan forward.
Both of them froze as soon as they saw her.
Wang Deng's voice trembled. Luo Chang, what do you mean by this? Luo Chang glanced at him and coldly replied, I've had enough. I don't want to be controlled by you anymore. Wang Ju, upon hearing this, turned to ask his nephew, Wang Deng, what is going on? Is Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister's change related to you? Wang Deng quietly responded, it's a long story.
The reason I misunderstood Xingyi Daoist friend as a zombie is all because of her. I wanted to bring her along to apologize to Daoist friend, but it's all her fault. She kept insisting that Xingyi Daoist friend was a zombie. We didn't believe her, so we went too far with her. Luo Chang, hearing these late words, angrily retorted, clearly, you used coercion, trying to get Xiao Yuan Jr.'s sister to confirm the zombie identity from her own words. She endured all the torment without saying a word, and in the end, you even used worms to force her to tell the truth. Wang Deng shot her a cold look and asked, oh, did you tell them who was behind all this?
Without hesitation, Luo Chang answered, it was me.
She lowered her head in apparent guilt and continued, not just this, but I've done many things that go against my principles under your commands. I will report everything and hand all the evidence to the sect leader. I am willing to accept whatever punishment the sect imposes on me. Wang Deng cast a contemptuous glance at her and laughed coldly.
How ridiculous.
All of this was your doing. My greatest fault was being too soft out of kinship with a fellow disciple. I wanted to give you a chance to repent and become a new person, so I did not expose you sooner.
Luo Chang refused to argue and turned to leave.
No matter what you say, I will still go see the sect leader and see whether, with that ironclad evidence, he will believe you. Suddenly a voice rang out urging Luo Chang, hurry up and do it.
Wang Deng continued to taunt, if you have evidence, shouldn't you give it to the sect leader before confronting me? Now you're confessing to force me to act against you, aren't you? Luo Chang's junior sister went pale and froze. Seeing this, Xingyi sighed helplessly, have we failed?
Recalling 15 minutes earlier, Luo Chang had stepped forward and said, he placed a life and death device inside my body. As long as he controls that device, he can make me die on the spot. Although I haven't been able to obtain solid proof of the other wicked things he did before, I will pretend that I have evidence of this so as to force him to use the device to kill me. That way he can be charged with murdering a fellow disciple using his current body. Once taken to the Cup of Atonement, he will surely die.
Lu Tianyun listened, his tone filled with doubt. So this is you choosing to sacrifice yourself? Luo Chang pressed her lips together and replied, this is the ending I deserve. Only then did Xingyi speak slowly. Forgive me for being blunt, but Xiao Yuan isn't the only fellow disciple you've killed, is she? Why is it that your conscience awakens only now?
Luo Chang lowered her head and answered softly, before, even if I died, it wouldn't have meant anything.
Your appearance gave me the chance to overthrow Wang Deng.
Wang Deng is an arrogant man. He plans everything meticulously, but you've made his schemes collapse again and again, forcing him to endure humiliation he's never known. Now he's lost his reason.
This is the perfect moment to plot against him.
Even if I can't expose his crimes to the world, dragging him down with me will be enough to satisfy me.
Back to the present, Wang Deng looked at her retreating figure and let out a cold laugh.
I never thought that after all the times I covered up your misdeeds, you would betray me. Master, I've already recorded all her wrongdoings, including the harm she caused to junior sister Xiao Yuan, in a memory stone.
The stone is with me.
When the time comes, I hope you'll punish her according to the sect's rules.
Leaning weakly against the door, Luo Qing's body was drained of strength.
Her eyes were empty, like those of a puppet, as she murmured, from the very beginning.
Was I only ever a tool to take the blame? Wang Deng, without the slightest shame, slapped his chest and added, that remark is truly disappointing. But it's also true that I hid your wrongdoing. After you're executed, I won't escape either. I will be punished as well. Naturally, whatever evidence junior sister produces that links me to participating in the crime, I will not deny my responsibility. At that moment, Xingyi suddenly spoke up. If we're talking about evidence, he stepped up beside Yun Yuanlan. The witness is right here in front of us.
Don't suggest the victim could have faked it, Wang Deng replied bluntly, without a trace of fear. Her testimony is, of course, credible. I also hope Xiao Yuan's junior sister can be cured and my innocence restored.
Lu Tianyun from behind suddenly said, once the worm truly infects, it rapidly devours the host's life force.
Before the life force is completely exhausted, whatever you ask the host they will answer according to the actual situation. Xiao Yuan junior sister's vitality has already been consumed by the worm to a critical level. If the worm is removed, she will die and lose consciousness. Unless there exists some elixir capable of replenishing life force at a heavenly grade level or higher, as in the legends, ordinary means of restoring vitality cannot outpace the worm's devouring.
If the worm cannot be eliminated, Xiao Yuan will never wake up.
At this point, Wang Ju finally turned his gaze to Luo Chang and spoke. All right, Luo Chang, come with me to the Hall of Law Enforcement to investigate this matter. Since this involves my niece, I will leave it to the other elders of the law enforcement to handle.
I guarantee that no innocent person will be wronged, and no one will be protected.
Xing Yi immediately intervened.
There's no need for that.
He glanced at Yun Yuan Lan and said, just ask this senior sister here, and everything will be clear.
Upon hearing this, Wang Ju immediately responded. What does Xing Yi, the wine companion, intend to do?
Lu Shizhi has already made it very clear to you that in the current state of Rinzhong, they cannot react to the outside world. His gaze turned dark, pausing for a moment before continuing. Unless we resort to dark magic to search for the soul. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes.
Search for the soul? Lu Tianyun immediately intervened. Not allowed. Once the soul is damaged, it will truly become a useless wreck.
Xing Yi lowered his head, looking at Lu Tianyun, and reassured her. Don't worry, senior sister, I will use the safest method to treat Xiao Yuan's senior sister. You should know I am skilled in medicine. Not long ago, I made a person ingest dozens of poisons, yet they were brought back from the brink of death. She heard this, pressed her lips together, and with a slight twitch, she thought to herself. That's you, it has nothing to do with being skilled in medicine. Xing Yi removed his gloves and silently spoke to the system. System, it's inconvenient for me to use the shopping list right now.
Buy me some elixir that they've never seen in the store.
It must be cheap, and it should be safe to drink. The system immediately responded obediently, understood. Moments later, Xing Yi took out an item and handed it over. Senior sister, please let Xiao Yuan's senior sister drink this medicine to restore her vitality.
At that moment, Xing Yi took a closer look at the item in his hand and was taken aback. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? The system spoke up, sounding confused. What's wrong?
Your request has been fulfilled. The bottle in his hand was a colorful elixir they'd never seen before, cheap and safe to drink.
Lu Tianyun took the bottle and examined it. It was indeed dazzling, and the name of the medicine was even written on it. Wang Ju nodded and replied, the smell is quite unique, but why does it have no fluctuation of spiritual power? Xing Yi hesitated and then said, it's the most basic of cures. Senior sister, please let Xiao Yuan's senior sister drink it quickly. Lu Tianyun lifted Yun Yuan Lan's face and poured the medicine into her mouth.
Xing Yi rotated his arm and stepped forward. All right, everyone step aside. He stood in front of Yun Yuan Lan and spoke a string of meaningless words. 1 is to invite the fox, 2 is to invite the chicken, 3 is to invite the snake, 4 is to invite the elder, 5 is to invite the judge, 6 is the words of the king of hell, and lastly, to invite the courtesan worm to stop being so wildly arrogant. Wang Deng glanced at him, thinking to himself, what nonsense is he spouting? Intentionally casting a spell. On the other side, Xing Yi kept circling around Yin Yuan Lan, reciting something, heaven and earth, 3 pure forms, the Tao is ever-changing, heaven and earth, boundless, the universe borrows the law, the primordial yang enters the body, the 5 poisons disappear, the 9 yang pure gold form, transforming the primordial spirit technique, evil spirits, retreat, vanish, vanish. The system couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, host, what are you doing with all these unnecessary steps? I've told you that using the reverse yin-yang cycle of vitality is enough to save this person. Xing Yi narrowed his eyes, his face serious, and replied, what do you understand? If I just touched him and brought him back to life, it would be too sensational for the secular world. The more steps I take, the more confused they'll be, and that's when I'll be safe. Taking advantage of this, Xingyi began to channel energy into Yun Yuanlan. The three of them observed. Wang Ju was the first to speak up. What? Xiao Yuan's vitality has really recovered? Wang Deng's face darkened, thinking, no, how could this be? What did he do? On the side of Qing Xian sect leader, he was also silently observing Xingyi's actions. Diao Dihai nodded, sighing, no wonder he's called a mixed spiritual root, even I can't learn this method just by watching. Qing Xian stroked his decades-old beard, lost in thought, then said, that flashy medicine and the incantations he's reciting are quite unfamiliar to me. It's possible that he might obtain the ancient inheritance of that courtesan he mentioned in the end. Diao Dihai turned to look at Qing Xian hesitantly. Sect leader, he has a method like this, perhaps we can let him try. He shook his head slightly and replied, let's observe for now. His cultivation is still low, and besides, this method seems to be very harmful to him. On the other side of the screen, Xingyi's body trembled and weakened. He screamed, system, stop draining my spiritual energy, I'm about to be completely drained. The system immediately responded, host, didn't you want me to help you appear as weak as possible? Xingyi closed his eyes, already seeing his grandmother still waiting for him below. It's enough now, I feel like I'm too old. At this moment, Yun Yuanlan had woken up. Lu Tianyun excitedly rushed over. Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Yun Yuanlan asked in confusion, huh? Senior sister, am I? Wang Deng? Her eyes widened, her body stiffened. It's impossible. The worm said there was still some left inside her, how could she be awake like this? A small insect crawled out near Yun Yuanlan's ear. Xingyi was surprised, the worm is coming out on its own? Is the life force in Xiao Yuan's body so strong that the worm can't digest it? Lu Tianyun bent down to examine her briefly. Xiao Yuan, stay still. Xingyi silently raised his hand behind her and pushed the worm back inside. Lu Tianyun saw this and her face immediately darkened. She angrily slapped Yun Yuanlan's ear. Junior brother, what are you doing? The worm finally managed to get out, and yet you put it back in? Where did it go? Can't find it? Xingyi didn't answer and turned to look at Yun Yuanlan. Xiao Yuan's senior sister, let me tell you a big secret about you. Yun Yuanlan involuntarily whispered. While senior sister was taking a bath, you secretly stole senior sister's little head and added it to your collection. Lu Tianyun immediately became furious and pinched her ear. So it was you. Yun Yuanlan cried out. Ah, it hurts, senior sister, I was wrong. At this moment, Xingyi spoke up. Xiao Yuan's senior sister, who tormented you before, or who poisoned you? Tell the truth. Yun Yuanlan looked at Wang Deng, then slowly replied. It was Wang Deng's senior brother who ordered Luo Cheng's senior sister to do it. He immediately jumped up and denied it. No, I didn't. She's lying. Xingyi glared at him coldly and said. The poison is still inside her. Now, everything Xiao Yuan's senior sister says is 100% true. Wang Deng, are you still refusing to admit to killing your own sect members? Wang Deng gritted his teeth. Fine, you like playing this game? If you want to die, we'll die together. Then he pointed at Yun Yuanlan and loudly questioned. Then Xiao Yuan, you tell me. How are you so sure he's a zombie? Wang Deng secretly chuckled with pride, thinking, checkmate. Once she clarifies the situation, I'll see how you explain yourself. If you want to stop me or get the truth from the insect, then prove you're guilty. Yun Yuanlan stared at him blankly, responding in confusion, huh? Who said he's a zombie? He's just a fool who's obsessively infatuated with senior sister, like a devoted follower. Xingyi behind them rolled his eyes. Wang Deng, furious, shouted,
You didn't say that before. Yun Yuan Lan smiled and replied, sorry, I was just teasing you before. What I'm saying now is the truth. Wang Deng, losing his temper, yelled, what are you joking about? I already spoke the truth to you earlier. The three people in front of him squinted their eyes and simultaneously said, oh. Wang Deng collapsed, his body going limp, silently cursing to himself, I'm finished. At that moment, Chang Xin appeared, and everyone in the room immediately greeted him respectfully, Sect leader. Chang Xin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Deng. All right, the truth is clear. Wang Deng, do you understand your crime? He trembled, stammering to explain, no, Sect leader, I. Before he could finish, Wang Ju rushed forward and slapped him hard. Turning to Chang Xin, he clasped his hands and confessed, it's all my fault. His father passed away early, and I, being busy with Sect matters, only focused on raising his cultivation and neglected his moral education. If Sect leader wants to punish someone, then punish me as well. Wang Deng was slapped so hard that he fell to the ground. Sect leader glanced at Wang Deng, his voice stern, the sect has its own rules, Wang Ju. As the elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement, you should be wiser than this. Wang Ju bowed his head in silence. Chang Xin continued, Wang Deng, Luo Chang has killed a fellow disciple. According to the sect's regulations, she should be sent to the penalty hall. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang's tears nearly spilled over, but she secretly felt relieved. Finally, it's over. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Deng staggered to his feet, pointing at her and cursing, you wretched woman. It's all because of you. You betrayed me, and now you'll pay with your life. Luo Qing's body collapsed to the floor, and as she died, fragments of memories slowly played in her mind. Luo Qing, you want to become an immortal, don't you? Yes, little brother, in the future, just leave the taxes in our village to me. You'll only need to pay half. Her younger brother sighed, wow, that's great. The scene shifted to when she first entered the sect, hearing about a new disciple who came from the mountains. No wonder they're so shy. The next scene was of a rugged man. Hey, don't want any trouble in your village? Then come and cultivate with me. She trembled, retreating into the corner, watching the man in front of her. He had defeated the thug. The one who saved her was Wang Deng. He gently extended his hand. Junior sister, are you all right? Can you stand? Luo Qing trembled as she looked at the outstretched hand, thinking to herself, if I can find a foothold, I can secure a place in the sect, as long as I don't let my parents and younger sister, and the people in the village, endure hard times, I can do anything. In an instant she resolutely grasped that hand. Xingyi stepped forward and took the limp hand. He frowned and said, the worm has destroyed her heart and vessels. I cannot save her, but I can keep her from dying so quickly. Do you have any further refusals? Before she fully closed her eyes, Luo Chang whispered, the things in my storage ring help me bring them to my sister. Tell her that when her sister becomes an immortal and flies to the heavens she will not return. Tell her to take good care of our parents. Xingyi nodded slightly and replied, anything else? Luo Qing glanced at Xingyi's hand as he took her pulse and weakly said, if, then, the one holding my arm were you, how wonderful that would be. With that she shut her eyes and let go. Xingyi spoke up on his own, she purposely severed the transmission of life. Lu Tianyun pressed his lips and answered, she has probably finished saying what she wanted to say. On this side, Wang Deng's eyes were filled with madness, he laughed loudly, you wretch, what a fine death. I won't only kill you. Your father, your mother, your sibling, I'll send people to kill them too. Xingyi slid on his gloves and stepped forward slowly. Wang Deng was stunned, a moment later a searing blow landed on him. He looked up at Xingyi and sneered. Much weaker than before, is this your real power? It neither hurts nor itches me. Xingyi's voice dropped as he looked at him. Wang Deng, who colluded with Xiaosu to harm the majority of the outer disciples? Wang Deng stammered in terror, huh? What are you saying? Seconds later his words corrected themselves, it was me. My grandfather helped me. Wang Ju, enraged at what he heard, rushed forward. You bastard, what are you saying? But before he could reach him, he was stopped by a barrier. Chang Xin stood behind, his tone calm. Elder Wang Ju, let your grandson explain himself. Wang Deng covered his mouth in horror. What did I say? What's happening? His life force was draining. The worm had spoken the truth. Wang Deng's eyes widened as he tried to recall, could it have been just now? But how would he know how to subdue the worm? Besides, the worm was still on Yun Yuan. Seeing him dazed, Xingyi leaned in, his gaze threatening. If you don't understand, stop trying to think. You'd better answer obediently. Why did you want to slaughter your fellow disciples? And why has Elder Wang Ju always been helping you? Under the influence of the parasitic worm, Wang Deng involuntarily spilled everything out. 4 or 5 years ago, I was captured by a demonic cultivator while on a mission for the sect. After he learned my true identity, he planned to use me to collect the souls of low-level cultivators. But in his heart, he was in conflict. Damn it, my body isn't obeying my commands anymore. Wang Deng's trembling voice still echoed steadily. First, he forced me to learn half of a cultivation technique called Gu King Art. This technique could rapidly increase my cultivation, but it required the blood of cultivators, or else I would go insane. So I often targeted some outer disciples with no background to take action. I would hand them over to that demonic cultivator, who would take their souls and leave the blood for me to cultivate. I could only practice half of the technique, but that was enough to drive me mad. He continued, he promised that if I helped him collect the souls of 500 people, he would teach me the other half of the technique. Because some outer disciples had gone missing, someone reported it to the Hall of Law Enforcement. The deacon from the Hall of Law Enforcement discovered the connection to me and informed my grandfather. I told my grandfather the truth. He found that Gu King Art was an ancient technique, and as long as I kept absorbing blood, there would be no other side effects. He quietly removed the members of the Hall of Law Enforcement who were investigating our matter. My grandfather and I went together to meet that demonic cultivator. After discovering that the demonic cultivator's strength was by no means inferior to the Supreme Elder and that he truly possessed the remaining portion of the Gu King Art, my grandfather agreed with my actions. As for the Hall of Law Enforcement's reaction to the missing disciple, that can be handled for now. At this point, Wang Deng's whole body went limp and he collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Ju cried out in alarm, "My boy!" Xingyi stroked Wang Deng's head and said coolly, "He won't die, he's only lost a great deal of life force. I'll take Worm out immediately." Qing Xin narrowed his eyes at Wang Ju and said, "Wang Ju, I never imagined you would tolerate Wang Deng committing such high treason." He turned his head and explained, "Sect leader, those people are only outer sect disciples, they matter little either way. You've already seen how my nephew's strength has improved, he's only cultivated half of the first portion so far." Qing Xian's face darkened and he thundered, "Enough! What difference is using the blood of the living to cultivate from that of a demonic, heretical sect?" Wang Ju still failed to grasp the severity and replied indifferently, "So what? Don't you see the current state of our sect? If the sect leader does not break through, the Azure Cloud sect will be destroyed at our hands." Qing Xian narrowed his eyes, his face dark with anger. A single step forward could defy ritual, justice, and integrity. Doing so would be even worse than ruining it. Moreover, the one who could change his fate had already arrived. The Qing Xian sect leader, not wasting any more time, directly instructed his men to escort old Wang and his grandson. Qing Xian stroked his beard, watching their retreating figures, and sighed deeply. "Ah, it is my fault. The elder in charge of the law and the disciple conspired with the demonic cultivator, and I failed to notice this matter. I must ask my young friend to handle it for me." Xingyi replied solemnly, "It is my duty, and as a disciple, I must protect the honor of the sect." Qing Xian suddenly turned his head and handed him a jade token. "Right, this is for you." Xingyi reached out, curious, and Qing Xian explained, "It's the jade token of an inner sect disciple. Congratulations, Xingyi, for officially joining the Azure Cloud sect."
The system immediately notified, complete the mission creation gate 800, number of reward draws +1.
Upon hearing this, Xingyi felt secretly pleased, finally completing a task. He kept his composure on the outside and asked calmly, Sect leader, how do you plan to deal with Elder Wang Ju? Will he also be sent to the penitentiary cave?
Old Xing pondered for a moment before answering, the penitentiary cave is only for disciples at the Golden Core stage or lower. Moreover, it is reserved for those whose crimes are not worthy of death.
There is a very large chance of survival.
They committed such a heinous crime, they must be sent to the Sect's prison.
Wait for the elder's judgment, the lightest punishment would be to cripple their cultivation. Xingyi did not believe these words, he secretly transmitted his divine sense.
In Qin Xian's mind at this moment, and moreover, Wang Ju knows about the little friend's spiritual root, so I cannot let him leave the prison.
Xingyi clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Sect leader, you have worked hard.
Qin Xian glanced at Lu Tianyun and gestured, Lu Shizhi, you lead Xingyi here to the scripture hall, let the artifact hall choose cultivation techniques and artifacts for him. Yin Yuanlan hugged her chest, looking injured, and said, I'm fine, senior sister, you go ahead and take him. Even though I'm weak and can't stand up, I can still push myself in the wheelchair to Zhengyang Feng. Xingyi naturally understood, he smiled awkwardly, you should stay and take care of your junior sister.
Just tell me the location, I can go on my own.
Yun Yuanlan turned her face away, secretly laughing, looks like you know how to be sensible, no need for me to go out of my way to keep your secret. Suddenly, a few hot scenes flashed in her mind.
Come on, open your mouth, how could the bathwater not be hot?
She couldn't help but smile, the corners of her lips curling up. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to experience the world of two with senior sister. Suddenly, a space appeared, and Wang Guanzhou was tightly bound by the light, his limbs falling off. Xingyi was somewhat startled, stammering,
Sect leader, this is Qin Xian explaining immediately.
His beloved disciple has been harmed so terribly, if I don't restrain him, this person will risk his life against both of us, Wang Yu and me. As soon as the words ended, a soldier rushed past.
Wang Guanzhou immediately rushed toward Yun Yuanlan. My disciple, you've worked hard. Your master won't let that bastard Wang Deng get away with it. Don't worry, your master will definitely take good care of you, heal your spirit and the pain in your body. She was stunned, blurting out. Ha!
Wang Guanzhou lifted the entire wheelchair, turned his head, and expressed his gratitude.
This time, it's really thanks to my little friend. I owe you a favor.
Yun Yuanlan was stunned, quickly stopping him.
Wait. Xingyi watched the strange scene and awkwardly replied. Master, you're being too polite.
Wang Guanzhou didn't stay any longer, lifting Yun Yuanlan and running off.
Let's go, your master will take you to the alchemy room.
She unwillingly screamed.
No. Qin Xian also waved and left right after. I've got things to do, bye. Lu Shizhi, remember to take Xingyi Xiaoyu to tour the sect. After the tour, you two can go into the city to play. I feel like there will be a meteor shower tonight. The Linghu mountain behind will open its doors for you both for a day, very fitting for soaking in the spiritual spring while enjoying the beautiful scenery. Immediately, only two people remained in the room, Xingyi and Lu Tianyun. She indifferently said, the sect leader talked a lot today. Xingyi forced a smile, yeah. Lu Tianyun summoned her sword flyer and spoke, let's go, I'll show you around the sect. He asked, somewhat surprised, Do we really need to use a flying sword? Lu Tianyun nodded, replying, the cultivation techniques and spiritual energy sources are very far from here. He saw her take out a sleeping bag again, and with a forced smile, he said, I'm getting used to it, I don't need the sleeping bag. A cunning thought flashed through his mind, but if it were true, he'd definitely have to hold on to senior sister for a while. Xingyi held two swords in his hands and helplessly asked, Senior sister, wouldn't this waste a lot of spiritual energy? This was a multi-layered sword control technique. Lu Tianyun coldly responded, not at all.
I originally thought it would be difficult to obtain evidence proving that Wang Deng and the enforcement department were colluding with demonic cultivators. I had planned to investigate it over a long period, but you solved it in a single day in the sect. Xingyi raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. I don't know why Wang Daoist friend decided to help. It turns out that the truth-telling spell is really quite useful. Lu Tianyun stared directly at him and replied, "Isn't it because of your acting skills and Xiao Yuan's? It wasn't easy to drug him, was it?" Xingyi chuckled softly upon hearing that. "So, it was indeed noticed by senior sister, huh?" Lu Tianyun looked at him and explained. "Putting that thing into the storage space will cause a fluctuation in spiritual energy, but when you absorb the demon core and merge it, there's no fluctuation. So, at that time, it looked like you were just stuffing the worm back in, but in reality, you were using the method of absorbing the demon core to move it. This way, you avoided the danger of revealing your identity and could use the worm to set up a plan against Wang Deng. After that, you just needed to cooperate silently with Xiao Yuan and pretend that the worm was still in her body. Although only someone at the golden core stage can transmit their divine sense through sound transmission, it is also possible to use spiritual energy in the fingertips to cause vibrations and mimic a voice. Because inside the ear, even if the spiritual energy is weak to the point where it's almost undetectable, it can still be heard clearly. Moreover, you were blocking from the outside. That's why we didn't notice it." At the moment when he pretended to stuff it back, the worm had already transmitted its divine sense into Yun Yuanlan's mind. "Sister, later I'll ask you about it, so just pretend the worm is still inside you, okay?" Xingyi said with a forced smile. "Seems like I couldn't hide it from senior sister after all." Lu Tianyun pursed her lips and replied, "Actually, I also wanted to participate in the battle, not just summarize things after the fight." He gave a bitter smile and hurriedly said, next time for sure." Xingyi raised his hand over the two swords, radiating an immense amount of spiritual energy that made him quietly scream in his heart. "Senior sister, your emotional fluctuations are clearly reflected in the swords." After a moment of silence, Lu Tianyun spoke again. "Did you learn Worm's technique from the ring of that demonic cultivator?" Xingyi nodded and replied, "Yeah, the Gu King art is in the ring. Some worms need to learn their original cultivation method, but to be honest with this kind of worm, you just need to subdue it. There's no need for any other control, just learn the method of the spell." Lu Tianyun sighed in frustration. I thought I had been very thorough in my planning, but compared to junior brother, I'm still lacking." "So, the Gu King art must have many ways to control worms, huh?" "And yet, in a situation where I don't even know if it will be useful in this lifetime, junior brother has already learned it once." Xingyi awkwardly smiled, thinking to himself, "Well, actually, it was the system that taught me." Lu Tianyun squinted and gazed into the distance. "I've always felt that I owe you more and more." Xingyi shamelessly replied, "Don't worry about it, don't worry. At worst, I can repay you with my body." As soon as the words left his mouth, the sword in his hand immediately shifted. "Hey, senior sister, could you stop changing the flight formations of these two swords?" She didn't answer, instead slowly said, "I don't want to part from junior brother." Xingyi was stunned. "Ha?" A building slowly appeared before them. Lu Tianyun then changed the subject. "Speaking of techniques, you have the token now. Just go straight inside." Xingyi stepped in, and the system suddenly spoke up, "Host, this system has scanned once, and there are several cultivation techniques here that can fulfill the requirements of Task 1. Xingyi stared blankly, recalling the main task: cultivate a technique and gain at least 300 creation points. Upon success, a lottery draw would be granted. Failure would result in a halving of one's consciousness, with a 1-year time limit. He scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Cultivating just to increase points? Is that the only option? Don't you have any cultivation techniques like this in the system shop?" The system responded, "System rules prohibit the purchase of task-related items from the shop." Xingyi furrowed his brows, all these deceptive rules.
He glanced again and added, right, there's no one else around here, so go ahead and draw for me. The system displayed, yes.
A large gift box appeared, with an attached instruction.
Unwrapping the ribbon would open the secret box.
Xingyi squinted, still trying to show off.
I wonder if there's a trap inside. Thank you very much.
The system replied angrily, the prize from the task draw is real.
Xingyi looked at the gift box, well, that's better.
As soon as the box opened, the system displayed, congratulations, you have received the system software, sound transmission software.
Xingyi narrowed his eyes, what's this?
A notification popped up explaining the features. It can hide and block all sound transmission jade talismans and consciousness transmissions within an 800-meter radius, allowing for secondary edits before sending. It can record all the sound transmission jade sign signals within an 800-meter radius and supports simulating the sound of recorded signals.
Xingyi, feeling puzzled, thought to himself, oh my god, is this the cultivating immortality fake divine artifact?
Xingyi squinted his eyes and thought inwardly, this must be a feature of the system.
I remember you modified Master's senior sister's sound transmission before.
The scene from that day resurfaced. The disciple quickly returned to the sect and explained, I can only accept modifications to the sound transmission jade sign when close to the host.
It doesn't work with spiritual sense transmissions, nor does it have that many features.
He stroked his chin and nodded, pretty good, I find this quite interesting.
It's very versatile. Lu Tianyun, waiting outside, was slightly surprised when she saw him, so fast.
Have you chosen your cultivation methods? Xingyi threw out 3 cultivation methods. I chose these 3, 7-wound staff, divine spear art, and blood cycle technique.
She took them and examined them. Why did you choose all these techniques with such severe side effects?
Especially the divine spear art, it can change the form of the spiritual sense to attack the enemy.
While it can cause significant damage through the C method, each use will heavily injure the user's spiritual sense, rendering them unable to fight. It's a very useless technique.
Xingyi smiled reassuringly, it's fine, I'm not sure I can learn it either, just researching a little bit.
Lu Tianyun didn't ask further, turning away to say, let's go, to the Spirit Chi Pavilion.
In her heart, she secretly thought, Junior brother is good at everything, just has a tendency to like things a bit too extreme. Seeing Lu Tianyun take out 3 chi detectors again, he immediately spoke up, Senior sister, suddenly I feel like a sleeping bag would be more comfortable. So, Xingyi once again curled up in the sleeping bag, taking the opportunity to open the system interface and tap away to do some research.
The system immediately rang out, activating the blocking feature.
Xingyi happily exclaimed, oh wow, it's already activated so quickly. On the screen, a few message lines appeared.
Little sister, are you free? I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. Taoist friend, what have you thought about? Has something happened to your senior brother Sect? Can you share some details with me? Xingyi pursed his lips, how do I modify the content? The system immediately popped up, showing a dialog box. As soon as he clicked, 2 options appeared, edit and send, or reply. Xingyi chose to reply, simulation, little sister, are you free? I heard there will be a meteor shower tonight. Taoist friend, what have you thought about? Has something happened to your senior brother Sect? Can you share some details with me?
Xingyi excitedly thought to himself, this is so cool, I can even disguise myself to respond to the other person. On the other side, the man who had just sent the message smiled happily and said, hi, tonight we might be able to conquer junior sister Nuoc-tran. The person beside him squinted in dissatisfaction, cut it out, just because you have a girlfriend, does that make you all that? He turned his head, waving his hand to correct himself, no, I'm almost done with the Taoist partner. Oh my god, junior sister replied to me so quickly. A loud sound echoed, and I, Xin Shi Huang, collected the money. The display board jumped up with a pile of notifications from Xingyi's side.
Junior sister, what are you saying? Who is Xin Shi Huang? Is he threatening you?
Xin Shi Huang Taoist friend, we agreed beforehand not to inquire about identities. Moreover, I know your name, so there's no need for you to collect the money from me.
Got it, got it. When sending sound transmissions, I won't use your real name. If you really have insider information, then negotiating the price is easy. He laughed so hard that he almost choked. This is too much fun. Suddenly, another message popped up.
Chang Xin must do everything in their power to protect that mixed cultivation route. Fulfill all his requests, use all the resources of the sect to raise his cultivation. But before he reaches nascent soul stage, he must not be allowed to leave Azure Cloud Sect.
Xingyi was a bit curious, pouting, who is this? Speaking like that, ordering the sect leader around. The system reminded again, and by clicking on the avatar, you could view the sender's information. Xingyi immediately complied.
Chang Wuji, extremely angry, his head vanished, deleting the record. Chang Xin must spare no effort to protect that mixed-up spiritual root.
Whatever he asks for, satisfy him completely, using all the resources of the sect to elevate his cultivation.
But before he reaches the nascent soul stage, he must not be allowed to leave the Azure Cloud Sect.
Xingyi looked up and asked Lu Tianyun. Senior sister, does our sect have a senior named Ching Wuji? She raised an eyebrow. Our supreme elder's name is Ching Wuji. Why?
Xingyi hesitated to ask.
So should we go pay our respects to him? Lu Tianyun replied without turning around.
The old man is in closed-door meditation, and unless it's something directly related to the sect's survival, he won't be coming out. Upon hearing this, he pressed his lips together, falling into deep thought.
So that's why they used the jade pendant for communication?
Closed-door meditation is fine, no way to trap me in here, I have to set it up as special attention. Any information sent to or from Ching Wuji must first pass through me. The system immediately displayed, the target was more than 800 meters away, and each message sent or received would cost 50 creation points.
Xingyi cursed silently. Damn it! There's an extra fee? Over here, Jiao Hai stood nearby, asking.
So, how is it, sect leader?
Has there been any news from the Supreme Elder?
Chang Xin hesitated before answering, not yet.
We still don't know the status of the old man. Chang Xin was a little surprised when the jade pendant vibrated. Oh, has there been a response?
A voice immediately came from within. Chang Xin, the master of the mixed spiritual root, must be in a state of quantum superposition that cannot be observed, absorbing the chaos created by the fate of heaven and earth, and ultimately having to reflect the fate of heaven and earth without intentionally observing it. Any observation could be contaminated by karma, causing the quantum superposition to collapse in one direction. It has been proven that if one cannot reflect it, they will be devoured. Remember this well.
Chang Xin and Diao Dihai exchanged a blank look.
Chang Xin glanced at Diao Dihai, hesitant. The words of the Supreme Elder were somewhat profound.
What does the Elder think?
She hesitated before responding. I don't understand much about this quantum stuff. In short, what the Elder meant was that the sect leader should not interfere with anything related to Xingyi Jr., so as not to involve karma. Chang Xin pondered and said, I didn't expect there would be so much to study about this mixed spiritual root.
I'm glad I consulted with the Supreme Elder. I'll inform Elder Guanzhou later. Let's go. Diao Dihai nodded in agreement.
The scene shifted to the spiritual energy hall of Azure Cloud Sect.
Lu Tianyun spoke up to announce.
Arriving, Xingyi couldn't help but think of the earlier news broadcast, wondering if he could outsmart the sect leader.
Lu Tianyun let him in, proactively opened the door, and reminded.
Junior brother, the spiritual artifacts and techniques here are similar, but you should only choose one item that suits you.
Xingyi obediently replied. I understand.
At that moment, a familiar voice from behind sounded. What a coincidence! I was about to visit Gue Sect's spiritual artifact hall and then look for Tianyun to reminisce about the past.
Lu Tianyun stepped forward and asked. Seventh Elder, these are the people behind you.
This is Chi Lan, Azure Cloud Sect, Elder of Chi Hall, amid Golden Core.
He casually responded. Is that so? The red-haired man arrogantly spoke up. My life-bound artifact was damaged during a battle with a level 2 Scarlet Flame Serpent, so I plan to get a new one. But the things our old sect members use, I don't care for. I want to see if the sect has anything more suitable. After all, our two sects are about to form an alliance. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Lu Tianyun, reaching his hand around behind her, attempting to embrace her while continuing. From now on, we'll all be one family. Xingyi, quick on his feet, moved forward and grabbed that restless hand, smiling.
Greetings, family. The system immediately notified, Ting, creation energy plus 24. He clenched his hand tightly around Xingye's.
Lu Tianyun, enraged, swung his hand forward, charging towards him.
Xingyi quickly dodged to the side, forcing a smile.
Apologies, Tianyun.
I, the young master, don't like being touched by men. I'll cover the treatment costs for this junior brother. Xingyi quickly stepped in front of Lu Tianyun, speaking to him.
No need, no need.
It was my mistake.
The red-haired boy looked at him with disdain, thinking, what? So he's just an idiot. Xingyi tilted his head, with an innocent and naive expression, mocking.
It's because I don't understand the painful past of Taoist friend. Surely, when you were young, you were touched by men a lot, so now you're easily triggered.
The system beeped again, creation energy plus 70.
Upon hearing that, the red-haired boy's blood boiled.
Do you want to die?
Qilan immediately moved forward and grabbed the red-haired boy's shoulder. He whispered close to him. Sect Master, the matters of the sect are more important. He shook Qilan off with a cold snort.
Oomph, I know. Let's go, pick the magic tools.
I don't want to see that brat again when we're out. He then walked inside, with Qilan following.
Before entering, Qilan kindly reminded them. You're here to pick magic tools to join the sect, right? Pick another day. Don't get involved in this mess. Lu Tianyun turned around, annoyed, and said.
Let's go, back to Zhengyang Feng first.
Xingfan looked at her back and asked, Senior sister, who is that person? Lu Tianyun tilted her head and answered, he is the sect master of Myriad Phenomena Sect.
Changyin Xingyi gritted her teeth and muttered curses under her breath, damn.
How dare a person from an outer sect like him act so arrogantly here? Tianyun sighed in exasperation and replied, that's because the overall strength of our sect right now is no match for Myriad Phenomena Sect. Xingyi tilted her head in confusion and asked, But Azure Cloud Sect is the number one sect. Lu Tianyun then responded, that was 10 years ago. After the Demon Sword Sealing incident, the combat strength of the elders in Azure Cloud Sect seriously weakened.
Over a dozen nascent soul experts sacrificed themselves, and the Supreme Elder was severely injured, needing to go into seclusion for a long time.
Wang Deng's father also lost his life in that incident.
Xingyi, a bit curious, asked, what was the demon sword? She turned her head and began to recount, I wasn't in the sect at that time. But Master told me that a small sect discovered an ancient inheritance site, where they found a demon sword. The sect leader touched the demon sword, and it changed the situation, slaughtering the entire sect and then starting to wipe out the entire city. The situation became more and more serious, and sects from all over sent people to suppress it. Since Azure Cloud Sect mainly practices swordsmanship, they were very interested in the demon sword, and they sent the most experts. But no one expected that the demon sword would be so terrifying. The sect leader was originally just at the Golden Core stage, but in the end, he displayed a terrifying power even greater than that of the Yingdian stage. Although they managed to successfully seal him, it came at an extremely high price. Since Azure Cloud Sect suffered the heaviest losses, the place where the demon sword is sealed is also located within Azure Cloud Sect.
Xingyi exclaimed in shock, The demon sword is inside our sect? Lu Tianyun hesitated and asked, do you want to go see it? Is it possible to visit?
She then explained, the formation was set up by the most skilled experts of the Southern Sect 4 gates, and it's even more secure than the Great Protective Formation of Azure Cloud Sect. Opening it for visits is also for the disciples of the sect to understand the sword intent contained within and to motivate them to cultivate, improving their cultivation. Xingyi gazed at her back, pursing his lips and silently thinking, would understanding the sword intent of the demon sword lead to cultivation madness? Lu Tianyun spoke again. Coincidentally, the seal is located under the Spirit Pavilion artifact, and there's a teleportation formation over there. Xingyi immediately followed up, then let's go check it out.
Anyway, I'm free right now. The two of them stepped into the teleportation formation and arrived at the seal location.
Xingyi immediately exclaimed, wow, it's so hot.
Lu Tianyun, leading the way, explained, the sealing formation channels the energy of the magma from the Earth's core.
If the energy of the Earth circuit here runs out, we'll change the location of the seal.
If we use the spirit stones to supply energy, simply put, we won't be able to afford it. The seal is still some distance away.
If we get too close, the teleportation array will malfunction. Suddenly, a notification sounded, ting.
There's a message of special interest.
Opening it, Chang Xin's message appeared. I sincerely follow the Supreme Elder's wishes, but would it be possible to send someone who was unaware of this matter to guard the disciple with mixed spirit roots? After all, if we stay completely uninvolved, there could be unexpected consequences. Xingyi felt slightly puzzled and thought to himself, I have a fiend pearl that thirsts for blood.
What could possibly happen?
Sending someone with me, it's more likely that I'll be exposed, and that would be an unexpected problem. The system screen displayed again. After all, if we stay completely uninvolved, there could be unexpected consequences.
No need, just go with the flow. Cheng Wuji simulation.
He froze for a moment, and the system screen outside displayed block between you path 5 marked.
Xingyi grumbled inwardly, cursing, damn it, why does this blocking feature keep popping up out of nowhere? 50,000 messages appeared in the next batch, and he immediately clicked to open them.
Thousands of voice transmission messages echoed, and Xingyi held his head and screamed, it's so noisy, I'm going crazy.
He suddenly froze. What is this? Why are all these messages blank with no content?
Adjusting the multifunctional transmission sound, spirit consciousness, phonetics, and keyboard, Xingyi clicked on the details section. The information displayed showed the sender and recipient, Shenrong Su, a total of 60,896 messages.
He frowned.
The sender's name was Ma Zaiko, who had sent several hundred messages in a short time.
Xingyi then thought to himself, does this guy owe money to loan sharks? Is he trying to blow up the immortal cultivator community with these messages? He then asked, Senior Sister, do you know anyone named Shenrong Su?
Lu Tianyun froze for a moment, tilting her head in surprise.
Ha? Shenrong? The sect leader who once touched the demon sword? He froze up when he did, you're asking about him? She then looked at Xingyi with curiosity. You don't know the demon sword story, but you know this name?
He scratched his head, forcing a smile to cover up, because after turning into a zombie, my memory got a bit muddled. Then Xingyi asked again, so what happened to Shenrong Su afterward?
Lu Tianyun shrugged nonchalantly.
Of course, his soul was shattered.
Upon hearing that, he swallowed nervously. He pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin. What's going on? Why would someone crazily send blank transmission messages to a dead person?
Xingyi looked back at the system screen, thinking to himself, I remember that after saving, I should be able to locate the position of both the sender and the receiver.
Got it.
I need to check who is sending these messages. Send the simulation, the positioning guide, the display system, and start the target definition instructions. Now, start guiding you to go straight for 20 meters, then turn right at the junction. After a while, continue straight along the path ahead, paying attention to the steps under your feet. Xingfan's face turned pale, and he secretly panicked. Wait a minute, why does this direction guide look exactly like the one Senior Sister is following?
Could it be that person is also turning the demon sword?
Soon after, the two of them reached the deepest part of the area.
Lu Tianyun said, "We've arrived. The fight in the middle of the lava lake ahead is the demon sword." Xingyi looked around, thinking to himself, huh? Could it be?
The system immediately spoke up to confirm, "The target has been marked for you.
This guidance session is now complete."
Seeing him in a daze, Lu Tianyun spoke up, "The sword energy of the demon sword has been completely sealed by the formation. Junior brother can comprehend the sword intent within the range that your body can withstand."
Xingyi snapped back to his senses and replied, "Ah, yes." He stepped forward, squinting at the sword, thinking to himself, "System, what's going on here? Could there be something related to old Wang beneath the demon sword?" The system immediately responded, "It doesn't follow the software's definition. The one sending the messages is the demon sword itself." Xingyi frowned, "Huh? How can a sword send messages?"
The system immediately explained, "To be precise, it's not an audio message, it's just that the structure and the transmission of sound are too close, which is why the system software blocked it."
He pursed his lips, feeling a headache, and thought to himself, "What does this mean?"
The system continued, "The principle of the sound transmitting jade pendant is actually to convert sound through the jade pendant into a spiritual energy wave that can travel long distances, and then bring it back to the other end of the jade pendant."
He frowned and replied, "Doesn't this sound like a phone?"
The system continued, "This sword chi uses the sword body as the function of the jade pendant, turning the sword demon's consciousness into a spiritual energy wave to transmit."
Xingyi was confused. He looked at the sword and wondered, what's the point of this? Furthermore, doesn't the sealing formation prevent it? How has no one noticed? The system answered uncertainly, "It might be used to send a distress signal. This formation targets demonic energy and prevents outsiders from approaching. If it's designed to block spiritual energy waves, the transmission of sound within a 100-mile radius would be affected. Spiritual energy waves in the cultivating immortality world are like air, as long as a cultivator is active, it will naturally generate them. No one pays attention, and no one could have imagined that a demon sword could transmit messages." After hearing this, Xingyi wearily rubbed his head and said to Lu Tianyun, "Senior sister, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I want to rest for a while."
She was a bit hard to understand, but still responded, "Okay."
Lu Tianyun turned her head away, thinking to herself, "It seems that comprehending sword intent is still too early for junior brother.
Stop being foolish, I don't want him to get caught up in this."
"Why would I want him to become stronger like that?" At Zhanyang Phone, Lu Tianyun left him behind.
"Before you move the sound for me, I'll go to junior sister's place first."
Xingyi obediently replied,
The sound of the door closing echoed, and at this moment, the system curiously asked, "Host, why did you deliberately send senior sister away?"
"Huh?"
Xingyi opened the system again and responded, "I just want to check on the message receiver."
"Is that difficult to understand?"
He lowered his head, tapping something while muttering, "There's no way to hide this demon sword.
Ignoring it is not a good idea.
I can't explain it to senior sister or the sect elders, or else the simulation of the supreme elder's response might get exposed." A moment later, a notification rang out, "Targeting Chenrong Su's jade pendant transmission, beginning to guide you, total distance approximately 15 km.
Xingyi sighed in relief, "Luckily, it's not far. I'll go check the situation first." As soon as his front foot left, Diao Dihai appeared, reporting.
Sect leader Xing Ye's Jr., having left the sect without permission, caused the door to Qin Xian's room to slightly open. He stepped out, squinting as he looked at Diao Dihai. "I told you not to observe him." She hesitated, but Qin Xian stepped back into her room and shut the door with a warning glance.
"There's no but about it. Don't you trust the Supreme Elder?"
Diao Dihai lowered her head and replied in a soft voice.
"I don't dare."
Qin Xian left her with one final remark.
"Let it be. Don't interfere with anything regarding the mixed spirit roots."
Without another word, she slammed the door shut. Scene shifts to the outskirts of Qingshan.
Ming Yi, holding a hoe, dug into a deep hole. He furrowed his brow and muttered in frustration. Why does it have to be buried so deep? Are we digging for earth rats to call for help? The hoe struck something hard. Xing Ye's eyes brightened, and a piece of jade emerged. He was overjoyed. I found it. Xing Ye picked up the jade and examined it. It was an ordinary communication jade pendant. Immediately, the system displayed a message, refined creation plus 65. A wave of dark energy appeared on the jade. The demonic aura surrounded Xing Ye, and he cried out in pain. The system urgently warned that he had been hit with a powerful demonic force from the jade. After a moment, Xing Ye's whole body radiated a sense of frustration as he muttered. I truly regret this. I'm so angry. The system heard this and became even more panicked. It's over, the demonic energy could severely dry out the extreme negative emotions of humans. Host, please hang in there. A moment later, his eyes rolled back, his face covered in veins as he screamed. Why on earth did I come to this wilderness at midnight to dig up a broken jade pendant? Isn't it better to go stargazing with senior sister instead? The system fell silent. Xing Ye's shouting echoed once more. My hands are itching, I want to touch the keyboard, I want to engage passionately with people on some blog, some book, some music channel. The system mumbled helplessly. It seems like the effect on the corpse is limited. After shouting, he regained his composure, looked at the jade pendant, and muttered. Damn it, why does this jade pendant also have demonic energy? He immediately opened the appraisal. The system displayed the surface appraisal of the jade pendant filled with demonic energy. A more in-depth appraisal showed. Please upgrade the appraisal function. 500 million to activate the creation power. Xing Ye angrily cursed. Damn iron dog system, adding a whole bunch of extra fees. He clenched the jade tightly, trembling with rage. Upgrade it for me. The system quickly responded to calm him down. Host, can you not get angry in such a strange place? It makes you sound like a madman. The system proceeded rapidly with the upgrade, and it was successfully completed. The specific information displayed. Spirit Sword Demon Sword, asleep, celestial extreme rank, 6,689 years old, currently sleeping due to incomplete soul integrity at 48%. After reading, he became enraged. Ha! Why is there the Spirit Sword Demon Sword in this jade pendant? The system finally realized. I understand now, the Spirit Sword Demon Sword doesn't emit a kind of spiritual sense, it's actually emitting from itself. Xing Ye narrowed his eyes. What? The system continued to explain. This sword divided its soul into countless parts, using a method of transmitting sound into the jade pendant, then integrating it. In this way, it eliminated the demon sword and used this jade pendant as a new host to escape from trouble. He was slightly startled and exclaimed. What? Is something like this even possible? At Yin Yuan Lan's place, senior sister, would you like to go stargazing together tonight? Lu Tianyun immediately declined. Sorry, I have something to do tonight. Wang Guanzhou seized the opportunity to suggest. Your master might. Yin Yuan Lan lay down, showing a disgusted expression and turned her head away. Ah, I'm so sleepy, suddenly feel like going to sleep. The next morning, Zhongyang phoned. Wang Guanzhou swallowed nervously, secretly thinking. What's going on here? On Lu Tianyun's side, resentment was radiating, while the system continued. In theory, it's possible, but the actual operation has too many variables. The demon sword and this jade pendant have certainly undergone a special transformation, one that can turn the soul into waves of spiritual energy that are emitted outward, and then restore them onto the pendant. It is also certain that this isn't the first time it's been this impressive. Xing Ye gazed at the jade pendant and muttered, so, if I destroy this pendant now, the demon sword will be done for, right? After analyzing, the system responded, not necessarily.
There is still 52% of the divine soul left, but this divine soul is not a spiritual consciousness, so the recovery will be slow. Given its supreme quality, it will take at least several hundred years to fully recover. Xingyi stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if I use the sound editing tool to simulate the demon sword and send a message to this jade pendant? What would happen then? The system directly replied, how would you know if you don't try? Xingyi immediately opened the system screen and grinned slyly. I knew you'd say that. The system angrily retorted, is that so? Spirit Sword Junior brother? After sending the message, he pouted and muttered, as expected, no reaction at all. The system bluntly stated that Demon Sword has been sending messages continuously for 10 years, with tens of billions of messages. You only sent one, so how could you expect a response? Xingyi suddenly had an epiphany and nodded. Right, if you want to do it, you should take the extreme test. He immediately spoke. Book of Three Lives, Sword of Conquest of the Water Decay. Xingyi buys the book, successfully conquering the system with an incomprehensible star purchase. Host, why did you buy this novel? Xingyi narrowed his eyes, scanned the text, and transmitted it for editing, sending a voice transmission to me. In this way, every message contained the content of a novel. Click Coppin 999 parts, Conqueror Stars Creation plus 1824. As the system's voice faded, Xingyi rolled his eyes, his head crashing to the ground as he fainted. In his dream, someone came to buy melons. Is this melon ripe? I'm selling fruit, can you sell me a brain melon instead? The person patted several melon heads, growling. I'm asking you, is this melon ripe or not? Xingyi clutched his head, sitting up angrily and shouting. Stop patting. My head's going to break. He looked around in confusion. Huh? Why am I back here? The system then surfaced to explain. Senior sister brought you back. Host, you've been unconscious for a week. He was startled and exclaimed. Huh? Why was I unconscious? The system immediately explained and corrected the transmission, using the host's soul to simulate messages, sending a message that left no trace. The system itself did not sense anything, but the host sent content equivalent to 999.99 novels, which instantly drained the host's soul. Under the influence of the fiend pearl, the soul was restored and used to send more messages. Throughout this week, the host's soul was repeatedly drained over 5,000 times. At that moment, the system said, are you there? Spirit Sword Junior brother. Having just copied and failed to conquer 9,999, the system's strength was once again exhausted, and it lay down, exhausted. Destroy it, you should rest for a while. Then it continued, I want to terminate the process, but I found that the host's soul is being replenished by the Spirit Sword's soul. Xingyi was confused. Huh? The system continued, originally, this should have been impossible. The difference between your soul and spirit swords is vast, but for some reason, the host can manage it. So, the system is also curious about what will happen in the end. Xingfan stepped down from the bed, his tone indifferent. You deceived me, you used me as a test subject, so what happens next? What will happen to Spirit Sword? Senior sister didn't touch the demonic jade pendant, did she? The system responded again, I have stored the jade pendant in the system's space. Spirit Sword has been supplemented with the divine soul, just like in the system's space. Upon hearing this, he opened the space. Hey, come look for me. A red ball of spiritual energy appeared, pouting and complaining. What is Spirit Sword Demon? Let me explain it. Big brother, the fact that you supplemented my divine soul today is already showing me respect. I can even come here because I'm giving you face. Xingyi widened his eyes and asked, what is this? The system hesitated before answering, it must have reacted to the 999 conquest books. That thing is irritated and starting to scold the young one, telling him not to be arrogant. The door suddenly opened, and Yun Yuan Lan walked in, asking curiously, little junior brother, you're awake?
Who are you talking to? He forced a smile and answered, I was just talking to myself. How's senior sister Sha Yuan doing? Is she feeling better?
She frowned slightly, her tone scolding, I'm fine, but you. You were unconscious and fell into a deep pit in the middle of nowhere.
Didn't senior sister find you and think you were eaten by wild beasts?
Xingyi immediately stepped forward to reassure her, it was just an unexpected incident.
Where's senior sister?
Yun Yuanlan immediately replied, Senior sister is the one representing our disciples to attend the conference with the myriad phenomena sect.
He asked in confusion, huh? What conference? Switch to the meeting room, said the gentleman.
This conference is mainly to discuss the allocation of the iron or mine between our two sects. Since we intend to form an alliance, we must maximize our own benefits. That man is from the Myriad Phenomena sect, an inner-sect deacon Jia Gofei, at the peak of the Golden Core stage.
Jia Gofei turned to Chang Xin and asked, a week ago, the young master visited the spiritual energy veins of the Azure Cloud sect, didn't he? How did you find them? Chang Xin replied bluntly, showing no restraint, not great, much worse than the Myriad Phenomena sect. Immediately, another man snapped, insolent.
Everyone here is your elder, watch your words.
He was from the Myriad Phenomena sect, Sect Master Jinli, at the late nascent soul stage. Chang Xin shrugged. Father, I'm just telling the truth. Last week I made an appointment with the 7th elder of the Azure Cloud sect. Since both our sects are gathered here today, why not have a joint session to forge some magic tools? Wang Guanzhou narrowed his eyes in displeasure and glanced at the others. Today's agenda is to decide the distribution of the iron or mine. Why are you turning it into a tool forging competition?
Chang Xin sneered and said, the allocation of the iron or mine is primarily for weapon forging between our sects. Since we aim to form an alliance, it only makes sense to divide the resources according to each sect's refining capabilities, only then can we achieve the greatest benefit. Jia Gofei waited for him to finish speaking, then interjected, of course, this doesn't mean that whoever gets the most will monopolize the mineral veins. Our two sects still have to refine the corresponding number of magical tools based on the meteorite where they control, then distribute them to the disciples within the sect. Wang Guanzhou tapped his fingers on the table, glanced at him, and said, so, doesn't that mean the more one is allocated, the more effort they have to put in? Jia Gufei smiled and replied calmly, naturally, but if the magical tools refined by my sect are distributed to the disciples of Gui sect, the disciples of Gui sect must complete the tasks assigned by Myriad Phenomena sect. Likewise, the reverse applies. Wang Guanzhou rested his chin on his hand and sneered, haha, really good at calculating. Jia Gofei maintained his amiable expression and responded, oh no, not at all. It's just that this way, the alliance will be able to bring the greatest benefits. At this point, Lu Tianyun spoke up, how exactly will the competition for refining the magical tools be carried out, and how will the mineral ore be distributed? Jia Gofei explained, it's like this. My sect has 5 mineral veins, and Gui sect has 6. Each sect will select the most skilled person in artifact refining, which could be one person or several. Each person will have 2 hours to refine 11 magical tools using the same materials. Afterward, the tools will compete against each other, and the mineral ore will be distributed according to the win-loss ratio. Wang Guanzhou asked again, so if you don't win any matches, that mineral mine will belong to us entirely, right? Jia Gofei nodded and replied bluntly, yes. Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou patted Qilan on the shoulder and smiled. 7th elder, it's thanks to you, make sure you beat them, okay? Qilan fell silent, her face heavy with gloom. Qing Xian waved his hand to open up a space and said, all right, our arena has been prepared, we can move over there. Lu Tianyun had just risen when the sound transmission jade within her warned. She took the jade, stepped forward, and said, Sect leader, young Xingyi would also like to go and have a look. Cut to Azure Cloud Sect, Main Spirit Hall. Lu Tianyun led Xingyi forward. Chang Xin cast a mocking glance and said, Sister Tianyun, this junior brother seems pretty close to you, huh? He sticks to you wherever you go. Xingyi, with no trace of reserve, took Tianyun's hand while raising a chain in the other.
An admirer, is he? If you don't have anyone following you, I can follow you too.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 88th gate of the star regulator manifested. Chang Xin was so furious his eyes rolled white and his head flared with murderous intent.
I'll kill you.
He had barely taken 2 steps when Zhenli's glance swept over him, causing his whole body to go rigid. Chang Xin quickly spoke up to mediate, saying that the friction between the disciples should wait until after this competition is over. Zhenli frowned and shot a glance at his son, Yan don't cause trouble. Chang Xin returned to his position, his eyes cold.
Brat, just wait, you're going to regret this.
Qilan stepped forward and introduced, on Sect leader's side, there are 4 alchemy elders from our sect, and with me, that makes a total of 5 people.
All of us are alchemists capable of using Dan fire. We have prepared all the materials and furnaces, so I wonder when the alchemy master from Gue sect will arrive?
Jia Gufei smiled and explained, he's usually not in the sect, likes to travel around, but I talked to him about this alchemy competition a week ago, and he received the news.
He must have been delayed by something. Wang Guanzhou glanced at them disdainfully. What? Your sect only sent 1 person?
Jia Gufei caught the mocking tone and replied, we wanted to send all our alchemists, but he refused.
Wang Guanzhou gritted his teeth and sneered, ha, how arrogant. If you want to offer up mineral deposits, just say so directly, don't beat around the bush.
At that moment, an old man with white hair and beard appeared. Apologies, I was crafting a magic artifact for the Nirvana Hall, so I arrived a bit late. Wang Guanzhou glanced at the person who spoke, his pupils shrinking.
When did this old man arrive?
The old sect leader lifted his eyelids, quietly assessing the spatial abilities of the nascent soul stage. Qilan looked down at the elderly man who had just entered, somewhat surprised. This was something she had never heard of myriad phenomena sect having another nascent soul stage refiner. Jia Gufei maintained his calm and polite demeanor as he explained, Old Lin enjoys traveling and rarely returns to the sect, which is why few people know him.
Qilan froze for a moment, muttering, Lin, could it be Senior Lin Jiyuan, the master refiner? The old man turned his head and responded, oh, you know me?
Qilan's cheeks flushed bright red, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, greetings, Senior. I have read and studied everything about your refining techniques, which is why I chose to follow this path.
Wang Guanzhou immediately rushed over, delivering a sharp kick to Qilan's back. Elder 7 angrily turned around and scolded, Wang Guanzhou, what do you think you're doing? Wang Guanzhou clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said, entering like this and already speaking so reverently, do you still need to take the exam?
Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but speak up, saying, Old Lin is someone who can forge Earth-grade magical weapons. Elder 7 is the highest ranking among us, and we can only forge Xian-grade high-quality items.
How can we compare? Wang Guanzhou turned to point at Lin Jiyuan, speaking in a harsh tone, don't say things that will discourage us. Can he really forge several magical artifacts by himself in just 2 hours? You should be better than him, right?
The group of elders returned to their indifferent posture, sighing.
Haze, I just hope that's the case. Xingyi tilted his head and quietly asked, Senior sister, could it be that their external support has nothing to do with their sect? Shan Yan also overheard, sneering and glancing at him. Ignorant. Old Lin was already an honorary elder of Myriad Phenomena Sect decades ago.
He just didn't want to cause trouble for the sect, so he kept it low profile.
Can't win and now looking for excuses? Tianyun, your junior brother is just like that.
Xingyi pouted and extended his hand.
Hey, let's shake hands. Shengyan jumped up, shouting, damn you. The system displayed, spiritual refinement plus 53.
Zhenli couldn't hold back any longer, stepping forward to knock him on the head, reminding, be quiet, don't disturb old Lin's forging. Meanwhile, Lin Jiyuan had started forging.
Xingyi looked outside and sighed, doesn't the nascent soul need a furnace to forge magical artifacts?
Lu Tianyun explained, this must be a special flame he absorbed.
The heat doesn't dissipate at all. Even the best quality furnaces can't do that.
She sighed in frustration. This is going to be troublesome. Xingyi narrowed his eyes at her and said calmly,
Losing isn't really a big deal, is it?
Their sect has such a skilled artifact refiner, having their mine help us with refining wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Lu Tianyun turned to leave and signaled him to follow.
It's not as simple as you think. Come outside with me for a moment.
As soon as they stepped out, Xingyi asked, What's wrong, senior sister? Lu Tianyun lifted her gaze to him and spoke slowly. This matter concerns the interests of the sect, so I won't go into details with you. I'll only talk about what's related to you, junior brother. Our sect's mineral vein is connected to a cave dwelling belonging to a demonic cultivator. Leaving aside whether they might notice the problem there or not, once that mining area falls under the control of the myriad phenomena sect, junior brother, it will be almost impossible for you to move freely within it. Hearing this, he replied indifferently, Then we just need to win one match and take that mineral vein, right?
Lu Tianyun gently shook her head.
The distribution will be decided by drawing lots among the winners. If our sect wins too few matches, it'll be hard for us to draw that particular one.
Xingyi frowned. So even if the myriad phenomena sect only wins a single match, they still have a chance to draw that mineral vein? She nodded.
Xingyi lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Lu Tianyun spoke again, Junior brother, whatever you need to do it before the mine is handed over. Only then did he raise his head, his eyes resolute.
Senior sister, just to be safe. I won't let them win a single match. She exclaimed in astonishment, Huh? Scene shift, Wang Guanzhou blared and shouted loudly, What? You brat want to join in too?
Then he cautiously held Xingyi's shoulders tightly. Stop messing around. Do you know this is about the division of benefits between two sects? Losing this time means losing a mineral vein, they'll even sell you off. He suddenly paused, seriously stroked his chin. Wait, no, selling you off might actually be enough compensation. In his heart, he thought to himself, after all, the spiritual root is mixed. Xingxian suddenly stroked his beard and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, Xingyi, young friend, you're still so young, yet you understand the art of refining? Xingyi tilted his head, his expression serious as he corrected himself. It's similar to medical arts, I understand a bit. Both Lu Tianyun and Xingxian darkened their faces.
Xingxian took the initiative to speak, then let's do it this way.
After all, everyone has 2 hours to refine qi, so you can observe first. If you feel the grade of the item you refine can surpass that of the elders, then go ahead and try.
Lu Tianyun ran over and shook Wang Guanzhou's arm. Then let's go with what the sect leader said. Seeing this scene, Chang Yan's disgust was even more apparent. Do you think this is some kind of toy? If you can refine a high-level magic weapon, I'll take my own head off for you. Xingyi snapped back.
Then there's no need, just shave your head bald and entertain everyone instead. Chang Yan gritted his teeth and spat out something foolish. At that very moment, 4 different orbs appeared in the middle of the hall.
Wang Guanzhou squinted, his face filled with astonishment. Is that real? He can split the fire into 11 points and forge artifacts of different shapes all at once?
Jinli laughed arrogantly, lifting his chin as he spoke. Ha, it seems old Lin's years of wandering outside have made his forging skills even more extraordinary and unfathomable.
Beside him, Chang Yan couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
That's way too powerful. Meanwhile, Elder Li's hand suddenly trembled, his forging failed.
Wang Guanzhou grew irritated and snapped. How did Elder Li mess that up?
Elder Li covered his mouth, coughing violently. Then he turned his head and forced a bitter smile.
The opponent is a veteran senior. The pressure is truly overwhelming. Wang Guanzhou immediately grabbed him like lifting a chick. Take a rest. Don't stay here and shake everyone's confidence.
Just then, Xingyi stepped forward and asked politely if this senior could show the juniors how to use a forging furnace.
Chang Yan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach.
Ha, doesn't even know how to use a furnace but dares to compete with old Lin. Jin Li's face darkened, he waved his hand downward and muttered in a low tone, just loud enough for his son to hear.
I told you already, keep quiet.
Elderly glanced confusedly at Chang Xin and asked, "Sect leader, who is this person?" He immediately introduced solemnly, "This is a newly joined inner disciple. If it is interested, elderly, you should teach it." Elderly nodded, stepped forward carefully, and began guiding. "Here's how it is, without the pill fire, you need to channel your spiritual power to ignite the fire first." Xingyi nodded repeatedly and answered, "Got it." Lu Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling helpless inwardly. What is junior brother trying to do now? This kind of artifact refining can't be learned in just one morning. An hour later, the furnace by Qi Lan's side lit up. Wang Guanzhou, holding the new weapon, exclaimed in joy, "It's a success." Chang Xin was a bit surprised, muttering, "This stream of spiritual energy is indeed of the mid-grade mystic realm." Wang Guanzhou walked over, patted Qi Lan on the shoulder, and smiled with squinted eyes. "Well done, Elder 7, it hasn't even been an hour yet, go ahead and refine another one." Suddenly, a beam of light shone from that spot, and 5 treasure items hovered high above. Lin Jiyuan spoke up, "I've finished refining as well. It's been a while since I used the fire-splitting technique, a bit unfamiliar now." Qi Lan's face showed shock, trembling. How is this possible? 11 items, all of them are top-tier mystic realm, and weapons in different forms. Meanwhile, the 3 furnaces by Chang Xin's side all failed in refining the metal. Wang Guanzhou saw this and got furious, shouting, "What's going on? You've ruined everything." The man immediately scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Senior Lin's power is too great, it affected the inscription on the final talisman." Helpless, old Wang sighed in frustration. "Ah, well, losing is losing, but losing a mining pit and gaining a Qi refiner teacher isn't a bad deal." A loud slap echoed through the air, and the one who struck was Lin Jiyuan. Lu Tianyun quickly ran over, anxiously calling out, "Master!" Wang Guanzhou groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Jiyuan's face darkened as he explained, "This disrespectful junior dares to compare me to a mining pit." Chang Xin hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, "Senior, please calm down. Elder Guanzhou's mouth runs faster than his brain, he didn't mean it that way." Lin Jiyuan snorted coldly. "Humph, he's spoken rudely to me before, but I've always tolerated it." Chang Xin tilted his head, speaking sternly, "Wang Guanzhou, aren't you going to apologize to Senior?" Wang Guanzhou lowered his head. "Senior Lin, I was wrong, I spoke without thinking." Lin Jiyuan was still dissatisfied and said in a deep voice, "Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I will let this matter go." Wang Guanzhou gritted his teeth and clutched his chest. Chang Xin couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, "Don't make this worse than it has to be." Hearing this, Lin Jiyuan's gaze turned sharp as he warned, "You don't have to kneel if you don't want to, but from now on, any magic weapons from Gui's sect will have nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to teach any techniques to the Qi refiner of Gui's sect either." Qi Lan immediately raised his hand, offering, "I'll kneel in his place." Wang Guanzhou stepped up and angrily shoved the old man away, "It's none of your business." He lowered his head, his tone full of apology. "All right then, this habit of mine always causes trouble for the sect. Let this be a lesson this time." Just as Wang Guanzhou was about to kneel, a surge of spiritual power stopped him. He turned to the side, bewildered, "Sect leader." The old sect leader squinted and said, "Elder Guanzhou, although this sect leader always prioritizes the sect's interests above all else, there are some matters that cannot be weighed by profit. Remember, Tianyun of Azure Cloud Sect is Tianyun of Tianyun Qiji. Even if poor, we never bow our heads before interests." Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou was moved to tears. However, before he could stay touched for even 3 seconds, Chang Xin added softly, "The sect's losses will be deducted from your stipend." Wang Guanzhou's face darkened, "You're still making me kneel." Lin Jiyuan laughed coldly at those words, "Good, very good. So many people have kowtowed to me, begging me to take action, but I refused. I hope your sect's disciples, when without spiritual weapons, can still stand as resolute as this." Suddenly, a sound echoed. It was Xingyi, who awkwardly smiled. "It's a bit hard to control the fire." Qi Lan leaned in, curious, and asked,
what are you doing?
Xingyi glanced at him and chuckled, the competition to refine spiritual weapons hasn't ended yet.
I just wanted to give it a try. Qilan wearily reminded, stop fooling around.
Senior Lin has cultivated 11 top-tier mystical realm items. Xingyi replied without hesitation, he's not a senior, just a petty old man with a little bit of skill.
The system immediately notified, Spirit Mastery, plus 106. Jinli couldn't hold back and struck, you disrespectful brat.
Lin Jiyuan also grew angry, impudent junior. Xingyi managed to block Jinli's attack, but couldn't stop Lin Jiyuan's. The leader of Chang Xian's sect widened his eyes in concern, this is bad, it's an attack on the consciousness. Xingyi was confused as spiritual energy invaded his consciousness. Old Lin snorted angrily, you little brat, I'll shake up your consciousness. Before the spiritual energy could do anything, it was knocked away. Meanwhile, Lin Jiyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in alarm.
Old Lin!
Jinli rushed forward.
Old Lin, what's wrong with you?
Lin Jiyuan coughed weakly and said, no, I'm fine.
Xing Xian also came over to ask Xingyi, young friend, are you alright? He calmly replied, I'm fine. What happened? Lin Jiyuan sighed inwardly as he observed, what kind of monster is this brat?
Clearly, the consciousness was only at the level of refining qi.
What exactly happened to his soul for it to become so terrifying?
Xing Xian looked at the two people across from her, her voice firm.
Sect Master Lin Jiyuan's disciple is currently participating in the competition.
If you continue to interfere, the matter of allocating the mining resources ends here.
Jinli narrowed his eyes, Xing Xian, don't be so overly serious. Are you suggesting he should compete with old Lin?
Lin Jiyuan turned his back, snorting coldly, humph, if they want to bring shame upon themselves, fine. Let the sect master record it with the image stone, then let everyone in the world see that Azure Cloud sect has become a joke.
Qilan turned to ask Xingyi, what kind of magical weapon do you plan to forge?
Without hesitation, he answered, the 7 great divine weapons. Chang Yan helped old Lin sit down, sneering, this is clearly a deliberate scam. I've been immersed in the Tao of Qi for 8 years and never heard of the 7 great divine weapons.
Old Lin, this brat is truly insane.
We'll see how he embarrasses his sect in front of everyone.
Qilan observed for a moment, thinking to himself, what kind of magical weapon is this? Why does it have so many components? Its stability seems quite concerning. Xingyi smiled and nodded, alright, the base form is complete.
Hearing this, Qilan was momentarily stunned and then spoke up, wait a moment, little friend, there are still many impurities in the meteorite. You've only used fire and earth alongside the furnace. It needs to be refined at least 10 more times.
Xingyi gave him a direct glance and responded, I'm only forging 1 magical weapon.
The time was longer than that old man.
If he wins, it would be truly humiliating. Qilan's face turned pale at this thought. Lin Jiyuan was so angry that he trembled, grinding his teeth, little brat.
Chang Yan hurriedly tried to soothe him, old Lin, calm down.
They want to force us to kill that bastard so they can protect the mine.
Xingyi stared intently at the furnace.
Lu Tianyun, observing his focused demeanor, thought to himself, the final step is engraving the patterns.
Engraving patterns is the most difficult part of forging magic weapons, as it determines whether the weapon's spiritual energy will circulate smoothly and whether it can draw on the power of heaven and earth to amplify its strength. There are numerous types of patterns to engrave and countless ways to combine them, but even the slightest mistake can significantly reduce the quality of the magic weapon. Normally, people would first enlarge the inscription on the furnace, then wrap it with spiritual awareness, gradually shrinking it, and finally engraving the characters onto the magic weapon inside the furnace. Junior brother is so confident, surely, his patterns must be extraordinary, right? With this thought, she turned to see the inscription on the product, Xingyi. Qilan, of course, also noticed and shouted, what the hell are you doing?
Xingyi, confused, asked, what's wrong?
The bald elder said, this is the final step of engraving the patterns.
Lan replied, engraving patterns? What are you talking about? You're just engraving the blacksmith's signature. Xingyi asked again, isn't carving a pattern the same as carving characters? Chang Xin burst into uncontrollable laughter. I can't anymore, this is just too extraordinary. Lin Jiyuan sneered, stood up, and walked away, thinking it was a waste of time.
At that moment, Xingyi used the controller to summon the finished product, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated from it. Seeing this, Lam was astonished and thought to himself, how could this be? Why does carelessly carving characters produce such a surge of magical power? This isn't right. It doesn't feel like the kind of energy that comes from a magic artifact. Can't you sense the level of the artifact? Xingyi narrowed his eyes, holding the chair in his hand, and looked at Lin Jiyuan. Old man, where are you going? You want to forfeit the match? Lu Tianyun's face darkened. Lin Jiyuan shot him a disdainful glance and said, you're asking for humiliation. At that moment, one of the swords under control attacked him. The crowd gasped in alarm. Be careful! Xingyi, with the folding chair in hand, slammed it down, crushing it. The onlookers, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. What? Lan, holding the magical weapon, spoke in a trembling voice. What? How is this possible? With just one move, he shattered a top-tier mystical artifact? Xingyi asked again, does this count as a win? Lan glanced at the folding chair, his mouth hanging open, silently thinking, is this folding chair a boundary artifact? Wang Guanzhou also excitedly rushed forward, shaking. Xingyi, why can your brat folding chair break a top-grade mystic weapon? It should at least be an earth-grade weapon. The weapons your master uses are all top-grade mystic weapons, yet you managed to forge an earth-grade folding chair. What a waste of resources! Chang Xin, unable to accept the reality, started blaming others. He had cheated. Even if the weapon was a higher grade, the one controlling it was old Lin, a nascent soul cultivator. How could it possibly be shattered? Jinli, standing beside him, spoke up, this is a test of magical weapons, not a martial arts competition. The rule is that you can only use the lowest level of spiritual power to control the weapon. Chang Xin pointed at Xingyi, raising his voice in dissatisfaction. How can someone with such chaotic methods forge an earth-grade weapon? He looked at Chang Xin with a friendly reminder, you remember to shave your head clean. Hearing this, Chang Xin was so furious that he spat blood. The system then issued another notification, suspicious points detected, having the reward for this creation. Lin Jiyuan laughed heartily, somewhat intrigued. I never expected the Azure Cloud Sect to have such a master of weapon forging like you, selling dog meat while hanging up a goat's head. The sect leader of the Azure Cloud Sect really set up a clever trick to make this old man underestimate him. Xin Xian, with the pot being dropped on his head, turned pale, waving his hands, it's not me, I didn't do it. Lin Jiyuan turned to look at Xingyi again, his voice cold and harsh. Brat, don't get too cocky, I still have one more hour of refining technique left. He glanced at his array of magic treasures before waving his hand. Flames erupted, engulfing the magical items. The onlookers were confused and murmured. Does Senior Lin want to melt down the remaining 10 high-grade mystical weapons into a single one? Someone beside them commented. But doing so will destroy the inscriptions on the magical weapons. Lin Jiyuan clasped his hands together and murmured. Spirit Flame Technique. Lan looked up, muttering to himself. This is a secret technique that burns one's essence blood to enhance spiritual awareness. But it also has severe side effects. It will cause irreversible damage to the body, and even affect lifespan and foundational strength. Who is this inner disciple? How can he force Mr. Lin into such a state? At that moment, the magical weapons had been melted down by the flames. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Heavens, he actually removed and reassembled the inscriptions carved on the magical weapons. This requires an immense amount of spiritual awareness and fine control. Lin Jiyuan made another motion to unify the items. A golden light radiated out, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy was overwhelming. Xilan, stunned, muttered, "Oh, the power when the chi has been refined. This is a high-grade Earth realm technique."
Lin Jiyuan smirked, chuckling triumphantly. "Ha ha. Brat, I really should thank you, for you have completely awakened my fighting spirit. This is the first time in my life I've crafted a top-tier territorial weapon. What do you think? Impressive, huh? Do you understand the saying there's always a higher mountain now?"
Xingyi coldly cracked his neck, then grabbed the folding chair and swung it down with a loud crash. The noise was unbearable. The old man's system immediately displayed spiritual energy creation 88. Lin Jiyuan froze for a moment. The next second, he directly collapsed, unconscious.
Jia Gufei hurriedly caught old Lin.
Chang Xin rolled his eyes, his tone filled with shock. Incredible, one strike broke a top-tier territorial weapon.
Could that folding chair be from the heavenly realms?
The folding chair in Xingye's hand began to crack, and then he too completely fainted. Lu Tianyun and Xing Xian shouted in unison, "Junior brother, Xing Xian, quickly check.
The soul has been severely damaged, it's irreparably flawed." Wang Guanzhou was astonished. "What?"
Lin Jiyuan had regained his composure and explained, "I understand now.
No wonder his soul power is so unusual.
It turns out he used the long-lost soul-sending technique to forge the weapon."
Xing Xian looked up at him. Soul-sending to forge a weapon?
Lin Jiyuan immediately explained, "This method involves refining one's own soul into a weapon to replace the patterns, specifically targeting the attack patterns on the opponent's weapon. Once the patterns carved on the weapon are destroyed, no matter how high the level of the weapon is, it will not withstand a single strike. However, using this method to destroy the opponent's weapon will cause the soul of the forger to collapse. Originally, this weapon forging method required a unique soul physique. Every time one uses the forged weapon to destroy the opponent's weapon, it is equivalent to destroying the soul of the forger. The losses outweigh the gains, so gradually this method was lost to time." Jia Gufei nodded after listening. "Clever plan, he knows that I am the only weapon forger of the myriad phenomena sect. He doesn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to provoke old Lin and make old Lin use a curse to burn his soul, leading to massive soul depletion. Old Lin can't forge weapons at the moment, but you still have 5 people on your side." Wang Guanzhou stared at them, sneering, "Who told you to be so confident, only bringing one weapon master?"
Lin Jiyuan nodded, "Fine, we concede. You can divide the results based on your 10 wins and 1 draw."
Jinli stepped forward, feeling somewhat unwilling.
"Old Lin, about this." Lin Jiyuan raised an eyebrow and said, "What?"
"He sacrificed a special soul to win. If this type of soul is carefully nurtured, it will certainly become a chi refining master surpassing me.
Unfortunately, there are those with narrow views."
A spatial gate immediately opened, causing the members of the myriad phenomena sect to be stunned. Xing Xian waved his hand, ordering them to leave, saying, "Take your time and leave without further farewells."
Jia Gufei smiled gently and responded,
"Then we will not trouble you any longer. Tomorrow, we will come by to proceed with the mineral mine transaction." Once the entire myriad phenomena sect had departed, Xing Xian turned to Xingyi and scolded, "Foolish, truly foolish. I didn't expect you to have such a special soul. Why would you sever your own future and potential for a few small mines?" Suddenly, Xingyi shot up from his seat.
Wang Guanzhou gasped in surprise. "Ha? You're awake?"
Xingyi immediately stood up and began to dance. The sect leader of Qin Xian then explained, "His soul is damaged, he has become senseless now."
Wang Guanzhou hesitated and asked, "Is there no way to cure it?"
Qin Xian turned to leave and replied, "High-level pills could heal the soul, but even if we were to sell our sect, we couldn't afford them. Lu Shizhi, take him back to rest. He has become like this because of the sect. Even if we can't heal him, we cannot treat him unfairly." Meanwhile, Qilan quickly pulled Xingyi away from the furnace.
You can't go in there. Lu Tianyun heard the command, nodded, and replied, yes. Scene change, Zheng Yingfeng went to take a bath. Yun Yuanlan glanced at Lu Tianyun and said, Senior sister, find a junior brother to bathe him.
Tianyun pursed her lips, he's a zombie, you know that, right?
Yun Yuanlan, after hearing this, made up her mind and picked up a towel, stepping forward.
Then let me do it, so you don't have to dirty your hands.
When she arrived, her eyes immediately lowered.
Yun Yuanlan frowned and yelled.
No, it's too disgusting, I have to go wash my eyes.
Lu Tianyun stepped forward, glancing at Xingyi, who had been exposed. Looks like it's just me left. Junior brother, are you still pretending?
Xingyi continued to act clueless, muttering some meaningless words.
Lu Tianyun touched the towel, hesitating. Or does junior brother need some stimulation to regain his consciousness?
Xingyi's face turned red, his eyes wide with shock. In the next moment, the towel dropped, and he hurriedly shut his eyes tightly, shouting. No, when you all helped me take my clothes off, I had already regained consciousness. Senior sister, quickly put your clothes back on, be careful not to catch a cold. He opened his eyes and froze.
Ha! Xingye's face darkened as he muttered. There's still another set. Why is senior sister messing with me like this? Lu Tianyun tilted her head and said. I never said I wasn't wearing anything underneath. Xingyi, hearing this, asked seriously. Then if I continue to pretend, how would senior sister react?
Lu Tianyun drew out the knife, her gaze sharp and cold. I will take off this outfit, and if junior brother reacts inappropriately, I will lose a junior brother and gain a junior sister. Xingyi recoiled, shouting, Senior sister, don't be so scary. Lu Tianyun turned around, leaving a single sentence behind, put your clothes back on, I'll wait for you outside. The system kindly reminded, quick, put the necklace on, the spirit sword demon can't handle the dispersed killing intent. The spirit sword demon crossed his arms, speaking with irritation, it's been a long time since I've had such pure killing intent. Brother, I'm tens of thousands of years older than you, so you can call me Xing brother. He didn't respond, dressing and then asking, System, what's going on? Why did I faint? The system replied, it's because you tried to combine all the magical items from the storage ring of that demonic cultivator into a broken folding chair for yourself. Xingyi, upon hearing this, quickly corrected, what broken folding chair? That is called a Zhijing, one of the top 7 weapons. The system answered again, it's just that the quality of your folding chair is so poor that even using the system's function to integrate high-level magical items barely managed to make it a lower-grade Earth Realm item. He suddenly realized and turned to the spirit sword demon. I remember now. After breaking the mysterious realm magical item to deal with the high-grade sword of the upper realm, I had no choice but to integrate the spirit sword demon technique into it, causing the folding chair to overload. It was angry, its fur bristling, and had already told me to call it Xing brother. Recalling that moment, it continued. Just when the chair was about to break, I smashed the jar and used it to strike the sword. After that, I broke it as well. The system nodded and responded. That's correct. Your chair broke when it collided with the sword, but your subconscious mind registered that 52% of the spirit sword demon's soul belonged to you and wrapped it around the folding chair. So, it was equivalent to you using your own soul to refine a high-grade Earth-class magic sword. Hearing this, Xingya's mouth fell open, murmuring in regret. What? Didn't I separate those souls? The system explained again. Yes, but that portion of the soul still maintains contact with your main body. When that old man with the nascent soul entered your consciousness, your soul summoned the power of the spirit sword demon. Similarly, when the spirit sword demon was damaged, it used your soul to compensate for the loss. Two souls in constant contact, borrowing from each other, giving and taking. He stared at the spirit sword demon, deep in thought. I still can't use this sword recklessly, otherwise, if I keep fighting, I'll become an idiot.
The spirit sword demon helplessly explained.
Brother, you're fine as long as you only use my soul portion. He asked with some doubt, really?
The system spoke up, confirming. Indeed, it will just release the demonic aura, causing the host to become a righteous sect enemy.
Spirit sword demon excitedly patted his chest. Big brother here will guide you into the demonic path, there's a bright future ahead. Xingyi bluntly refused. No need, I'll consider it when I turn dark someday. The system's mechanical voice rang out again.
Though this spiritual sword couldn't be used on the magical artifact, before the issue of the demonic talisman and thunder tribulation was resolved, it could be refined into a spiritual weapon for the host as a temporary transition. At that moment, Lu Tianyun's voice came from outside.
Junior brother, are you okay? Xingyi hurriedly replied, I'll be out in a moment. As he opened the door and stepped out, he asked, by the way, senior sister, how did you know I was pretending to be dumb?
Lu Tianyun answered nonchalantly, when I found you in that desolate place, your soul was empty.
Wasn't it already recovering well? Xingyi forced a smile. Oh, I see. He then asked seriously, what happened after I passed out? What's your conclusion? Lu Tianyun immediately took out the recording stone and said, I recorded it with the stone.
Here, take a look. 15 minutes later, Xingyi forced a smile again, thinking to himself, well, that's convenient.
I was still trying to figure out how to explain.
This old man already concluded I was using soul transmission to refine qi, thanks for his imagination.
Lu Tianyun saw this and asked, what are your plans for the future, junior brother?
He scratched his head, hesitated, and replied, the higher-ups of the sect are paying too much attention to me, and I'm under a lot of pressure.
Also, if Myriad Phenomena Sect finds out I've recovered, they'll definitely cause trouble because of my psychological instability. I'll just maintain the status quo and pretend to be a cheerful fool. Lu Tianyun nodded, what if the sect leader tries to probe your soul?
Xingyi snapped his fingers, his face full of confidence, and said, don't worry, I have a way to keep things from being exposed. He then silently spoke to the spirit sword demon, when the time comes, Xing brother, you'll have to hurt yourself a little.
The demon squinted and responded unhappily, you can't do that, at least not yet.
Xingyi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, right, I've already dealt with that troublesome Wang Deng.
How about senior sister asks the sect to send me out for treatment and recovery? Isn't traveling on the sect's expense better? Lu Tianyun nodded, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Hearing this, Xingyi eagerly asked, senior sister, you want to go on a trip with me? Just say the word, and we'll go, right?
She responded coldly, no, I'm talking about Wang Deng. 4 days ago, while you were still unconscious, he and Elder Wang Ju were both killed.
Xingyi froze, what? They were imprisoned in the dungeons, how could they have been killed?
Lu Tianyun crossed his arms and slowly explained, their bodies were originally infected with the life and death parasitic worms, similar to Luocheng.
Someone is controlling the worms from a distance, causing their deaths. Xingyi, a bit curious, asked, who did this? Lu Tianyun lightly shook his head. I don't know. Higher-ups are investigating.
Those from the Hall of Law Enforcement and anyone closely associated with Wang Deng are the prime suspects. He stroked his chin and lowered his eyes in deep thought. But I've already used the worm to question Wang Deng, so he probably doesn't have any accomplices.
Lu Tianyun's gaze suddenly turned cold as he uncertainly said, perhaps it was because of the way junior brother phrased the question.
Back then, you asked who was colluding with the demonic cultivator to harm a large number of our fellow disciples, but it's possible someone didn't harm the disciples directly, but rather helped the demonic cultivator elsewhere. Xingyi slapped his head, cursing in frustration, damn it, I should have just asked him how many accomplices the demonic cultivator had.
Lu Tianyun gently shook his head. This isn't your fault. For now, we'll leave it to the higher-ups to handle. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he cheerfully asked, does this mean we can discuss using public funds for a trip now?
She looked at him and explained, our sect is about to form an alliance with the Myriad Phenomena Sect. As a senior sister, there are many things I need to handle personally, so I can't leave for the time being. Xingyi turned away, his manner sorrowful and busy, fumbling about for a while with a touch of reverence. Lu Tianyun looked at him helplessly, then shifted the scene. Xingyi held the secret manual on spiritual root artifacts, soaking his feet while reading and nodding in approval. So it turns out that a magic weapon can become a pseudo-spiritual artifact through this method, and afterward be absorbed by its own spirit to increase the weight of its attributes. For example, if one possesses both fire and earth spiritual roots, it's best to break through levels in the usual way. One should find a place abundant in fire and earth spiritual energy, matching the weight of one's own fire and earth roots. If the difference isn't too great, a soul-absorbing formation can be used to balance them. However, if the gap in spiritual power is too wide, the formation won't be able to equalize it. In that case, a spiritual root artifact can be used. If you're refining a fire attribute magic weapon, you can increase the weight of the fire root, and then, combined with the soul absorption formation, achieve equilibrium. Hearing him speak, the system couldn't help but interrupt. But with this method, the increased weight won't last long, it will quickly dissipate. Xingyi rolled his eyes in frustration. Then isn't that useless for me? The system replied, no, because of the host's unique constitution, the spiritual root artifact can exhibit extraordinary effects on the host. He was slightly astonished, his eyes widening as he blurted out. What? Xingyi snapped the book shut and asked, puzzled, what does it mean for the superfunction to take effect on someone? This secret volume only described how to convert explosive qi into pseudo-spiritual energy that could be absorbed by a spiritual root. It said nothing about real weapons. The system immediately explained, the conditions for spirit qi to form are extremely harsh. All spirit qi are at least celestial grade. No fool would use them as a spiritual root. Xingfan narrowed his eyes and asked, so why do you call me that fool? It replied, the host is different. Right now you severely lack self-protection. Without a spiritual root you cannot absorb spirit qi, cannot cultivate techniques, and will be forever stuck at qi refining level 5. Although you cannot die, if a high-level cultivator discovers your secret, you will be better off dead. He pressed his lips together and asked, if I refine it, how long can the spiritual root be maintained? Spirit Sword Demon looked at him and spoke up, little brother, I am Spirit Sword Demon, make me your spiritual root. Do you intend to become a demonic cultivator? Xingyi raised an eyelid and said to the system, he just spoke. It answered at once, you only need to refine and transform 52% of his body to belong to you, and based on previous experience, no matter how the host's soul changes form, it can still maintain contact with the original soul. Although the host's soul will disperse, calculations show its recovery rate is still far faster than its rate of dispersion. Xingyi stroked his chin, nodding in admiration, wonderful. As expected, only I can make use of it. At this moment, the Spirit Sword Demon spoke up, brother, where is the jade pendant that you once left in my care? Take all of your divine soul, I will fall into a deep sleep, and you can return inside the jade pendant. Xingyi took out the jade pendant, pondering, it seems that your original body has noticed something. After you left, it seems you didn't send any messages anymore, but don't worry. After you fall asleep, I'll use the same method to make up for it. The Spirit Sword Demon grabbed the pendant, stared at it for a moment, then crushed it with his bare hands. Xingyi, confused, stood up abruptly, what are you doing? The Spirit Sword Demon curled his lips and explained, brother, even though you make up for me, I still feel like my mind is in chaos, like I'm not myself. If you have such power, why not help Big Brother and rescue the rest of my soul trapped in the sealed magic sword? Upon hearing this, Xingyi pointed at him, his tone softening, good night, soul. The Spirit Sword Demon, unable to control himself, slapped his own face in frustration, roaring angrily, why? How can you still control me? Xingyi continued to control the body, pulling its beak to one side. He twisted his wrist, and the two red rings gradually separated. The Spirit Sword Demon, unwilling to accept this, screamed, no. After a while, the Spirit Sword Demon and a part of Xingyi's original body were separated. He glanced at the Spirit Sword Demon, his voice cold. Don't think I haven't noticed that you've secretly assimilated my soul.
But unfortunately, my soul is a bit special. I can easily restore the parts you've assimilated. I didn't do it right away because I wanted to see what you would do. At this moment, the system spoke up. When will the host begin to refine the spirit root? Xingyi responded directly. Now, of course. The longer we wait, the more dreams will trouble us. The scene shifts to the myriad phenomena sect, in the conference hall. Jinli sat in the chair of authority, pointing at Lin Jiyuan, proudly saying, "With old Lin's return from his travels, the influence of myriad phenomena sect can now increase by another level." Another man spoke up. "Whether that's true or not can be discussed later. But today, I heard that your sect leader went to Azure Cloud Sect and lost 5 minds in one go. Is it time for Ling Gu to disband?" He was from Myriad Phenomena Sect, Great Elder Ling Gu Zuofu, at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Lin Jiyuan glanced at him and sneered. "Zuofu, are you blaming me now? You've seen the recording of the refining chi competition yourself. If it were you, could you have won the soul-sending refining chi contest?" Zuofu rolled his eyes, his tone laden with meaning. "I cannot win, but to ensure safety, I have selected 10 of our sect's elder weapon masters and asked them to go with you to Azure Cloud Sect. It is unknown who they are, but perhaps one person will be enough." Lin Jiyuan was so angry that he choked on his words. At this point, Jinli immediately spoke up to interrupt. All right, both elders, please don't be angry. Although our sect has lost all its mineral veins this time, the agreement clearly states that they must take on the entire responsibility for our weapon forging." Zuofu squinted and shot a glance at Jinli, "But we haven't completed the mission for Azure Cloud Sect." "In truth, we are working for them." Jia Gufei smiled and reassured them, "We will definitely complete the task, but by then, they will not provide enough magical weapons and will have to pay twice the value of the weapons in spirit stones. With Azure Cloud Sect's strength continually declining, forging magical weapons for our cultivators will become impossible. At that point, they will beg us to take back the mineral veins or requisition our weapon masters, and the power to negotiate will shift to us. Furthermore, they have lost a disciple with a unique soul type who can use the soul-sending method to forge weapons." Hearing that, Lin Jiyuan also felt relieved and said, "The soul demon can stand at the peak of the sword Dao. If he were still alive, Azure Cloud Sect would be able to consume these dozen or so mining veins. But unfortunately, I have already destroyed him, turning him into an idiot. If Zuofu had brought along a dozen of his men, that child wouldn't have fought with me by sending his soul to refine chi. If we take the mine and allow this child to develop, within 10 years, Azure Cloud Sect would be able to suppress us simply by forging weapons." Zuofu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Jia Gufei then smiled, lightening the atmosphere. This time, Senior Lin truly demonstrated foresight, helping us eliminate a potential threat. Lin Jiyuan immediately shot a glance, implying, "I'm not as shallow as some people, only thinking of immediate benefits." Suddenly, someone came in to report, and Jia Gufei exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Jinli curiously spoke up. "What's going on, Deacon Jia?" Jia Gufei began recounting. "Sect leader, the people from Azure Cloud Sect have sent word that someone is breaking through their sword intent, causing a celestial phenomenon." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Lin Jiyuan's gaze went vacant as he muttered. "Breaking through sword intent is much harder than breaking through cultivation, and it can even cause celestial phenomena. Could it be that Qing Wu Ji has exited seclusion?" Jia Gufei took out a stone, raised it, and said, "This is a memory stone. If he sends something back, we'll know right away." An image appeared, and the elders in the room stared in astonishment. "My goodness, the sword intent taking form, this isn't Qing Wu Ji, he's very young. Why haven't we heard of such a genius sword cultivator from the Azure Cloud Sect?" Lin Jiyuan's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. "How could this be? Why is it this brat?" Scene transition to Azure Cloud Sect. Zhongyang Feng, Xingye's system voice sounded, "Perfect mastery of creation, level 968. He rolled his eyes in frustration, cursing, "System, you tricked me. Why would harmonizing with the spiritual root cause such a massive fluctuation?
Hearing this, the system explained, no one has ever truly merged with their spiritual root using actual spiritual energy. What the host used is a sword spirit formed by his own soul.
This is the most perfect fusion yet. Since the creation of spiritual roots, such a phenomenon has never occurred before. It's not surprising.
Xingyi cursed in anger, damn it, you should have warned me first. The Azure Cloud sect elders gathered around, still in shock, exclaiming, a celestial phenomenon, the sword intent taking form.
This only appears in ancient texts. But what kind of terrifying swordsmanship is this?
Xing Xian looked toward Xingyi and laughed heartily. This young friend truly breaks old norms and has created a new rule. Heaven is helping our Azure Cloud sect.
Lu Tianyun, due to the commotion, pouted and complained.
Junior brother promised to play the fool, but you're being way too arrogant. At Myriad Phenomena Sect, Zhufu pointed at the image and questioned.
Isn't that the brat who competed with you?
Lin Jiyuan, explain to me how this fool could produce a breakthrough in sword intent. Jinli slammed the table and stood up, recalling. At that time, only the Azure Cloud sect leader came forward for the inspection, stating that his soul had been severely injured.
I couldn't confirm it myself.
Jia Gofei, rarely dejected, stammered, we've been tricked. Xing Xian fabricated the story of a genius disciple falling from grace, then made us happy and went along with the charade, when in fact, they were all just acting from the very start.
Zhufu angrily pointed and shouted.
Compensate them for all the mining veins, and then give them a genius refining spirit.
Lin Jiyuan, is this what you meant by foresight?
Lin Jiyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Jia Gofei hurried over to old Lin.
The old man clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with fury.
You damned beast, I will make sure you and the Azure Cloud sect pay for this.
Scene shift to the inner sect of Myriad Phenomena Sect. A girl leaned in and spoke. Brother, what are you doing? She's the daughter of Sect Master Zhen, a true Foundation establishment talent.
Why did you shave your head? Chang Xin, with his shiny bald head, answered frankly, I lost the bet to someone. Hearing this, Chang Xin said, I remember you once said you only bet with people weaker than you, and if you lose, you can just beat them up. Chang Xin covered his mouth and coughed. He rubbed his bald head, tilted his head, and explained, he's weaker than me, but I admire him a lot. He was willing to sacrifice his life to protect what he cares about. Consider it as offering my hair to a worthy opponent.
Chang Xin hesitated and asked, are you talking about the guy who used soul transmission to refine weapons and beat old Lin?
He shrugged and replied, yeah, that's him. His soul was damaged, so now he's become a fool. She then said, but I heard he was faking it, just to trick father and old Lin into happily handing over the mineral veins.
Chang Yen was stunned and rushed forward, what? Who told you that? Chang Xin, with a blank look in her eyes, honestly answered, Deacon Jia.
And Deacon Jia also said that he's a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of swordsmanship. Earlier, his breakthrough in sword intent caused a celestial phenomenon. Old Lin was so furious after realizing he'd been tricked that he spat blood.
Upon hearing this, Chang Yan's whole body went limp, and he collapsed. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth.
Chang Xin, terrified, screamed, brother, right now Jia Gofei is coming.
Miss, Sect Master is looking for you. Chang Xin pointed hesitantly at Chang Yan, who was lying on the ground. Him, that's him.
Elder Jia smiled reassuringly. It's all right, the young Sect Master must already be used to this.
Chang Xin tilted her head in confusion. Ha!
Outside, Jinli was already waiting.
Chang Xin walked up and spoke. Father, Deacon Jia said you wanted to see me.
He tilted his head slightly, glanced at her, and said, Xiner, something's happened to the Wangs.
You look surprised?
He continued, according to Qing Xian, her grandfather took her out for training and they ran into a demonic cultivator. Although they managed to kill him, both of them were struck by the demonic cultivator's poison weapon and lost their lives.
Chang Xin refused to accept it and asked again, "Have you confirmed the bodies of the three of them, father?" Junli nodded, tears rolling down his cheeks. Chang Xin lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Is that so?"
Seeing her like that, Junli's tone softened. "I truly didn't realize how deep your feelings for Wang Deng were."
Chang Xin wiped her tears away and asked again, "Was there another reason you wanted to see me, father?" He immediately got to the point.
"Though the Wangs are gone, to ensure the alliance between us and the Azure Cloud Sect remains stable, I have chosen someone even more suitable for you."
Chang Xin obediently replied, "Yes, father." Junli frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to ask who it is?" Chang Xin lowered her eyes and answered softly, "I'll follow your arrangements, father." He sighed, "All right, you can leave now." Chang Xin nodded and left.
"Yes, sir." Jia Gufei waited outside, watching her figure with pursed lips. The old man entered and immediately asked,
"Sect master, what did the young lady say?"
Junli spoke somewhat irritably. "She doesn't even care who the other party is." She agreed, but after the incident 10 years ago, it's as if her soul has been lost.
He tilted his head and instructed, "Deacon Jia, if Xin Air has agreed, you can share the next steps now."
"I don't think it's wise to offend Lin Ji Yuan for that brat."
Jia Gufei nodded and replied,
"Old Lin owes Sect Master a favor, which is why he agreed to become an elder of Myriad Phenomena Sect.
The 2-year term is almost up.
As for the talented sword and weapon cultivator from Azure Cloud Sect, his potential is limitless.
Moreover, I found out that he only joined Azure Cloud Sect half a month ago and doesn't have any deep ties to them.
He doesn't possess great talent, nor is he particularly intelligent."
Junli narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "Is that really possible?" Jia Gufei continued,
"If he were smart, he would have chosen to continue pretending to be a fool and let Azure Cloud Sect nurture his strength in silence. Perhaps Chang Xin was planning to tell him this, but he didn't listen. The Chang Xin Sect leader didn't enter seclusion to meditate, but instead broke through the sword intent in front of everyone. He was young, eager to tell old Lin that I had played him and avenged the slap to the face of his master, Wang Guanzhou. The kind of foolish youth with no schemes at all is the easiest to control." The scene shifted to a room with a hole punched in the roof. Lu Tianyun crossed her arms, her tone questioning.
"Junior brother, I need an explanation."
Xingyi began to act again, no longer pretending. He was revealing his hand now. In truth, he was a swordsmanship master. She froze, recalling that junior brother had never used a weapon.
Could it be? The image of Xingyi appeared. "I don't use a sword."
Using a sword inevitably means killing someone.
Thinking this, Lu Tianyun suggested, "How about we spar a bit with sword techniques?"
Xingyi nodded in agreement. Sure, but I don't have a sword."
Lu Tianyun then handed over her sword, saying, "Use mine."
Xingyi coldly took the blade, the back of his hand cut by the edge, blood spurting out, making him cry out in pain.
"It hurts."
Xingyi bent down to pick up the sword, awkwardly justifying himself.
"Just a slip up, a slip up."
He picked up the sword again, his posture now confident. This is to help senior sister expand her understanding of the unity of sword in person. Lu Tianyun poked at the sword, and it immediately fell from Xingyi's hand. She blinked, thinking to herself, "Really weak." Xingyi, frustrated, yelled inwardly,
"What's going on with the system?"
"My sword intent has broken through, so why does it feel like nothing when I pick up the sword?"
The system hesitated. Could it be that the host hasn't learned any sword techniques yet?
Hearing this, he turned to look at Lu Tianyun. "That's right, senior sister. Our hardware is sufficient now, but the software hasn't been installed yet. Please teach me the most basic sword technique." She was momentarily taken aback, then quickly pulled out a book and handed it to him.
"This is the Tianyun sword technique.
Although it's the most basic, it still takes 3 to 5 years to master, even just the fundamentals.
Xingyi nodded and took the book.
Alright, I'll take a look at it first. Xingyi immersed himself in reading.
Lu Tianyun watched his speed and couldn't help but exclaim, "How can you read so fast?" Xingyi's eyes brightened as if he had just understood the key point. He thought to himself, impressive, is this the breakthrough sword intent?
I can completely grasp this sword technique just by skimming through it, as if I had already learned it before and just forgot about it. After a while, he closed the book and happily said, "Senior sister, I'm done." Then Xingyi drew his sword, his gaze sharp and cold.
"Let's see your move." Lu Tianyun was stunned, thinking to herself, his aura is completely different from before. It's been less than 15 minutes.
Anyway, so many strange things have happened with Junior Brother that I can't even understand.
Let's see how much shock you'll bring me this time. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and took the initiative to strike. Xingyi stood upright, ready to face the sword. Lu Tianyun widened her eyes, mouth agape in astonishment.
She attacked again, and Xingyi's entire body seemed to transform into a sword, clashing with hers. He circled around and thrust downward at Lu Tianyun's waist. She raised her sword to parry, but Xingyi directly blocked it with his head.
Lu Tianyun froze, retracting her sword, and asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what are you doing?"
Xingyi, clutching his bloodied head, groaned in pain.
"I don't know either.
Every time I use the Tianyun sword technique, I end up like this." At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in.
This system knows now.
The breakthrough in the sword intent of the host is not related to the human aspect, but to the sword aspect. Xingyi still didn't understand, clutching his head in bewilderment. The system continued to explain.
It means the host's zombie body is essentially something like a magic artifact.
Then, you have the spiritual route to turn it into a sword spirit perfectly suited to you. The host then discovered a sword intent soaring into the sky like a peerless sword, creating a strange phenomenon. After hearing this, Xingyi was stunned and cursed.
"Damn it!" Xingyi turned to Lu Tianyun. She listened and looked even more confused, asking again, "What?
Your sword intent broke through, and you've turned yourself into a sword?" He pursed his lips.
"You could say it like that." Lu Tianyun looked at him to confirm again and said,
"Junior brother, when using the sword technique to control the sword, your top priority is yourself." Xingyi turned away in frustration. "Stop talking, let me calm down first." In Xingyi's mind, in the future, the immortal energy would swirl around as the sword master of the sword path. But in the present, he, the great swordman with a human form, was at odds with himself. Seeing this, Lu Tianyun spoke again with a hint of meaning in her words. "Junior brother, don't make any further rebellious moves."
He glanced at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lu Tianyun raised her hand and performed the sword control technique.
Immediately, Xingyi turned into a flying sword. Yun Yuan Lan heard the noise and stepped out. Upon seeing the scene, she rubbed her eyes, trying to calm herself. Go back to sleep, if you don't get enough rest, you'll start seeing illusions." On this side, Xingyi seemed to be accustomed to it. He started opening his hands, rotating them, then curled his legs in, preparing to land. After that, he placed himself down and screamed, holding his head.
"This is just too bizarre."
Lu Tianyun was somewhat excited, nodding, "Yes, I've never controlled the sword so smoothly before, and Junior brother's movements are so good, it makes one want to keep going."
Xingyi immediately interrupted, "Senior sister, could you not say things that could be misunderstood?" Lu Tianyun nodded, "Well, in that case, it would be convenient, and we wouldn't need to use sleeping bags or multi-layered sword control techniques anymore."
Xingyi immediately raised his hand, coldly rebutting, "Pardon my refusal, but if senior sister gets used to this position, what will happen if she wants to lie down like this in the future?" The system immediately displayed the creation value plus 22. Xingyi looked fearfully at the sickle in Lu Tianyun's hand. "Oh my, I was just joking.
I thought, would senior sister really understand what I meant?" He looked up at the night sky and spoke, "I've made such a big noise, why haven't the elders of the sect come looking for me yet?" Lu Tianyun pursed her lips and replied, "Sect leader instructed me to keep an eye on you." He went to convene an emergency meeting. He was a little curious, wondering what kind of meeting it was. Lu Tianyun then explained, "You've caused too much of a stir this time, and even the formation couldn't stop it." The news of Azure Cloud sect having a rare genius in swordsmanship, one that appears once in 1,000 years, must have already spread throughout the entire Azure Orchid nation. Xingyi nodded indifferently, saying, "Well, that's great. It boosts our morale." Lu Tianyun's voice grew serious as she explained, "If you were an ordinary genius, it would make other sects jealous. But as long as you grow, you will definitely become an unparalleled powerhouse, making our sect rise to new heights, and causing Azure Cloud sect, which is already in chaos, to face immense pressure." Xingyi squinted his eyes, feeling a little awkward as he said, "The key issue here is that I'm not actually some unparalleled powerhouse." She slowly replied, "That's right. If it were a sword, the sword's aura rising to the sky and creating strange phenomena wouldn't be unusual. It's something quite common. But you are human, and for a person to cause the strange phenomenon of a sword is very rare, or perhaps we could say, impossible. Now, everyone considers you a peerless genius in the way of the sword, and you can't explain it. You can only silently acknowledge it." After hearing this, Xingyi awkwardly muttered, "This really is troublesome." Lu Tianyun instructed, "Go rest for now. Tonight, the elders will have a meeting, and there will probably be arrangements for you by tomorrow." Then she left. The next day, Lu Tianyun, somewhat confused, glanced at the two people in front of her. "Sect leader, master, is this the solution you two have decided on? To have junior brother replace Wang Deng and marry into the myriad phenomena sect?" Xing Xian glanced at Xingyi and said, "This is the sect master's suggestion, of course, we also need to see what junior brother Xingyi thinks." At this moment, Xingyi was in a difficult position, feeling torn. He replied, "Wang Deng's senior brother just passed away, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Jinli pushed his daughter forward, smiling as he said, "Shiji doesn't need to worry. Xin has no feelings for Wang Deng. To put it bluntly, their engagement was merely to solidify the alliance. But after my daughter saw the sword intent rising to the sky yesterday, she instantly fell in love with junior brother. She came to me that very night to arrange the marriage." Xingyi looked at Chang Xin, who had dozed off, and silently thought, "Is this really what they call love at first sight? This lady is dozing off right now." At that moment, Jinli spoke up sternly, reminding her, "Xin, didn't you have something to say to Xingyi Shiji?" Chang Xin stepped forward, looked directly at Xingyi, and tilted her head to hand him a letter. He curled his lips, thinking to himself, "A letter?" Lu Tianyun, curious, leaned over, but Chang Xin immediately warned, "Don't peek." Caught off guard, she retorted angrily, "I'm not." Xingyi's eyes suddenly gleamed with surprise. Seeing this, Lu Tianyun asked curiously, "What's with that expression?" Xingyi didn't answer. He looked at Chang Xin and said with a smile, "Xin, you're really bold. Just reading a letter and I'm already blushing, my heart racing." Then he turned to the sect master and continued, "I understand what the young lady means, but there's still a lack of basic understanding between us. How about we have Xin stay at Zhanyang Feng for now, so we can spend more time together and get to know each other better? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyun was so surprised that his eyes nearly rolled back, exclaiming, "Ha?" Jinli hesitated before replying, "I don't have any objections to this. What about the Qingxian sect leader's opinion?" His gaze shifted to the Qingxian sect leader, who, understanding the implication, remarked, "Fine, but the conditions at Zhangyang Feng might cause your precious daughter some hardship." Jinli gently patted his daughter's head and laughed heartily. The Qingxian sect leader chuckled, "Xin doesn't look that fragile to me." Then he turned around to leave. "It's settled then. You two should spend more time together and nurture your bond.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first.
Chang Xin quickly followed after him and reminded, weren't we supposed to discuss the mineral mine with Sect Master today?
Jinli tilted his head and smiled faintly.
No rush.
We already agreed from the start on the day of Xinr's grand wedding, our two sects will officially sign the alliance pact.
We'll handle it then.
The Qingxian sect leader laughed loudly. If we want this alliance to happen soon, we'd better help those two get closer. With that, he burst into laughter once more before disappearing. Only then did Wang Guanzhou turn to the old sect leader, voicing his thoughts. Sect leader, he clearly sees Xingye's potential. He's trying to use marriage to draw our myriad phenomena sect to his side. Qing Xian's gaze was resolute.
It's fine. I have faith in Lu Shizhi. Hearing that, Wang Guanzhou jumped in alarm. Sect leader. You don't mean to have my disciple make a move on the other sect master's daughter, do you? That's not a good idea.
Qing Xian stepped back into the spatial realm, leaving behind a mocking remark. No wonder you're almost 300 years old and still haven't found a Dao companion. Old Wang's face darkened with anger.
What? What does that have to do with me not having a Dao companion?
Qing Xian had just returned and looked around the room, but seeing no one, she felt confused.
Xinr, why are you the only one left? Where is everyone else?
Chang Xin calmly replied, senior sister in white left with Xingyi's senior brother. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian froze for a moment, feeling bewildered. A flash of blue light appeared and quickly rushed toward the forest.
Tianyun jumped and swiftly chased after Xingyi, who was ahead.
He turned his head, frowned, and pointed at her, warning, senior sister, I can't resist your spiritual power. I'm afraid I might hurt you, so please don't go too far.
Tianyun's face darkened as he questioned, you're leaving the daughter of the Wu family here with us? Junior brother, are you planning to build a harem? Hearing this, Xingyi was startled and asked, harem? It's just her, no one else. He immediately covered his mouth, chuckling wickedly, and then asked, could it be that senior sister has already added your subconscious to this harem? Is that it? Is that it? If not, then tell me, who else is there? Go on, tell me, tell me.
She blushed with embarrassment, raised her hand, and shouted loudly. In that instant, Xingye's body was immediately controlled, spinning uncontrollably in the air. After a moment, he was let down, bowing his head, trying not to gag. Then, trembling, Xingyi handed the letter from earlier to Tianyun. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and said, senior sister, you read it. It's written by Xinr. She crossed her arms and glanced away, refusing, I have no interest in reading other people's love letters.
Xingye's expression darkened as he elaborated, this is not a love letter, it's a letter of terror.
Tianyun took the letter and was startled by the content of the fourth letter, let me stay at Azure Cloud Sect. She thought of his figure at that time and confirmed it was number 4. Could it be referring to the mask you wore initially? Xingyi slumped onto the ground and responded, moreover, she even knows which number I am among the zombies. It must be connected to that demonic cultivator. She's even closer to him than Wang Deng was. I just don't know if the death of Wang Deng and Wang Zhu has anything to do with her.
Tianyun looked ahead and asked, but what does she want to do?
He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and answered, just go ask her, and you'll know. She used her sword control technique on Xingyi, but he inadvertently flicked it away. Tianyun refused to give up and used a multi-layered sword control technique again, but all of it was sent flying back. His face darkened, unable to hold back any longer, he turned around and growled, use your flying sword. Tianyun, hearing this, explained, I'm used to using junior brother's sword. I don't want to use another flying sword. Xingyi angrily shouted, then stop getting used to me. In another place, inside the courtyard, the top 5 and top 3 disciples were walking around. Suddenly, one of them raised his head, pointed at the sky, and shouted loudly. It was the disciple who had broken through to the sky-high sword intent the day before. They all looked up at Xingyi soaring in the air and exclaimed in shock.
My god, I heard he just completed chi training, how does he know how to fly?
He paid no attention, muttering to himself. Tianyun's sword technique controls the self, with low energy consumption, consuming only 10 spirit stones within 100 kilometers. Xingyi looked at a streak of white light shooting toward him and shouted. Something is flying out from Zhongyang Feng. He extended his hand to catch it, curiously inspecting the notice. The paper had the following words: martial competition to choose a husband. I am the daughter of the sect leader of the Myriad Phenomena sect, and I am now starting a martial competition to select a husband.
Both men and women are welcome.
Must be under 30 years old, with a cultivation level of at least foundation establishment. Only by defeating my current fiancé in a fair one-on-one duel, a 5th level chi cultivation and a rare prodigy in swordsmanship and weapons. Xingyi, can you take his place? The rule is first come, first served. Xingyi was astonished, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? Immediately after, he kicked open the door to Chang Xian's room. Xingyi clenched the paper tightly in his hand and shouted.
What exactly are you trying to do? What is this?
She turned her head, looking over with a question in her eyes.
Long time no see, number 4. Do you remember me?
He reached out and shut the room door, retorting, I'm not number 4, call me Xingyi.
Chang Xin heard this and asked back, is that so? No memories have been fabricated?
Xingyi's face darkened, he ground out each word, I'll ask you once more, what do you want?
Chang Xin lifted the paper and answered, a martial contest to choose a husband.
His voice rang out in anger, I want to ask you why you would do that. Then she raised her hand and sent a stream of flame toward the wall.
Tianyun and Yuan Lan, standing behind the wall, heard Chang Xian's warning in terror. Eavesdropping isn't good.
Xingyi frowned and replied, it's fine, they're with me, they all know my true identity. She fell silent at that. Then Chang Xin took out a pen and began writing more on the paper. He tilted his head toward the sheet and probed, what are you writing? On the paper appeared the line, high aptitude for the way of the sword, arrogant, impulsive, mentally unstable, suspected of augmentation, capable of issuing orders. Within 1 week of joining the sect, caused 2 senior sisters to fall into the demonic path. Xingyi, seeing this, jumped and shouted, who is this? He stared at her and said, people don't like beating around the bush, state your purpose.
Chang Xin replied coldly, the martial contest to choose a husband is a test.
If you can defeat every challenger who comes, I will tell you. Xingyi heard this and asked again. So what if I lose? Her thin lips slightly parted as she replied. Then I'll publicly reveal your identity as a zombie. Yuan Lan popped his head out from a small hole in the wall and shouted. You're also an accomplice of the demonic cultivator who exposed junior brother, you can't escape either.
Chang Xin calmly responded.
It's fine, junior brother, you've disrupted my plan, so you should take responsibility too.
Xingyi raised an eyebrow and asked, what plan?
She brushed past him and said. If you win the martial arts contest for a husband, I'll tell you. Good luck. Xingyi watched the door close and silently cursed in frustration.
Damn it, I hate people who always hide things.
Yuan Lan, seeing this, asked. I think she's just threatening you. How could the daughter of the sect master want to die alongside junior brother? Tianyun rested her head on his and disagreed. No, it's because she is the daughter of the sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect. Even if she admits to colluding with that demonic cultivator, it's still an internal matter for them. With his position, he wouldn't be punished much.
Yuan Lan questioned doubtfully.
Last time, when Deng was exposed, junior brother, you were still scolded. Seeing this, he suggested.
Could the two of you talk inside? Tianyun didn't pay attention and replied casually.
The difference was that the junior brother was currently standing at the forefront of the storm, not wanting to see the rise of the Azure Cloud sect. Other sects were eager to see him fall, and they would never let it slide as easily as they did with Deng. Then, she turned to look at him and criticized, it's all because junior brother is too arrogant. Yuan Lan immediately chimed in, that's right, something's going to happen now. Xingyi helplessly said, stop joking around. Elsewhere, Jinli slammed the paper onto the table and shouted loudly, let's take the risk. With a dark expression, he exclaimed, what does Xin Air want to do? This time, it's because Wang is in trouble and Azure Cloud Sect can't fulfill the marriage agreement, so I took the initiative to propose a marriage alliance to make it hard for him to refuse. Otherwise, Azure Cloud Sect really wants that brat to stay away from everyone in our myriad phenomena sect. Jinli frowned angrily and shouted, what is that girl doing, participating in a martial arts contest for a husband? She's in the Azure Cloud Sect. If I were Qing Xian, even if I could win, I would intentionally lose. Gu Fei, upon hearing this, asked cautiously, has the sect master contacted the young lady? He looked up and replied, I sent a sound transmission to her, but she didn't respond. Send someone to bring that girl back. The old man closed his eyes and advised, Sect Master, Xingyi is the one who insisted on keeping the young lady here. If we force her back, it won't end well. Gu Fei's voice grew serious. Although it seemed like a reckless action, the young lady might be hiding something regarding the Xianji. Xingli, upon hearing this, clasped his hands behind his back and said, let me listen. The old man raised 2 fingers and responded, I believe there are 2 possibilities for why the young lady is doing this. Then Gu Fei's voice sounded again, speculating, first, she is certain that Xingyi is infatuated with her and is hiding her true strength. In that case, the martial arts contest for a husband is actually a test of separation. Xing Xian would certainly let Xingyi lose on purpose to sever ties with us, but the young lady is sure that Xingyi will defy Qing Xian's orders to win her over. After all, this is not the first time. The old man calmly added, at that point, Xingyi will gather his strength and defeat all the opponents. If Qing Xian continues to interfere, it's very likely that the brat will fall out with the Azure Cloud Sect due to his impulsive nature. Jinli, upon hearing this, inquired, what about the second possibility? Then, the voice of Gu Fei echoed, as for the second possibility, it's the opposite. She is certain that Xingyi cannot be exploited by our sect, so she intends to use this martial arts competition as an opportunity to escape from him. Jinli furrowed his brow and asked again, but right now, he is the critical weakness of the Azure Cloud Sect. How can we eliminate him? Hearing this, the old man calmly responded, disclose this matter to Lin Ji Yuan. Gu Fei thought of that person and added, Lin Ji Yuan is eager to eliminate Xingyi now. He cannot miss this opportunity. Jinli immediately exclaimed, then we must contact Xin Air and ask about her situation. The old man calmly called out, Miss, if she is not responding to messages from the sect leader, it's highly likely she is being closely monitored by the Azure Cloud Sect. Our reckless actions could ruin your plans. Gu Fei calmly replied, in my opinion, whether it's the first or the second possibility, the information must be disclosed to Lin Ji Yuan. He still asked with suspicion, why? The old man thought of the scene where Jinli raised a sign, strongly condemning and expressing deep regret, and explained, if it's the second possibility, then there's nothing more to say. Lin Ji Yuan can help us escape from the looming threat, and at that time, we can set aside our antagonism with the Azure Cloud Sect. The voice of Gu Fei added, if it's the first option, you just need to prepare the young lady by having her wear protective clothing and take the fatal blow for Xiao Xingyi at the critical moment. He grinned wickedly and continued, he already likes the young lady, and with the life-saving grace she'll give him, he will definitely be able to control him in the palm of his hand. Jinli clasped his hands behind his back and smiled in approval, clever plan, a brilliant mind like Deacon Jia's. How could I worry that myriad phenomena sect wouldn't prosper? Gu Fei smiled back and replied, Sect Master, you flatter me. His face became serious as he said, but the young lady hasn't even been able to send a message back. It seems she's being closely monitored, and we need to find a way to transmit the message. He rubbed his chin and confirmed, this is the problem. Just then, Chang Xin pushed open the door and entered. Jinli and Gu Fei were startled and shouted in unison, why are you back? Chang Yan answered softly, Xingyi wants to enter closed-door cultivation for 3 months to comprehend the sword intent, so I came back first. He furrowed his brows and asked, I sent you many messages, why didn't you reply? She took out the jade pendant and replied, I forgot to recharge the spirit stone and my sound-transmitting jade pendant.
Gufei's face was flushed, and he coughed dryly before saying,
It's better to go back, there are some things that should still be discussed in person.
Chang Xin, puzzled, asked, Deacon Jia, why is your face so red?
A sign with the word Xingyi needs to go into seclusion for 3 months was posted up.
The disciples looked at the sign and asked in confusion. 3 months? Why so long? Yuan Lan furrowed his brows and replied,
I've already said, junior brother Xingyi just broke through to a new level of sword intent, so he needs to go into seclusion to comprehend it.
The disciples mocked loudly. Comprehend what?
It's just a 5th grade weapon forging. Even if he has broken through the sword intent, he still can't be a match for senior brother.
We're at the foundation establishment stage, right?
That's right. If we don't compete sooner rather than later, our minds won't be clear, and it will affect our cultivation. Yuan Lan took out a brush and paper, coldly calling out. Fine then, if you can't wait, come find me to register. At that time, I'll hand over the list to the sect leader. It was clear that these disciples wanted to leave Azure Cloud Sect as soon as possible and become sons-in-law of the Myriad Phenomena Sect. Hearing this, the disciples sneered coldly and then turned to leave.
3 months is just 3 seconds for cultivators like us.
Exactly, it doesn't matter if it's some martial arts competition or matchmaking.
Yeah.
Everyone simply wants to challenge the genius of the sword Dao to enhance their own strength. Outside the cave of Xingyi, Yuan Lan looked at Tianyan standing outside and asked in doubt, Where is junior brother? She calmly replied, He has entered seclusion. Hearing this, she furrowed her brows and asked, Senior sister, does he really want to participate in the duel to become the son-in-law?
Tianyun whispered an explanation, Until a better strategy is found, we can only counter his moves with our own.
Yuan Lan pointed behind her with a thumbs up and replied, The important thing is, what effect will 3 months of seclusion have? The people he'll duel with are all senior brothers in the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Tianyun's face immediately darkened as she shouted, It's fine, I'll stay here for 3 months. She then began to inquire about those who might be able to participate in this duel within the sect.
Yuan Lan, hearing this, let out a confused sound, Huh?
Inside, streams of bloodlight continually rushed by, and the system's voice echoed. Creation power score plus 50, creation power score plus 30, creation power score plus 15. Xingyi emerged from the bloodlight, and the system kept notifying him. His blood transformation technique had reached a total of 305 points of creation power, and the mission was complete. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled, saying, He finally completed a mission.
Now, the only task left is the deity transformation.
There, I have 3 years to work with, so as long as I do my best to increase my strength, I should be fine.
The system immediately responded with a question.
Master, it's clear that you've just come into contact with the cultivation world and you don't have the memories of the previous master.
Why, then, is your speed or technique so abnormal?
Xingyi, startled, asked.
Abnormal in what way?
The system began listing its observations in detail. First of all, disregarding the matter of merging with the sword demon, your ability to understand sword techniques in an instant is unusual, especially considering that you only just learned the blood refinement technique.
Even someone with a high comprehension ability would typically need half a month to master it.
But you, master, only took 2 hours to almost completely grasp it.
This is something that's normally impossible.
Xingyi frowned slightly, confused, and asked,
Why do I feel like you always say things like this?
The system confirmed without hesitation. Indeed, possessing the demon core from the soul replacement ritual, the mastery of formations, the enhancement of the sword demon's soul, and the abnormally fast comprehension of cultivation techniques this time all point to the same thing. Therefore, this system has reason to suspect that something unusual occurred before you took over this body.
Did you encounter any special opportunities before?
He narrowed his eyes, expressing doubt.
Xingyi
thought back to his past life and then said, Before I took over this body, I was a student.
Is finding a 100 coin bill at the school gate considered a stroke of fate? In the end, I had to pay 200.
He made a sound of doubt when he heard the system's inquiry.
What happened after you died? Did you notice anything on the way to the reincarnation tower or inside the reincarnation tower?
Xingyi reached up to touch his chin and replied thoughtfully. There was a receptionist girl in the reincarnation tower who told me to collect a prize, and then I came here. As for what happened on the way to the reincarnation tower, the memories in his mind blurred, and he continuously groaned while clutching his head. The system, seeing this, anxiously asked,
"What's wrong?"
Xingyi, holding his head, clenched his teeth and said with effort, I think I should remember something, but my brain suddenly hurts like it's about to crack open.
Damn it, what is it? I was so close to remembering.
The system's voice interrupted.
Su Zhu, don't try to remember anymore.
Your soul state isn't very stable. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. The system, seeing this, panicked and shouted, Su Zhu! Xingyi lay on the ground, his eyes blankly staring off into the distance, groaning. He sat up, holding his head, and asked in confusion.
My head hurts so much, what exactly happened? Did I faint because of the pain? The system immediately responded.
Yes, Su Zhu, you've been unconscious for 9 days.
Xingyi looked at his hand and shouted. What? The time when my soul was drained 5,000 times, was I unconscious for only 1 week?
The system's sound rang out. Master, this time the soul encountered some kind of unknown power interference, and the recovery is very slow.
Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you mean?
The system screen displayed some notes, with an example, your soul is like a computer. In this case, it's like being completely drained, which can be considered a physical attack, equivalent to breaking the computer. The blood-devouring fiend pearl can heal very quickly in this situation, but this time the computer wasn't damaged externally, it's the internal components that are infected with a virus, so the blood-devouring fiend pearl is ineffective. In this situation, its voice continued to sound. The system has spent 9 days breaking the source of this unknown power, and only then could the master wake up.
Xingyi was startled and shouted, What is this unknown power? Where did it come from?
It speculated after hearing this, maybe it's some kind of bug in this system. In any case, if the master remembers something and feels a headache, do not dig into it any further. This time, the system was lucky enough to successfully resolve it, but if it happens again, the master may never wake up. He heard this and angrily shouted, This is too much of a scam. It hesitated before replying, The system is a bit tired, it might need to rest for a while.
Xingyi was startled and asked, What?
Its voice then comforted him, Don't worry, to put it simply, I am just a system manager. While I am in hibernation, the spatial system, the trading city system, and the task-giving station can operate without my authority.
Xingyi immediately jolted and shouted, Wait, what's going on? Why do you have to hibernate?
The system immediately replied loudly, I told you, the energy consumption from breaking the strength formation was too overwhelming.
A rest is enough to recover. He looked up and shouted loudly, Wait, what is this? Why are you so exhausted after recovering?
It looked at the monitor tracking Xingyi and said, Also, if you can truly recover, I hope you'll fix the mission disorder bug.
Calling it a system issue isn't something to worry about, is it?
A notification sound rang out, error warning, error warning. Its voice echoed. The virus had not only infected the person, but even I had been caught in it.
Xingyi anxiously shouted, System, are you there? Say something.
A notification popped up, error warning, interruption of communication with the external system, cause unclear. Seeing no reply, he murmured softly, It's really in hibernation. A giant red gift box appeared, accompanied by a notification sound, this time's prize box has been sent to the screen of Xingyi. He approached with doubt.
Ha! This gift box is a little bigger than last time.
The system screamed in shock.
What?
He squinted slightly, staring at it in confusion. Strange, I wasn't supposed to participate in this lottery draw, damn it, so that's why it cut off my connection to the outside world? The system saw Xingyi raise his hand to grab the gift-wrapped string and excitedly shouted, "Master, don't open it, there's a conspiracy." Outside, he was startled, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him. A notification sound rang out, "Congratulations, you have acquired a clone specifically for cultivation." Xingyi reached out and pinched Spirit's cheek, staring at it as he sighed, "It looks just like me. How do I use this?" Immediately, Xingyi was stunned as a system screen appeared before him. A notification sound rang out, "Please set the gender as male. Females with male physiology who think they're female, and males with female physiology who think they're male, are considered genderless." With the W-Mart shopping bag, he stared at the screen in front of him, deep in thought. This is my clone, why do I need to set a gender? The personality options are also strangely detailed. Xingyi reached out and touched the word female, and when he saw Spirit's body transform into a female, he gasped in surprise, it really turned into a girl. The screen displayed, "Please set the identity, scammer, lover, driver, elder sister staff, younger sibling, servant, queen." Xingyi, seeing that he couldn't make any changes, cried out in shock. "Huh, I can't go back? I just wanted to try it." Inwardly pondering, what would happen if I choose the shopping bag? He frowned and said, "This selection menu is all over the place, just pick one, something normal." As soon as Xingyi made his selection, a notification appeared, "Setup successful, initialization complete." She smiled gently and introduced herself, "Nice to meet you, I am your spirit sister." Hearing this, he silently praised, "Nice, the name's already set." A soft voice from outside inquired, "Can you introduce how to use her?" Spirit tilted her head and smiled, replying, "Elder brother, you can use me however you wish. I will not resist." Xingyi was startled and shouted loudly, "Are you trying to tempt someone into committing a crime with that statement?" He stared at her, questioning, "Let me ask you, you're here to assist with cultivation, right? What method do you use to help?" Spirit glanced to the side and responded, "Oh, you're asking about this?" She raised a hand and explained simply, "My cultivation level is linked to elder brothers. If my cultivation increases, so does yours. And vice versa." Xingyi touched his chin, confirming, "So, the effect is doubled?" Spirit smiled brightly and shook her head, "Without me, elder brother wouldn't need to cultivate at all." She placed a hand on her chest and said, "I am a being meant for cultivation. We can immediately absorb the spiritual power of the spirit stone. If I am placed in the system space, I can still use the creation ability to cultivate." Xingyi was startled and exclaimed loudly, "Huh? The creation ability can also be used for cultivation?" Spirit replied confidently, "Yes, this is my exclusive ability. With the identity of a cultivation clone, it takes about a quarter of an hour to absorb a little bit of creation ability." Xingyi immediately inquired, "How much does 1 point of creation ability equal to in terms of the spiritual power of a lower grade spirit stone?" Her voice responded, "About 100. Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up as he shouted, "I feel like I've suddenly found the motivation to earn creation ability. It would be even better if I could directly exchange it for spirit stones." Spirit smiled broadly and called out, "Even if my cultivation of creation ability is less efficient, my speed is still 10 times faster than elder brother's, so elder brother doesn't need to waste time on cultivation." Xingyi stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. This is quite practical. As long as I have creation ability, I can always speed up my leveling process in an idle state. He looked at her and asked, "Do you have any other features?" Immediately, Spirit placed her hand on Xingyi's chest, and blue spiritual power instantly enveloped both of them. He looked at his hands within her body and shouted, "Huh? Have we swapped bodies with each other?" Spirit calmly said, "Because my soul has separated from elder brother, I can exchange bodies by swapping souls." Xingyi crossed his arms over his chest, feeling quite emotional. He pulled his collar down to look at it, while she placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "This ability is quite useful, it can be used when there's a need to hide one's identity." Spirit urged, time is precious. If there's nothing else, please take me into the system space.
I want to begin my cultivation.
Xingye's voice echoed, and when the system inside the space heard this, it angrily shouted, damn it, don't listen to her.
Host, I've never heard that the creation ability can be cultivated.
There must be a conspiracy behind this. Xingye raised his hand to give a command, perhaps the spirit stones in the system space will have some use later.
Just cultivate using the creation ability for now.
Spirit, completely enveloped in blue light, agreed.
MHM.
Immediately, she appeared within the system space.
Spirit stared in amazement at the system that appeared, which lowered its head and continuously questioned, who are you? What is your purpose in approaching the host? You're the one who severed the connection between me and the external system, aren't you?
Spirit raised her hand to shut off the screen in rebuttal. This place was never yours. Elsewhere, the system kept pounding the keyboard, shouting angrily, damn it. Connecting to the system was also disturbed by her. It stared in amazement at the screen, which displayed the image of Spirit kneeling on the ground. She supported herself with one hand on the ground and said, has it weakened to this point? It's all because the previous user wasted their power recklessly. Spirit lifted her head and looked to the side, saying, I remember that thing was stored here as well. Immediately, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, found it. Spirit reached out to grab the nearby demon core, and the system gasped in shock, oh, what is she doing with the demon core fusion? It stared at her, stunned, as she raised her hand and put it into her mouth, exclaiming, what? Spirit, without hesitation, tilted her head back and swallowed it. The system stammered in disbelief, swallowed it, she swallowed it? Outside, Xingye held a scroll in his hand, startled by the notification sound. Spirit level increased, spirit level increased, spirit level increased. The screen displayed a reminder of the current level. The Foundation establishment gasped in shock. Xingye raised his hand to summon Spirit, and she immediately tilted her head, teasing, big brother, it hasn't been long, but you already miss me, huh? His face darkened as he growled, what are you doing? Why has your level risen so much in such a short time? I told you to use spirit stones to cultivate. Spirit raised a finger in response, I didn't use any spirit stones. We are only refining the demon core fusion of the spatial system. Xingye turned his back to her and shouted. Oh, I can't sense it, there's really nothing. His face darkened as he questioned, who told you to refine it? That was something I kept for later to replace the spiritual root. Do you want elder brother to always be a sword user? Moreover, that's 144 pieces of demon core from nascent soul beasts. Why do you think I advanced from the 5th level of Qi refining to Foundation establishment? Spirit chuckled and explained, I'm not extracting the power within, I'm using it as a spiritual root. She smiled brightly and added, I want to achieve the cultivation effect I previously mentioned to elder brother, and refining the demon core fusion is a necessary step. Xingye angrily shouted, does your usual system have to swallow my personal belongings to become a complete body? Spirit smiled and replied, to gain, something must be lost. Elder brother, for now, you can't use the demon core fusion, so let me absorb it to help with your cultivation. He furrowed his brow, raising the scroll and asking, fine, I won't argue about the demon core fusion anymore. Can you explain to me why, after you split yourself, I can't understand the jade slip technique? Spirit patted her chest and said, I have cultivated the art of splitting, and the cultivation abilities of elder brother have all been transferred to me. Xingye, in a fit of anger, struck her on the head with the book. Don't swallow my things. And there's DBF too, right? Spirit laughed and retorted. How can it be considered a squeeze? I've mastered the cultivation technique and I will share it with elder brother. She raised a finger and shouted loudly, my younger brother has taken on the most boring part of cultivating immortality. Elder brother should take responsibility to show off in front of the saint, pretend to slap his face, open the harem to find more sisters-in-law, and fill the house with children and grandchildren. His expression darkened. So, you've said it like this. Then, Xingyi, with a bright smile on his face, continued, then you are my real younger sibling. Next, he placed a pile of scrolls into Spirit's hands and called out, as the elder brother, I don't have much to give, but here are the jade slips of the cultivation techniques I borrowed from senior sister for you. She smiled and replied, thank you. Suddenly, Xingyi felt the jade pendant on his waist warm up. He raised it and heard Tianyun's voice. Junior brother, come outside for a bit. The door of the cave residence immediately opened. Xingyi stepped out and inquired, what's wrong? Senior sister? Tianyun spoke, I'm facing some trouble. She calmly explained, you've been in the inner sect for a month now, and it's time for the elder's test. He calmly responded, then let's take the test. Tianyun raised her hand and said, this test will be conducted in coordination with Myriad Phenomena Sect. The new inner disciples of the two sects must compete together. Since the number of disciples here is relatively small, the examination location is arranged at the Myriad Phenomena Sect. Xingyi furrowed his brows as he listened to Tianyun continue. When the disciples of the Myriad Phenomena Sect heard that the sect master's daughter was about to get engaged to someone who only had the 5th level of chi cultivation like you, they complained a lot. On top of that, your breakthrough in sword intent, Lin Ji Yuan is definitely going to think she's being played. In the end, she spoke up and concluded this time, you're coming to the Myriad Phenomena Sect, you'd better be prepared for difficulties. A reminder popped up on the screen. Mission, participate in the entrance examination of the two sects disciples and earn no less than 5,000 creation points during this assessment. Reward for successful completion of the mission, displacement skill card. Consequence for mission failure, loss of cultivation. Xingyi stared in shock, his mouth hanging open, shouting, earn 5,000 creation points? How much hatred will this stir up? System, you really don't want me to come back alive to the Myriad Phenomena Sect, do you? Tianyun immediately raised her hand and said. Therefore, junior brother, it's best if you talk to G Elder, who's leading the team, when you realize the key point in your sword intent. Xingyi raised his hand to stop her. Enough, don't say any more, senior sister. Xingyi's face turned serious, his fingers clenched tightly, and he said, immortal cultivation is essentially going against the heavens. Why should I, a monk, be afraid of a challenge? Diao Dihai called out as she approached from behind. Well said. The two of them simultaneously shouted, G Elder, greetings to G Elder. Diao Dihai stepped forward, praising, the Azure Cloud sect now has a disciple with a character like Xingyi little friend. There's no need to worry about the sect not rising to greatness. Hearing this, he clasped his hands modestly, G Elder overpraises me. She turned to look at her, comforting, Lu Shizhi, don't worry, I will absolutely ensure the safety of Xingyi little friend. Tianyun immediately clasped his hands in response, G Elder, you are too kind. Diao Dihai, carrying a huge gourd box behind her, urged, alright, all the other disciples are here, you're the last one. Xingyi, hearing this, asked in confusion, are they all inside the gourd? Tianyun beside him immediately explained, G Elder's gourd has a special space inside, it's much more comfortable than an ordinary spirit boat. He tilted his head and looked in that direction, asking, do I just need to jump in? She responded, yes, that's right. Without hesitation, Xingyi leapt up and jumped into the mouth of the gourd. As he fell from above, he gasped, feeling the gravity shift. Looking down, he saw light shining from below and shouted out loud, I see the exit. Suddenly, Xingyi widened his eyes in shock, staring at what lay below. He immediately fell onto the cloth stretched out below the exit. Huang Zilong raised his hand to control the cloth, wrapping it back up, and laughed, calling out, look at my windy mortal soul, catching someone like this. The disciples below laughed mockingly. I thought the genius swordsman who only appears once in 10,000 years was supposed to be terrifying. Is that all? Huang brother, let him go, don't let him piss himself in there. Otherwise, your windy mortal soul will be ruined. A bloodlight suddenly burst out from inside and then emerged outside. Shortly after, Xingyi gently appeared beside Huang Zilong. A reminder sound echoed, Star Creation Essence +5. He turned his head back, thinking, how did he get out of this blood mist? Blood technique, blood fusion. Xingyi looked at the screen that appeared, showing the progress of the quest to find the deity transformation cave dwelling, with the intersect check at 5 out of 5. He smiled thoughtfully. Oh, it seems that all the creations I've collected so far can be added to this mission now. The surrounding disciples whispered in shock, is he crazy? Isn't blood fusion supposed to be used to save people in life or death situations? It requires burning one's essence blood each time it's used, which will collapse one's realm and harm the foundation. Xingyi raised both hands and laughed, asking, it's fine, I just didn't know what was happening. I panicked and thought I was being attacked by an enemy. Senior brothers, senior sisters, you were just joking with me, right? The group of disciples awkwardly laughed along. Yes, we were just joking. We just wanted to see how fast a genius in swordsmanship reacts. We all meant no harm. Who knew junior brother would use blood movement technique and scare us like that? He chuckled coldly, then reaffirmed, so that means everyone here is involved in this joke, right? The disciples froze, a doubtful sound escaping their lips. Xingyi, he said with a smile that was all too familiar, I will not blame you senior brothers and senior sisters, but once I leave and if Sect leader and the elders find out that the foundation of a genius in swordsmanship like me was damaged by your little prank, I really don't dare to imagine how they will react. The disciples looked down with bitter expressions, deep in thought. Damn it, this kid is deliberately setting a trap and dragging all of us into it. Damn it, I was just watching for the fun of it, how did things go so wrong? This is too despicable, too cunning. Immediately after, the announcement sound echoed repeatedly. Star Creation Essence plus 6, Star Creation Essence plus 8, Star Creation Essence plus 10, Star Creation Essence plus 12, Star Creation Essence plus 13. Xingyi smiled brightly, thinking, not bad, the power of the crowd. A female disciple approached, asking, everyone really is so thoughtless. Junior brother, could you not tell Sect leader and the elders about this? Xingyi raised a finger and smiled in agreement. Alright, but the damage to my foundation is not easy to explain. How about everyone contribute some spirit stones so I can buy some tonics to replenish it? The disciples immediately roared in anger, complaining loudly as if they were being robbed. How shameless, I really want to hit him. This is too disgraceful. The announcement sounds kept ringing out. Star Creation Essence plus 9, Star Creation Essence plus 10, Star Creation Essence plus 18. Huang Zilong stepped forward to inquire, fellow disciples, are you all confused? Why am I hearing about this blood fusion technique now? He opened the folding fan in his hand and said, the damage to Junior Brother's foundation might be due to some issues with his cultivation, it has nothing to do with anyone here. Junior Brother, don't accuse others falsely. The others immediately chimed in to support him. That's right, he's alone, we're many. It's up to the elder to decide whether to trust him or us. Exactly, his reasoning is illogical. No one would use blood fusion technique unless they were at death's door. Soon after, he raised his hand and retorted to what they had just said. We were just joking. Ah, Junior Brother, you scared us with that blood fusion technique. Xingyi laughed brightly and exclaimed, please, watch carefully. The disciples clutched their heads and howled. This person even dares to use the shadow trace stone to record again. What kind of person is he? Shameless. Utterly shameless. A notification sound rang out. Star Creation Essence plus 8, Star Creation Essence plus 14, Star Creation Essence plus 16, Star Creation Essence plus 22. Huang Zilong charged at him, shouting, you idiot, if you dare pull that out in front of the elder, I really give up on you. The female disciples laughed loudly, why don't you, senior brother Huang Zilong, steal his shadow trace stone? Xingyi immediately let out a shout and hurled the stone toward him. Four-limb slash. Huang Zilong immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The system sound rang out, Star Creation Essence plus 20. He swung the fan in a deadly slash, but the young man leaped up to dodge. Those disciples frowned and said,
What kind of technique is that?
The posture is so strange there's basically no obvious point of force, it probably has no power. They saw Huang Zilong clutch his stomach and say he was in pain, but Brother Huang looked really hurt. Did the blade penetrate his top-grade protective robe of the mysterious rank? He lifted the fan and unleashed a rain of blades, roaring, "I'll kill you." The young man immediately twisted his body to evade. This is an attack method Xing Yi developed during his seclusion. I treat every part of my body as a sword, then use many layered sword techniques to control it. It is characterized by making the body extremely flexible, causing its movement trajectory to become difficult to predict. Additionally, you can also apply sword strikes based on physical attacks. Huang Zilong, witnessing him charging forward, remarked, "So fast, it deals double critical damage to the enemy, like being punched and stabbed." The system chimed in with a reminder, "Star creation essence plus 32. Huang Zilong painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Xing Yi, still relentless, continued to strike him with a series of limb-based attacks to his face. The other disciples stared in awe, exclaiming, "So powerful, even just the stance looks so cool." Huang Zilong, at the third level of foundation establishment, was wearing a high-quality protective garment of the mysterious rank and wielding an ancestral magical artifact, the family's cloud fan. Despite this, he was beaten to the point of having no strength left to fight back. He tilted his head back and yelled, summoning a gust of wind with his fan, creating a whirlwind. Xing Yi, seeing this, immediately stepped back. He looked down at the whirlwind Huang Zilong had conjured and said, "What's with the big wind? Your hairstyle's all messed up from it." Huang Zilong furrowed his brows and shouted, "You're clearly not a chi refining stage cultivator." Xing Yi scratched his head and admitted, "Well, I never claimed to be one." Huang Zilong turned around and looked at the group of disciples, shouting loudly, "How much longer do you intend to just watch? Hurry up and help me take down this brat." Xing Yi raised the stone as a threat, saying, "If anyone comes to help, I'll use the blood substitution technique to escape, and deliver the shadow trace stone to the elder immediately." Huang Zilong, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, "Do you think we're fools? Every time you use the blood substitution technique, you have to wait for your blood to recover first." Right after that, he let out a surprised cry when he saw Xing Yi using the blood substitution technique to appear, grabbing his neck. "Ah!" Huang Zilong screamed in pain as Xing Yi dragged him through the air. After a long while, Xing Yi landed with him on the ground. He lowered his head, looking at Huang Zilong in his hands, and asked, "Was that exciting?" The disciples were terrified and secretly cursed, "Is this brat a monster? How can he keep using the blood substitution technique like this? Does his blood never run out or what?" Xing Yi turned his head and glared at them, threatening, "Anyone who dares to help him will have to pay the basic compensation for every time I use the blood substitution technique." The disciples quickly turned and left. "Ah, I didn't notice there was a room here. Let's go inside and see what's in there." "Let's go. Let's check it out. I'm going too." Xing Yi stood still, looking down at Huang Zilong, who was kneeling. His eyes lit up as he grinned wickedly and said, "All right, now it's just the two of us. I still have a few new moves that I need your help with. Let's see the power." He was full of panic, pleading, "No, please don't." The gourd continued to emit a golden light. At Myriad Phenomena Sect, Diao Dihai looked at the golden light and said, "We have arrived." Immediately after, she was startled and widened her eyes. Diao Dihai looked at the bruised face and asked, "Huang Zilong, what happened to you?" He quickly replied, "Elder, I was practicing the 7 injuries fist." She flicked her finger, using spiritual energy to shout, "Nonsense, there's no such thing as practicing like that." Diao Dihai handed Huang Zilong a mask, "Wear this, or people will laugh you to death." He immediately agreed, "Yes." Dayu approached from behind and said, "G Elder is indeed very punctual." She turned around and responded, "As it should be." Myriad Phenomena Sect Elder, Dayu, a core disciple at the early nascent soul stage, looked at everyone and called out, "Follow me, our inner disciples are also ready." Lin Ji Yuan looked down from above and muttered, "Well, brat, do you dare come?" His face was dark as he said,
since you've come, then don't even think about leaving. Chang Xin, sitting in her room, felt the jade pendant grow warm, and a voice rang out, asking the sect master's daughter, "Are you in the sect right now?" She spoke to the jade pendant, "My name is Chang Xin. I don't recall ever giving you a transmission seal."
"There's more, you're in closed-door cultivation right now," came the voice from the jade pendant, its tone sharp and commanding.
"This isn't important. I want you to help me with something."
At the Myriad Phenomena sect, in the martial arts arena, Dayu clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "This time, I will preside over the assessment of the new inner disciples from both sects. Those who fail the assessment will be demoted from the inner sect to the outer sect. The top performers in the assessment will be eligible to participate in the grand competition." On the screen, lines of comments started to appear. "I heard that Chang Xin's senior sister's fiancé is also a new inner disciple. He bypassed the system with his 5th layer chi refining stage cultivation and still dares to take part in the assessment. What kind of sword intent breakthrough is this? It's mostly just for exploiting resources." Xingyi looked at the screen thoughtfully. Just as expected, they held a grudge against him. Any search they made would be targeting him through their spiritual transmissions. If that was the case. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled, thinking it was easy in theory, but much harder in practice. Then, Xingyi raised both hands and shouted, "Everyone, look here. I have an announcement to make." He slapped his chest with a bold declaration. "I am Chang Xin's fiancé, Xingyi. If any of you want to flatter me, the future son-in-law of the sect leader, hurry up. Miss this opportunity, and there won't be another one." The entire arena went silent for a moment. Immediately after, disciples in the crowd began shouting in anger. "This brat is way too arrogant, isn't he? Don't stop me, I want to kill him. What does the sect master think? He actually wants to marry senior sister Chang Xin to that thing?" A sound kept chiming, "Creation star point +9, creation star point +13, creation star point +23, creation star point +26, creation star point +30. Filled with delight, he thought, "Great, in an instant I've gained more than 20. Dayu turned her head, glanced back and said, "Elder Ji, the sword prodigy at your side is truly arrogant." Diao Dihai can only force a smile. She was flushed with embarrassment, musing, "Xingyi, little friend, though I promise to ensure your safety, please don't make things harder for me like this." The disciples saw her emerge and immediately shouted, "It's senior sister Chang Xin. Senior sister has arrived." Everyone cried out in glee. Senior sister must have heard his earlier bluster about defying the engagement. Senior sister Chang Xin has been handing out notices for a martial contest to select a husband. She surely provoked that man to death. Go and publicly humiliate him, so a mangy toad like him won't even dream of devouring a swan. Chang Xin raised her head, drew in a deep breath, then with no change of expression she shouted, "Xingyi, go for it." The entire arena froze, like clowns watching. Immediately afterward a wooden bird flew over and clamped onto Chang Xin's collar. Chang Yen was riding on that bird. "Take her away, come here to me." The disciples below couldn't believe their ears, shouting, "Did I hear that wrong? Senior sister Chang Xin just called him that? Damn it, senior sister Chang Xin must have fallen under his spell. I need to report this to the sect master. I'm so jealous, I have to take care of that guy." Diao Dihai noticed the dark aura rising from the crowd, decisively sending a voice transmission through the jade pendant, "Call for help, call for help." The system's voice echoed, "Creation value increased, +15, creation value increased, +13, creation value increased, +16, creation value increased, +16. Xingyi looked in that direction, sighing, "That guy is not bad, he really shaved his head." A reminder appeared on the screen, "Intersect mission progress, 27/50,000. He saw it and cursed angrily under his breath, "Damn it, the gap is still so wide, it feels like the difficulty has increased." Ming level sword creation value. Diao Dihai immediately exclaimed, "Dayu elder, it's better not to let so many people gather around, this old woman is afraid it will affect the disciples' performance." Xingyi opened his mouth, shouting loudly, "Yo elder, this is how we can temper our will. What are we afraid of being watched for at our age?" She darkened her face and used spiritual voice transmission, "You brat. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by those rioters?" He muttered to himself, "If she drives people away, where can I find the remaining value of creation?" Dayu also agreed to give the order, following Elder Yao's advice. All the disciples who had been watching immediately left. Xingyi silently groaned in pain, "Please, no." He bent over, horrified, and shouted, "Killing intent, I can feel the dense killing intent." He thought deeply upon seeing this. "Kid, if you shut up, there won't be so much killing intent." Xingyi raised his hands and shouted loudly, "It's here, I can feel it now. This killing intent is loosening my bottleneck." Dayu immediately voiced his doubt, "What?" The disciples below asked in confusion, "What's going on? Killing intent can loosen a bottleneck? Then don't those demon lords become invincible?" Senior sister Chang Xin actually took interest in this fool. He quickly raised his hand to adjust the hidden parameter settings of his magic attire. Immediately, Xingye's entire body emitted a faint blue light. Dayu was stunned and screamed, "This is the aura of someone at the foundation establishment stage. He really broke through." Yao Dihai also exclaimed, "How could this be?" Everyone was stunned and shouted in unison. "His level is still rising. Foundation establishment first stage, foundation establishment second stage, foundation establishment third stage." Then, Xingyi pressed a button to stabilize his cultivation. Dayu widened his eyes and said, "The surge of aura has stopped." Diao Dihai opened his mouth in shock, muttering, "To reach foundation establishment without using any foundation establishment pills and without seclusion, and to break through directly from the middle stage of qi refining to the middle stage of foundation establishment, how can such a breakthrough even be possible?" Then Xingyi immediately looked up and let out a wild laugh. He spread his arms and shouted, "I truly thank you all. Thanks to everyone here who has used killing intent to help me cultivate. The power I have now is because of you all secretly nurturing me, working so hard for me." The disciples were completely stunned, feeling unnecessary. They screamed in desperation, unable to bear it any longer. "Even if we are punished, I must kill him. Including me, let's all attack." Huang Zilong turned pale, thinking to himself, "Foolish, being so arrogant in someone else's territory is going to anger everyone. Later, I'll add more torches and use the opportunity to incite a riot, then, in the chaos, I'll kill you." A system prompt sounded, creation value plus 23. Xingyi reached out and embraced him, saying, "I also must thank brother Huang Zilong for always cultivating with me without expecting anything in return, helping me improve. As for mastering all the cultivation techniques..." Huang Zilong was startled and cried out, "Huh?" A notification sound echoed. Creation value plus 17, creation value plus 22, creation value. He startled and fell into thought, wanting to pick up the fire and hand it to someone else. Their skill was far too low. Did he really think the other inner sect disciples were all fools? Immediately after, a stone carrying blue spiritual force came hurtling over. Huang Zilong shoved Xingyi away with force and used his own face to take the blow. He saw him clutching his face and bleeding, and asked anxiously, "Brother Huang, are you all right? You're bleeding. You've already paid enough for me, today you're injured again protecting me." Huang Zilong wondered in confusion, "What was that just now? Something grabbed my arm." He pulled out a clump of hair and thought, "Is this hair?" Xingyi immediately shouted toward the crowd, "Brother Huang, rest assured, when I become a powerful cultivator I'll burn these men to their bones." The notification sounds kept ringing, creation value plus 12, creation value plus 13, creation value plus 27. The disciples below surged up at once. How arrogant, they dared threaten on our turf. "Brothers, move up together, the law does not blame numbers," they cried. "If we don't beat him today, our parents won't recognize us, our family name will be written backwards." The system sound rang out, the value of creation, the completion of the task, and the acquisition of a JC work slip. Xingyi turned his head to look and said, Wang brother, they're desperate now.
Be careful, they might target you. Quickly use the ancient teleportation talisman I gave you to leave here. Yu shouted loudly, what's going on? Are you trying to rebel? Huang Zilong was startled and let out a cry, after which Xingyi vanished using the blood shift technique.
I'll take my leave first. The group of disciples angrily shouted, damn it, that brat dared to use the blood shift technique to escape. His brothers are still here, catch him.
Don't let him activate the ancient teleportation talisman.
He raised both hands in surrender, it's not that I don't have it.
Wait, please calm down and let me explain. But before Huang Zilong could speak, a punch landed.
Xingyi turned into a streak of bloodlight and disappeared.
He glanced at the nearby Chang Yen and said, oh, what a coincidence. Chang Yen angrily shouted, you showed up at just the right time. Let's settle all our old scores and new grudges at once.
At that moment, Diao Dihai, riding a gourd, came over to block them.
Young friend, you're being reckless. I've already promised to ensure your safety. Why would you use the blood shift technique and harm your foundation like this?
Suddenly, a streak of purple light appeared beneath the feet of the three, quickly expanding and surrounding them.
Xingyi inquired, what's going on?
Diao Dihai loudly responded, the space is unstable, it's a teleportation array. The purple beam of light flashed and appeared in a narrow cave.
Xingyi and his group were also teleported here. Chang Yen glanced upwards and asked, where is this?
Lin Jiyuan, who was nearby, exclaimed, oh my, I didn't expect so many people to arrive at once.
Diao Dihai furrowed his brows and questioned, Lin Sr., what do you mean by that? The old man glanced at the large-headed child and said, did you think it was amusing to tease me earlier?
Xingyi tilted his head, making a confused sound, huh? Lin Jiyuan raised his head and said, you acted innocent with Qing Xian to get me to hand over the mining resources, then arrogantly broke through the sword intent to slap me in the face. Upon hearing this, Xingyi replied, no, you're overthinking.
I didn't think much of you at all.
Diao Dihai raised a hand to cover Xingyi's mouth, apologizing, Lin Sr., you are highly esteemed.
Why bother with a junior like me?
Chang Yen raised a finger, shaking it, and said, no, old Lin here is taking revenge, it can't be helped, only by prolonging his life can he think things through.
Lin Jiyuan passed by, saying, the sect master understands me. He grabbed Chang Xin by the collar, laughing, there's nothing for us here, brother and sister, we should leave first.
Old Lin, take your time making up stories about this brat. But when Chang Yen arrived, he found the place had already been locked.
The old man smiled and added, Sect Master, don't be in such a hurry.
You've not only offended me, but also the leader of Qing Xian sect, who is also acting in this drama.
He was stunned and exclaimed, huh?
Lin Jiyuan glanced back and said, it's easy to make this brat wish he were dead, but to take revenge on that old man from Qing Xian, Sect Master still needs to offer his help.
Chang Yen awkwardly replied, old Lin is joking. This is something you should discuss with my father.
The old man sneered coldly, your father promised to marry his daughter to that brat for the sake of that little good-for-nothing, so I can only count on you, Sect Master.
Hearing this, he asked cautiously, then, may I ask what old Lin wants me to do?
Lin Jiyuan smiled brightly, if both you and your junior sister have been harmed by Xingyi, then you, Sect Master, would definitely cancel the alliance and directly attack Azure Cloud Sect, wouldn't you? At this, Chang Yan's face immediately darkened. Diao Dihai, hearing this, angrily shouted, Lin Jiyuan, I heard that the previous sect master of myriad phenomena sect owed you a favor.
Are you really going to ruin the future of the one who once helped you just for the sake of your pride?
The old man immediately let out a mocking laugh.
A favor? That's just something I said myself.
Anyway, no sect would refuse a nascent soul stage chi refining grandmaster.
Chang Yen frowned and asked again, what do you mean by that?
Lin Jiyuan chuckled, I've watched you grow up, let me make it clear for you. The corner of his mouth lifted as he continued, the previous sect master of myriad phenomena sect, Cheng Lingyun, was killed by me. The four of them Chang Xin, Chang Yen, and Diao Dihai were all shocked, their eyes wide open. Lin Jiyuan leaned on his cane and casually continued, "It was because I heard that he had obtained a top-tier ancient magical artifact. I wanted to borrow it, but unfortunately, he died without ever admitting it. So, I used a little trick to deceive him and killed him while he was out searching for treasure. In the end, his soul knew that what he had was the treasure map that recorded the location of the top-tier magical artifact. He didn't tell anyone about it, just left the map hidden in a dark corner of the treasure vault sect." Chang Xin furrowed his brows and shouted, "At that time, you claimed that my grandfather risked his life to help, so you wanted to repay him." Lin Jiyuan's expression darkened as he replied, "I only wanted the treasure map, but your father was always suspicious of me. Even though I had always done my best to help your sect, he never gave me any opportunity to enter the treasure vault." He calmly continued, "Now, as long as Azure Cloud Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect go to war, then my chance will come as well." Diao Dihai placed her hand on the gourd, saying, "That's a good plan, but unfortunately, with me here, you won't get your way." Lin Jiyuan glanced over with disdain and asked, "Are you relying on that old woman from the Golden Core stage?" She opened her mouth and cried out, "Secret technique." A surge of energy rose as Diao Dihai used the reverse life rebirth technique. Waves of spiritual power surged from above. Xingyi raised his hand to cover his face, silently reflecting, "The vitality is so intense." He was startled as he watched her transform into a young girl and shouted, "Elder Diao Yao, Diao Dihai in the youth version, nascent soul third stage. Little friend, retreat, I will aim for a quick and decisive victory." Lin Jiyuan laughed loudly and said, "I originally thought that Azure Cloud Sect only had 5 nascent soul realm experts left, but it turns out they have been hiding a trump card like you." Diao Dihai calmly replied, "This secret method wasn't originally intended for me, but I promised to protect Xingyi little friend, so I won't break my word." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. "Old Lin, she thought you weren't good at fighting and would definitely win." Zhao Shuiyin, releasing her nascent soul 4th stage power, smiled and scolded, "Truly foolish. The strength of a weapon refiner isn't in combat but in connections." Yang Guai, nascent soul 3rd stage, has also entered. Lin Jihai laughed and exclaimed, "Years ago, Chang Lingyan was at the 6th level of nascent soul, but he was still tricked and killed by me." Diao Dihai furrowed her brows in contemplation, "This is troublesome, their cultivation levels are now on par with each other." She used a gourd to put all 3 of them inside and said, "You all go in." Chang Yan fell inside, anxiously shouting, "We're done for, we're done for, we're definitely done for. Elder Ji can't possibly defeat 3 Era Realm experts." Xingyi lowered his head and muttered, "Have you heard of the technique of cultivating a clone?" Spirit woke up and asked, "What's going on?" A voice rang out, asking, "How long would it take to master the Spirit Spear art to the highest level?" The screen displayed a reminder, "Spirit Spear art cultivation complete." Xingyi was startled, thinking, "Huh? That fast?" She calmly replied, "I told you, just leave the cultivation to me." Chang Xin looked over and asked, "What are you spacing out for?" He turned his head and answered, "I was thinking, that old man said he wanted to make Myriad Phenomena Sect believe I killed those 2, but why go this far?" She heard this and said, "I can think of one possibility." Chang Xin's voice rang out, "To cover up the mysterious death of the sect master from before, the inner sect spent a lot of money to purchase a secret method from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and used it on important people within the sect. All you need is for the victim to be dead. You can go to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to check what that person saw 15 minutes before being killed, replay the death at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Chang Xin tilted his head and said, "Elder brother and I were both struck by this kind of secret technique." Xingyi rubbed his chin and muttered, "That's right, once you understand this beforehand, it can be exploited." Chang Yan asked suspiciously, "This matter is absolutely confidential, he's only a guest elder, how could he possibly know?" He raised a finger in suggestion, "Just test it a little, is he looking at it with suspicion?" "How would you test it?" Outside, 3 people from Lin Jiyuan, their whole bodies wrapped in a purple spiritual force, rushed forward together. The old madam was on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer. Diao Dihai frowned and pondered silently, "Good, come closer." At that moment, a voice called from within the pool, "Ji Elder, I'm coming to help." She turned and shouted,
don't be reckless, what are you doing out there?
Chang Xin was dazed, spun around and screamed wildly, Xingyi, I'll kill you.
Diao Dihai's eyes widened as he shouted, huh?
Yang Guai and Zhao Shuiyin also suddenly stopped. An announcement sounded, creation star points plus 67. Xingyi mustered his strength and swung the Mai Chang Yan La forcefully.
What's the matter? Are those old monsters really that scary? Is this a newly forged weapon? He shouted furiously, go forge your own head. Let go of me.
Lin Ji Yuan released a surge of spiritual power in response. Even if you have hostages, you are still just at the foundation establishment stage. Chang Yan, enveloped by the spiritual power, cried out, Ji Elder, please help.
Diao Dihai raised his hand and used green spiritual power, employing the beast mastery technique.
The boy was pulled by two streams of spiritual power, screaming in pain, it's about to break, it's about to break.
Lin Ji Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, damn it. Chang Yan was slammed face first into the ground by Diao Dihai, crying out, sorry.
Xingyi immediately pointed at the old man and shouted, the truth is already clear, let go, old man, this is the biological mother of the young sect master, sometimes the best love is letting go. A reminder echoed, creation star point, Sun 146. Lin Ji Yuan's eyes flickered with red light as he trembled and shouted, you brat, I'll definitely tear your mouth apart.
Diao Dihai swung a death-defying blow.
Yang Guai and Zhao Shuiyin dodged the spiritual force with a lean.
Be careful.
The old man looked at his injured arm, cursing, damn, being hit by her sword will drain my vitality. Zhao Shuiyin beside him added, it's not losing vitality, it's being absorbed by her. Xingyi smiled brightly and said, great, they've reached a deadlock. Inwardly, he concluded, it seems they really know about Chang Yan and Chang Xin being targeted by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion secret techniques. Diao Dihai used a transmission of divine sense to instruct, Xingyi, little friend, in a moment you and Chang Yan must hide inside the gourd. Their encirclement formation will never be able to withstand the power of a nascent soul explosion. Diao Dihai then explained to Xingyi, when this old woman's nascent soul explodes, if they fail to react in time, they too will suffer grievous injuries. The gourd is your father's life-bound magic treasure, it can withstand spiritual energy of similar intensity. She cast a glance behind her and continued, and it has already been set so that once I die, it will carry you both back to the myriad phenomena Sect's gate at the fastest speed. It's useless to resist even with hostages, they cannot activate a large-scale spell formation. My secret technique won't last much longer, once I fall back to the golden core stage, all of us will be doomed. Hearing that, he asked, Elder Ji, you're suffering because of me, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing? She immediately rebuked him, little friend, don't speak such reckless words. I'm not only saving you, I'm saving the future of the Azure Cloud sect. The spirit within the space responded in agreement. She was right, her method was already the best possible solution for this situation. Elder brother. She kept urging him, all those who became truly powerful throughout history achieved greatness by stepping over countless corpses. Brother, you must not harbor the fragile heart of a weakling who cannot let go of sentimental attachments, understand? Hearing this, Xingyi immediately shouted, shut up, Ji Elder, what's the difference between a trapping formation and the soul training death curse formation? Diao Dihai was startled and shouted loudly, huh? They're not the same type of formation, but compared to the soul training death curse formation, this one is slightly weaker. Why are you asking about this? Then, he turned into a streak of bloodlight and left. Seeing that Xingyi had charged into the formation, the old man yelled loudly, little friend, you're surprised by this, but is there really nothing you can break through? Diao Dihai ran over and shouted, little friend, don't be so agitated, just go into the gourd bottle first. Zhao Shuiyin sneered, naive brat, this trapping formation was created by the three of us working together. Do you think someone with a foundation establishment like you can break it? Xingyi stroked the formation, admiring it. It's quite solid. Then he raised his hand and released the spirit from the formation. The three of them, Lin Ji Yuan, gasped in shock, huh? She also questioned, eh? Xingyi coldly laughed and said, it's just too flimsy. He turned his head to look at her and shouted, "You, hurry up and use the blood sacrifice technique to go to Myriad Phenomena Sect and ask for help." The spirit scratched his chin and replied, "I'm just a cultivation avatar, brother, you're exaggerating a bit." Xingyi shouted loudly, "Sorry, but the strong must abandon their feelings for women." Hearing this, she angrily cursed under her breath, "Damn it." A notification sound rang out, "Fortune acquired plus 368. Lin Ji Yuan immediately shouted, "What's going on? Where did that person come from? Old monster, you're fast, catch them." Xingyi turned his head and shouted, "Run, old sister. Spirit, run quickly. Please, damn it." Diao Dihai raised her sword and cried out, "Little friend, don't worry, I'll risk everything to stop them and buy time for you." Xingyi shielded her with his body and shouted, "Old monster, senior, go quickly. Let me hold her off." Oh, Yang Guai, in surprise, exclaimed, "Huh?" His figure passed through the formation and left. Diao Dihai angrily shouted, "Little friend, what are you doing?" Xingyi smiled and explained, "I'll be fine. I'm just letting it share the pressure with us." Zhao Shuiyin sarcastically said, "It's just a desperate struggle, that girl's aura is only at the foundation establishment stage. The old monster can deal with her in no time." Xingyi spoke, "Ji elder, take me back to the gourd." Hearing this, she asked, "Has little friend finally thought it through?" He quickly entered the gourd and replied, "Not yet. Later, you will follow my orders." Diao Dihai asked in confusion, "Huh?" She was puzzled as she listened to Xingyi explain. "Ji elder, you must do everything you can to take action. Getting closer between the two of you is even better. Then, they'll have internal conflicts, and you can seize the opportunity. Chaos can be resolved one person at a time." Diao Dihai looked at the gourd thoughtfully. "Little friend has only just reached foundation establishment, and yet you already know how to transmit divine consciousness? Moreover, why do you say there is conflict on their side?" Chang Xin hugged Changyan and cried out. Xie Xingyi looked at the system board and replied, "He's fine, just unconscious." He stared at it, silently hoping there wouldn't be any mistakes, and that everything would proceed according to the plan he had laid out. Xingye's eyes flashed brightly as he used the divine spear decision, then he pressed the button at the bottom of the screen. Outside, Zhao Shui leaned to the side to avoid the sword Diao Dihai swung at her, sneering. "The power of the old woman's eyes is weakening, she won't be able to hold out much longer." The man's eyes blazed with light, dazzling and painful, as he screamed out, "Ah!" Zhao Shuiyin turned her head and glared at him, "Lin Ji Yuan, are you plotting against your own family?" She spun around and struck Lin Ji Yuan hard, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood in agony. "Ha ha!" Diao Dihai saw Zhao Shuiyin attacking Lin Ji Yuan and immediately charged forward. He sensed the sword energy coming from behind and cursed loudly, "Damn it! She's using life and death reversal to strike straight at me." Zhao Shuiyin rapidly aged and screamed, "Ah!" Diao Dihai used the 10,000 sword slash, delivering dozens of continuous blows. Lin Ji Yuan saw that he was trapped inside. Shuiwen was worried. Zhao Shuiyin, with her remarkable talent, broke free from her body and shouted loudly, "Old man, what time is it and you're still pretending?" Her entire body was filled with spiritual energy as she rushed forward. "Even if we die, we'll drag you down with us." Seeing this, Lin Ji Yuan was startled and exclaimed, "Damn it, he wants to self-detonate his nascent soul. Are you crazy? What have I done to you?" He immediately took out a middle-grade soul-confining artifact of the Earth realm. Zhao Shuiyin was trapped inside, frantically banging against the barrier. "Ah, even if we turn into ghosts, we won't spare you." Diao Dihai stood there, dazed, looking toward them. She was horrified as she pondered. So there are artifacts specifically designed to deal with nascent soul self-detonation? It's lucky I haven't been subjected to a nascent soul self-detonation. Moreover, they really are at odds with each other. How did little friend manage to do this? Inside Xingyi, he too had fainted and collapsed beside Changyan. Chang Xin, seeing this, asked with suspicion, "What's going on? Why is everyone unconscious?" The principle behind the divine spear technique was to first contaminate one's own spiritual consciousness within the sea of awareness, turning it into an existence similar to a virus. Then, the virus of consciousness would be injected into the opponent's sea of awareness, causing it to become chaotic, rendering them unable to summon spiritual energy and losing their combat ability. However, the prerequisite for using it was that the opponent's cultivation level had to be roughly equal. Because the sea of consciousness has a self-defense mechanism, the spiritual attack of low-level cultivators cannot defeat the protective consciousness of high-level cultivators. However, there is one exception: sound transmission of the spiritual consciousness. Although sound transmission also emanates spiritual consciousness, the sound itself occupies an extremely small portion of the spiritual consciousness, so the sea of consciousness, in normal circumstances, will automatically accept the sound transmission without being on guard. However, the editing device broke this rule and was able to send a sound transmission carrying a large amount of information at once. At that moment, Xingyi chose to replicate the 9,999 parts of conquest. Therefore, Xingyi immediately thought about whether he could use the divine spear decision first and then send his viral spiritual consciousness through the sound transmission editor as a carrier of vast amounts of information, thereby overcoming the defense of the opponent's spiritual consciousness and directly connecting the divine spear decision within the opponent's sea of consciousness. Of course, he still had to use the editing device to pretend to be Lin Jiyuan and send the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness to Zhao Shuiwen. This would make Zhao Shuiwen mistakenly believe that it was Lin Jiyuan who launched the divine spear decision to ambush him. If the distance between the two is close enough, Zhao Shuiwen is highly likely to act out of anger. At that time, it would make Lin Jiyuan lower his guard and suffer serious injury. In this situation, as long as Elder Ji can seize the opportunity, it is highly likely that one person can be dealt with directly. If the plan succeeds, the situation could change completely. Outside, Lin Jiyuan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What the hell did you do?" Diao Dihai pursed his lips and pondered, replying, "I'd like to know as well, little friend. What exactly did you do? This is really quite miraculous, but I can't hold on any longer. This secret technique is almost effective, but my cultivation has now dropped to the first level of nascent soul." Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. In Lin Jiyuan's eyes, Diao Dihai was silent and bewildering, with strange techniques that were impossible to comprehend. He had humbled himself in an attempt to lure the enemy. Lin Jiyuan immediately transformed into a thread of dark light and left. Damn it, how could Azure Cloud Sect hide such a monster? He passed through the formation to leave. Thankfully, she couldn't break the trapping formation for now. Lin Jiyuan clenched his teeth and made a decision. First, I must find Ouyang Guai. If the trapping formation holds long enough, there might still be a way to save the situation. Meanwhile, Diao Dihai, exhausted, crouched down on the ground. A greenish light emanated from her. She closed her eyes and muttered, "Fortunately, Lin Jiyuan is overly suspicious, so he was scared off." On the other side, Lin Jiyuan was searching everywhere with his spiritual energy. Then, he was stunned and looked ahead, lowering to the ground and questioning. "Old monster, what are you doing? Where is that girl?" Lin Jiyuan placed his hand on the man's shoulder and inquired. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Immediately after, the man fell to the ground. Inside, Diao Dihai continued to attack the purple aura barrier. Finally, she leaned on her sword, knelt on the ground, and gasped, replying, "Ugh, damn it, I can't break through. If I don't leave soon, it'll be disastrous when they return." Diao Dihai struggled to stand up. She couldn't waste the chance to escape now that my little friend had managed to get out. She had to take this opportunity before her golden core had fully deteriorated. She placed her hand on the barrier and muttered, "I'm sorry. In the end, this is the only choice I have, but I've lived long enough." Diao Dihai closed her eyes, thinking that it was a bit regrettable not to witness little friend's growth with her own eyes. She was startled when Spirit appeared in front of her. Diao Dihai looked at the darkened face and pondered, "Little friend's sibling, when will it be? Why can't I sense anything?" Diao Dihai thought anxiously, "Shit, I think she's been controlled by that old nascent soul monster." She kept shouting, "Stop,
what do you want to do? Spirit struck the purple aura barrier hard, and she fell. The formation shattered. Right in front of Diao Di Hai, seeing this, she gaped in shock. At the Myriad Phenomena Sect Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Tian Yun pushed the door open with her hand. Chang Xin immediately called out when she saw this, a Lu sister. She quickly entered and asked, "Where is my junior brother? I heard he was injured, is it serious?" She pointed to the person on the bed, who was wrapped in bandages, and replied, "It's very serious, he was beaten by a group of people." Tian Yun's face turned pale as she shouted loudly, "How could Trading City do this? This is unforgivable." Chang Xiao looked at Xingyi and said, "You're dead, it's all your fault. You made senior sister's ex-lover look this miserable." He asked in confusion, "Huh?" Xingyi raised his hand to cover his mouth and exclaimed, "Senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't know you and Huang Zilong's senior brother were ex-lovers." Tian Yun angrily shouted, "Who is that? I don't have an ex-lover, I don't know him." Chang Xin turned back and forth, suspiciously saying, "Don't know him? That's unforgivable." Tian Yun couldn't help but yell, "I thought he was Xingyi junior brother." He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oh, so I'm the ex-lover of senior sister?" Chang Xin pointed at her and said, "Call me elder sister, I can allow you to be a second husband." Just then, Cheng Yin kicked open the door, shouting, "Xingyi, you nasty person. You absolutely must explain yourself to me today." He saw Tian Yun holding onto Xingyi, spinning around. Cheng Yin immediately reached out to close the door, saying, "Never mind, we can do it another time." At the Myriad Phenomena Sect's Council Hall, Diao Di Hai projected the conversation of Lin Ji Yuan. "Now, as long as the Azure Cloud Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect go to war, then I will have my chance." She calmly narrated, this was the matter that Xingyi little friend had recorded. Jia Gofei, upon hearing this, followed up, "I never expected the old sect master to be deceived by Lin Ji Yuan." Jinli slammed his hand on the table, his body radiating a bright red light as he shouted, "This damn beast, I always treated the enemy who killed my father as a guest of honor. Myriad Phenomena Sect, I will have a life and death struggle with him." Seeing this, Xing Xian advised, "I can understand the feelings of the 10,000 sect master, but if he hastily spreads news of the celestial grade divine weapon, it could be detrimental to us." Jinli raised the map and said, "Ha, this is the map he claimed was left by his father. If it weren't for the sect not upgrading the formation last year, I, the sect master, would not have discovered that hidden mechanism." He was startled and exclaimed, "The location on it." Jinli thought of the sword and said, "It seems that the Azure Cloud Sect Master has discovered it as well." The celestial great artifact recorded on the map is the demon sword sealed beneath our sect now. He looked ahead and introduced, 10 years ago, this place was discovered by a small sect called the Zhushan sect, which then led to the uprising of the demonic sword. Although the Sword of Love is of the heavenly rank, the demonic race's weapon forging system is completely different from ours and cannot be used as a reference. No one knew what Lin Shi Yuan would think if he learned that what he had been pursuing this entire year was actually the divine sword that already existed. Jia Gofei quietly added, "I wonder what Lin Ji Yuan would think if he knew that the thing he had been chasing for so many years was, in fact, the divine sword that already existed." Diao Di Hai, hearing this, continued, "Strange, Chang Lingyun didn't tell anyone, so how did Lin Ji Yuan find out?" He spoke softly, "Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Xing Xian stroked his beard and agreed, "That makes sense. The divination calculations at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion are quite vague. Perhaps they calculated that Cheng Lingyun was connected to a heavenly ranked artifact, which is why Lin Ji Yuan got close. It's just that they didn't realize that the heavenly chi was actually a demonic sword. Otherwise, Lin Ji Yuan wouldn't have been so persistent." Jinli clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "Damn Heavenly Secrets Pavilion! If it weren't for Nirvana Palace backing them, they would have been wiped out countless times by now." Xing Xian, upon hearing this, continued, "The matter has been clarified. Master, it would be best if you announce the map of the demonic sword treasure now." Jia Gofei also spoke up in agreement. "That's right, everyone should take action first. If Lin Ji Yuan spreads the news that our sect has a heavenly grade magic weapon,
and the demon lord explains that it's indeed a demonic sword, not everyone will necessarily believe it. He calmly added, but if we make the announcement first, and the old Sect master hid the demonic sword for the benefit of the world, only to be betrayed by Lin Jiyuan, then the two of our sects jointly issue a bounty notice, it could put Lin Jiyuan in a completely passive position. Jinli gritted his teeth and responded resolutely, even if we can't capture him, I will make sure that for the rest of his life, he will only be able to live in hiding. Soon after, Chang Xin and Diao Dihai hurriedly left. He turned to look at her and asked, Elder, does the effect of your secret technique last that long? Diao Dihai smiled and replied, Xingyi little friend helped replenish my vitality and also filled up my gourd, enough to last half a month. He even said if it's not enough, I can go to him for more. Chang Xin immediately exclaimed in surprise, half a month? What kind of vitality is that? Clearly, the last time he used the worm, he was still so weak. She speculated upon hearing this, perhaps it was because little friend had broken through to Foundation establishment, and this time the expenditure wasn't as much as before. He immediately jolted in surprise and shouted, What? He has reached Foundation establishment already? I remember just a month ago he was still at the 5th level of chi refining. Diao Dihai, hearing this, replied doubtfully, I was also shocked. Not only did he break through normally, but he directly advanced from the 5th level of chi refining to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Chang Xin couldn't believe it and exclaimed, What? Elder, are you leading us right? She confirmed loudly, Yes, really. He unexpectedly broke through before the disciple inner sect examination. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes. Jinli was startled by the sound of Chang Xian's laughter echoing through the courtyard. Jia Gufei also exclaimed in surprise, Is that the laughter of sect leader Chang Xin? What good news has happened? Jinli gritted his teeth and sneered coldly, After all, they've gained an incredibly talented disciple. I've heard that this time, they may resolve the crisis of Lin Jiyuan thanks to that person, Xing Yi. He chuckled from behind and added, It's hard to believe. Breaking through such a great realm is already incredible, and now they can even shift the situation in the Foundation establishment against nascent soul. He gazed towards the sky with emotion. It seemed that the Azure Cloud sect's bad luck had passed, and fortune was about to arrive. Jia Gufei clasped his hands together and smiled, Sect leader, there's no need to worry. I have confirmed with Miss Xin Air that Xing Yi is so infatuated with her that he is completely besotted, and has already become her subordinate. Jinli's face turned pale as he replied, As a father, it feels somewhat wrong to say such things about my daughter, but as sect master, it's hard for me to imagine any man being so infatuated that it drives him to madness. Upon seeing this, he immediately raised a memory stone. This is what Miss Xin Air recorded. Inside the memory stone, Xing Yi, his face filled with deep affection, spoke of Chang Xin. To me, she is the only one. Both worlds may warp, but she is surely the only one for me, he told the sound transmission jade. I love her, I truly love her. Jinli immediately stroked his chin, nodding in approval. Good, very good. This song is written with profound emotion. It touches the soul directly, and it is undoubtedly a true expression of love. He clasped his hands behind his back and sighed emotionally. Old Chang Xin still doesn't realize that the genius disciple he trained has become a pawn in my daughter's hands. Below, Chang Xin was startled by the sound of laughter coming from above. Diao Dihai, puzzled, inquired, Why is Sect Master Chang also laughing like that? He sneered coldly. Jinli turned his head and asked, Xin Air is with Xing Yi now? Jia Gufei immediately reported, Yes, they're at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Upon hearing that, he flew off at once. I'll go take a look. Before long, Jinli appeared on the upper floor. Suddenly, he was startled as a surge of blue spiritual energy burst out. Tianyun rode his sword swiftly away. Seeing this, Jinli frowned in confusion. That was Lu Tianyun from Azure Cloud Sect, wasn't it? Why did he look so furious? He then leaned forward to peek inside. Inside the room, Chang Xin was sitting helplessly on the ground, while Xing Yi's belt had snapped and he was desperately trying to hold up his pants. Jinli covered his mouth and coughed lightly. So that's what it was. Ahem, well, you two are still young, but you should learn some restraint. Xingyi opened his mouth, trying to explain. No, Sect Master, it's not what he froze as Chang Xin exclaimed. I told you this wasn't a good place, but you were too impatient. Jinli clasped his hands behind his back and advised calmly, youth is understandable. As long as it doesn't hinder your cultivation, I won't say more. Immediately after, the girl's next words made it impossible for him to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xingyi wanted to take her back to Azure Cloud Sect. He said, it's hard to perform well on foreign grounds, I was being cautious. Jinli turned away. Go on then. Right after that, he returned here. Jia Gofei looked at Jinli and asked, Sect Master, what is the relationship between the two of them? He clasped his hands together and replied, they are stuck together like glue. Xingyi pointed at Chang Xin and criticized, why do you have to tarnish my purity? She explained, the more my father believes our relationship is good, the freer I become. Chang Xin lowered her head and asked, when will you return to Azure Cloud Sect? He sat down on the ground and answered, waiting for Elder Ji to announce it. She gasped in surprise. I know you're definitely curious about the secret I have. Xingyi turned his head and responded, curious? What would you say about that? She held up the memory stone and replied, let's consider this a sign of sincerity for our cooperation. I'll tell you something first. Xingyi was startled and exclaimed, huh? He suddenly thought, could the shadow trace stone be related to that demonic cultivator? He shouted, leave it here. If someone else sees it. On the screen, Xingyi, with a serious face, sang, she must be the only one for me. He then spoke through the sound transmission jade, saying, I love her, I truly love her. Calmly, he replied, actually, when I asked you to sing this song, I secretly used the shadow trace stone to record it. He was shocked and exclaimed, are you kidding me? At that moment, Xingyi looked at her and said, to thank you for helping me sow hatred in the arena, I can also help you with something. Chang Xin immediately replied, then sing a love song and add my name to it. Back in reality, he licked his lips, patted her head, and asked again, you made this strange request to record it and use it to blackmail me, didn't you? Chang Xin coldly responded, no, I just thought it sounded good, so I wanted to record it. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Xingyi little friend, I'm done, let's head back to the sect. He raised his head and saw the three of Chang Xin, shouting, they're here, they're here. Tian Yun, her face dark with anger, glanced down and pointed out her query. Why is this woman following us? She immediately asked, are you still upset with elder sister? Tian Yun shouted in fury, who's your younger sister? Xingyi turned around to look behind him, saying, right, I forgot to tell you, when I go back to the sect, I'll have to enter seclusion again. Chang Xin raised the shadow trace stone and asked, senior sister, do you want to hear some music? Tian Yun, taken aback, asked, huh? Xingyi immediately changed his tone, actually, my sword intent is stable now, so I don't need to enter seclusion. She hesitated and asked, what piece is it? He immediately shouted in urgency, sect leader, I'm ready, let's head back to the sect quickly. At Zhangyang Feng, Xingye's residence, he collapsed onto the bed, laughing and shouting, I miss this bed so much. He rested his head on his hand and asked, but why do I not feel relaxed when I get home? Immediately after, Xingyi looked at Chang Xin and Tian Yun, who were ready for a fight in front of her, and asked why. She coldly questioned, you should explain your purpose. This time, junior brother's actions have affected the situation at the nascent soul level. Do you think participating in a martial arts contest for courtship is just a game? What meaning does it hold anymore? Chang Xin calmly retorted, but I already sent the message. Tian Yun's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, it's fine. During junior brother Xingye's seclusion, I visited all the disciples at the foundation establishment level and above. Even if they were from normal sects, they only participated half-heartedly just to get through it. Chang Xin turned to look at him. In this matter, your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. There's no need for further testing.
Xingyi asked, so, what does passing the test actually mean?
She then calmly made her request. I need you to help me obtain 5 items, specifically metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the blood essence of nascent soul cultivators.
Tianyun pointed at him and exclaimed, are you crazy?
Junior brother is only at the foundation establishment level. Chang Xin softly reassured him, don't worry about this.
You don't actually have to kill any nascent soul cultivators. The dual joy sect has a secret technique. Only the inner sect can access it. You need the blood essence of a high-level cultivator to assist with cultivation. She thought of that person and exclaimed, so, the sect leaders and elders from previous generations will drain all the blood essence from their bodies and preserve it on the ancestral land for the future generations to cultivate before they die. Chang Xin laughed and called out, as long as one can become an inner disciple of the dual joy sect, there will be an opportunity and ancestral land. Tianyun was startled and asked, but the dual joy sect only recruits female disciples. How could junior brother enter?
She immediately rebutted, they accept male disciples, but only to supplement the furnace pavilion. Then, Chang Xin turned her head and explained, with your talent, you could easily become a high-ranking member of the furnace pavilion and enter the inner sect. Xingyi raised both hands, crossing them, and loudly refused, no, I don't have that kind of talent.
Tianyun, hearing this, asked doubtfully, even if it's truly possible, why would junior brother risk his life to help you? Is it just because you know he's the favored one? Chang Xin uncertainly asked, isn't that enough? She immediately rebutted, not enough. Have you even seen junior brother's talent?
If his zombie identity were to be exposed, the most he could do is leave the heavenly frame continent and go to the endless sea, which would be more suitable for his cultivation.
Chang Xin turned around and asked, you would really abandon your senior sister to go to the endless sea? Xingyi replied with a dark expression, I can't bear to.
Tianyun blushed, embarrassed, and said, at most, I'll go with her.
Xingyi raised a hand to cover his mouth, teasing, senior sister, so you finally agree to go somewhere alone with me? She angrily shouted, I'm giving you the initiative here. Could you please stop making trouble?
Chang Xin closed her eyes and sighed helplessly. Fine, in that case, I have one more condition, his voice rang out.
Leave your storage ring with me.
Help me get the essence blood, and I'll return the ring to you. Xingyi froze, contemplating the storage ring from her body before she died.
Tianyun, puzzled, asked, what's going on? Is there something important inside?
He scratched his head, dark-faced, thinking, damn it, if the system hadn't lost contact, I could have asked what's inside.
Xingyi turned to Chang Xin, asking, how can we prove that the ring is with you? Tell me, what's inside?
She calmly pointed out, there's the marriage certificate between you and the third princess of Azure Orchid Nation.
He was stunned, exclaiming, huh?
Xingyi turned pale, silently cursing.
How could the system not tell him about such an important matter? Tianyun, bewildered, thought, junior brother and the third princess of Azure Orchid Nation are married? Did they get married already? Chang Xin startled and exclaimed. This is just a fabrication of mine.
Xingyi grabbed her collar and shouted, do you want to cooperate or not?
Chang Xin calmly explained, I just wanted to probe a little, why do I feel like you don't know what's inside either?
He turned his gaze away and replied, after becoming a zombie, I've forgotten a lot of things from my past life.
She softly murmured, is that so? Chang Xion's voice echoed, that's true, a zombie can't have its body snatched. Xingyi, not daring to look directly, admitted, yes, that's right. She then raised a piece of metal and asked, do you remember this?
Xingyi reached out to take it, as he listened to Chang Xian continue, it seems that the item in your storage ring is a fragment of a magic weapon, but the material is very unique, Lin Ji Yuan has never seen anything like it.
He secretly thought to himself, evaluating it.
His eyes flashed with a pale blue light, and the system screen displayed the words creation system, outer shell fragment.
Seeing this, Xingyi pondered silently, outer shell of the system? What is this? Does my body's system have a physical form? Tianyun, with a puzzled expression, asked, What's wrong, junior brother? He calmly responded, It really is something from my storage ring. Xingyi turned to look at her, pressing on, So, what's your connection to that demonic cultivator?
Chang Xin glanced over and replied, He once saved me when I was a child, and I helped him a little in return.
He was startled and questioned, You knew he was a demonic cultivator, yet you still helped him?
Tianyun also chimed in, Moreover, with the nature of a demonic cultivator, saving you must have come with ulterior motives. She lowered her head and murmured, Whether he had motives or not, he's already dead. Besides, from the beginning, I only helped him with beast contracts and buying a demon core.
It wasn't until 4 years ago that I met him again. Tianyun exclaimed upon hearing that, Then what was your reason?
Chang Xin's expression darkened as she replied, I wanted to resurrect 2 people who died because of the demonic sword chaos. Hearing this, she immediately refuted, I've never heard of any spell capable of bringing the dead back to life. Chang Xin closed her eyes and muttered, Yes, I've searched through the ancient texts in the Cultivating Immortality sect, but found no such record.
Then, she calmly declared, But he wasn't from the Cultivating Immortality world.
Thinking of him, Chang Xin explained, he came from the cultivation star and said he was being hunted, so he fled here. I've witnessed his methods, I don't think he was lying. Upon hearing this, Xingyi advised, Even if it's true, you're still befriending a tiger. She responded firmly, It's fine, as long as he can help me.
He frowned and pressed further, And what happened after that? Did you succeed? Chang Xin spoke calmly.
The only thing left is to obtain the essence blood of 5 cultivators who have at least reached the nascent soul stage metal and wood, water and fire, earth heaven, and spiritual root. I thought of what he said back then, he originally had a way to accomplish it, but he died. When I received the news of his death, I was truly in despair. Later, from the Shadow Trace Stone, I realized that although you are a zombie, you still possess consciousness and even managed to complete a breakthrough in sword intent. The first time I came into contact with you, I suspected that he had seized your body. I had never heard of anyone being able to seize the body of a zombie, but after all, he came from a higher level cultivation star. After getting to know you, I discovered that you were not him. With the mindset of giving it one last try, I wondered if you could help me. The results you showed exceeded all my expectations. Chang Xin closed her eyes and said, Whether through threat or plea, now I can only entrust my hope to you.
If you can truly obtain the essence blood, I can agree to anything you ask.
Upon hearing that, Xingyi continued, That I have a few questions for you.
She called out immediately, Please, ask. His gaze turned sharp as he questioned, You were the one who killed Wang Deng and Wang Zhu, weren't you? Chang Xin denied it at once.
No, but it was I who originally devised the plan that led old Du to capture Wang Deng. Xingyi was startled and exclaimed.
Ha! Tianyun, his face pale with anger, shouted. Do you know how many of my sect members they killed in collusion with the demonic cultivator? Chang Xin answered nonchalantly. Old Du and I made a bet.
If after being captured, Wang Deng refused to comply and denied old Du's request, then his memory would be erased and he'd be let go.
Old Du also wouldn't harm any of your sect's disciples.
She thought of that person, commenting, but unfortunately, he was a useless piece of trash.
Xingyi asked. If that's the case, does the demonic cultivator have other accomplices? Chang Xin replied softly. I don't know about that. He raised 2 fingers and asked. Second question, how did you know I'm a zombie? Chang Xin thought about the old man's words and answered. 2 years ago, when I visited old Du, he was in the middle of refining you. Both Tianyun and Xingyi were taken aback and stared at her. Chang Xin recollected. He said you tried to ambush him, and that you had many strange spells. You almost trapped him. Xingyi stroked his chin, pondering. To be assessed like that by the demonic cultivator, it seems the original owner still had some strength, but fell victim to a trap during a mission. Then he looked up and asked. Then how did my storage ring end up in your hands? Chang Xin calmly replied. He casually tossed it to me. At that moment, second old Du gave a faint smile and responded. Your birthday is coming soon, right? Here's a gift for you. This is a beautiful storage ring, and there's nothing inside that would be of any use to me. Hearing this, Xingyi panicked and thought. Great, giving a strange item as a birthday gift to someone else, huh? This old bastard. He raised a finger and asked. One last question, who is the person you want to resurrect? Chang Xin's face darkened as he listed. One is my mother, and the other is my good friend. Xingyi turned his head to Tianyun and asked. I've finished my questions, what about you, senior sister? She calmly replied. I don't have any. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin immediately pressed. So, do you agree to this deal? His voice rang out. I refuse. She was startled and exclaimed. Ha! Xingyi waved his hand and shouted loudly. The storage ring doesn't matter, whether it's there or not. As for my exam rank, you should hurry up and reveal it. I'm in a hurry to run off with senior sister here. Tianyun scowled and shouted back. Hey! He glanced over there, and besides, I don't think that demonic cultivator will actually help you. His methods definitely have issues. Sometimes, you need to let go. Stop living in the past. Suddenly, a screen appeared, displaying a mission line. Achieve 200,000 points of creation in Dual Joy Sect. Deadline, 1 year. Xingyi was stunned, cursing inwardly, damn it, this mission is always opposing me, isn't it? A line of text appeared, achieve 2,000 points of creation in the Dual Joy Sect. Deadline, 1 year. Success in the mission grants a 10x mission reset ticket. Failure shortens height by 30 cm. He glanced at the screen, silently calculating. A mission reset ticket, this could be useful. In case I accidentally get a mission that ends up with the original host dead, I could use the reset ticket, as if it's a talisman against this deceptive system. Chang Xin immediately turned and walked away. I understand, I'll figure it out on my own. I'll ask my father to cancel the engagement. Sorry for causing trouble for you two during this time. Xingyi raised his hand to stop her. Wait a moment. He smiled faintly and asked, didn't you say you would agree to any condition before? Xingyi was startled when he saw her taking off her clothes and shouted, what are you doing taking off your clothes? Chang Xin looked confused and asked, isn't it because of this? He pointed to himself and shouted, do I look like the kind of person who would stoop to this? She blushed and asked, then, what if I were the senior sister? Xingyi rubbed his nose and hesitated, answering, then. I'll make an exception just this once. Tianyun frowned and shouted, I'll kill you. He frowned and shouted, just so you know, I can visit the Dual Joy Sect, but I can't guarantee I'll get the essence blood. Chang Xin immediately responded, alright, what are the conditions? Xingyi raised his hand and said, aside from returning the ring containing the items to me, you must publicly apologize and declare that you conspired with the demonic cultivator, causing the deaths of many of our sect's disciples. Of course, you cannot speak any ill of Azure Cloud Sect. She calmly agreed, alright, anything else? He put his hand on his waist and shouted, that's all for now. If there's anything else, I'll add it later. Suddenly, the jade pendant at his waist heated up. When he took it out, the voice of Chang Xin immediately echoed. Xingyi little friend, please represent the sect and come over. Upon hearing this, Xingyi said, the sect leader has called for me, Tianyun, hurry up and push ahead, you go ahead, I'll keep watch here. She hesitated, then Chang Xin asked, don't you find this strange? She looked toward the window and added, according to what he said, he could have clearly rejected me, but in the end, he still agreed to go to Dual Joy Sect. Tianyun coldly asked, what are you trying to say? Chang Xin calmly explained, once I admit those crimes, the current alliance between the two sects would bring immeasurable losses to the inner sect. Azure Cloud Sect would have absolute control in this alliance. But he has just joined your sect, not even 2 months in. Would he take such a huge risk to go to Dual Joy Sect just to benefit the sect? She spoke softly, adding, moreover, he said that in the end, you agreed to go with him. Tianyun, impatient, asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Chang Xin closed her eyes and sighed.
Sigh, I heard senior sister of Azure Cloud Sect is smarter than others, yet she's still a newcomer when it comes to relationships.
Tianyun was startled and shouted, huh? She listened absent-mindedly as Chang Xin recounted. It was likely that he had previously suggested running away with you, right?
But you must have said that the sect had shown you kindness, and you couldn't leave. The scene from that moment flashed in Tianyun's mind. She indeed lowered her head and refused, saying, no, master saved my life. As senior sister, I also have an obligation to uncover the truth and provide an explanation for the disciples who died in vain. Chang Xin looked ahead and shouted, what he's doing now is repaying the sect's kindness to you, so that when the time comes for the two of you to part ways, you can leave without regrets. Tianyun blushed and declared, junior brother did this for me back then, while Xing Yi, with a serious expression, declared, if you don't want to leave, then I will join the sect.
Chang Xin opened the door and said, cherish him. Don't wait until one day someone else takes him away, and then regret it.
Tianyun watched as the door closed, gently biting her lip and remaining silent. On the other side, Xing Yi stepped into the grand hall, clasped his hands in greeting, I pay my respects to sect leader, Ji Elder. Hearing this, Chang Xin called out, this time you performed excellently in the matter of Lin Ji Yuan. As sect leader, I intend to appoint you as the head disciple, replacing the king, and becoming the senior brother of the inner sect.
What do you think?
He closed his eyes and said, thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have one request. He let out a surprised exclamation, oh, do tell. Xing Yi raised a finger and added, considering my background, I would still prefer to be ranked after senior sister. Suddenly being called junior sister would feel uncomfortable. Chang Xin covered his mouth and coughed lightly, ahem, well said.
Diao Dihai was also startled and remarked, I thought it was some other kind of request. She then asked, little friend, may I ask about the condition of your sister?
Hearing this, Xing Yi smiled thoughtfully, as expected, she wanted to ask about this. On the surface, he smiled brightly and replied, thank you for your concern, Ji Elder.
She is safe and sound. Immediately after, Xing Yi released his spirit. She forced a smile and asked, what's going on now, brother?
He silently cursed, that brat told me I should enter closed-door cultivation to recover, but I'll calmly explain a few things.
On the other side, Tianyun suddenly thought, is it in the storage ring?
Last time, there were no fluctuations in spiritual energy.
Could it be affected by a formation?
Over there, Xing Xian looked at him and asked, previously, Elder Ji, fearing that Lin Ji Yuan might return, hurriedly sent you all to the myriad phenomena sect without asking for details.
So, who exactly is this sister?
Xing Yi glanced at Spirit, hesitant.
This. She glanced over there, thinking to herself, telling you to deceive me. Now, let's see how you explain this.
He closed his eyes and began, everyone knows that living creatures cannot be stored in storage rings. So, I pointed over there and said actually, this is the body of my sibling that I used to craft this.
Spirit was stunned and exclaimed,
Then, he started fabricating a story, my sibling is Xing Dehua, who went missing 2 years ago, and I've been searching for them ever since. The system's voice echoed, Creation Starpoint plus 68. Xing Yi thought of that person and remembered meeting senior sister later on, learning that she too was investigating the disappearance of inner disciples.
We gradually got to know each other.
His voice continued, not long ago, senior sister, junior sister Xiao Yuan, and I were investigating a cave and encountered a demonic cultivator there. Among the corpses he had manipulated, my sibling was one of them. The system's voice reminded, Creation Starpoint plus 88. Ye raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, but for some reason, Dehua still retained a bit of consciousness.
Thanks to their help, we were able to escape from the demonic cultivator.
Xing Xian, upon hearing this, was startled and exclaimed, oh, it seems like you're a bit different from the story you told before. Lu Shizhi then recounted, looking ahead and shouting, I know, sect leader, please don't blame senior sister for lying. It was I who asked her to help conceal the truth. Xingyi clenched his fist tightly and shouted, though I don't understand why De Hua still has consciousness. In the end, the righteous sects don't accept alchemy, but I truly can't bring myself to destroy you. The system then displayed a notification, creation starpoint +8. Diao Dihai sighed, Haze, I can understand that feeling. Qing Xian, hearing this, reassured, don't worry, although Azure Cloud Sect is a renowned righteous sect, we're not that conservative. He looked straight ahead and suggested, how about this, as long as it doesn't interfere with your cultivation and you don't reveal it in front of outsiders, we can turn a blind eye to this matter of our sisterhood. Xingyi nudged her with his elbow and shouted, great. De Hua, quickly thanked the sect leader and Elder Ji. A reminder sound echoed, creation starpoint warning +38. Spirit, still dazed, responded, thank you. Qing Xian chuckled, then asked with curiosity, actually, there's one more thing I'm very curious about. His gaze turned sharp. How did Sister manage to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator, and how could you break through a formation that even the old cultivation experts couldn't manage? Xingyi glanced over and suggested, actually, I didn't have time to ask, you should explain it to them. De Hua was stunned for a moment, then replied, this thing. Spirit scratched his head and smiled brightly, actually, I forgot as well. After becoming a test taker, my memories have always been interrupted. Diao Dihai asked suspiciously, forgot? You have no impression at all? Hearing this, Xingyi said, Sect leader elder, please don't blame her. After all, the matter of becoming a test taker, with a mind that never existed before, is unprecedented. Any unusual occurrence regarding emotional matters can be forgiven. She immediately smiled in agreement, His voice deepened as he exclaimed, so, in order to understand what exactly happened to De Hua, I kept her here. Spirit was startled, shouting, huh? Xingyi lowered his head, clasped his hands, and said, I hope Sect leader and Ji elder can help me find the answer. Qing Xian hesitated, replying, this doesn't sound too good, does it? Diao Dihai agreed, saying, well, after all, she's little friend's sister. Spirit chuckled and said, elder brother, what if in the end, the research turns me into a normal test taker? That would be awful. Xingyi stroked his chin and exclaimed, you're right. I didn't think this through properly. I originally thought I could recreate De Hua's condition. The two of them, Qing Xian, were startled when they heard him speak. So, all senior cultivators who are about to die can achieve immortality by turning themselves into test subjects. Xingyi withdrew his spirit, it seemed the disciple was still too naive. A loud cry echoed in the pitch-black space, as Spirit was trying to enter, but Qing Xian grabbed its foot. Diao Dihai knelt on one knee to catch it. She, startled, exclaimed, hey, hey, hey. Qing Xian held onto Spirit and promised. Rest assured, leave it to me, the sect leader. I will definitely investigate the abnormalities in your sister's body without causing any harm. Xingyi cupped his hands and called out. Sorry to trouble you. Diao Dihai saw him fly off and, confused, asked. Isn't little friend coming along? Xingyi immediately declined. No, if I'm here, you two won't be able to act. She thought to herself at that moment when Xingyi called out. Quickly run, sister. In her heart, she wondered, what is going on? Did your sister offend you when she was alive? Last time, she was also thrown out as bait. Over there, he quickly flew towards the plaza. One of his feet lightly landed on the ground. Xingyi looked up, seeing the heart-testing stone in front of him at Zhangyan Feng, where the bath was. Yuan Lan was startled and exclaimed. What? You mean Xingyi Jr. brother came to Dual Joy Sect to become a pill furnace for me? Tianyun heard that and responded, almost as if agreeing. She raised her hand, patted her chest, and shouted, I can also go to the Yuanyang Pavilion to do that for senior sister. Tianyun's voice rang out. Ah, no, I didn't mean to have you compare me. She lowered her head, muttering, anyway, I'm a bit confused, just let him give up on that thought, and we need to rehearse together first.
Yuan Lan touched her chin thoughtfully. What's there to rehearse?
Senior sister, you're a bit strange. Her eyes sparkled as she thought, but she immediately knew she couldn't miss this opportunity to play this game with senior sister. She then slapped her own arm and exclaimed, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Tianyun raised her hand and suggested, "Pretend you're me, and I'm Xingyi Jr. brother."
How would you stop me?
Yuan Lan immediately lowered her voice and said, "Junior brother, you can't go to the dual joy sect.
It's too dangerous."
She quickly closed her eyes, thinking to herself that senior sister was overthinking.
Seeing this, Tianyun blushed with embarrassment.
Ah, senior sister calling me senior sister, this feeling is so strange.
Tianyun's eyes darkened, and she shouted, "Yuan Lan."
Yuan Lan's face turned red, and she covered her mouth, letting out a coughing sound.
Ahem, it's fine, you continue.
Tianyun raised her hand and said, "Junior brother would only take a quick trip around the dual joy sect, lie to Chang Xin to confess, but wouldn't take the risk to help her collect blood essence."
Yuan Lan's voice rang out. Senior sister, your character's role is too emotionally invested, isn't it?
She was startled and shouted,
"Don't interfere. Anyway, using danger as an excuse, I feel it's not right." Yuan Lan reached up to touch his chin and replied, "Then let's try a different approach."
She raised both hands and declared,
"Junior brother, I won't allow you to go to the dual joy sect.
If you join the dual joy sect to become a pill furnace, even if Chang Xin confesses, it won't stop the damage this will do to the sect's honor."
Tianyun reached up to touch his chin and replied, This direction works."
In her mind, she kept calculating. If junior brother really wanted to help her in repayment of kindness, then the negative impact of being exposed would make him worried, like a bucket of cold water splashing over her head. When Yuan Lan added, "But with Xingyi Jr. brother's abilities, I believe he will never be exposed."
Tianyun angrily shouted, "Which side are you on, exactly?"
Yuan Lan placed her hand on her forehead and laughed loudly.
"After saying that, I feel the reason doesn't hold, so I've contradicted myself."
She placed her hand on her forehead, thinking, "That's true, junior brother always plans 3 steps ahead, there's no way he would suggest something uncertain."
Yuan Lan suddenly walked over, gently caressing Tianyun's chin, and said, "Then there's only one way left."
She was startled when she saw her stroke her own belly and asked,
"Sha Yuan, what are you doing?" Yuan Lan calmly replied,
"Junior brother, stand still, leave it to me." Tianyun clenched her teeth, her whole body tense, and hurriedly kicked toward the man holding her. She hugged her lower body and screamed, "What do you think you're doing?" Yuan Lan's nose bled, she gave a faint smile as if performing a beauty stratagem and replied, "You only need to persuade her according to the preliminary plan, cook the rice first, wake up tomorrow morning and everything will be fine." Yuan Lan calmed herself and continued, "Little brother, I never expected my man to go and tend someone else's alchemy furnace." Blood dripped from her nose as she raised her hand and cried out loudly, "Tell me, who could possibly refuse this?" In her heart she thought that, after all, she had to take on this role. Tianyun covered her mouth with her hand, a thought flickering across her face before she smiled faintly. Yuan Lan tilted her head and exclaimed, "Oh, sister, you should tell me clearly now, you fool, how could I possibly use a method like this?" Then she ran over, grabbed Tianyun's shoulder, and shouted, "Say it, are you seriously weighing the feasibility? I only want to win your favor, scold me, beat me, whatever you like."
Tianyun smiled softly, "Thank you, Sha Yuan."
Yuan Lan sprang back, crying, "No, don't thank me like that." She then stood up and said, "Let me try for a moment." But immediately she grabbed Tianyun's leg and begged, "No, you can't, I have plenty of other ways, far better than this. Senior sister, please don't go." Finally, she slammed her head into the floor of the pond.
Tianyun quickly walked away.
Yuan Lan lowered her head to the surface of the water, mumbling, "She's dead. Really dead." Xingyi flew quickly away from the heart-testing stone. As he passed by a courtyard, he suddenly stopped when he saw a figure continuously waving their hand. Xingyi descended from the sky and inquired, "How is it, Xiao Yuan Jr. sister?"
She was startled and shouted, "Huh? What did you call me?"
Immediately, he opened the shadow trace stone, revealing the figure of Chang Xin and said, "This sect leader intends to appoint you as the chief disciple, replacing the current senior brother to become the inner sect senior brother." Images of the two of them constantly flashed in Yuan Lan's mind. Senior brother in a compatible match, family backgrounds matching. She clutched her head in a frenzy, thinking, damn it, why now of all times?
Yuan Lan furrowed her brows and looked at him. "Let me ask you, what do you think of senior sister?" Xingyi calmly responded, "She's the ideal girlfriend."
She heard this and interrogated, "So, do you lust after senior sister's body or do you want to grow old with her forever?"
He calmly replied, "Both, always."
Xingyi looked at her dark expression and asked, "What's with that look, Junior?" The shadow completely enveloped the place.
He turned red and shouted, "What? Is this really happening?"
Yuan Lan sat on the steps, affirming, "Well, it was just a joke, but it seems like senior sister really wants to use this tactic to persuade you not to go to Dual Joy Sect."
Xingyi couldn't believe the rebuttal. "Impossible, this isn't like senior sister's character."
She responded, "I don't know, but I feel like she's been acting very strangely today." Yuan Lan mustered the strength to stand and said, "I came to ask you. If you think you need to go to Dual Joy Sect, then go and explain things to senior sister first." With tears welling in her eyes, she shouted, "Otherwise, if either of you betrays senior sister, I won't let you off."
Xingyi, confused, asked, "What's going on? Why are you crying?"
He helplessly watched as Yuan Lan wiped her tears and ran off.
"I like crying, so what?" she retorted.
Xingyi turned into a streak of light and flew back to his place, closing his eyes as he silently dismissed it in his heart.
This is nonsense. How could senior sister do such a thing? When he opened the door, Tianyun immediately called out, "You're back?"
She pointed to a chair and said, "Come, have a drink with me."
Then, Tianyun quickly poured wine into a glass.
Seeing this, Xingyi thought, wait, why is she inviting me to drink in the middle of the night?
He blankly speculated, is she trying to get me drunk, and then blame everything on drunken mischief? Could Xiao Yuan's words be true? Is senior sister really planning to go all the way?
Tianyun lifted her glass, looking at him with a puzzled expression.
What's wrong? Could it be that junior brother has a poor tolerance for alcohol?
Xingyi raised his glass, laughing as he denied it. No, if senior sister wants to drink, of course, I have to drink with you."
Deep in thought, he wondered, how should he proceed?
If senior sister was truly being proactive, how could he make sure he handled this well? In his mind, images of punishment flashed, with success bringing a tenfold mission bonus and failure shortening his height by 30 free frames. Thinking this over, he silently pondered.
But what about the system's mission?
Although senior sister wasn't concerned about his partner, 104, that reward could guarantee his survival. Xingyi drank the glass in one go, thinking that if he didn't take on a risky mission, senior sister might end up losing her temper.
Tianyun, seeing this, asked with concern, "Why does junior brother look so troubled?"
He immediately replied, I'm just worried about something."
She asked suspiciously, "Is it related to the matter with the Dual Joy Sect?"
Xingyi smiled and responded, something like that."
Tianyun immediately confirmed, "Do we have to go?"
He nodded quickly, his mind already focused, knowing that for the long term, he had to win that reward. Tianyun placed her hand on him and said, "I didn't want it to come to this, but I really don't want to see junior brother taking risks." Xingyi closed his eyes, blushing as he thought, it's happening.
Now, it's all about willpower.
Xingyi, hold it together." He looked at Tianyun with suspicion, reaching out to take the shadow trace stone. The image of Xingyi from that moment appeared in it.
"Fortunately, I was able to get a beauty," she calmly recounted. "This is the shadow trace stone that Wang Deng used to frame you before. I've hidden Luoqing Jr. sister away."
Xingyi, either probing or in curiosity,
asked, "Oh, senior sister, what do you need this for?" He secretly wondered, what kind of development is this?
Tianyun's expression darkened, and she continued, "If junior brother insists on going, I will let the content of this shadow trace stone be transmitted to the dual joy sect."
Her voice rang out, continuing, "Although the dual joy sect practices dual cultivation, the woman is the dominant partner, and the man is the subordinate.
All the men are male concubines, and they have a strong aversion to the actions you did in the shadow trace stone." Tianyun closed her eyes and said further, "Then, I will appear to prove that the content in the shadow trace stone is false, but the higher-ups of the dual joy sect, in order to avoid suspicion, will absolutely not accept you."
Xingye's eyes widened in shock, thinking, the situation has already developed, and senior sister is actually thinking of publicly exposing me to others?
Tianyun reached up to smooth her hair, saying, "I know it may seem a bit harsh, but I don't want my Dao companion to have once been someone else's male concubine."
He froze, his face turning red, and he let out a confused exclamation, "Huh?" At that moment, the door to the room burst open, and Spirit shouted, "Xingyi, what exactly do you mean?"
Tianyun turned to look in that direction and asked, "Oh, who is this, Xingyi?" She smiled brightly and shouted, "I already know the heart of senior sister, so I won't go to the dual joy sect anymore." Then, he raised his hand toward her and called out, "But you will go in my place."
She was confused, exclaiming, "Huh?" Spirit exclaimed in shock, "What? Where to?" Xingyi calmly replied, "Dual joy sect."
From behind, Chang Xin emerged from the teleportation array and asked in confusion, "Miss, this sect leader has ensured that no research will harm you.
Why are you running away?"
She rushed over, shouting in excitement, "I'm not running away, take me there quickly."
He was startled, frozen in place, "Huh?"
Tianyun stood up, cupped his hands in respect, and greeted the sect leader.
He smiled gently and said to Lu Shizhi, "You've really kept this from me for so long. You don't trust your sect leader?"
Xingyi glanced at her and sighed inwardly, "Damn, I still haven't told senior sister about you." Tianyun closed his eyes and responded, "I trust the sect leader, but I also have to consider how Xingyi junior brother feels."
Xing Xian stroked his beard and replied, "That's true.
If you hadn't kept this from me, perhaps the sect would have overlooked such a promising seed like Xingyi junior brother."
Xingyi immediately called out, "Sect leader, you flatter me."
Then, he turned and asked, "Dehua, do you have anything else you want to say to your brother?"
Xing Xian looked at her, then entered the teleportation array and left.
He reached out to close the door, smiling as he said, Then this sect leader won't bother you two any further."
"Please, carry on." Xingyi and Tianyun stood frozen in place.
He scratched his head and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, good thing senior sister reacted quickly, otherwise, we'd have been exposed."
She immediately turned to him and asked, "So tell me, what on earth is going on?"
Inside the pitch-dark room, a flicker of firelight flashed.
Tianyun's face was filled with irritation as she questioned, "What? You're blaming everything that's happened to you on your little sister? Who exactly is she?"
Xingyi raised a hand as if to test the waters.
"Senior sister should know that I have a special storage space, right? The one we're taking things out doesn't cause any fluctuation of spiritual energy." She replied at once,
He spoke in a low voice, "I placed my sister inside that space. It's just at first, I thought she was merely a corpse puppet." At that thought, Xingyi continued, "But during my last seclusion, she suddenly woke up and said she was my sister. She claimed we'd both lost parts of our memories. I don't remember ever having a sister, nor do I know how that storage space came to be. She only remembers that I'm her elder brother, and nothing else." Tianyun touched her chin thoughtfully and exclaimed, "If she agreed to go to the dual joy sect in your place, then there's truly no risk of your identity being exposed." He immediately chimed in, agreeing.
Yes.
Inside the room, she asked doubtfully,
"So, junior brother, from the very beginning, you planned to send me to the dual joy sect, didn't you?" Xingye's face darkened, and he denied. "No, I actually wanted to go myself." Tianyun, arms crossed, asked, "Do you want to become a pill furnace that badly?"
Xingyi sat down on a recliner, exclaiming. Mostly, I wanted to see senior sister's reaction. She was stunned, letting out a surprised gasp. Ha! He lowered his head, his face filled with disappointment, and replied. Because I always speak in such cheesy ways, but I haven't seen senior sister react at all, so I wanted to take this opportunity to see what senior sister really thinks. Tianyun immediately stood up, shouting. No, it's late, I'm leaving now. Xingyi, defeated, reminded her. Your wine. She didn't turn around and shouted back. I'm giving it to you. In the well, a branch stood upright, gazing towards that direction. Yuan Lan raised the lotus lantern. She covered her mouth with her hand, silently thinking. Why is senior sister's face so red? Could it be they? But this seems a bit fast, I was planning to stay until tomorrow morning. Yuan Lan pushed the door open and glanced around, searching. Xingyi approached, smiling as he asked. Xiao Yuan Jr. sister, it's so late, why haven't you gone to rest? Yuan Lan ran a hand through her hair and exclaimed. Looks like I got my intel wrong. Come to think of it, how could senior sister? Xingyi's cheeks flushed as he exclaimed, no, junior sister is right. I didn't expect senior sister to be so proactive like this. That night, the sound of Yin Yuan Lan's cries of regret and heartache echoed throughout the Azure Cloud sect. Chang Xin also turned her gaze toward the source. Later, Yuan Lan called Wang Guanzhou to gossip. That night, Xingyi's screams could be heard throughout the entire Azure Cloud sect. His voice rang out, I didn't do it, I was wrong, please don't hit there. Chang Xin darkened her face and silently complimented how clever it was. The next day, Xingyi looked at the two of them, lost in thought. The situation was exactly as it was now. The previous conditions remained unchanged, but it was now agreed that his younger sister would go to Dual Joy Sect. Tianyun, upon hearing this, thought to herself, how could she agree to this? Chang Xin immediately agreed, alright, let's settle on that. She was stunned and shouted, what? She then calmly continued, there's nothing surprising about it. You weren't there when Lin Ji Yuan ambushed us. You managed to return intact while being chased by a nascent soul stage monster. Based on just that, I have no reason to refuse. Tianyun was startled and cautiously asked, huh? You are that impressive? He gave a thumbs up and shouted. Chang Xin anxiously asked, but you took her to Chang Xin sect leader. Unless he really found a way to make a cultivator regain their senses, I don't think he'll return her to you, at least not in the short term. Xingyi smiled and reassured her. You don't need to worry about this. I guarantee that within a week, the sect leader will return her. Chang Xin asked cautiously. A week? Do you think Chang Xin sect leader can uncover the secrets about your sister within a week? Xingyi raised his hand and smiled. Whether he uncovers them or not, he will still return her. She nodded in agreement. Alright, then I'll wait for a week. Tianyun watched Chang Xin leave and asked. Do you need me to take you back to Myriad Phenomena sect? She immediately became frightened and replied. No need, I'll wait here. Chang Yen quickly walked away. Tianyun watched her figure disappear, then said. Actually, I used the sect's intelligence network to investigate Chang Xin's situation. She thought back to when Chang Yen was little. She had once been the natural beauty of Myriad Phenomena sect, a prodigy in cultivation. At 13, she had already reached the third level of foundation establishment. Xingyi, surprised, asked. Wait, so she's still at the third level of foundation establishment? What happened to her that caused her cultivation to stagnate? Tianyun replied. It's not that her cultivation stagnated, but rather, 10 years ago, after the chaos of the demon sword, her cultivation stopped at that point. He also skeptically asked, what's wrong? Tianyun glanced over and said, you have a very special friend named Chen Shuang, and her father is Chun Rong Su. Xingyi immediately thought of that person and exclaimed, Shenrong Su, the sect leader of the small sect who came into contact with the demonic sword, which caused the chaos of the demonic sword. She confirmed, that's right. Your good friend and Chang Xian's mother both died at the hands of Shenrong Su after he was corrupted by the demonic energy. Xingyi was startled and speculated, could it be that the shock caused his cultivation to stagnate? Tianyun confirmed, yes, that's what people outside are saying as well. Her voice rang out, but I have a different view. He was startled and yelled, huh? Tianyun looked at him and said, perhaps the chaos of the demonic sword is related to Chang Xian. She looked at Xingyi and continued, after the chaos of the demonic sword, someone investigated the place where the sword was kept. Even after the sword was taken away, many of the traps and formations couldn't be opened, and 2 nascent soul cultivators were lost. Tianyun asked in confusion, then how did Shenrong Su, with his golden core cultivation, manage to obtain the demonic sword? Xingyi, who was beside her, laughed and replied, exactly. She calmly explained, at that time, everyone thought he was just very lucky, that he happened to avoid many deadly traps. But today, the Myriad Phenomena sect announced a piece of news, saying that 60 years ago, the old sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect had discovered a secret map containing the demonic sword. However, because he was unclear about the location, he decided to hide the map within his own body, only to be killed by Lin Jiyuan. Suddenly, Tianyun voiced a speculation, it's possible that for some reason, Chang Xian saw the map before her grandfather hid it, and then recorded it and later revealed it to Qin Xuan, who, in turn, was found out by Shenrong Su. Xingyi raised a hand to stroke his chin in agreement, that's right. If the map exists, it could help avoid dangers. If this speculation is true, the Myriad Phenomena sect will have to perish. Tianyun smiled and reassured him, yes, junior brother, don't worry. If that woman has us in her grasp, it only means we have more control over her. He chuckled and added, yes, yes. In his heart, he thought, it's truly terrifying one can offend anyone, but never the senior sister. Xingyi whispered, if that's the case, it makes sense that her cultivation has stopped. She also smiled in agreement, many people have died because of her, and in exchange, she can no longer cultivate. He stroked his chin and muttered, but is there really a resurrection technique? Did she really choose to revive only 2 people? Meanwhile, Chunling's soul kept moaning, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. She cried out to Chang Xian, Xian, it hurts so much. Chen Shuang sat cross-legged in mid-air and shouted, stop yelling, Aunt, you've been in pain for 10 years, and there are only a few days left. She gently smiled with a questioning look. Can your husband, Xingyi, really obtain the essence blood that will bring us back to life? Chang Xian coldly replied, Shen Shuang, how many more times do you want me to say this? We are merely partners. Chen Shuan leaned close to her, sneering, stop pretending. I can see through it. You're eager to pair that girl, Lu, with him, aren't you? It's not because you have feelings for him, is it? You're a sinner, not worthy of him, so you're trying to quickly bring them together, hoping to make me abandon this thought, right? Her face twisted with fury as she screamed frantically, you're right, you killed us, and now you live happily. That absolutely cannot happen. I don't even need you to bring me back to life, I want you to join me here. Chang Xian tightened the scroll in her hand, the sounds of their moans echoing in her ears. Join me here, it hurts so much, it hurts, Xian, join me here. 5 days later, Xingyi reached out and gently stroked Spirit La's cheek, De Hua, wake up, speak to me. Qin Xian urgently explained from the side, little friend, I beg you, with all sincerity, I truly did nothing. Sister has already turned into this. Tianyun's face paled in fear, as he thought to himself, did junior brother already know this would happen? Xingyi lowered his head with a sense of loss and said, I knew it. After all, it's rare for someone like De Hua, who possesses such intelligence, to emerge from the trials. I've already mentally prepared myself for unexpected outcomes, and having sect leader research it is also to prevent this kind of situation. Unexpectedly, De Hua seemed to have turned into an ordinary test taker. Qin Xian also sighed, I've failed. I've let down the expectations of my little friend.
If there's anything I can do to make up for it, please let me know.
He wiped away his tears and cried out, I've told you, this is not the sect leader's responsibility, but I really do have one thing I'd like to ask for sect leader's help with.
The older man was startled and let out a confused sound, huh?
Xing Xian stroked his beard and said, Little friend, go ahead, it's fine. Xingyi patted his chest and asked cautiously, I have a distant female relative who's eager to join the dual joy sect.
Would it be possible for the sect leader to write a letter of recommendation for her? Tianyun, who was standing beside them, was startled and exclaimed, Huh? The dual joy sect? What level of cultivation does your distant relative have?
Perhaps she could join our sect instead. He scratched his head and replied, To be honest with you, her temperament is a bit wild, and the dual joy sect is a better fit for her. Xing Xian took out a jade pendant and sighed, Well, since I agreed to it earlier, if there's something you need, just ask.
I don't know the name of little friend's relative, though.
Xingyi immediately clasped his hands and said, Thank you, sect leader.
Her name is Spirit.
On the jade pendant was an inscription, I, an elder of the Tianyun sect, highly recommend Spirit little friend, who possesses great talent, for admission to the dual joy sect. Chang Xin glanced at the jade pendant and then said, Not only did you bring her back, but you also took advantage of sect leader Xing Xian's guilt to write a recommendation letter.
Xingyi arrogantly responded, It's a small matter, just a small matter. She turned her head and asked, But do you have a way to help her recover?
He replied with certainty, Of course. Xingyi looked toward that direction and shouted, After recovery, I will expend my spiritual power and soul strength. At that time, please, senior sister, arrange for me to be sent to a secluded room. If sect leader or anyone asks for me, just say that I broke through too quickly, and my cultivation is unstable. I need to meditate for a year, or else my foundation will be damaged.
Tianyun immediately agreed.
He placed his hands on Spirit's back and thought, I don't want to worry senior sister, and I must also complete the system's mission. So, the only option is to change my identity and join the dual joy sect. Xingyi shouted with joy, thinking to himself, time to switch. Then, his body immediately collapsed.
Spirit's eyes also snapped open.
Chang Xin, stunned, asked, It feels so casual.
Tianyun also felt doubtful. Is that it?
Xingye's voice, coming from within Spirit's body, called out anxiously.
Brother, what's wrong? Inwardly, she thought, this isn't good.
I should have made it more complicated.
Tianyun hurried to explain. Young lady, the matter is like this. After a long explanation, Xingyi stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I understand. Then let's proceed according to elder brother's plan.
She glanced toward Chang Xin and said, Elder brother, she has made herself clear. We must respect her personal choice. If she doesn't wish to go, that's fine, no one can threaten us. Crossing her legs, Xingyi laughed lightly.
Why wouldn't I want to go?
Over there, I can freely choose a few handsome furnace pavilion disciples.
Tianyun was startled and exclaimed. What? The two of them froze, hearing his probing voice. If the two senior sisters have Tao partners, surely they would choose dual cultivation rather than living a dull life in solitary seclusion, wouldn't they? Chang Xin lowered her head in agreement. That made sense.
Carrying Xingye's body, Tianyun quickly rushed off. I'll take junior brother to the secluded cultivation chamber. She looked at Xingyi and asked, What's your next move? If you leave Azure Cloud Sect as usual, the Xing Xian sect leader's divine sense will definitely detect it. He smiled faintly and said, I've already thought this through. I need your help. White birds foraging on the ground suddenly scattered as a net descended from above.
Chang Xin caught a bird, it kept struggling and crying out.
She seized it with both hands, which only made it shriek louder. Then Chang Xin released her grip and threw the bird into the air. The bird quickly rose high, flying relentlessly through the night. Suddenly, an eagle swooped in and snatched it. A village chief of Dan Xian. The villagers cried out anxiously.
Able-bodied men, does anyone know if there's anything we can do to help?
The sect leader of the Heifeng gang, Heya, stood on the second level of the qi refining stage, mounted on a horse and looking down. He said, "Are you the village chief of Dan Xian village?" He replied in a panic, "Yes, yes." A member of the Heifeng gang ran up shouting, "Sect leader! Sect leader!" Heya frowned and asked, "Didn't you tell your crow to see if anyone was escaping? Why did it fly down here?" The man lifted the eagle in his hand and said, "Sect leader, I trained Quan Feng from when it was young to snatch gold, jewelry, and other shiny things, and it has always made that its top priority." Heya scowled and shouted, "If you say another useless word, I'll chop off what's in your hand and what's between your legs." The man cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem." Quan Feng dove down because it caught a bird. He raised a ring and said, "There was this ring on its leg." Heya stretched out his hand to receive and said, "Oh, is there something going on?" Immediately after, he was startled and exclaimed, "This is Heya," laughing loudly and shouting, "Ha, this is the storage ring of the immortal clan." The people behind Heifeng gang shouted loudly in excitement. "How does the sect leader know about the immortal clan's artifacts? You just arrived, right?" The sect leader found a book on immortal techniques many years ago and self-taught the divine powers of the immortal clan, which is why he founded Heifeng gang. Another person riding a horse laughed and shouted, "Back then, the sect leader obtained the immortal clan's cultivation method, and today, another treasure from the immortal clan has fallen from the sky. With such deep fate, it will surely lead Heifeng gang to the peak. When the sect is established, we will all become immortals." Heya happily praised, "Ha, well said." Village chief Dan Xian stammered, "Then congratulations, High Immortal, for receiving such a great fortune." He raised his hand and pointed to the people behind, asking, "The villagers have gathered here as requested by High Immortal. May I ask if there are any instructions from High Immortal?" Soon after, the villagers were shocked when they heard Heya's declaration. The old rule is that 80% of stolen goods must be handed over. Women can be played with freely, but they must not be taken away or allowed to live. Village chief Dan Xian cried out in panic, "High Immortal, you have already gained Xian Yuan from our village. This is not right." Heya opened his mouth and spat out a stream of ice essence, which pierced through the head of the man. Xiao Yu cried out in distress, "Village chief." Heya looked down from above and shouted angrily, "The person Xian Yuan is looking for is me. What does it have to do with your village?" Xiao Yu shouted with all his might, "Elder sister, I am an immortal, she knows this and will not let you off." Luo Qing's mother shouted loudly, "Xiao Yu." Upon hearing this, he rode towards them on his horse. Heya instantly appeared in front of them. Luo Qing's mother covered Xiao Yu's mouth and hesitantly replied, "The child doesn't understand, please don't hold it against him." He smiled and asked, "Elder sister, did you join the Azure Cloud sect?" The girl was taken aback and said, "You? How do you know about this?" Heya raised his hand and lifted Xiao Yu's chin, saying, "It was because of your immortal elder sister that I took action against your village." He calmly continued, "Moreover, she is already dead, but those she offended were so enraged that they instructed me to kill all of you." Xiao Yu's eyes filled with tears, and he retorted, "No, it's impossible, you're lying to me." Heya sneered coldly, mocking, "I'm not lying. I even know that your immortal elder sister entered the inner sect by sleeping with that man." Xiao Yu closed her eyes and bit down hard on the ring. Immediately, a flash of blue light emanated from the ring. Heya yanked his hand back, angrily shouting, "This little girl, damn her!" Heya raised his hand and punched Xing Yi, who had just emerged from the spirit body. He scratched his head, sighing, "I carelessly fell asleep in the storage ring." Heya, in a panic, thought, "Where did she come from? I used 8/10 of my strength, a normal person's head would have been crushed by now." Xing Yi looked around and asked, "Little miss, why are so many people gathered here?" Xiao Yu raised her hand and pointed behind her, shouting loudly, "These people are bad. They killed the village chief, and now they want to kill everyone in the village." His face darkened, and he gasped in shock. Wu Heya immediately clasped his hands and respectfully said, "May I ask?" Xing Yi, his eyes filled with tears, turned his head and asked, "Is it true? Is it true?"
He was stunned, muttering to himself, "What? She's scared to tears? Seems like I was overthinking, I was only threatening her. Well, but if you cooperate and let me have some fun, I could let them go peacefully." He stretched out both hands, exclaiming, "Finally, I'm encountering a somewhat normal scenario." Heya, puzzled, asked, "Huh?" Xingyi thought about the people he had encountered inside. The enemies I always face are either several levels stronger than me, or they have a terrible background and are extremely vicious. Though in the end, there's always some unexpected solution. It's really tiring. He turned his back to the crowd and said, "Sometimes I just want to not think, to be able to kill enemies with my bare hands." Heya, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "What are you saying? Are you crazy?" Xingyi raised his hand, waved it, and laughed, shouting, "Give me some fun." Heya laughed loudly, raised his hand, and shouted, "Huh, wild indeed. Don't worry, after I'm done, it'll be your brother's turn. I won't waste a beauty like you." He grabbed his arm, then pulled it back and said, "This is my storage ring, why is it on your hand?" Heya clutched his severed arm, screaming in pain. The people behind him shouted, "Sect leader." His face darkened, and he shouted, "Charge, kill him." The Heifeng members raised their weapons and rushed forward. Xingyi stroked his long hair and watched as the Heifeng group charged. A single strand of his hair immediately fell, rapidly expanding and sweeping across the group. The man on horseback looked back at Heya and asked, "Sect leader, do you think we have a chance if we charge together?" Heya bit a piece of cloth to bind his wound and urged, "Stop talking, let's go, move quickly." Suddenly, a thin white thread streaked across in front of Heya. Immediately, he jumped up to dodge. The head of the man on horseback fell to the ground. Xingyi, his entire body emanating a wicked laugh, said, "No wonder you're the boss, quick reflexes indeed." Heya glanced behind, cursing loudly, "Damn it, a bunch of useless idiots, did they all get wiped out already?" Heya was startled as he looked at the corpses behind him. He kneeled down to the ground and shouted, in such a short time, he looked at brother-law. "What are you doing?" Xingyi held a strand of fine hair in his hand and smiled, "Didn't I already say so?" Xiao Yu quickly ran over. "Elder sister, wait, I have something I want to ask him." She frowned and shouted, "Everything you said about Luo Qing elder sister is a lie, right?" Xingyi was startled and thought, "Luo Qing." Heya lowered his head and responded, "I didn't lie to you. She offended a big shot and was killed. If not, how would we bandits dare to touch the village of Azure Cloud Sect's disciples?" Xiao Yu's eyes filled with tears as she screamed, "Impossible, you're lying to me." He looked at the girl, silently pondering, what a coincidence. Did I just happen to solve the danger for Luo Qing's village? Xingyi glanced behind him and thought, but her belongings should have been sent back by now. He looked at the people behind and wondered, seems like the reason for placing the children is valid. The adults in the village probably guessed that something happened to Luo Qing, so they deliberately kept it hidden. Next, Xingyi raised a finger, carrying a small jellyfish, and shot it toward Heya. He reached for his ear and shouted, "What? What is that?" Xingyi's voice echoed, "Something to make you tell the truth." Looking down from above, he asked, "Who sent you to attack Luo Qing's village?" Heya began to speak, an inner disciple of the sect. Xingyi raised his hand and slapped him across the face, shouting, "Really? That many?" He watched as Heya fell to the ground and said no more. After all, nothing that came out of this man's mouth was true. In his heart, Heya silently moaned, "Oh no, someone is trying to frame me." Xingyi glanced to the side, calculating. The people connected to the Wang family must have already been controlled by the sect. Xiao Yu wiped her tears and said, "Could it be that Luo Qing elder sister really?" Xingyi smiled and pointed to himself, introducing, "Little sister, actually, I am also an inner disciple of the Azure Cloud sect." The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, yelled, "You're lying." He asked in confusion, "Huh? Why?" Xiao Yu pointed at him and said, "The immortal disciples of Tian Yun Tong all have an aura of immortality. They wouldn't dress like that."
Xingyi tapped on the system screen, and an announcement sounded, "Purchased popular female-style robes." Immediately, a different outfit appeared on him. Xingyi looked at the outfit he was wearing and sighed, "This is a bit too extravagant." Xiaoyu, looking confused, asked, "Elder sister, are you really from the same sect as Luo Qing, elder sister?" He smiled faintly and replied, "Hm, don't listen to that bandit's nonsense. Luo Cheng has ascended to the higher realms. Some people, out of jealousy, want to harm your village." Then, Xingyi placed a few strands of hair into the girl's hand and instructed, "These strands of hair are for you. Each one is infused with a bit of my divine soul. It can understand basic instructions and is enough to deal with enemies below the mid-stage foundation establishment." He immediately turned and left, saying, "You must protect the village well in place of your sister." Surrounded by spiritual power, Xingyi flew forward, quietly muttering, "Kill a lot of people. Unlike with old Demon Du, this time I'll be taking action personally." Xingyi thought of the corpses and heard them calling out, "Before I transmigrated, I had never killed a chicken, but now I feel nothing when killing people." Just then, the system's voice echoed again. Perhaps the host had passed through the gates of hell a few times and was gradually adapting to the survival rules of this world. Xingyi grinned and shouted, "System, have you successfully broken through?" The day before, Xingyi stood still in front of the heart-testing stone and reached out to touch it. After a long while, Xingyi tried calling out, "System, can you hear me?" Words appeared on the stone slab, "Good heavens, is this how you're contacting me?" Xingyi looked toward it and sighed. "So you really haven't gone into hibernation. What exactly is going on?" The stone immediately displayed another line in response, "You noticed as well, huh? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of cultivating a clone just to reach me." He calmly replied, "Yes. Something feels off." Xingye's mind wandered to what had just happened. Previously, he had been able to tear apart the soul congealing formation with his bare hands without much effort. Yet now, even though his strength had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't break through a weaker formation that trapped him. In contrast, that clone of his could easily shatter it. So later, he conducted several experiments while the clone was unconscious, using the system to fuse functions, to merge a demon core, and even attempting to use a portion of his own divine soul to integrate it into the incomplete sword demon within the system space. All of them ended in failure. His gaze darkened as he called out, "That's why I have reason to suspect that the anomaly within me, something even you can't detect, originates from the existence of this clone." Xingye's voice resonated with a final conclusion. "Previously, she didn't know what form she existed in within my body, and even you, as a system, were unable to perceive it. Blood formation system, fiend pearl, breaking the formation, demon core fusion, special divine soul, rapid comprehension of cultivation techniques. Now she has materialized herself for some unknown purpose, and at the same time, she has taken away her extraordinary abilities. Blood formation system, fiend pearl, breaking the formation, demon core fusion, special divine soul, rapid comprehension of cultivation techniques." He lifted his head and looked at the protective stone. "You're so formidable that I don't know whether your hibernation is related to her, so I expelled her and thought about using the heartstone to test her again." The system quickly pressed the keyboard and entered, "Indeed, she cut off my direct connection to the outside world, but I still have the right to hack the heartstone. You probably didn't expect that you would contact me this way." Xingyi, hearing this, asked with doubt, "So what exactly are you?" It immediately entered, "Unclear, but it seems she knows your background." An explanation from the system appeared on the screen. "Although her level of control exceeds mine, the portion of the system that can be influenced by her is very small. It feels very strange." Xingye's voice sounded, adding, "As if a leader who only knows how to give orders without knowing how subordinates should carry out their work." The words appeared on the stone. "Yes, that's exactly the feeling." Xingyi heard this and, puzzled, asked, "Then do you know her purpose?" He frowned, wondering, if she was always hidden before, coexisting with me, why does she suddenly want to materialize? Is the system immediately merging in? It's completely convoluted. A host-controlled doppelganger can absorb the system's creation points. Xingyi flinched and shouted, "What?" An explanatory line appeared: her previous state depended on your symbiosis. Her power relied on the speed of your success. Perhaps she sensed your progress was too slow and therefore cut back. However, creation points are the source of power for this system. The creation points the host originally obtains are expended within this system. This creates a healthy cyclical process, but she can directly seize creation points to enhance herself. The host can also advance as a result, but the system's power will weaken. Once she surpasses the system's level, she can annihilate the host's spiritual core, turning both host and system into nourishment to further amplify her strength. Hearing this, Xingyi asked in concern, "What should we do? Kill her before she grows stronger?" It merged in quickly. Although she is not yet at her peak, she is not someone the host can handle. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted loudly, "So, can we just sit here and wait to die?" The system immediately raised its hand and typed a line of text on the stone platform, which then appeared: "Don't worry, I have a way." It thought of her and reminded, "Host, you need to continue delaying. She just defeated an enemy at the nascent soul stage and has exhausted a lot of energy. If you don't return to the system space to absorb the creation points, you will soon enter a dormant state." The system kept speaking, "We need to make use of her dormant state to figure out a way to break the deadlock." Xingyi looked up at the sky and said, "Anyway, she'll keep sleeping until she returns to the system space, so let her stay like that forever." The system immediately denied, "No." He immediately asked in doubt, "Why?" Its voice explained, "She doesn't know how to separate the host's entire cultivation ability from your body. If you don't let her return to the system space, there's no way to improve your cultivation level or learn skills beyond swordsmanship." The word spirit had said to him earlier flashed in his mind, "This is the most boring part of cultivation." Xingyi angrily cursed, "Damn it, what you mean is that I basically don't need to worry about cultivation, but you're using this to manipulate me." The system immediately typed and entered the content, "Don't worry too much, the system's functions have not been fully unlocked yet." On the screen, Xingyi asked, "Why?" A line of text immediately appeared on the stone. After collecting the creation point bait, the first upgrade will be carried out. By then, there will definitely be a solution. He widened his eyes and shouted, 10W, then how long will it take to collect that? The system immediately denied. "No, this is calculated from the previous host." He reached out and touched the screen to inquire, "Is that so? Then let me see how much is still missing." On the screen, the creation point showed 79,863 details. Seeing this, Xingyi asked in doubt, "If we just complete this mission at the Dual Joy Sect, we should be able to reach the milestone, right?" The system immediately responded, "Yes, and I have broken the communication barrier you imposed. As long as that clone is still inactive, I will be able to resume normal communication with the host immediately." Thinking of this, Xingyi smiled brightly and said, "Congratulations, the lockdown has ended, and everything is going according to our plan." It startled and shouted, "Wait, I don't remember the plan including the host turning into a girl." The system comforted itself. "This is fine. But with the position of the Southern Furnace Pavilion in the Dual Joy Sect, achieving 2 creation points in 1 year is too difficult." Xingyi, with a beaming smile, called out. The sound of his voice echoed, but the host probably hadn't given it any thought, simply because he liked Senior Sister. He immediately cleared his throat. Xingyi quickly flew forward, inly inquiring with the system, "I can sense that the fiend blood pearl has also transferred to this body with me, but why doesn't the aura radiate outward?" The system immediately responded, "As for the materials used, this clone of yours is identical to your original body." He narrowed his eyes, pondering. Why does this sound so strange? Xingye's expression darkened instantly when he heard the system say, "It's because the host still has the illusion that you are human." The system's voice continued to ring out. Although the materials are the same, the refining technique is far superior to that of a demonic cultivator.
As a result, the fiend blood pearl that the host cannot suppress, this body can. He looked at his arm, feeling emotional. So that's it. No wonder the movements are smoother than my original body. Xingyi sighed and lamented, it's a pity I changed to the female form, otherwise, I would have already turned evil. It immediately spoke up to advise him, concluding, this is something created by an unknown existence. It's best if the host doesn't use it. The system observed the scene before them and reminded him, ahead is Tian Chang of the Dual Joy Sect, a no-fly zone. He was startled and exclaimed, what? Tian Chang? It quickly introduced the place, although it's called Tian Chang, the majority of the residents are ordinary people. However, the conditions for settling here are very strict. This place provides entertainment and trade for cultivators. Azure Cloud Sect also has its own Tian Chang, but the host has never been there. Xingyi descended from the sky and said, is that so? Then let's head there first to inquire about the conditions for joining the sect. The system asked doubtfully, but host already has a letter of recommendation from the sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect. Hearing this, he replied, that can only be used when there's truly no way to enter the Dual Joy Sect. The sect leader is quite kind. If I cause trouble in the Dual Joy Sect, wouldn't I drag the sect leader into it? Wang brother looked at him and shouted, non-disciples of the Dual Joy Sect have to pay 500 spirit stones to enter the city. Immediately, Xingyi cheerfully placed a pouch of money in the man's hand. He smiled broadly and asked, the rest, Taoist friend, please continue to enjoy your drink. I, the young lady, would like to know how to join the Dual Joy Sect. Wang brother gave a thumbs up, pointing inside, and said, just head straight into the city, and there will be a steward's office set up by the Dual Joy Sect. You can ask there. Xingyi casually passed by him, replying, thank you. The guard next to them chuckled teasingly, not bad, Wang brother, seems like you've met a rich lady. He tugged at the strings of his purse and cursed, rich lady? Just some lowlife. Wang brother's face immediately darkened. He let out a loud shout, isn't this exactly 500 spirit stones? The system's voice echoed, creation points plus 12. Xingyi calmly added, the rest, take it and drink. If there's any left over, don't drink it. He stood still, looking at the steward's office in front of him, where a man was searching through shelves. Without turning around, the man said, the disciple quota for the Dual Joy Sect is already full, and we are not recruiting new members for the time being. Xingyi, startled, asked, why? He raised a jade pendant and smiled, saying, I have a letter of introduction here, thinking to himself, luckily, I came prepared. The man was taken aback as he saw the jade pendant, then hurriedly shouted, quickly, put that away, young lady. You're fortunate to have met me, otherwise, things would have been disastrous. Xingyi, still in shock, asked, huh? What's going on? The man used his divine consciousness to transmit a sound, I am the leader of the Hall of Law Enforcement in my sect, someone who joined the Dual Joy Sect. After being emotionally hurt by this sect leader Chang Xin, the image of her appeared in my mind holding a whip and shouting, man, from now on, you will be nothing but my toy. The man's voice rang out. Our sect calls her the living king of hell. If you use this letter of introduction to join the sect, you won't even know how you'll die by then. Xingyi hugged his head with both hands, shouting, sect leader, you're tricking me. Chang Xin was startled and hurriedly explained, I had no idea, and I didn't contact you for decades after we parted. He sat hugging his knees by the door, his eyes wide, muttering incessantly, I'm doomed. The mission is still unfinished, my height is about to shrink to 1.4 meters, I'll only be able to buy children's clothes and sit at a children's table to eat. Wang Changrui walked over and inquired, Miss, are you looking to join the sect? Hearing this, Xingyi asked, who are you? He patted his chest with one hand, laughing as he introduced himself, I am Wang Changrui, the Outer Affairs Elder of the Dual Joy Sect. I have some connections that can help you register as a disciple. Wang Changrui pointed over there and continued, coincidentally, another young lady wants to join the sect as well. The two of you can become friends. Xingyi pointed at the sign and asked, excuse me, what does support disciple mean?
The man sitting at the table explained, a disciple helps others in their practice.
He let out a doubtful sound, questioning, could it be the Southern Furnace Pavilion? He immediately denied it. No, it's not.
The chubby man spoke again, it's the Lu friend who accompanies and assists in completing the tasks for both of you.
Xingyi slammed the table, exclaiming, then isn't that the Furnace Pavilion? He raised his finger, shaking it to deny.
No, the sect only accepts males. Shanyu crossed her arms over her chest and said, if you don't want to join, then don't. She smiled brightly, calling out, I really like exercising, and I also enjoy helping others.
Hurry up and let me join the sect. Xingyi looked toward Wang Changrui, asking, can the person in charge find someone smarter? This one is too rigid. Shan Yu growled angrily, who is the person in charge?
He reluctantly whispered, Miss, come over here, I'll talk to you for a moment.
Wang Changrui responded from within an alley, the dual joy sect only accepts male luoding because the tasks in the solution are based on the harmony of the yin and yang of males and females.
His voice echoed, it's just that what some women desire may not necessarily be a man. He immediately froze in place.
Ha!
Wang Changrui spoke up, explaining that practicing the cultivation method of the dual joy sect would generate a strong sexual desire, but some seniors only use the Southern Furnace Pavilion as a tool for advancement in cultivation, as they do not like men.
His voice echoed as he said, if you cannot find a suitable partner and the emotional void remains unfilled for a long time, you risk becoming consumed by your own desires. That is why we recruit female disciples to assist with cultivation. Wang Changrui softly added, this kind of matter cannot be made public, so our external affairs officers will discreetly search for suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, Xingyi inquired, so, do the disciples who assist also officially join the sect?
He confirmed, of course, once chosen by a senior, you will be accepted as a close mate and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple.
Xingyi calmly asked, then I have one important question. Wang Changrui smiled and asked, what is it? Xingyi's expression darkened as he asked, are those seniors beautiful? Could they all be old women?
Wang Changrui covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat, saying, ahem, miss, you're quite the joker. The cultivation technique of the dual joy sect has the effect of rejuvenating your appearance.
The more you cultivate, the younger you will become. Afterward, Xingyi placed the paper on the table and called out, I've filled out the application form.
Wang Changrui smiled faintly and called out, Spirit miss, Lanyu miss, let's go, I'll lead you both to the gathering point.
Xingyi pointed at Shan Yu and asked, isn't she supposed to go through the back door?
She was startled and yelled, you're the one who should go through the back door. At the dual joy sect at the foot of the mountain, Wang Changrui pointed to a room and introduced, this is where dual joy sect hosts external guests.
You should rest here for the night.
Tomorrow morning, the survey staff will notify you of the gathering arrangements.
Shan Yu crossed her arms and asked, is it an assessment of our physical abilities?
Xingyi covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Wang Changrui calmly informed them that the specifics of the assessment were a secret and would be revealed by the survey staff tomorrow. She immediately went into the room.
Since it's so complicated, I'll go rest first.
Xingyi felt a bit sentimental, thinking to himself that, indeed, the girls wanting to join the sect were quite open-minded. Wang Changrui waved his hand to say goodbye, Spirit miss, you should rest early as well.
I won't bother you any longer.
The system appeared and remarked, I never expected the host would join dual joy sect in this way. He opened the door and entered, replying, it's better than failing the mission.
Xingyi closed the door and added, besides, this is actually better.
Otherwise, forcing myself into the Southern Furnace Pavilion would be too difficult. The system displayed a reminder, that's right, host, the prize withdrawal task earlier was interfered with by the clone.
The actual prize is still with me. He immediately froze, exclaiming, huh? A blue gift box suddenly appeared.
Xingyi raised his hand to cover his face, letting out a continuous laugh.
Hee hee ha ha, it saw this and curiously asked, is it really necessary to be that happy? He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow and asking, don't you know that girls who like to laugh won't have bad luck?
the system panicked, exclaiming, "Host, calm down a bit." Xingyi forcefully pulled open the wrapping paper, shouting, "Open it for me." The system's voice rang out, congratulating him for receiving the soul extraction tool. He looked at the head massager in his hand and shouted, isn't this just a head massager?" Immediately after, the notification sound kept playing, with a detailed usage guide appearing in his mind. "Would you like to experience the wonderful sensation of your soul leaving your body and traveling through the universe? Then come and use the soul extraction tool." Seeing this, Xingyi immediately shouted, "Can this really extract the soul?" Each time it's used, only a small amount of the host's soul is drawn out. Once the extraction is successful, the host's consciousness will transfer to the extracted soul. The extracted soul cannot attack, but it is immune to all attack effects, as well as to formations and seals. The intensity of the soul extraction will decrease over time, eventually dissipating, and the consciousness will return to the original body. You can also choose to decompose on your own, and your consciousness will return to its original form. Finally, it is advised not to use it more than 5 times a day. Xingyi held the eye-catching staff in his hand, frozen in place. He stared at it, his eyes shining brightly, and exclaimed, "Oh, I heard this is supposed to be very powerful." Open the divine artifact map. Then, Xingyi placed it on his head and said, "Let me give it a try." The red spirit soul emerged, and he couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, this feels kind of comfortable." Immediately after, the spirit's body collapsed. Xingyi looked at his own soul in shock and exclaimed, Why does it look like my original form?" The system's voice promptly rang out, "You only swapped bodies, not souls." It then asked curiously, "But why does the host's soul look like a heart demon?" Xingyi also let out a puzzled cry, The system displayed another reminder, not only do they resemble each other in appearance, but the host's soul has also been affected by the fiend pearl, causing their aura to resemble that of a heart demon. He asked in confusion, "Isn't the heart demon something that only exists in the imagination?" The system immediately denied, "No, the heart demon is a unique form of life that feeds on the negative emotions of cultivators. The weak heart demons have almost no self-awareness and cannot be detected." The system sound echoed, "But if the cultivator's negative emotions are too great, the heart demon can read the information and transform into a form that can continue to amplify the cultivator's negative emotions." The soul of M's spirit appeared and cried out, "Why do you always abandon me?" It added, "The heart demon inside relies on the cultivator's negative emotions, and only the cultivator can see it. Others cannot recognize it." The person beside them saw them spit blood and shouted, What's wrong with you?" The system sound continued to echo. "The heart demon will bond with the cultivator. If the cultivator can overcome the negative emotions later on, the heart demon will gradually weaken and die if not nourished. However, in most cases, the heart demon becomes stronger and stronger, eventually causing the cultivator to lose control and even die during a breakthrough. Moreover, the heart demon also has levels. For example, if a cultivator in the qi refining stage falls to demonic cultivation and dies during the foundation establishment breakthrough, this heart demon would be qualified to become a foundation establishment cultivator, losing its consciousness but increasing in rank. Xingyi raised his hand and touched his chin, inquiring, "So the heart demon is a type of existence similar to a parasite?" The system immediately responded, the system sound echoing, "The current status of the host is almost identical to the heart demon recorded in the data." Except for the fact that everyone could see the host, he furrowed his brows and spoke about this. Just then, Shan Yu pushed the door open and entered. "Spirit Taoist friend, do you know how to contact Wang Deacon?" She froze in shock when she saw Xingyi's soul. Shan Yu immediately drew her sword and charged forward. "There is an evil entity causing harm here. If you encounter me, you're out of luck." He was startled and shouted, "No way!" She swung her sword, releasing a burst of purple spiritual energy that sent him stumbling backward, crying out, "Ah!" Xingyi, confused, shouted, "I've been struck, I'm going to die." "Ah, it's fine," the system helplessly called out. "I told you, the current state is immune to all attacks."
Shan Yu, panicking, yelled. No, it's not working.
Inside the guest room, her voice echoed non-stop.
Then try this.
Demon expelling talisman, soul reaping kite, holy light water, spirit light banner.
Xingyi looked at the chaos around him and shouted. Look at what you've done to someone's guest room.
Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire the girl's collection of magical treasures. The system's voice echoed, all of them being Earth tier with some featuring dragon energy. They were likely produced by the royal family of Azure Orchid Nation. He glanced at her and wondered.
Hey, what's going on with Shan Yu from the royal family? This isn't even doing anything. Clearly, the energy from the evil entity wasn't that strong.
Shan Yu's face turned pale as she recalled, wait, I remember the teacher once said there was something similar to a demonic curse but immune to all attacks. She leaned against the door and shouted, You are the heart demon? The system's voice rang out, look, it really is being considered the heart demon.
Shan Yu exclaimed in confusion, how could that be? How could I have a heart demon? Besides, I don't even know you. Xingyi frowned, his voice low and tense, so you say you don't know me?
That really breaks my heart. The system, full of question marks, looked at her, and then immediately explained, I saved you from a second-level demon bear when you were very young, but I was killed by it. Xingyi's voice continued, later, when my parents and wife found out you had blood ties to the royal family, they went to Shanglan City to ask for an explanation. He spoke softly, as a result, he was treated as a liar by the royal guard and was beaten to death. Only my 5-year-old sister was left, and she became an orphan. Shan Yu, panicking, cried out, that can't be true, I didn't know anything about this.
Xingyi furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, you definitely don't know.
With your status, how could those above allow you to have such a failure? They sealed all your memories of me because they were afraid you would develop a heart demon.
It affects your cultivation. The voice echoed, but they didn't know that subconscious memories cannot be sealed.
Even if you don't realize it, the guilt and self-blame you express in your subconscious have caused me to gradually mature. Xingyi looked down from above and shouted loudly, today, at last, I have a physical form and can speak to you. Shan Yu wiped away her tears and said, I'm sorry, but I really didn't know.
He furrowed his brows and asked, I ask you, what exactly is your relationship with the royal family? Oh, you're crying now.
She frowned and questioned.
Huh? You're the heart demon, and you don't know? Xingyi touched his chin, looked off to the side, and answered. Ah. Me? All I can read are negative emotions, and there's nothing about your identity.
Shan Yu wiped her tears and exclaimed, I am the princess of Azure Orchid Nation.
Shan Yu.
Xingyi was stunned and asked, you're a noble princess, so why did you come to the dual joy sect? She lowered her head and recounted, my father forced me to marry someone I truly despised, so I ran away. I found out that the dual joy sect had the worst relationship with the royal family, so I thought of hiding here.
He asked in amazement, aren't you a princess? Yet you previously said you were good at dual cultivation?
Shan Yu, upon hearing this, responded, I often play games with the maids, like the three-legged race or relay races. Not only can I play two-player games, but I can also play multiplayer sports games.
Xingyi frowned and asked, what do you think the 3 words dual joy sect mean? Shan Yu calmly replied, it's the Huan sect. She noticed his face and his hands, filled with helplessness, and curiously asked, do heart demons always ask as many questions as you do?
Shan Yu placed her hand on her chest and said, I have no objections.
I just want to make up for you as much as I can. If you have any requests, you can ask me, and I'll do anything I can.
Xingyi couldn't believe this girl was innocent enough to make deals with a heart demon. Then he calmly explained, well, as I said before, I had a younger sister who became an orphan at that time.
She immediately followed up, you want me to take care of your sister?
He closed his eyes and confirmed, pretty much. Shan Yu, with a serious face, asked, all right, I'll do my best. I don't know where your sister lives.
Xingyi pointed to the floor and said, it's the one lying on the floor. She was taken aback and asked, huh? Shan Yu, perplexed, responded, is there really such a coincidence? Xingyi replied, yes. It might be fate. He glanced at her, then instructed, you only need to take care of my sister, to the best of your ability. That could be the greatest repayment for me. Shan Yu affirmed, all right, I agree with you. Xingyi looked down from above and said, I hope you keep your promise. Immediately after, he transformed into a streak of red light and disappeared. Shan Yu looked around and called out, Heart Demon Taoist friend. She saw a streak of red light and said, he actually self-destructed. I've never heard of demons committing suicide. Shan Yu looked at the light in her hand and exclaimed, how incredibly kind-hearted was he in my subconscious, to the point where even the heart demon's mind was affected by him? She wiped away her tears and shouted, moreover, I harmed you to this extent, and yet you still trust me like this. I don't even know your name. Then, Shan Yu looked at the spirit's body lying on the ground and promised, don't worry, I will take care of your sister. The system immediately spoke up, host, why are you lying? Hearing this, he loudly retorted, the princess of Azure Orchid Nation is unfamiliar with life here, what's wrong with having an umbrella of protection? Xingyi sighed, furthermore, this child is so easily deceived, acting alone is too dangerous. The system immediately countered, following you is the real danger. Xingyi, lying on the ground, made snoring sounds. Shan Yu looked at Xingyi helplessly and muttered, and you fell asleep. The bed is right next to you, why are you sleeping on the floor? You scared me, I thought you were attacked. Immediately after, he let out a soft moan. She was startled and exclaimed, oh, you're awake? Xingyi lifted his head and asked, Lan Yu Taoist friend, what are you doing? Shan Yu, startled, screamed, ah. No, that's not it. I saw you lying on the ground and was afraid you'd catch a cold. He smiled, waved his hand, and said, you're so funny, being at the foundation establishment stage and still worried about catching a cold. Shan Yu was speechless and thought, is that why you're sleeping on the floor? Then, Xingyi looked around, confused, and asked, why has this room turned into this? She hesitated, explaining, well, it's actually my spatial formation that was destroyed. It exploded. He tilted his head, looking puzzled, and asked, are you all right? Are you injured? Shan Yu's eyes welled with tears as she blamed herself. A kind and innocent girl, she didn't doubt him at all, and instead, she was concerned about him. Xingyi immediately asked, Lan Yu, did you come to see me for something? She gave a gentle smile and replied, I just wanted to be friends with you. He smiled brightly, raised his hand in front of him, and called out, all right, let's take care of each other from now on. Shan Yu placed her hand on her chest, her eyes brimming with tears, thinking to herself, what a good girl she is, having gone through so much in her childhood yet still managing to keep that bright, sunlit gaze. Heart Demon Taoist friend, rest assured, I will treat her like my own sister. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The maid Feng Yu entered, looking puzzled, and asked, Lan Yu Taoist friend, spirit Taoist friend, do you two know each other? Xingyi calmly called out, we are friends. Who are you? She placed her hand on her chest, smiling as she said, well, in that case, let me introduce myself. I am the maid of Feng Yu Sr., and I am here to evaluate tomorrow's entrance exam for you all. Then, the maid Feng Yu's sharp eyes scanned the room. Upon seeing the disarray, she asked in confusion, what happened in here? Xingyi laughed and scratched his head. We were just playing a bit too rough. Shan Yu, hearing this, opened her mouth in disbelief, thinking, what is this supposed to mean? We're not children anymore. What kind of game are we even playing that doesn't even have a proper formation or a reliable defensive array? The maid Feng Yu covered her mouth and coughed. Ahem, I see. She then thought to herself, what does she even understand? The maid Feng Yu laughed and explained. It's like this, there are many people wanting to join our sect, so Examiner Feng wants to know how much sincerity the candidates have in joining the Dual Joy sect. Shan Yu clenched her fists and shouted loudly, of course, it's full of sincerity. The heavens and earth can vouch for it, and the sun and moon can testify. Next,
Xingyi raised a bag of spirit stones. This is a small token from me and Lan Yu Daoist friend. We hope that Feng Senior will take care of us more tomorrow. She immediately accepted it, smiling as she said, Haha, your sincerity is more than enough. I will pass on the message to Senior. Up in the sky, the night was still dark. Shan Yu blushed with embarrassment and shouted, Really, if you want benefits, just say it outright. I'm not short of money. The man on the shore smiled to console her, All right. Then, her gaze fell on a book lying on the ground. Shan Yu picked it up and asked, Huh? Is this your book? Xingyi immediately refuted, No, it's in this room. She picked up the book and read it thoughtfully, saying, Well, I only know that the dual joy sect belongs to the 3 major sects and 4 great schools, and its relationship with the royal family is very poor. I don't know any other details. A moment later, Shan Yu blushed, unable to believe as she thought, What kind of sect is this, full of scandal? After that, she turned her head and glanced over, thinking that she, too, had come here without knowing anything. Xingyi had just bought a massage machine at the mall and was continuously moaning softly, truly feeling comfortable. Shan Yu blushed and handed the book to her, saying, You should read it too. Are you surprised and confused? As soon as Xingyi reached out to take it, she immediately lifted it up. Then, the two of them kept flailing their arms, trying to grab the book. Xingyi couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, What are you doing? Shan Yu pulled the book back and quietly thought to herself, No, you're so pure and innocent. If I let you see this, wouldn't it taint your pure heart? After thinking for a while, Shan Yu decided not to give it to her. It's getting late, I'm going to rest now. Spirit reluctantly called after the book. Without hesitation, Shan Yu slammed the door shut. See you tomorrow. Spirit looked out with a confused expression. What the hell was that? A moment later, Spirit went out to send off Feng Yu's maid, hoping that Senior Feng would pay more attention to her tomorrow. She raised her hand and replied, All right. Feng Yu's maid tucked the money away, smiling faintly, Not a bad haul. When Senior's in a good mood, sharing a little with me would bring me fortune too. On her way back to her room, Feng Yu's maid ran into Shang Yu, who was waiting outside. She frowned and asked, Lan Yu Daoist friend, what's going on? Shang Yu frowned and said, Give back what belongs to me in spirit. We will enter the sect on our own merits, not by resorting to these shady methods. Inside Spirit's room, feeling happy, on her bed, her body felt comfortable. At least she no longer had to wear a robe to cover herself when sleeping. She reassured, It's fine. With so much money, tomorrow you'll definitely be able to easily pass the test. Outside, Shan Yu retrieved the money and smiled inwardly, It's stable now. This won't tarnish Spirit's pure heart, and it will prevent her from joining that mad sect. She recalled Spirit's joyful face and thought, No need to thank me, heart demon Taoist friend. This is what I should do. The next morning, Shan Yu went to find Spirit. Good morning, Spirit Taoist friend greeted. Seeing Shan Yu's expression, Spirit asked, What's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Shan Yu smiled and replied, Huh? Nothing. What? At that moment, the announcement for the exam sounded, and the Taoist friends participating in the disciple assessment were instructed to gather at the square below the mountain. Spirit turned to Shan Yu and said, Let's go. Just then, someone called out from behind. The two ladies stopped, and they turned to him, asking, Wang Deacon, what is it? Wang Deacon walked toward them and said, You two don't need to go for the test. Spirit asked, confused, Huh? Why? Shan Yu glanced at Spirit and smiled, thinking, It's fine, Spirit. I've already inquired. Azure Cloud Sect is currently recruiting disciples, and that place is a prestigious, orthodox sect. It's the most suitable for us to join. Wang Deacon looked at the two of them and said, Sect leader Lu highly appreciates your performance yesterday. You don't need to be tested, you can directly become the maidservant of the Lu sect leader. Spirit, hearing this, was puzzled and asked, Isn't the Lu sect leader Feng Senior? Wang Deacon replied, Feng Senior is the judge,
while the Lu Sect leader is the head of the law enforcement hall of our dual joy sect. It is the Lu Sect leader who chooses us. The future of both of you is extremely promising." Upon hearing these words, Spirit was startled and thought, the head of the law enforcement hall, isn't that the former general of the sect leader? And she's also a twin? Then, confused, she raised her voice to ask, "Wang Deacon, could you explain more clearly? I don't even know what I've done to earn the Lu Sect leader's recognition." Wang Deacon then said, "Of course, it's your attitude toward the person requesting the bribe. The Lu Sect leader has always been firm in her commitment to justice, and she hopes that her maids will also be upright, with a strong sense of integrity." Spirit's face immediately darkened, and she exclaimed, "Huh?" Meanwhile, Shang Yu, standing beside her, couldn't bear the shock and hit her head against the wall. Wang Deacon turned and instructed the two, "Prepare yourselves. Do your makeup and dress nicely. I'll wait here for you, and then we'll go meet the Lu Sect leader together." Back in their room, both of them stood in a corner, completely dejected. Shang Yu's face was ashen, unable to believe what had just happened. "Heart Demon Daoist friend, I've ruined everything. I originally intended to help you escape the demonic pit, but the result was a direct recommendation." Spirit, standing on this side, was also panicked and thought, it's over, what does it mean to acknowledge the attitude of someone who bribes you the most? It's definitely that old woman who leaked the secret, making that woman create a connection between me and the sect leader. She wants to use me to concoct something. When the system heard her thoughts, it appeared and said, "Concoct something? Why bring the princess along?" Spirit replied with a gloomy face, "You don't understand. He wants to take revenge on the sect leader, and he definitely needs someone to relay the information." Then, she imagined a scenario. Sect leader Lu led Spirit forward, and after a while, both of them opened the door. Wang Chang Rui asked, "Are you both ready?" They stumbled out, utterly shaken, and said, "Ah, damn it, we're dead for sure." Wang Chang Rui looked at them and said, "Did you two come to disguise yourselves? Why do you look like a disaster is coming?" Then, he quickly took out a set of makeup tools from a hidden compartment. "I'll do your makeup." Sect leader Lu was not in a good mood, and if you two look like this, you'll drag me down. In the room of the Roadmaster, she was sitting when someone outside called, "Roadmaster, Wang Deacon is here with people." Lu Miao coldly said, "Let him in." Wang Chang Rui immediately clapped his hands and said, "Smile." Spirit and Shang Yu entered with an emotionless smile and said, "We greet sect leader Lu." Looking at the two of them, Lu Miao anxiously asked, "Have they been struck by the wind?" Wang Chang Rui immediately explained, "Lu sect leader, they have long admired your great reputation, and they are a bit nervous." Lu Miao immediately tossed him a pouch of reward money. "Here, take it." Wang Chang Rui took it and thanked Lu sect leader. Lu Miao then furrowed her brows and said, "Take them to bathe first, I'll come right away." "Yes." At the Hall of Law Enforcement in the Heavenly Palace, Wang Chang Rui led the two of them to a bath full of flowers and said, "After you two ladies finish bathing, remember to use this strengthening pill." Spirit took it, looked at it, and asked, "Isn't this a short-term physical enhancement pill? Why should we take it?" Wang Chang Rui looked at the two of them and replied, "It's provided by Lu sect leader. You've just laid the foundation, and she fears that your bodies may not be able to withstand it later." As soon as he finished speaking, the two were startled and speechless. They then followed Wang Chang Rui's instructions and entered the bath. While soaking in the water, Spirit pondered, "Indeed, she's the king of hell. Is she afraid she might accidentally kill me? But why does she still want to bring this foolish princess along?" Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and looked at Shang Yu, saying, "Sorry, Lan Yu Daoist friend, I may have dragged you into this." Hearing these words, Shang Yu couldn't hold back her tears. This child really thinks this is all her fault? Then, she jumped up and hugged Spirit tightly, crying aloud, "The one who doesn't deserve it is me." Spirit gasped and replied, "Holu, I can't breathe." She then wiped her nosebleed and said, What are you talking about? What does it have to do with you? Shan Yu turned her back and said to her, Spirit Taoist friend, what I am about to say may shatter your worldview. You must be mentally prepared, okay? Spirit furrowed her brow, looking at her, thinking, could it be a secret related to the royal family?
Shan Yu turned back, stared at Spirit, and said with a dangerous look in her eyes, The Dual Joy sect isn't actually a joyful and fun sect. After hearing this, Spirit hugged her head and replied,
Ah, is that so?
Shan Yu took out a book and handed it to her, saying, We've come this far, I have the useless seal you gave me, just read it yourself.
While Spirit was reading, Shan Yu awkwardly said, You understand what kind of sect this is now, don't you?
Spirit focused on reading, thinking to herself, it's written too stubbornly. Shan Yu, with tears streaming down her face, continued. In order for us not to fall into this demon abyss, I retrieved the place you, Spirit Taoist friend, sent back. After hearing this, Spirit wanted to collapse and stare at her. At this moment, Shan Yu was still crying non-stop and said, I originally thought that by doing this, you could leave the Dual Joy sect without polluting your soul, but I messed it all up.
Spirit looked at her, thinking, wait a minute.
In other words, the Lu sect leader did not want to take revenge on the sect leader, but was smiling at us for not offering a bribe, giving a thumbs up towards her.
Well done, is this the fool with a moment of foolishness? Shan Yu looked at her smile and couldn't hold back tears.
I clearly caused her to end up like this, and yet she still, not wanting me to blame myself, forced a smile to comfort me. She then stood up and walked out, saying, I'll go see the Lu sect leader first. If I can satisfy her, she probably won't take action against you.
She left and slammed the door shut. Inside, Spirit thought of many possibilities.
Then, her face flushed red, and she thought to herself,
No, I can't think about this, it's so interesting.
Just then, someone outside suddenly called in. Spirit Taoist friend, come quickly, the three of us need to go together, one person must be the teacher.
Hearing the call, Spirit immediately went to the room.
As soon as she entered, her eyes widened in shock.
Shan Yu turned back and said, The Lu sect leader looks really strange, I called her, but she didn't wake up. Spirit moved forward to check Lu Miao's pulse, thinking to herself, It's too hot, what happened to her?
The system immediately appeared, saying, The meridians are chaotic, spiritual energy is obstructed, this is internal fire invading the mind, we need someone with higher cultivation to regulate the meridians. After hearing that, Spirit hurriedly ran outside.
We can't do it. You stay here, I will call for help.
She quickly ran out of the room, but when she opened the door, something unexpectedly stopped her. On the other side, Shan Yu also opened the door and said,
The window on this side won't open either, the whole room is covered by a formation.
A message appeared on the system, no signal, message sending failed. Spirit thought to herself, indeed, even the voice transmission doesn't work. After Shan Yu finished checking, she walked over and asked,
What's going on? Why is there a trapping formation at the residence of the Lu sect leader? Spirit looked at Lu Miao and said,
Clearly, someone wants to harm her.
But why drag us into this? Spirit then said, Because the two of us just joined the sect and have no background, we're perfect scapegoats.
If something happens to her, we'll probably be buried with her.
Hearing this, Shan Yu immediately began to cry. Sorry, Spirit Taoist friend, it's all my fault. Spirit glanced at the system and calmly replied, Don't worry.
Then she gave a sinister smile and said,
Isn't saving her the right thing to do?
Afterward, she clicked to buy the Great Vitality Pill, but the system displayed a message, to purchase this item, your cultivation level must reach Golden Core. Seeing this, her face turned pale, and she exclaimed,
Ha! Then she clicked on it again, thinking, what the hell is this?
The commercial goods are still limited in rank, the system immediately responded, there is always a supply, it's just that the host has never shopped, so it hasn't been discovered. If a lower-level individual can purchase a divine artifact of higher-level divine rank, how could the host still gain the value of creation?
Spirit frowned and said, a scam.
Then she clicked to buy a lesser vitality pill, which was the only available option. The system immediately displayed a notification, purchase lesser vitality pill.
Spirit quickly made Lu Miao take the pill she had just bought. Upon consumption, Lu Miao immediately reacted.
Shang Yu happily looked at her and said, "It works, she's awake now."
Spirit replied, "The effect is insufficient, she'll fall into a coma again soon."
Shang Yu looked at Lu Miao, thinking to take advantage of this brief moment of wakefulness to find out who was behind this, then hurriedly asked, "Lu Sect leader, do you know who wants to harm her?" Spirit, more anxious than her, shouted, "Lu Sect leader, quickly give me the jade pendant to prove your sect affiliation." Lu Miao immediately took out the jade pendant and handed it to her. "Here, Spirit." Taking it, Spirit breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, thankfully, I made it in time." Shang Yu saw that Lu Miao had fainted again and panicked, saying, "She's fainted again, and because she used her spiritual energy to inscribe the jade pendant for you, her injuries have worsened. This just makes things even more unclear." At that moment, the system displayed a notification, creation points plus 112.
The system asked her, "What benefit do you gain from this identity at this moment?" Spirit replied, "Because saving her means offending the powerful figure who wants to kill her."
The system's interface appeared, showing the task to become a disciple of Dual Joy Sect, earning 2,000 Dao points, with her current score being 112 out of 20,000. She looked at it and thought, "I gained benefits, but it's not counted in the task, so I haven't lost much." Shang Yu said apologetically, "Spirit Taoist friend, it's all my responsibility for getting you involved in this."
Spirit looked over and responded, saying this.
Shang Yu looked at her and spoke with determination, "But you can rest assured, I guarantee we'll be fine." After saying that, she suddenly rushed over to embrace Spirit tightly. "I'm so glad to meet you, Spirit Taoist friend, my friend." Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought to herself, "Once I'm taken back, I'll never have the chance to see you again."
"I'm sorry, Heart Demon Taoist friend, I can't keep my promise."
As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was knocked unconscious by Spirit. Spirit caught Shang Yu, saying, "Don't think too much, sleep now, Your Highness." After placing both of them on the bed, the system asked, "Host, you intend to use your soul form to go outside and call for help, right?"
The system anxiously spoke, "This place is unfamiliar, aren't you afraid of encountering the one behind this?" Spirit separated from her body and responded, "I'll just go outside and find a place without any signal interference. At that point, I can use the sound transmission function to call for help."
Suddenly, something flew past Spirit's face.
"What? Am I being attacked?" She looked at the wound on her face and asked, "Didn't you say my current state is immune to harm?" The system replied, confused, "Strange, I don't detect any other presence here." Spirit immediately used her eye function to look around. Is someone using an invisibility technique?
She then noticed a level 4 heart demon rushing toward her.
She quickly leaped high into the air and looked down, saying, "This is the heart demon of Sect leader Lu. What's going on here?" The guide didn't mention this.
The system spoke to her. The instructions only described the usual situation, since the host's soul merged with the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl, which is a mutation.
"But I didn't expect you'd encounter a real heart demon." Spirit dodged the heart demon's attack and said in a panic, "I didn't provoke her, why is she attacking me?"
The system immediately explained, "Heart demons are part of the category of death-bringing creatures.
The dark, killing aura you emit is like a tonic to them. She must want to absorb you." Hearing this, Spirit, in a panic, asked, "How do I absorb it?"
As soon as she finished speaking, Heart Demon suddenly opened its mouth wide and stood still beside her, then swallowed her whole. After Heart Demon devoured her soul, Spirit immediately woke up in her body. She sat up in shock and screamed,
"Is this the end?
My soul was swallowed the moment it left my body by that Heart Demon.
How can I call for help now?"
Heart Demon, having consumed her soul, joyfully danced around in various ways. Seeing it, Spirit was somewhat surprised.
Hey, right now I'm neither in a soul form nor have I activated my inspection abilities. How can I still see her? The system immediately responded. This is likely because she swallowed you along with the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl, which has soul attributes. With you inside her, you can still sense her. Upon hearing this, Spirit's face darkened. What the hell are you talking about? She glanced at it, floating around her, and said. But just seeing her is useless, I have no way to do anything. At that moment, Heart Demon unexpectedly pressed its chest against Spirit's face, then it quickly recoiled, stepping back from her. With some panic, it said. Why? How can this human touch me without passing through? Spirit moved closer and asked. Huh? You can talk? Upon hearing this, Heart Demon was even more shocked. What? You can actually see me? It suddenly grinned maliciously, hee, something as interesting as this. You really think you can escape from me? Then it opened its mouth wide again, intending to swallow Spirit once more. How would I know what humans taste like? Spirit immediately slapped it, sending it flying. The Heart Demon was thrown back, startled, and said, How can this be? Spirit stepped closer and responded, Don't think that by swallowing a small portion of my soul, your soul body can swallow me. The Heart Demon, still under the water, looked a little shocked, but you're clearly only at the foundation establishment stage. Spirit pointed at her and said, There's something you don't understand. You are a Heart Demon of a nascent soul stage cultivator, but that doesn't mean you have the power of the nascent soul stage. My mind doesn't have the ability to directly engage in battle. It's normal for you to misjudge your own strength. The Heart Demon, angry, stood up and looked at her, asking, So you fought with others of my kind? Spirit calmly replied, No. You're the first of your kind I've encountered. The Heart Demon was stunned and exclaimed, Huh? Spirit charged at her with a crafty look in her eyes and said, From the moment I first saw you, I haven't gained even the slightest bit of accumulation, which means you don't pose any threat to me. The Heart Demon, terrified, stepped back and screamed, Wait! Immediately after, Spirit suppressed it onto the floor. At that moment, the system notification appeared, Host can directly absorb her using the fiend pearl. Spirit replied, Let her live. I'll use it later. She then walked over to adjust herself and said to Lu Miao, I realize I have made a serious mistake. I will explain it to you. But first, help me break the forbidden seal around her physical object. Upon hearing this, the system was somewhat startled. What? Immediately afterward, she used her soul to transmit a message, sticking her head out from the roof of Spirit House to look around. Do not encounter any other spirits. The system immediately responded, No need to worry. Heart Demon is not usually this visible, and even if it does take shape, it cannot act outside the parasitic host. Spirit quickly left, while saying, Then I can rest assured. Then, hovering in mid-air, she composed a message for the system. Alright, there will be no interference here. Lu Sect leader is in life-threatening danger at the Hall of Law Enforcement in the Heavenly Realm. Hurry to the rescue, setting a radius of 5 kilometers. As soon as the message was sent, the system displayed a notification for the host, a powerful presence is locking onto you. Soon after, Spirit left the area and returned to her room to withdraw. Just as she departed, someone else from the sect immediately appeared at the scene. Sect leader of Dual Joy Sect, Luo Qing, sensed the aura and remarked, Strange, I clearly perceive the presence of an evil being here. With that, she suddenly discovered a jade pendant lying here, inside the door of the room. Lu Miao had someone arrive at her door. Sun Si Ting rushed over in a panic and asked, Leader Lu, what's wrong? Who sent that voice transmission message? Spirit turned to look and replied, It was me. The system just displayed, essence creation value plus 369. When Sun Si Ting reached the inner chamber, she was suddenly stopped by a formation. She frowned and asked, What does that mean? Spirit stood and looked out, saying, The young woman used an object from Leader Lu's high-grade formation array to set up a small defensive formation.
Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, even if they spent half a moment, certainly wouldn't be able to break it. Sun Si Ting immediately knit her brows.
Why set up a formation? Open the door, quickly.
Spirit's gaze flashed sharply as he said to her, although I sent a message inside, the first person to rush over will definitely not come to help, they'll come to take Leader Lu's life. No sooner had he finished than the system displayed another notification, essence creation value plus 323. Sun Si Ting clenched her brows and retorted, young one, stop talking nonsense.
Spirit looked toward Lu Miao and said, there are 2 reasons.
First, whoever wants to kill Leader Lu must be not far from here, otherwise they couldn't seize the opportunity to break the siege formation. Second, the plan has changed, you must be the first to appear, erase the traces that exposed the formation, and conveniently eliminate the 2 who know the truth. The system flashed a notification, creation value plus 472.
Sun Si Ting frowned and asked, young one, who are you? Spirit broke into a bright smile and replied, I am the maidservant that Sect leader Lu just recruited. Just then, brother Luo Cheng arrived as well. What's the matter? What's wrong with the girl?
Sun Si Ting turned and bowed, paying her respects to the Sect leader.
Seeing her come, Spirit glanced at Heart Demon and asked, Heart Demon, is the Sect leader Lu?
Heart Demon was slightly astonished, thinking that this little brat could transmit thoughts to him. How could that be? Outside, Sun Si Ting leaned in and whispered, this Sect leader's maid is hard to read, and Heart Demon continued his train of thought.
Damn Lu Miao, he muttered.
If I were free, I wouldn't tell you the truth. Then he said, not the Sect leader. Before he could finish, Spirit glared and cut him off, you'd better think carefully before you answer. If anything happens to Sect leader Lu, I'll swallow you right away and make you vanish forever. Heart Demon answered in a panic, a Sect leader is the person closest in relationship within the Lu Miao sect. From outside, Sun Si Ting frowned and snapped, whether Sect leader Lu lives or dies is unknown, yet she used a formation to stop me from saving her. She then thought to herself, the young one fancies herself clever, you must be certain that no one in the sect can be trusted. They, the Lu family, must die. After hearing the Heart Demon's words, Spirit immediately set up a formation, saying, Sect leader, please come in. Luo Chang brother stepped in right after. As soon as she entered, Spirit activated a barrier to block Sun Si Ting, then looked at her with a bright smile and said, you cannot come in. Blocked at the door, Sun Si Ting became furious, and a system notification appeared, creation value plus 26. Luo Chang brother walked to the bed where Lu Miao was lying, then glanced outside and said, Sun Sect leader, you wait outside and keep watch.
Don't let anyone else come in and disturb. Sun Si Ting immediately turned and left, saying, Spirit, right? I'll remember you.
Spirit, unafraid, replied, you're welcome to come again next time. Fuming, she stormed out and slammed the door shut.
Spirit quickly turned back to ask about the situation, Sect leader, Lu Sect leader?
Luo Chang brother, sitting cross-legged and cultivating, answered, meridians misaligned, spiritual power in great disorder, but fortunately, no harm to the foundation.
Moreover, it was discovered in time. With treatment, it should recover in less than half a month.
Hearing this, Spirit breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, then. At this moment, Luo Chang brother unexpectedly spoke, I overheard your conversation with Sun Sect leader.
Spirit, a bit surprised, exclaimed, huh?
Luo Chang brother looked at her and continued, as a maid, you directly offended Sect Master Tang Yuan at the nascent soul stage.
Are you afraid that your life is too long?
Spirit thought to herself. Isn't it for the sake of scoring points? Afterward, scratching her head, she replied, Sect leader, she wants to fight the sect.
If you handle her, wouldn't we be safe?
Luo Chang brother looked at her with a gaze full of sorrow and said, it's not as simple as you think. Then, suddenly looking at him with a hint, your little one's personality is very much liked by the 4 sect leaders.
To be honest, if you stay with Miao Miao, she will have a hard time protecting you.
It's better to come serve as this sect leader's maid. Saying this, she gave her a playful glance.
How about it?
In terms of treatment, I give you double what Miao Miao does. Spirit immediately clasped her hands in refusal.
Sect leader, forgive me, but I cannot agree. Luo Chang brother, somewhat disappointed, asked, oh, why?
Spirit took out the jade tablet and said, this jade tablet was given to me by Lu Sect leader, who didn't hesitate to sacrifice his spiritual power to grant me this position as maid, to serve beside the master. With intelligence, I help plan and strategize for the master.
With effort, I shield my body to protect the master from danger.
When necessary, I would even sacrifice myself for righteousness. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, hiding behind the master, letting the master face the wind and rain. That is not what a qualified maid does.
That's just a beast, nothing more.
The implication of these words was clear: safety was guaranteed.
How could one find value in destiny?
After Luo Chang brother heard those words, his cheeks immediately turned red.
Oh my, meow meow, this won't do.
Although it was to help you investigate a little, but this girl's response really makes one's face flush and heart race, doesn't it?
It really makes a person want to kick the wall.
At this moment, Lu Miao woke up and said, no, Shang Yu has also woken up beside me.
What happened? How did I fall asleep?
Lu Miao looked towards Shang Yu and said, if you want, this person is yours.
Luo Chang brother immediately refused, no need, do I look stupid?
After leaving, Sun Si Ting moved to another place.
When Lin Ji Yuan saw her, he immediately asked, how did it go? Did you eliminate that person with the surname Lu? Sun Sect leader? She walked up to the old man and responded. A damn woman messed up the plan. Lin Ji Yuan curiously asked, how did that happen? As long as the news that she has a heart demon is true, using the demon attracting incense that I discovered from the ancient secret realm would be enough to make her enter a state of demonification.
Sun Si Ting frowned in anger. She indeed was becoming demonized, but that maid seemed to have used some method to break the sound transmission barrier and stop the information from reaching the sect leader. Lin Ji Yuan looked at her and said, well, that's not my problem.
Sun Sect leader, remember to bring the high-quality alchemy furnace you promised me before. Sun Si Ting did not hand it over, he looked at the old man and replied.
You hiding here is not a solution. Lin Ji Yuan immediately caught his meaning and asked.
So you intend to kill to silence witnesses?
Sun Si Ting reiterated what he had mentioned before. Don't forget who arranged the large-scale teleportation formation when the Elephant Sect and the Azure Cloud Sect were slaughtered.
You promised me your plan would be perfect.
In the end it not only cost Zhao Shuiyin and Ouyang Gui their lives, but you yourself are now being hunted. As he spoke, his alchemy furnace suddenly exploded.
Lin Ji Yuan said angrily. Isn't it all because a minor stratagem from the Azure Cloud Sect interfered?
Sun Si Ting, equally irate, retorted. At first I didn't believe you when you said a mere trick could affect a nascent soul-level engagement, yet my plan this time was ruined by exactly such a minor stratagem.
Lin Ji Yuan then asked. And the other thing I had you investigate? Has Dan Xian village been massacred?
She looked at him and answered.
No, it's intact.
Hearing this, he knitted his brows. Damn it, those marauder scum dared to seize the prime spot of this old man and did nothing with it. Sun Si Ting asked in puzzlement.
Why torment a mere mortal village?
Lin Ji Yuan turned his face away and replied, this is only the first step. First, destroy that Xingya's reputation so I can set the rest of my plans in motion. Next, Sun Si Ting heard something familiar and immediately said to the old man.
What does she look like? Did you imprint her image with your divine sense?
The old man immediately took out a piece of paper and shouted loudly. Looking at the face on it, Lin Ji Yuan's hand involuntarily shook. It's her, she came to find me.
Sun Si Ting then asked.
How do you know she's just at the foundation establishment stage, yet she could scare you this much?
Lin Ji Yuan, trembling, replied.
She's not at foundation establishment. Ouyang Gui was killed by her.
Sun Si Ting didn't believe it, shouting. She killed him? Are you kidding? Ouyang Gui's poison skills are extraordinary, and with his nascent soul, even a mid-stage cultivator might not be able to defeat him.
Lin Jiyuan's face darkened as he recounted. From what I saw, he must have been killed before he even had a chance to react. He ran out of the formation and captured a girl named Spirit. Sun Si-ting still didn't believe it, saying, "This time, she must have used some method to break the formation that blocked my transmission of sound."
But you say she killed Ouyang Wei? I completely don't believe it.
Lin Jiyuan looked at the portrait and continued. Of course, it's also possible that while she was being hunted down, a powerful being helped her. But just based on her strength. Her foundation establishment stage power is enough to make Ouyang Wei keep his distance, so she's not simple.
Sun Si-ting keenly asked, "Do you suspect she came to the Dual Joy Sect to find you?" The old man replied with a hint of fear, "If not, then why? Her brother is from the Heaven's Pride Azure Cloud Sect, so why would she deliberately come here to be a maid?" Then he looked at her and asked, "Didn't you just interact with her? Did her words and actions show any sign of the respect a foundation establishment stage cultivator should have for a nascent soul stage cultivator?"
Sun Si-ting recalled and angrily said, "Don't talk about fear, I feel like she was purposely trying to annoy me."
Lin Jiyuan, hearing this, looked at the portrait and said, "Then it must be true."
Sun Si-ting shouted in anger, "She came for you, you have to take responsibility.
If she goes to sect leader in the Lu family, all the plans I've been scheming for years will be ruined."
Lin Jiyuan immediately burned the portrait, a faint smile on his lips.
"Don't worry, the method I told you about is the best one.
Not only can it eliminate her, but it can also clear all obstacles in your path." Sun Si-ting, somewhat worried, replied, "It's not that bad. The urgent thing now is to investigate the background of that spirit. Let's see if she's hiding her strength, or if there's a master behind her, or perhaps
she's just a lucky fool in Lu Miao's faction." Luo Cheng brother asked, "You say you haven't practiced any martial arts, yet you suddenly entered the state of chaotic energy and demonization?"
"That's right." Shan Yu furrowed her brow, speculating, if the culprit has this kind of ability, why would they want to take advantage of the fact that I'm here with Spirit Taoist friend?
Wouldn't it be better to let the sect leader of the Lu sect fall into chaos and demonization alone in the trap?
Luo Cheng brother immediately turned towards her to explain, under normal circumstances, there would be many disciples and enforcers in the law enforcement hall, both in the main and secondary halls. However, Miao Miao is rather shy, and when practicing dual cultivation, she prefers to have people unrelated to the matter step aside.
Lu Miao coldly spoke, "Isn't that very normal?"
Luo Cheng brother quickly changed his mind and replied, "No, the sect leader prefers to have people gather and watch." Lu Miao shot her a look and darkened her expression, saying, "You're a pervert." After a brief exchange, Luo Cheng brother said, "Miao Miao, I still have some internal matters to attend to."
She coldly responded, "Go ahead and handle your business, I'm fine now."
Luo Cheng brother walked past Spirit, giving her a reminder, "You need to keep an eye on Miao Miao for me. She's too straightforward, and while she can avoid obvious dangers, she may still fall prey to hidden attacks."
With that, she immediately teleported away. Once Luo Cheng brother left, Lu Miao pulled down her sleeve and said,
"Then continue, we need to work together with you to suppress the heart demon." Shang Yu, upon hearing this, blushed and replied, "Lu sect leader, I can treat myself." Spirit, standing beside her, immediately struck her with a palm, knocking her unconscious again.
Lu Miao, seeing this, stood up and asked, "What are you doing?" Spirit looked at the sect leader and replied, "There are some things I don't want my friend to hear."
She then coldly ordered, "Go again."
Lu Miao's heart demon immediately flew toward her.
Spirit looked at the sect leader and said, "Lu sect leader, as you can see, your heart demon is now mine." Witnessing this, Lu Miao froze in place, confused.
"What? Wait, what is going on here?"
Spirit glanced at the heart demon and smirked maliciously, saying, "As we discussed earlier, cooperate well with me."
The heart demon then cooperated and said, Hey, Lu, we are both more fortunate."
I never expected that this demon could actually achieve the legendary heart demon saint body.
The Lu sect leader, still not understanding, asked, "What is the heart demon saint body?"
The heart demon patiently explained, it means that any heart demon can detach from being parasitic on her, just like now, she already has more than 50 heart demons on her.
Upon hearing this, Lu Miao panicked and shouted, "What? Where?"
Spirit immediately pointed at herself and replied, they are all beside me, but Lu Sect leader, you do not have this kind of physique, so you can only see your own heart demon. Then she pretended to act, go on, Xiao Lu, stop lingering in front of me.
What? You all want to throw a welcoming party for the newcomer? Alright, anyone who wants to participate in the program can sign up here.
Spirit pointed at the heart demon and said, this heart demon of mine initially wanted to disturb me, hoping that I would die soon. Then it was beaten into this state by other heart demons nearby.
Lu Miao, hearing this, asked with sorrow, how old are you this year?
Spirit immediately replied, 20 years old, with 3 months left. Then she continued her act, that's right, my life expectancy is only 4 months. I am an orphan, and anyway, I can only live for 21 years, so I want to try my best to help those cultivators who are disturbed by heart demons to eliminate them. But as the great calamity approaches, looking back at my short life, I feel very unwilling. I also want to be like other girls, join the sect I like, make friends with like-minded teammates, be cherished by the elders, and cared for by senior brothers and senior sisters.
Upon hearing this, Lu Miao asked, so that's why you joined our Dual Joy sect?
Spirit replied sincerely, We heard that this place, the sect, respects the wishes of female disciples the most, so I thought that at least for the short time I have, I can live for myself just once. Lu Miao, upon hearing these words, immediately sympathized with her. Don't worry, once I help you eliminate the heart demon, I, as the sect leader, owe you a great favor.
Whatever wish you have, I can fulfill.
Spirit pretended to wipe her tears and said, thank you, Lu Sect leader. Then she silently thought to herself, just waiting for this line from him. At that moment, unexpectedly, Lu Miao's jade token began to fluctuate.
Spirit looked at the sect leader and asked, what's happening?
Lu Miao glanced at the jade token and replied, the sect leader has urgent matters and has asked me to come to the council hall. Fengyu stood up to greet her, saying, it's enough to meet with Sun Sect leader, we're all from the same side, no need to be so formal. Sun Si-ting looked at her and smiled, saying, I've heard about your matters as well. I came here because of some grievances on behalf of Fengyu Daoist friend. Fengyu quickly waved her hand in refusal, no, it's all due to my maid's mistake. Sun Si-ting moved toward the fruit basket and said, you needn't worry about offending that Lu. She recently caused a calamity to herself, and though the sect leader saved her, her strength was severely damaged. On top of that, her heart demon is still clinging to her, so she won't be able to advance in cultivation.
It's unlikely she'll recover to the nascent soul stage. Fengyu was slightly surprised upon hearing this and asked, is this true?
Sun Si-ting picked up a grape and continued, I've already contacted the Spirit Medicine Hall, the Treasure Artifact Hall, and the members of the Elders Council to jointly file a complaint against Lu. According to the sect rules, a branch leader must be at the nascent soul stage. Even if the sect leader is protecting her, she can't go against the sect rules, so she'll soon be removed from her position. At this point, she became even more smug, without cultivation, without status, even the King of Hell can only stay in the ground and serve. On the side of Luo Qing's brother, she slammed her hand down on the table in anger and shouted, how dare they hurt my people?
I haven't even gone looking for trouble with them, and now they're acting so arrogantly.
Lu Miao sat, examining the indictment before calmly saying, the accusations against me are thorough. According to sect rules, I indeed have no right to hold this position anymore.
Luo Qing, concerned, spoke to her, Miao, have you clarified the situation? During your time here, how many people did you offend? Don't you realize that?
Every time you descend, it's not just you, everyone connected to you becomes their target for attack and vengeance. Lu Miao set the indictment aside, looking at her and responding, that is why I will not act according to their wishes, sect leader. Actually, I was about to speak, but Spirit intervened with divine sense to stop me. Spirit, Lu Miao asked, sect leader Lu, regarding the heart demon I eradicated, please don't mention it to the sect leader for now.
Lu Miao, astonished, sent a divine message. Didn't you just reach Foundation establishment? Spirit smiled and replied, that's not important. Right now, Sect leader Lu has an opportunity to fulfill my request. I hope you can assist me. Luo Chang, seeing Lu Miao not continue, anxiously asked, what's going on? Miao Miao stopped halfway.
Lu Miao looked at her, furrowing her brows, and said, what I mean is, Sect leader, please convene an official elder meeting tomorrow to accuse me and strip me of my position as the Hall Master of the Hall of Law Enforcement.
Luo Chang, hearing this, panicked and shouted, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Lu Miao pushed the indictment towards Luo Chang and said, Sect rules are like this. If you, Sect leader, are unwilling to break the Sect rules to protect me. On the contrary, they have hit the mark. In the Elder Council, the majority of the members support us. As long as we choose someone from the Zhongtang faction to succeed my position as the Sect leader, there will be no problem. Afterwards, she recounted all the events to Luo Chang brother. The founding patriarch of the Dual Joy sect was an orphan sold to Fengyu. After he became a powerful figure, he wanted to help other female cultivators who were in the same situation as he had been, so he founded the Dual Joy sect. Although it is called a sect, it is more like a family, with a combined strength that most other sects do not possess. However, in the past 10 years, the ranking of the Dual Joy sect has been dropping, and it has taken on a different image. Some people feel that the sect's approach is too conservative, and if this continues, it will eventually become a second-rate sect. Therefore, the patriarch resorted to cultivating female cultivators for sacrifice in exchange for benefits with other sects or the royal family. In a short period of time, this did indeed strengthen the sect's power, but it also violated the original intent of the founder. These people call themselves the Reform faction. In the past, the Formation Technique Hall, the Spirit Medicine Hall, and the Treasure Artifact Hall, as well as some members of the Elder Council, joined the Reform faction. Meanwhile, the Sect Leader Hall of Law Enforcement, the Deacon Hall, and most members of the Elder Council continue to inherit the will of the founding patriarch, aiming to maintain stability. The strength of both sides is equal, and each battle lasts for several decades. However, as the influence of the reformist faction continues to grow, the conservative faction increasingly weakens. After a while, both of them left Luo Qing's room. Lu Miao looked at Spirit and asked, the sect leader must be very angry. You need to explain yourself to me. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lu Miao communicated through sound transmission, are you speaking through sound transmission? Lu Miao glanced at her and then spoke through sound transmission, why are you acting so mysteriously? You told me to tell the sect leader the truth, and now you're accusing me? Spirit glanced around and replied, I overheard you, heart demon. It seems our sect is experiencing factional division. She then furrowed her brow and emphasized, the meeting room has been eavesdropped on. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao turned around in surprise to look at her. Impossible, no eavesdropping formation could bypass both me and the sect leader. Spirit, with a serious expression, replied, it's not an eavesdropping formation. On the way here, I noticed something very strange. She then looked upward and continued, normally, the sect's lighting source is the Yining Zhu, but in our sect, it's a small thunder-based formation created with spirit stones. Isn't this a huge waste? Lu Miao also looked up and explained, this was invented by the protective artifact. It's much brighter than the Yining Zhu, and is only used to illuminate the important areas of the sect. Spirit asked again, is there any other problem? The conference room was originally painted red, right? Lu Miao glanced at her and replied, it was blue at first. 10 years later, the sect decided to repair the protective array and wanted to change it to black, but the sect leader said black was too gloomy, so they changed it to red. Why do you ask about this? After hearing this, Spirit said, again, the protective array. And since they are from a reformist sect, I can roughly guess what's going on. Lu's sect leader asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Can you stop fishing for answers like that? Spirit glanced upwards and said, let's first go to a place without this lighting and talk later. The two of them then proceeded to another location. Upon entering the room, Lu Miao immediately asked,
this is where the disciples live, and they all use Yimingzhu for lighting. If you don't explain clearly, the head of the sect will really get angry. Spirit observed the surroundings and replied, there's no problem here. She then took out a lamp and explained, this is the sect's formation lamp, I just casually took it off the wall. Lu sect leader, try saying something. Before Lu Miao could respond, he asked in confusion, can I say anything? Spirit unexpectedly answered, leaving Lu's sect leader stunned. Then she looked at the lamp and said, I will now reverse the formation in this lamp. Immediately after, what the two of them had just said was repeated. Lu sect leader, please say something. Anything I say is fine? Lu Miao, startled, shouted in surprise. What are you doing? How can this paint repeat what we say? Spirit looked at the lamp and explained, this is the principle of a recording device. This lightning array not only provides light, but also transforms sound waves into signals on the painted surface, which creates a magnetic field and records the sound. Initially, they planned to use black paint because the magnetic field's iron oxide is black, but the sect didn't agree. So they switched to red iron oxide, which is of the same type. Even though it contains a lot of iron oxide, no one suspected anything. Lu Miao, upon hearing this, felt her mind go blank and thought, what is she talking about? Has the generational gap between me and the younger generation grown this wide? Spirit smiled at her, not concerned by her confusion, then furrowed her brow and continued, in conclusion, the reformists used this light array together with red or black paint, allowing them to eavesdrop on the sect's conversations without being detected. Lu Miao, upon realizing the truth, suddenly recalled everything, thinking to herself, so this is what's been happening. No wonder so many of our important intelligence leaks have been exposed. We thought we had an insider. Make the people of the faction fear, then they will leave the dual joy sect. Spirit calmly continued, that's why I said, knowledge is power. A small principle of recording like this has caused you great loss. Lu Miao looked at her with confusion and asked, but how did you know? I've never heard of this device, Spirit said, quickly coming up with an excuse. I took in some heart demons who specialize in weapon refinement. They were the ones who reminded me. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao believed her completely. So that's it. It seems the heart demon on your body is not a burden, but a source of motivation. Spirit then spoke to Lu Miao, but when I called you, Lu sect leader, did you have a different plan in mind when you asked the Hall of Law Enforcement Master to step down? She smiled brightly and continued, I hope my 9-month life in the sect will be enjoyable, so I will deal with all those things and people that make me unhappy. At this point, Spirit scratched her head and said, but after all, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. The plan moving forward will require your cooperation, Lu sect leader. Lu Miao asked seriously, what should we do? Spirit looked at him, her tone stern, tomorrow at the sect conference, Lu sect leader, you must successfully charge them. That will be the first step of the plan in Spirit's room. Shan Yu had woken up by this point. She sat up, looking around in confusion. What happened? Why am I lying on the bed? Is it already dark? Outside, Lu sect leader and Spirit had just returned. That's enough for today, I'll come at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Spirit entered the room and spoke to Shang Yu. Ha? You're awake? Shang Yu furrowed his brows and looked at her, thinking to himself, it seems I lost consciousness when I was about to offer myself. Seeing that she didn't respond, Spirit asked. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Shang Yu, in a panic, imagined. Could it be that Spirit Taoist friend knocked me out, then took my place and confessed everything while I was unconscious? Spirit, exhausted, collapsed onto the bed as soon as she returned. I'm so tired. She covered herself with a blanket and sighed. I never thought that as soon as I joined the sect, I'd have to deal with someone at the nascent soul level. Shang Yu, hearing this, was horrified and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, thinking, it's my responsibility to make sure Spirit Taoist friend doesn't suffer, and yet you're sacrificing yourself like this. Are you trying to make me feel guilty to death? Over here, Spirit thought to herself. I've used my brain too much, I need to quickly replenish my brain cells with some sleep.
Shang Yu asked. Lu Sect leader is okay now, right?
Spirit, without much thought, answered.
Why wouldn't he be okay? Tomorrow will be the real problem.
Shang Yu, upon hearing this, was completely shocked.
What? He's coming again tomorrow?
After that, she tightened the blanket in her hands and then looked at Spirit, resolutely thinking, don't worry, Spirit Taoist friend, tomorrow I will absolutely not let you take my place. The next day, Shang Yu woke up early to welcome Lu Miao for an audience with the Lu Sect leader.
Lu Miao reiterated, I told you, I'm here to find Spirit.
Shang Yu immediately explained, Spirit has clearly told me about her condition, her body is a bit unwell, so from now on, you can completely leave everything to me, Lu Sect leader.
Lu Miao's eyes narrowed as she thought, she can't bear it, is it because the heart demon's sacred body absorbed my heart, and now issues have arisen?
Then she spoke, it seems that doing this will still affect her body, won't it? Shang Yu was even more panicked after hearing these words.
Huh? What are you doing?
Lu Miao looked at Shang Yu and asked.
She said today she would hand things over to you, right?
Shang Yu nervously replied, yes, don't worry, my abilities are no less than those of Spirit Taoist friend. Lu Miao looked at her bashful face and thought to herself, such superb acting. So this is how she disguises herself as Navi, making people drop their guard, but in reality, her schemes are no less than those of that spirit expert? Then, she turned around and left, saying, if that's the case, then follow me.
Yes.
On the way, Shang Yu frowned, recalling, yesterday, I stayed up all night in my room cramming all the literature related to dual cultivation.
Although I only have theoretical knowledge, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than Spirit. After walking for a while, she asked, huh? Where are we going?
Lu Miao glanced at her and replied, the meeting room.
Didn't Spirit tell you? Suddenly being questioned, Shang Yu felt uneasy.
Then, she panicked, imagining 7,749 possible scenarios, the bedroom, the secret realm, the hot spring, the scriptures vault. These were exactly the things written in the books, suggesting that unexpected locations could increase the intensity and pleasure of dual cultivation.
As long as it wasn't on the bed, it wasn't a big deal.
Arriving at the door, Lu Miao opened it. It was here, inside, all the sect leaders were already present. Seeing them, Shang Yu's mind became even more flustered. She bit her lip and thought, this.
I know this.
I also know, it's written in the books, people watching will heighten the emotions, the pleasure.
But this is too much.
Right from the start, it's already this difficult, I can't do it. Then she recalled Spirit's exhaustion from the previous night and became even more determined not to compare herself to Heart Demon's circumstances. The humiliation and grievances Taoist friend wished upon her were nothing worth mentioning. Luo Qing, sitting at the table, spoke solemnly.
All right, everyone's here. Let's begin.
Upon hearing that, Shang Yu immediately equipped her props and sprawled across the table, shyly saying,
let's do it.
Seeing Lu Miao's murderous glare, Shang Yu let out a startled meow. Inside the room, Spirit woke up with a sleepy groan.
Feeling refreshed. System, what time is it? The system replied, 2 o'clock.
She swung her legs off the bed and said,
I just fell asleep for a bit, didn't I? The system's next words left her dumbfounded, it's 2 in the afternoon. Spirit jumped up in a panic. Hadn't she already missed the sect assembly? Why hadn't sect leader Lu come to wake her?
When she stepped outside, she saw Shang Yu fiddling with a rope.
Spirit asked in confusion. Lan Yu Taoist friend, what are you doing?
Shang Yu pressed the rope against her neck and said,
I can't live in this world anymore, can I?
With that, she kicked away the small stool beneath her feet. Seeing her hanging there, Spirit calmly said, You've already reached foundation establishment.
Dying like this won't work, you know.
Shang Yu immediately drew her sword and aimed it at her own neck, replying,
"Then how about this?" Startled, Spirit rushed to stop her, exclaiming, "Stop! Are you serious? What on earth happened?" Both of them then entered the room. Spirit's face darkened as she said, "So, you're saying you made the Sect Grand Assembly turn into a dual cultivation?"
Shang Yu dared not look up. "Stop talking, let me die, I don't want to live anymore."
Spirit looked at her and asked, "What about the Lu Sect leader? Maybe she's handling some business?" Spirit continued asking, "Has she been successfully indicted? Who's the new leader?" Shang Yu looked up at her and replied, "I think it's Sun Si-ting." Hearing this, Spirit exclaimed in shock, "How could it be her? Isn't she the head of the formation hall?"
Shang Yu explained, "Yes, but according to Sect rules, if the hall master position isn't listed, they can't hold concurrent positions."
Spirit, still unable to believe it, said, "What's going on?"
The Lu Sect leader clearly said that, even if she's indicted, the successor would definitely be a member of the Wei sect. Shang Yu looked at her and explained, "I'm not entirely sure either, but it seems that some members who were originally on Lu Sect leader's side betrayed and joined the opposing faction, so the votes failed."
Upon hearing this, Spirit covered her face and said, "This is bad, we've lost the numerical advantage of the Elders Association and the authority of the Hall of Law Enforcement.
The Dual Joy sect is about to change." At that moment, the door unexpectedly opened, and Feng Yu's maid entered, speaking, "Spirit Taoist friend, Lan Yu Taoist friend, you two are indeed here."
Both of them looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh? Aren't you the maid of the examiner? Is something wrong?"
The maid of Feng Yu approached the two of them and said, "Quickly follow me, I will take you out of the sect." The maid of Feng Yu immediately explained, "The Dual Joy sect has jointly filed a complaint against the former Hall of Law Enforcement for serious fraudulent activities.
The entire former Hall of Law Enforcement within the sect is under house arrest and is being investigated.
The members of the mission have been urgently summoned, and you cannot leave unless you go now." Having said that, the three of them immediately ran quickly out of the room, with the maid of Feng Yu leading the way.
While escaping, Shang Yu, somewhat confused, asked, "Didn't we offend Examiner Feng? Why is she still helping us?"
The maid of Feng Yu looked at her and kindly explained, "Where would that be? Training instructor Feng is helping the Lu Sect leader to screen suitable maids, which is why I was sent to collect the bribe.
We've already returned that money in the end."
Before the Lu Sect leader was restrained, she specifically instructed the instructors to take you out. As soon as she finished speaking, Spirit immediately opened the system and then used her divine sense to ask Heart Demon, "Is she telling the truth?" Heart Demon, with her arms crossed, said, "She's talking nonsense.
Feng is a lackey of the Reform faction, wanting to sell new disciple tickets. But the volume isn't very high, and no one is complaining."
Lu Miao had never once looked at her, and after hearing her response, she replied,
"All right, I understand."
After speaking, the Heart Demon cheerfully suggested, proposing a matter. "In this special space, although I won't dissipate, I am always very hungry.
Could you let me return to Lu Miao's side? After all, you have to leave the Dual Joy sect." The spirit coldly responded, "Then return to me the deathly aura that has devoured me." Upon hearing this condition, the Heart Demon was taken aback. "Ha? How can I return that? Otherwise, just stay here and work to compensate me."
The Heart Demon, momentarily stunned, asked again,
"Work?" The spirit immediately rejected. "Don't talk to me, I need to think."
She then looked toward the maid of Feng Yu, wondering why she was lying. If the reason was that they had offended the Feng family and wanted to take revenge on her, there was no need to take her away. As long as she held the title of former maid of the sect master, she could easily find a reason to kill her within the sect. Shang Yu glanced over and asked, "Where is the Lu sect leader?"
She immediately replied,
"I heard she is also under house arrest." The sect leader wanted to protect her, but was stopped by the Great Elder. "I remember that the Lu sect leader was once the most powerful master in the sect. It's a pity that because the heart demon's cultivation didn't increase and even backfired, she ended up in this situation. As they approached the door, someone unexpectedly blocked their way, and the person stopped. The spirit shadow guard looked at them and said, "The Elder Council has issued an order. Before the Hall of Law Enforcement, members are not allowed to leave on their own. The heart demon inside has spoken, and it's quite surprising that they've sent someone. A shadow guard, a unit under the Elder Council, no less. The former members of the Hall of Law Enforcement are truly unfortunate. If they fall into the hands of those women, even if they don't die, they'll be stripped bare." Fonyu's mate immediately stepped forward to negotiate. "Senior, we're carrying out a special mission. This is the spirit token reminding us of the heart demon's words. Under the Elder Council, you say? Well, that's easy then." After speaking, she pressed the send button in the system, and her creation points immediately increased by 526 points. The spirit shadow guard took the paper, and it immediately began to heat up. The spirit silently walked past Shanyu. The spirit shadow guard asked, "Are the ones behind you Spirit and Lanyu? Is that right?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Spirit struck her neck, causing her to faint. The spirit shadow guard withdrew her hand and let the woman collapse. Shanyu, in panic, asked, "Spirit Taoist friend, what are you doing?" Spirit walked past the spirit shadow guard and whispered, "This is part of the plan, do you understand now?" Shanyu stood there, stunned. Spirit looked at her and continued, "I will requisition your clothes." "This is part of the plan." Shanyu was even more confused. The two of them immediately left the place and headed to another location. Along the way, Shanyu curiously asked, "Spirit Taoist friend, do you know that senior?" "I don't know her at all." She asked again, "Then why did she repeat your words?" Spirit glanced at her and coldly replied, "Because this is part of the plan." Shanyu still didn't understand and shouted, "What exactly is this so-called plan? And why did you hit the maid? She's unconscious. Didn't she come here to help us?" Without hesitation, Spirit answered, "I can't trust her, and neither can you. Taoist friend Lanyu, don't believe everything others say." After walking for a while, the sky grew dark. Spirit thought to herself, "Indeed, this outfit is quite useful." They had already flown out of the dual joy Sect's territory without anyone checking them at all. She then turned to Shanyu and said, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest." Suddenly, the two were ambushed in mid-air. Spirit dodged to the side and shouted a warning, "Be careful." Shanyu was struck by the attack and fell freely toward the ground. She anxiously looked up and called out, "Spirit Taoist friend?" At this moment, a hand tightly grasped her body. Fengyu appeared, her voice cold as she spoke. "I've underestimated you all. You managed to send a message to the Shadow Guard disguised as the Great Elder, causing me quite a bit of effort." Shanyu glanced at her, then responded, "Did Senior make a mistake in identifying the person? We don't know Senior." Fengyu forcefully turned Shanyu's face toward her, stepping closer, lifting her chin and saying, "Previously, you all played dirty tricks on me. When you took so many valuable things, you didn't consider me as your senior, did you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Shanyu understood. "What? She is the training instructor Feng from the Dual Joy Sect?" Fengyu tightened her grip on Shanyu and hissed, "Tell me how to destroy that message transmission, and I will grant you a quick death." At that moment, an arrow shot toward them. Fengyu immediately caught it in her hand. She looked at it, tightening her grip, thinking, "Is this a strand of hair? And yet it carries such a strong sword aura? This is no different from a mystical grade flying sword." She then shattered the spiritual energy in the strand of hair, but it was merely a childish trick. Suddenly, more strands of hair appeared in front of her, rushing toward her in a flurry. She gasped, exclaiming, "What?" Fengyu instantly vanished from sight to evade the attack. Spirit swiftly flew over to catch Shanyu who,
looking at her with concern as she asked, "Are you alright? Lan Yu Daoist friend? Look at your shiny bald head." Shang Yu cried out in alarm. "Ha? Spirit Daoist friend, your hair, look at it."
Feng Yu, refusing to give up, launched another fierce strike above the two of them.
She attacked furiously while shouting, "You bastard! I'll kill you!" A Hahuan palm strike descended with no mercy whatsoever.
The moment it came down, Spirit dodged every bit of it flawlessly.
Feng Yu frowned, chasing after her and saying, "Blood shield technique, huh? Let's see how long you can keep that up."
Below, Spirit held Shang Yu in her arms, running while thinking, "This can't go on.
I'll die if I take one hit."
But this princess, once she starts fighting, she won't stop.
Then she furrowed her brows and said, "Lan Yu, when I count to 1, use your strongest sword technique on me and strike that woman, understand?" Shang Yu looked puzzled and asked, "What? Use it on you?"
Above them, Feng Yu was still raining down her most powerful blows.
She smirked to herself and thought, "Speed enhancement?
It only burns your essence blood faster."
Then she called down, "It's useless.
Even if you burn your essence blood, a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you can't escape my divine sense lock." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yu lunged straight downward.
Unexpectedly, Spirit suddenly turned back. Frowning at her, Spirit began counting loudly from 3.
Feng Yu sneered with satisfaction, seeking death, indeed.
She closed the distance between them and said, "So, you dare to shorten the gap on your own? Let's see how you plan to escape this time." Spirit opened the system interface and continued counting 2, then activated the Divine Desolation art.
Her eyes flared crimson. The instant she reached 1, she tapped the 2 characters send in the system, and the power surging around Feng Yu instantly dissipated. Shang Yu followed Spirit's lead and unleashed the Heavenbreaker art. Spirit flew straight along Shang Yu's attack trajectory, landing a punch directly into Feng Yu's abdomen, making her cough up blood. After striking, Shang Yu landed on the ground and looked up, realizing she had truly drained every drop of her spiritual energy.
"Spirit Daoist friend, what's going on?"
Up above, Feng Yu's abdomen suddenly glowed with a burst of light, blasting Spirit backward and sending her flying. Below, Shang Yu quickly caught her. Feng Yu glared down furiously, thinking, "Good thing I still have my Mystic Spirit Barrier stage activated automatically. But what trick did she use to breach my Divine Consciousness defense? Directly attacking the Sea of Consciousness, I couldn't mobilize my spiritual energy, and almost fell into the hands of these 2 Foundation establishment bastards. After that, she landed on the ground with them." Feng Yu spoke up, "Don't worry, our situation is the same now. I can't use my spiritual energy, and your spiritual energy is exhausted. So, let's settle this with a battle of raw physical skills. When your companion wakes up, you can use your shattered corpse to surprise her." Shang Yu threw a flag toward her and responded, "No need." Feng Yu glanced at the magical artifact flying toward her and chuckled softly, "Huh, stop bluffing. You basically have no spiritual energy left to control a magical artifact." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out where she stood. Feng Yu wiped the dirt from her face and angrily said, "Damn it, she's gone crazy. This woman really destroyed her own magical artifact, the power of it must be no less than an Earth Grade 1. Just then, another sword flew toward her.
"What?" Another familiar explosion echoed through the mountains.
This time, the protective barrier around her cracked.
Feng Yu looked at it with some regret. "So it's another Earth-grade artifact?" Then, she suddenly yelled loudly, "This is so interesting. Keep going, let me watch closely to see how many more Earth-ranked magic tools you can blow up." After that, a series of items flew toward her one after another, which made her so angry she gasped and shouted, "With all this money, why not just go back and exchange them?" This explosion has caused quite a bit of damage to the whole mountain range. A moment later, Spirit slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a charred corpse in front of her, which startled her. Spirit quickly embraced the corpse and anxiously called out, "Lan Yu, what happened to you?"
When Shan Yu heard her call, she turned and replied, "Hey, I'm right here."
Spirit asked in shock, "Huh, she's the instructor? How did she end up looking like this, like a ghost?"
Shan Yu's answer left her stunned, as it was clear the woman had been blown up by more than 10 Earth-ranked magic tools.
Shan Yu cheerfully continued, "Really?"
Thankfully, with Taoist friend Spirit's help, your mental attack prevented her from using her protective magic. Spirit modestly replied, "Not at all, your ability to suppress metal is also very strong." Then, she fell silent, thinking to herself, how rich is this girl?
10 Earth-ranked items?
My master only casually uses high-tier mystical-grade magic tools. Sect leader, please don't cut my salary.
Spirit then fetched water and splashed it straight onto Feng Yu.
She was doused. She immediately opened her eyes, looked at Spirit sitting beside her, and said warmly, "Can you speak now?"
"I have something to ask you," Spirit replied. Feng Yu propped herself up angrily and snapped, "I am a Hahuan cultivator, how dare you?" Spirit immediately shoved a pill into her mouth. Now she could speak.
Feng Yu looked up fearfully.
"Cough, cough, what did you give me?" Spirit frowned and asked, "I want to know why you attacked us."
Feng Yu glanced at her, gave a light kick, and with her eyes said, "You wanted to take my benefits and my honor."
After saying that, she panicked inwardly, "What? My mouth won't obey orders." Spirit frowned again and pressed, "Did you pursue this matter so far as to try to kill us over such a small thing?"
Feng Yu tried to cover her mouth but failed. "I only wanted to teach you a lesson. The order to silence was issued by the Sun Sect leader."
"Damn it, stop." Spirit continued interrogating, "Then why did you have your maid perform a ruse to save us? Wouldn't it have been better for the Sect leader to act directly?"
She trembled and confessed everything. It had been the Sun Sect leader's instruction. She said that if you complied, left Dual Joy Sect together with the maid and led you to the appointed place, they would eliminate you.
"If you refuse to leave, I will never make a move." Hearing this, Spirit was somewhat surprised. "Huh? Why?"
"I don't know, she didn't tell me." After that, she placed her hand on her chin and looked at Feng Yu, saying,
"This is a bit interesting." Feng Yu angrily looked up. "How annoying, the vitality in my body is decreasing. What kind of dark magic did you use?" Spirit did not respond but walked outside, asking Shan Yu, "Lan Yu Dual Joy Sect hasn't returned, do you have any plans?" Inside, Feng Yu shouted, turning back, "Where are you going?"
Shan Yu looked at her and replied, "I heard that Azure Cloud Sect is recruiting new disciples, do you want to go together?" Spirit placed her hand on her chin, thought for a moment, and then responded, "Azure Cloud Sect is fine, but I have some things to take care of."
"We'll meet up at Azure Cloud Sect later." Shan Yu, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow. "What do you need to do? Can I go with you?"
Without hesitation, she answered,
"Sure."
Spirit said with a sorrowful look, "Because it's almost time for the memorial ceremony for my parents and older brother, I want to return home to pay respects." Shan Yu immediately lowered her face, replying,
"Ha?
In that case, I'll wait for you at Azure Cloud Sect." The two then parted ways, agreeing to meet at Azure Cloud Sect.
15 minutes later, Spirit returned to the original spot.
The system also popped up asking, "Why did the host go in a large circle only to return?"
She replied, "This isn't just about deceiving the princess, is it?
In this situation, I cannot take her back to Dual Joy Sect." Inside, Feng Yu crawled on the ground and cried out, "Help, help me." Spirit approached and said, as expected of someone at the peak of Golden Core, able to resist the true word ancient curse for so long. Weakly, she begged, "Help me, I will do anything."
Spirit looked at the system and asked, "Does the system have any techniques to control others?"
The system responded, "There are dozens of methods available in Trading City, but the one most suitable for the host is the slave seal technique.
It can implant a slave seal mark in the opponent's sea of consciousness. As soon as the mind moves, the opponent's sea of consciousness will collapse, and you can also monitor what the slave seal currently hears and sees. However, the prerequisite is that the opponent has no defense in their sea of consciousness. If there's even the slightest resistance, the seal will fail. After hearing this, Spirit sat down and lifted her face, saying, "All right, let's use this." At Lin Ji Yuan's hideout, upon hearing the situation, he asked in shock, "What? Has Spirit been eliminated?"
Sun Si Ting responded, "It's still unknown, but my people are already hunting her down."
The old man continued, "What level of cultivation?"
Sun Si Ting confidently looked down and said, "Peak Golden Core." Lin Ji Yuan said with some concern, "The last time we pursued her, it was nascent soul."
"I had already sent someone to investigate.
They said that within the sect it was very dangerous and that she wanted to escape."
"If what you say is true, and she came to find you, then she will definitely refuse.
After all, her goal hasn't been achieved.
Moreover, if she is really that strong, no one in the sect can threaten her." Lin Ji Yuan frowned and asked, "What happened next?"
Sun Si Ting responded with a murderous gaze, "She agreed to the escape plan very readily, even letting go of the people we sent to investigate."
Still not reassured, Lin Ji Yuan asked, "So, is she pretending to escape and secretly hiding?"
She replied, "I thought the same, so I sent the Golden Core stage person to search for her. If she couldn't be found, we'd have to stay on alert."
But she was quickly located.
"She just sent me a transmission saying she's found the opponent's whereabouts and has already left the jurisdiction of the Dual Joy sect."
Lin Ji Yuan continued to ask, "So, she really wants to escape?"
"Yes, it seems you've misunderstood something. The death of old demon Yang has nothing to do with her." After asking, Lin Ji Yuan turned to leave, saying, "I hope that's the case.
I will wait for your subordinates to eliminate her."
At this moment, the jade pendant on her body suddenly heated up. Sun Si Ting smugly took it out, chuckling softly, "As soon as you spoke, she sent a message back." The voice on the other end of the line was panicked as it urgently reported, "The Sun Sect leader's mission has failed. That Spirit is a top-tier expert hiding her true strength."
Sun Si Ting asked in surprise, "What's going on? Where are you?" The person on the other end didn't respond and abruptly hung up.
Sun Si Ting's face darkened as he said, "The transmission signal was cut off." Lin Ji Yuan, flustered, spoke up, "As expected, I knew this move of stirring the grass to catch the snake would work."
Sun Si Ting looked at the jade tablet and said,
"If she could transmit a message to me, she should be temporarily safe. The priority now is to find her and clarify the situation." Meanwhile, Feng Yu, looking at her shattered jade tablet, said,
"My master hasn't finished telling me everything you instructed."
Spirit responded coldly,
"Talking too much leads to mistakes. Anyway, the goal has been achieved."
She curiously asked,
"Huh? What goal?"
Spirit turned to leave, saying,
"Some things are not to be asked.
Ask less."
Yes.
At that moment, the system popped up with a question. "Host, how did you become the top-tier expert?" Spirit replied,
"You ask me, who should I ask?"
She then glanced inside and spoke to the system. "I thought she was at nascent soul stage, dealing with me at foundation establishment but still hesitating like this, so I probed a bit. Turns out, I really did guess it right." The system curiously asked,
"How did you know you were right?"
Spirit gave her a side glance and said, "If a person at the peak of Golden Core calls a foundation establishment expert an unparalleled master, how would you respond?
Would you accuse her of being mentally unwell?"
Hearing this answer, she furrowed her brow tightly and said, "That's right, but the Sun Sect leader was also asking seriously, what happened?"
Isn't it strange?
The system still doesn't understand its own intentions. That's true, but that's all. Spirit then smiled and said to it, "Of course, there's still one more step to complete, so please give me a cultivation method that can disguise me as a peerless expert." The system replied, "You do not have such a cultivation method." Spirit looked at it and asked, "Then create it yourself."
Didn't you get the cultivation method voucher earlier?
The system reminded, the method must also comply with the rules of the cultivating immortality realm.
While watching, Spirit suddenly noticed something. Ha! Why is this thing in the control panel?
At the gathering, Chang Xin took a sip of tea and laughed loudly. Finally, we've waited for this day.
It's time to reveal the meticulous work we've done over the past several decades. She raised an eyebrow and continued, Great Elder, what did the Council of Elders say? Have the 4 elders still not changed their minds? The Great Elder, Su Chengyu, in the late stage of nascent soul, replied, I couldn't persuade them.
The head of the pharmacy division, Dan Han, also in the late stage of nascent soul, added, It's fine, after all, we still have 6 elders on our side. Currently, aside from the Hall of Law Enforcement, even the Shadow Guard Elder Council is now following the Reform faction under our control.
Hearing these words, Chang Xin cheerfully poured some wine and said, That's right.
The faction maintaining stability no longer exists, and now we can use our fists without hesitation. Dan Han looked towards Su Qingyu and asked, By the way, I just heard that a group of people from the Light Guard have left the sect.
I wonder if the Great Elder has made any arrangements.
Su Qingyu lowered her head and said, I was entrusted by the Sun Sect leader to find a sect member of ours named Fengyu.
Chang Xin then looked towards Sun Siting and asked, Why would something so trivial require the involvement of the Shadow Guard? When she didn't respond, Chang Xin shouted, Hey, what's going on with you, old fool?
At that moment, Su Qingyu took out a jade tablet and said, Oh, the Shadow Guard's news says they've found the person.
I'm quite curious too. Let's all go take a look.
The 4 of them then went to a room, where Fengyu's body was lying, bandaged in one place. Dan Han looked at her and said, This injury is too serious.
Who was so blind as to dare attack someone from our dual joy sect?
A spirit Shadow Guard standing nearby replied, Instructor Feng wasn't directly attacked. She was only affected. The spirit Shadow Guard continued speaking. When we found her, we found this beneath her body, Dan Han asked in confusion.
What kind of record is this?
She was in Trading City like that, and the Shadow Trace Stone was unharmed. It must have been intentionally protected by her, the spirit Shadow Guard immediately projected the scene. Everyone, take a look for yourselves. An image of a woman sitting on a mountain cliff appeared. Sun Siting furrowed her brows, staring intently at the image.
In it, Spirit suddenly appeared, sitting as if on a boat. Isn't this the maid named Lu who just arrived? Chang Xin asked upon seeing her.
Suddenly, lightning and spirits appeared in the sky, causing all 4 sect leaders to panic.
Chang Xin stared in astonishment and asked, How is this possible? Can everyone feel that?
Su Qingyu frowned and added, Although the Shadow Trace Stone recorded a very faint aura, there's no mistake this is heavenly Dao pressure.
Dan Han was also taken aback, saying, Is she about to undergo tribulation?
But only after breaking through to deity transformation does one need to face the lightning tribulation.
Could it be that she has no breakthrough at all?
Just after the 3 finished discussing, a bolt of heavenly Dao descended from the sky, causing the entire room to fill with a dazzling light. The jade token in Spirit Shadow Guard's hand then turned to dust. Su Qingyu broke into a cold sweat and said, It seems that even a small amount of heavenly Dao pressure is beyond what the Shadow Trace Stone can withstand. Chang Xin walked toward Fengyu, who was lying there, and continued, So, training instructor Feng was struck by lightning, which caused her to end up like this?
Dan Han noticed something was off and asked, This maid seems suspicious. What about the senior's tribulation?
The spirit Shadow Guard replied, I'm not sure. When I found training instructor Feng, there was no one else around.
Chang Xin turned and shouted, Sun Siting, what exactly happened? Do you know something?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have deliberately sent the Shadow Guard to look for this person. Sun Siting furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, I can't reveal Lin Jiyuan, or I'll be implicated as well. She then spoke up, she only reached the foundation establishment stage and ruined my plan targeting Lu Miao. I felt something was odd, so I sent training instructor Feng to investigate a bit, but in the end, she lost contact.
Dan Han glanced in that direction and said, the heavenly thunder tribulation is meant for breaking through to deity transformation, right?
In our Azure Orchid Nation, aside from the area beneath the Dragon Vein, only the Supreme Elder of Azure Cloud Sect has reached the spirit transformation stage.
The spirit transformation practitioners from other nations wouldn't deliberately come here for a tribulation.
Su Qingyu tightly shut her eyes and softly asked, "What if it's from the 5 great divine halls?" At the mention of this, the 4 of them were immediately struck with a wave of fear.
Chen Yan spoke in a somewhat panicked tone. There's no reason for anyone from the 5 great divine halls to come here for tribulation, right?
Su Qingyu immediately responded, "I have received information that the 5 great divine halls might soon send their divine disciples to descend to the mortal realm for training."
Dan Li Han was shocked and covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Divine disciples? How could that be?"
At this moment, Sun Si Ting spoke calmly, "Regardless of whether she is a divine disciple or not, this person is someone we cannot afford to offend. Although we don't know why she's hiding her cultivation from our sect, if she appears again, we must be careful in how we approach her and strive to leave her with a good impression." Shen Yin furrowed her brows, interrupting, "But it seems she's a person of the Lu sect leader."
Sun Si Ting looked over and replied with a laugh, "A top expert, yet she serves as someone else's maid?"
"The only reason she would do that is to deal with the tribulation and break through spiritually." At this point, she tightened her brows and confirmed, "Once her tribulation is successful, I dare say the first person she'll want to kill is someone from the Lu family." Dan Li Han asked softly, "But if she's disguising herself as being at the foundation establishment stage for the sake of spiritual breakthrough, how should we approach her?"
Su Qingyu immediately responded, "She chose our sect to experience the mental realm, which is a great opportunity.
If she returns to our sect again, you all need to pretend not to know her true identity and continue to treat her like a foundation establishment stage disciple, but also make sure to leave the best impression possible." The 4 of them answered in unison, "Understood, Great Elder." Before leaving, Su Qingyu instructed, "If training instructor Feng wakes up, inform me first."
Understood. On the other side, Spirit had overheard their entire conversation. "If training instructor Feng wakes up, inform me first." Understood.
After hearing this, she smirked slightly.
Divine servant? They really have quite an imagination.
The system appeared and said, "Host really silenced them." But the cost was too high. Spirit looked at the system with a childlike expression and replied, "No choice, I had to let the thunder tribulation descend, otherwise, those old demons wouldn't be scared." Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 5, the robe usually develops slowly, merging with the demon core. I really didn't expect that merging with the demon core would be absorbed by this clone, and I can even take it out from the system's attribute panel. She extended her hand and continued, using this opportunity to test the limits of the blood-devouring fiend Pearl's ability to repair her body. Half an hour later, her body had completely returned to its original state. Spirit stood up, moved her limbs, checked the efficiency of the healing, and smiled wickedly. "Dual Joy Sect, this divine servant is here," she said. Outside the cave, Shan Yu suddenly stuck his head in and asked, "You want to return to the Dual Joy Sect?" Spirit was a bit surprised and approached her. "Lan Yu, why did you come back here?" Shan Yu replied, "Wasn't it Spirit Taoist friend who taught me? Don't believe anything others say. I flew a long way, and suddenly thought that you were heading in the opposite direction of the Imperial City." Spirit didn't understand and asked, "Huh? Imperial City?" She immediately turned in the opposite direction, hesitating, "It's nothing, never mind." With her sharp mind, Spirit quickly caught on. "Oh, I understand now. This place is very far from the Imperial City of this princess. According to the deception I made, even when she was a child sneaking away, there was no way she could have gone this far. So, if I return to the village for the ritual, I might be flying closer to the Imperial City." Understanding everything, she stared at Shan Yu, thinking, "This girl isn't as naive as I imagined." Shan Yu asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then she lowered her head, looking down, and said, "Spirit Taoist friend, you must have a reason for having to return to Dual Joy Sect. I know I'm quite foolish, even though I boldly said I'd go back with you, I'm sure I can't be of any help."
In fact, I'd probably just cause you more trouble.
Upon saying this, she took out a ring and continued, so, take this. If you encounter a situation you cannot resolve, break the seal, what's inside might be able to help you. Spirit moved closer and asked,
What kind of trick is this?
Shang Yu explained to her.
Well, it's just an external storage pouch with a seal. Once the seal is broken, the item inside will gradually lose its effectiveness. So, unless you're in a life or death situation, don't break it casually.
Upon hearing this, she immediately turned around and said,
Then you keep it and use it yourself.
Shang Yu suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at her, threatening, If you don't take it, I won't let you return to Dual Joy Sect on your own. Even though I'm not a match for Spirit Taoist friend, I will still do everything in my power to stop you.
Spirit calmly replied, Then let's go back together.
Her words left Shang Yu frozen in place. The two of them then headed back to Dual Joy Sect together. On the way, Shang Yu looked over and asked,
Spirit Taoist friend, what are you thinking? If you've agreed to let me follow you, why did you lie to me?
Spirit answered sincerely. Because the situation has changed. I cannot guarantee that you won't encounter danger after we part ways, but I can guarantee that you will be absolutely safe by my side.
Upon hearing this, Shang Yu's cheeks flushed bright red.
Near the destination, Xing Yu landed and simultaneously said, We've arrived at Dual Joy Sect Tianchang.
Let's get off and collect some points.
At this moment, Shang Yu was still blushing, thinking about those words.
What's this about absolute safety? Heart demon Taoist friend? Does your little sister really know how to brag like that?
But when she parted ways with her earlier, Long felt a void in his heart. Although he now knew that returning to Dual Joy Sect with her would be very dangerous, he felt unusually at ease.
Near the city gates, a little girl asked, Is it possible to enter the city without using spirit stones?
The guard responded warmly, Of course.
As long as little sister wants to play with me.
Spirit, without saying a word, stepped forward and punched him squarely in the face. The system immediately notified, Creation Starpoint plus 288. Shang Yu stood by, wide-eyed, completely bewildered. The guards immediately activated their loudspeakers and began shouting for reinforcements.
Hearing the sirens, the guards quickly gathered. Assemble, assemble, there's an enemy.
In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Spirit and Shang Yu. The captain of the Dual Joy Sect Tianchang Guards, Song Bang, a Golden Core early-stage cultivator, sternly asked, Who has the audacity to cause trouble at Dual Joy Sect Tianchang?
Hearing this, Spirit pondered. Indeed, the current situation calls for humility. Could it be that the grudge between Taoist friend Spirit and this person has reached a point where it can no longer be controlled?
Then, she walked towards the guard and said, There's a mosquito on his face, I was just helping him swat it.
Shang Yu angrily thought to herself, Isn't she just looking for trouble?
The system notification appeared, Creation Points plus 649. The guard suddenly remembered her and said, Wait a minute, weren't you? Spirit wiped the tears from her face and, feeling aggrieved, replied, Yes, you're the one who I had a drink with a few days ago, and then called me despicable.
The guard angrily shouted, Stop with the nonsense. You only gave me 500 spirit stones. Song Bang, furious, yelled out an order, Where did this clown come from? Seize her and take her to the interrogation room.
At that moment, Wang Chang Rui arrived and stopped them. Wait a minute, everyone, step aside. Spirit was a bit surprised to see him. Oh, it's Wang Deacon.
Wang Chang Rui immediately approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Shua-chun, why aren't you at home? What are you doing here? Song leader, this person is the child of an old friend of mine.
She was born with some issues, and usually, she's kept locked up at home. I don't know how she managed to escape this time. After saying that, he turned and waved his hand at Spirit. Come on, let's go, this place isn't somewhere you should be.
Song Bang unexpectedly grew silent, then ordered, Form the formation.
The guards immediately raised their weapons and shouted loudly.
Kill. A barrier formation was quickly created around them. Shang Yu suddenly sank into her seat and exclaimed, "Oh!" Spirit looked over anxiously and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?"
The system immediately explained to her, this is a suppression formation keyed to the intent of the erase caster. The blood-sacrificing fiend pearl inside the host can resist this suppression.
Spirit said calmly, "Is that so?" Wang Changrui stepped in front of him and asked, "Leader Song, what do you mean by this?" Song Bang frowned and looked down. "Commander, I was going to look for you, never expected you'd come knocking on my door. Weren't you the one who reported our guards for taking bribes? Do you know how many spirit stones I had to pay to make that matter disappear?"
Wang Changrui immediately retorted, "Don't smear me with baseless accusations.
Your guards from Tianchang were planning to ambush the enforcers of the inner gate, weren't they?"
Song Bang pointed at him, his voice harsh.
"Wang Changrui, do you think I didn't receive word?
The Lu Sect leader has fallen. Once the Hall of Law Enforcement finishes their sweep, it'll be the turn of your enforcers.
Right now I can find any excuse to have you killed and nobody would be able to say a thing."
Hearing that, Wang Changrui grew fearful and thought, I only wanted to help, and now they're implicated because of me. I must stop them so you and younger sister Lan Yu can take this chance to run. Suddenly, Spirit shouted, "Shua-chun, don't run.
Let's fight this bastard together with Uncle." The old man heard that and yelled, "Mouth agape, what in the world did you just say?"
On Feng Yu's side, Spirit sent a voice transmission, "Wake up, come on, get to work." She immediately opened her eyes wide and looked up in alarm, then panicked and said to the Spirit Shadow Guard, "Something's wrong. Hurry and call Sect leader Sun here." Moments later, all the Sect leaders had gathered.
Su Chengyu asked, "What on earth is going on? Speak clearly." Feng Yu replied fearfully, "That spirit is not an ordinary disciple at all."
Standing beside her, Sun Si Ting interjected, "We already saw the shadow trace earlier, showing she's a tribulation stage expert.
What else is there? Did she actually succeed in transcending her tribulation or not?"
Feng Yu glanced at her and said, "That wasn't a true heavenly tribulation. She must have used some method to suppress it from descending, but she couldn't hold it off for long.
That's why lightning occasionally struck down." Dan Lihan followed up with a question, "How do you even know all this? And besides, with her cultivation level, there's no way she wouldn't notice that you were secretly recording her residual shadow traces, right?"
Feng Yu immediately recounted what had been discussed earlier. The reason we were able to find her was because we had detected the calamity lightning in the distance. When I approached, she had already been trapped by the thunder calamity and couldn't protect me in time. Afterward, I unleashed the calamity strike, pressing it down onto the shattered rocks below, and she was severely injured as a result. She probably didn't realize that I was still alive, so she must have thought I was dead. Later, I heard her transmitting sound to someone. Spirit spoke through the jade tablet, "Honored Master, the tribulation-resisting pill is almost unable to suppress the lightning calamity, and I only have one more dose left." The voice on the other end transmitted, "Then you must seize the time to complete the blood sacrifice, and remember to use the negative blood essence from that female cultivator."
Spirit replied, "The disciple remembers. That's why we chose the dual joy sect."
The disciple had also investigated other sects dominated by women in different countries. The entire blood sacrifice would help the disciple perfect the cultivation method and survive the thunder tribulation. The voice on the other end continued to give instructions, "Remember, although your cultivation method emphasizes killing, it is also deeply tied to karma. If you kill indiscriminately, your cultivation will backfire."
Spirit responded, "The disciple understands.
Now, the only way to proceed is to disguise myself as a low-ranking cultivator and act nobly to lure the opponent into striking first. This way, I can act naturally." After finishing her story, she told them, and then I lost consciousness. Su Chengyu, who had heard the entire event, became alarmed. "Blood sacrifice, she wants to perform a blood sacrifice on our entire dual joy sect? How could this be happening?" Chen Yen said, fear in his voice. "This person coming to our sect is not a great opportunity, but a great disaster.
Su Qingyu immediately turned and ordered.
Hurry up, quickly send all the shadow guards. We must get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. The spirit shadow guard responded. The shadow guards of the Great Elder are protecting Tian Chang and bringing the news. There was a conflict between the disciples of the current elder at the main entrance of Tian Chang and the guards.
Su Qingyu shouted back.
What time do you think this is, and you're still worrying about such trivial matters? The spirit shadow guard, with a serious expression, said. But she described the appearance of one of them, and it closely matches the description of the Stardust Stone. The four of them froze, their bodies jolting in shock. Outside the formation, Song Bang was still surrounding the spirit. He attacked Wang Chang Rue, shouting a warning. Don't even think about sacrificing yourself for others. None of you will be able to escape. The thing I enjoy most is the utter destruction of the heavens and earth. Wang Chang Rue spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, thinking about death. Damn it, breaking the formation has disrupted the flow of spiritual energy. Not to mention escaping. If Spirit and Lanyu stay inside this formation, they won't be able to hold on much longer.
Wang Chang Rue anxiously looked at Shang Yu and asked, Hey, where's Spirit, younger sister?
At that moment, Spirit suddenly appeared behind Song Bang, attacking him.
Wang Chang Rue panicked and shouted loudly, Spirit?
Song Bang glanced at her, quickly thinking, she's not affected by the killing formation? He then swiftly turned to counterattack, but his aura only reached the level of foundation establishment, and he had no magic weapon to accompany his strength. What a fool, seeking death. The two of them collided head-on with their strikes. Spirit looked at the punch, somewhat surprised, before detonating her fist. A loud explosion immediately rang out, throwing the guards around them off their feet. Ugh! Over here, Wang Chang Rue tried to shield Shang Yu. The blast from the punch shattered Song Bang's formation. Afterward, Spirit, looking worried, asked, Was the force of the blast uncontrollable? Did anyone get hurt? On this side, Song Bang slammed his weapon into the ground. Wang Chang Rue was astonished, thinking to himself, to think that a mere book could make Song Bang, with his formation enhancement, end up like this? Song Bang stood trembling as he spoke. Impossible, this was clearly only the foundation establishment stage. How could an attack be so powerful? Wang Ruibang anxiously looked at his bitten hand and said, Spirit Taoist friend, your hand. Spirit glanced down and thought to herself, isn't this drawn from Lan Yu's past experience? Although my body is somewhat weaker, my brother Xing is of the Spirit Sword Demon Heaven rank, so I assumed a self-inflicted strike would carry comparable force. Wang Chang Rue hurriedly told her, It's caused too much of an uproar, we must leave immediately. Suddenly Spirit Shadow Guard appeared right behind them. Shang Yu looked at that person in fear. This person's murderous aura emanated naturally and was even stronger than the formation. Wang Chang Rue stared at Spirit Shadow Guard in terror. How had she come here? The moment Song Bang saw her, he burst into triumphant laughter. Ha, so it even alarmed Lord Spirit Token, let's see how you die. Spirit Shadow Guard stepped forward and asked, Who will explain what happened here? Song Bang immediately clasped his hands and reported, Shadow Guard Lord, Intersect Steward Wang Chang Rue and an outsider assaulted the front city guard. My subordinate and I, believing them to be fellow disciples, attempted to admonish him and were severely injured. Wang Chang Rue immediately pointed and retorted, Song Bang, don't turn truth upside down. Song Bang spread his arms and asked calmly, You say I'm twisting right and wrong, then tell me, who was it that destroyed the gates of Tianqing City? He then raised his hand to his chest and said, As for the matter of me being injured, considering the relationship between this person and Wang Deacon is not bad, and we are both fellow disciples, I can choose not to pursue it. Pointing toward Spirit, he shouted, But to have the guts to destroy my Tianqing City gate is openly provoking my dual joy sect, trampling on the dignity of my dual joy sect. Wang Chang Rue stood up and shouted to protect Spirit, Song Bang, stop putting labels on things. If you hadn't set up an assassination formation and deliberately caused trouble, attacking us, the city gate wouldn't have been destroyed. Song Bang frowned and responded in a harsh tone, Who was it that injured my subordinate for no reason? Shang Yu immediately interrupted to explain, It wasn't without reason. We saw that the guard was trying to deceive a young girl.
If you don't believe it, you can find the girl and question her. Song Bang pointed at Spirit and said with a dark face, "What girl? Didn't she say something different back then?"
Spirit pointed to her own cheek and answered, "That's right, it has nothing to do with the girl.
I hit him because he had a mosquito on his face."
Shang Yu and Wang Changrui were stunned by this statement and were left speechless. Song Bang smugly laughed to himself and thought, so it turns out he really is a fool. Spirit then pointed at him and continued, "Also, this person has dog feces on his face. I wanted to help him wipe it off, but he blocked me with his fist, so I had no choice but to apply more force, and accidentally destroyed the city gate." Over at Chang Rui, she fell to her knees, thinking to herself, "It's over, completely over. And Wang Chang Rui has already finished writing his will." The system chimed in, indicating the value of the city gate's creation was 86.
Song Bang, furious, pointed and tattled, "My lord, you heard that, right? This person has humiliated me like this, treating me outrageously."
The Spirit Shadow Guard replied softly, "I understand what happened." Song Bang chuckled faintly, thinking, "Luckily, there's this foolish relative of yours, Wang Changrui. This time, even if you don't want to die, it will be difficult for you to escape." The Spirit Shadow Guard then looked at him and said, "Song Bang, as the captain of the city guard of Tian City, you represent not only yourself but also our outer sect, Tian Chang."
Song Bang clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "My lord, you flatter me."
The Spirit Shadow Guard then said, "But there is dog feces on your face."
With these words from the Shadow Guard, Wang Changrui's writing pen snapped in two.
The Spirit Shadow Guard continued, "Your actions not only disgrace yourself but also dishonor Tian Chang and the Dual Joy Sect." At this point, Song Bang, panic-stricken, raised his voice, "My lord, wait, I didn't." The Spirit Shadow Guard coldly pointed his hand straight at him and said, "You deserve punishment."
Song Bang received his punishment, screaming in panic.
In the blink of an eye, Song Bang's head was severed from his body by the Shadow Guard.
Wang Changrui stared at them in shock, thinking, what on earth just happened? They believed that wiping off dog feces could blow up the city gate?
And now Song Bang is dead. At that moment, Spirit walked over, placed her hand on the Spirit Shadow Guard's shoulder, and said, "Just tell him to wash his face properly next time, there was no need to go that far." The Spirit Shadow Guard looked at her and said seriously, "You were injured so badly while trying to protect our Dual Joy Sect. It was my failure." After saying that, she suddenly severed her own hand and bit into it, making Shang Yu and Wang Changrui turn pale with horror. She cut off her own hand, lowered her head, and said, "If this still cannot ease the grievance in Taoist friend's heart, I am willing to die to atone for my fault."
Spirit quickly reached out and said,
"There's no need for that, no need at all." On the side, Shang Yu and Wang Changrui still couldn't believe their eyes and muttered,
"Am I dreaming? Have I gone insane, or has the world gone insane?"
The Spirit Shadow Guard looked at her and asked,
"Taoist friend, if you require any further compensation, please speak." Spirit smiled, took out a jade token, and said,
"There's no need for compensation. In fact, I am a disciple of the Dual Joy Sect. Currently, I want to return to the Spirit Shadow Guard's tone, then proceed to report immediately. Here's the story. I told the Great Elder that he wanted to meet her, and she said she would wait for him at the Hall of Law Enforcement. There were 5 Shadow Guards stationed around the area."
Su Qingyu responded from inside, "You did well."
She absorbed all the spirit energy from the woman in front of her, saying, "This brat once mentioned that the cultivation method he practices is heavily centered around karma. What we need to do now is cut off the karmic ties between her and our forces." The Spirit Shadow Guard outside interjected, "But continuing like this is not a long-term solution. It's one thing to kill a guard captain, but if she targets the key figures within the sect." Su Qingyu wiped her mouth, stepped outside, and replied, "I have already sent the Elder Council to the Sacred Hall, informing them that a demon race will soon undergo the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation in our Lan country."
The Spirit Shadow Guard asked in surprise, "Her? She is from the demon race, But wasn't the demon race exiled to the underworld sea thousands of years ago?
Su Qingyu smiled and replied, whether she's a demon or not, the Five Saints Hall will not just sit idly by and watch. Though the five sacred halls share a unified stance against the demon race, they are fiercely competing with one another in all other aspects, yet each still claims to be the true and righteous path. Even if she isn't a demon but merely a disciple of a sacred hall who practices forbidden arts, the other four sacred halls will definitely not miss such an opportunity to suppress their rival's disciple. Upon hearing this, the spirit shadow guard lowered his head in admiration.
Great Elder truly has far-reaching insight.
As she passed by, Su Qingyu instructed, that's why we must stabilize spirit before the envoy from the sacred hall arrives.
Eliminate every possible excuse she might have to take action against our sect. As you command.
Su Qingyu vanished from the room, her voice lingering behind, I shall meet her first. Only by knowing both oneself and one's opponent can the best strategy be devised. Scene shifts to the Hall of Law Enforcement. Inside the room, Spirit calmly ate fruit while Shangyu trembled in fear in a corner.
Unable to endure it any longer, Shangyu turned to ask, Spirit Taoist friend, what on earth is going on?
That senior of the nascent soul stage was far too courteous to you, no, not courteous, but overly humble. Sect leader Lu has already been placed under house arrest, so why are they treating you?
A mere maid. With such an attitude?
Spirit wiped her mouth, glanced over, and answered, that's why being by my side is absolutely safe.
Shangyu immediately spoke. Isn't it this strange sense of safety that makes me feel so scared?
While sitting, there was suddenly a creaking sound from outside the door. Su Qingyu cheerfully entered and said, esteemed elder, great elder of the dual joy sect, Su Qingyu, I apologize for making spirit little friend wait for so long. Shangyu's face darkened when she saw her, thinking, how could the great elder treat a maid so politely?
Is this really appropriate? Spirit immediately snapped, entering someone's room without knocking, do you even know basic manners?
The system chimed, creation value plus 113. Su Qingyu hurriedly turned around and exited, replying, it was my rudeness, I apologize.
Then, she politely knocked on the door and asked, is Spirit little friend here?
Spirit coldly responded, no. Outside, Su Qingyu was so angry she was shaking, and the system announced creation value plus 202. At this point, Shangyu was terrified, thinking, heavens, please give me another chance. I will never say I want to return to the sect with her again.
Now I feel like I'm being buried alive.
Spirit turned slightly and called out to the outside, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me a moment.
The system chimed again, creation value plus 225.
Outside, Su Qingyu gritted her teeth and replied, all right, I will return in a moment. Shangyu rose in fright and turned to leave, saying, as for that little friend, I feel there's nothing more I can do for her. I should return to Azure Cloud Sect and wait for her there. Spirit said nothing, but produced the shadow trace stone and activated it. Immediately an image of the two appeared outside. The disciples crowded round at once to look up. Is that the shadow trace stone? Why is there such a large image? Could it be a new invention from the artifact hall? The conversation the two had just been having was instantly broadcast outside. I am the great elder of Dual Joy Sect, Su Qingyu. Spirit little friend, you've kept me waiting too long. When entering someone else's room you should knock first, shouldn't you? Do you understand manners? Is Spirit little friend here? No. I said I needed to go to the restroom, wait for me a moment, will you? The disciples glared up at Spirit's face and shouted angrily. Who is that person? How dare they openly insult the great elder like that, outrageous. Judging by the aura, they're only at Foundation establishment, are they a descendant of some powerful faction? How can they be so arrogant? Already at Foundation establishment and yet talking about going to the restroom and looking for her mother, the inner sect basics don't even have restrooms. They not only targeted Spirit but also aimed insults at Shangyu, the one with green hair beside him. Is that her? If we can't kill her, we must make sure she dies. That's right, train to the peak and sell it to the brothel for them to see.
Their anger has definitely risen quite a bit.
Creation value plus 65, creation value plus 33, creation value plus 28, creation value plus 42, creation value plus 38, creation value plus 94. Spirit looked at the numbers continuously rising and sneered, thinking, leveling up feels so good, leveling up feels so good.
As for Shanyu, she was terrified beyond measure. "Hoo, I'm going to die here." Spirit read the line on the system with satisfaction. "Very good, well done. This time, we've actually completed more than half the mission right away."
Mission: become a disciple of the Dual Joy Sect and earn 2 creation masters.
12,826. Shanyu, exhausted, looked at Spirit and asked, "What kind of riot happened in the sect?" "Spirit Daoist friend, are you trying to drag me down with you?" After saying this, she anxiously thought to herself, could it be that my identity as a princess has been exposed?
Spirit, glowing, raised her hand and replied, "Don't worry, I've already thought of a countermeasure."
Upon hearing these 2 words, Shanyu's face darkened. "A countermeasure? Isn't the trouble you caused from the beginning already a huge issue?" Spirit didn't say anything further.
She took out the shadow trace stone again.
Her image appeared outside once more. What now? This person is trembling.
The furious disciples looked up.
Only now you know how to be afraid? Too late.
Right, make her kneel and apologize to the great elder in front of everyone.
Spirit wore an expression full of contempt, pointed at the crowd and said, "A bunch of old hens, didn't any of your elders say anything?
If you're so brave, step forward. If anyone makes a sound, I'll tear that person's soul out, strip them naked, and hand them over to the homeless man at the city gate like an adult doll." After speaking, she relaxed into a smile at Shangyu, and added, "Then there's no problem at all."
Shangyu grabbed his head in panic and shouted, "How can there be no problem?" Outside, the disciples had gone mad. "Kill her! I want to kill her. No matter who she is, I'll never let that bitch leave the Dual Joy Sect alive." Inside the room, Su Qingyu was furious too. This woman is utterly shameless.
The spirit shadow guard immediately soothed him. The great elder calmed down. Once the envoy from the sacred hall arrived, that would be her execution day.
Hearing that, Su Qingyu softened.
Right, let the shadow guard stabilize the sect's disciples. Her aim was to create chaos among our disciples as an excuse to attack our sect. At the Hall of Law Enforcement, Shanyu nervously looked outside and said, "Ho, there are so many people wearing black cloaks here." At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "Ting, the mission has been completed and a refresh voucher has been received. The 10x mission reward has been stored in the system space."
"It's done."
Spirit then turned to Shangyu and cheerfully said, "Alright, Lanyu Daoist friend, I've finished my part. Now, let's head to Azure Cloud Sect." Shangyu, in a state of fear, shouted loudly, "Did you come back just to offend the entire Hehuan sect?" The system then asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The higher-ups of the Dual Joy Sect are quite jealous of the host.
"Why not stay a bit longer and earn even more points?" Spirit replied through divine consciousness, sounding rather confident. "Those old monsters really won't let me do what I want."
Don't underestimate a sect that has been established for thousands of years. Shangyu, still nervously peering outside, observed, "Now, even if I want to leave, I can't."
The system then asked her, "Is the female sect leader over there?" Spirit looked over and replied, "I don't owe her anything in return.
I saved her life, and even helped her escape from the heart demon. The conflicts within their sect have nothing to do with me, but there is another main reason why I must leave in a hurry."
The system curiously asked, "What is it?"
Spirit furrowed her brows and replied, "I miss Senior Sister." At that moment, Shangyu suddenly shouted. A puppet appeared out of nowhere, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here to find Spirit Senior." The puppet closed the door and continued, "Luckily, the guards were out dealing with the chaos, or I wouldn't have been able to sneak in." The system told her, "This is a high-level puppet, capable of remote control. It likely has the strength of a golden core mid-rank."
Spirit immediately looked at it and asked, "You call me senior?" The puppet looked at her and said, "That's right. I know you intend to use blood to sacrifice the entire dual joy sect, and I can assist you with that." Shan Yu, hearing this, was startled and shouted, "What?" The puppet continued, "You should have realized by now that the sect's higher-ups are aware of your goal and the limitations of your technique. Therefore, they won't easily give you a reason to make a move." Spirit stared at it, interrogating, "Who are you? Why should I trust you?" The puppet looked at her and answered, "I am just a nameless nobody. I know that you have some issues with Lin Ji Yuan. To express my sincerity, I can now take Senior to a safe hiding place." Upon hearing this, Spirit immediately asked, "System, can I destroy this puppet with a single strike?" It replied, "No, you cannot." Xingyu then frowned and directly said, "I don't like you talking to me through toys. If you are being sincere, come and speak to me in person." The puppet smiled brightly and then disappeared. "Ha, I will think about it and respond to Senior later." After it left, Spirit bit their hand, feeling a headache. Someone in the Dual Joy sect really knew about their situation with Lin Ji Yuan. Shan Yu, standing beside them, anxiously asked, "Spirit Taoist friend, what did that person mean? What is this blood sacrifice?" Spirit glanced at her and said, "It's too urgent to explain now. We must leave immediately." A moment later, Su Qingyu came to look for little friend Spirit. Another moment, and she would arrive. Seeing no response, she angrily thought, "So, this time you want to see my reaction, right?" Su Qingyu then opened the door and cheerfully asked, "Is little friend Spirit asleep?" Noticing the room was empty, she exclaimed, "Huh?" At that moment, Spirit and Shan Yu had already escaped through a secret passage. As they fled, Spirit communicated with Heart Demon using their divine sense. "Are you sure that only Lu Miao and the sect leader know the secret passage of the Hall of Law Enforcement?" Heart Demon replied, "Certainly, but if you suddenly disappear, they'll guess there's a secret passage, and it's only a matter of time before they find it." Hearing that, she frowned and said, "Damn, I didn't expect to run off so fast. If I'd known, I would have said I was leaving for an entire era and be done with it." Seeing Spirit dart off like the wind, the system asked curiously, "Host, why are you running in such a hurry?" He answered, "If I don't run, I'll be too late. Have I been exposed?" Spirit explained, "That puppet was only a test. If what was said is true, then my cultivation technique will carry extremely heavy karmic consequences. In that case, I will certainly want revenge for the grievances involving Lin Ji Yuan. There would be no reason to refuse him. But if I actually go to meet Lin Ji Yuan with him, there are two possibilities. First, that woman is lying to me and has never seen Lin Ji Yuan. Then I will surely go berserk over this, but I won't be able to do anything. Second, if that woman really takes me to meet Lin Ji Yuan, then I will have no choice but to display my power and kill him." The system was suspicious too. Right then he suddenly knitted his brows. The system asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" This was truly serious. Training instructor Feng has been killed. Has the control over the concealed slave been lost? Spirit realized that something was off, something strange. If they suspect that training instructor Feng was bribed by me, then they should have tortured him first to extract a confession, right? Why kill him outright? What kind of situation is this? The system panicked slightly. "Oh no, host, this is bad. Most likely, they'll use a soul-searching technique, like spirit soul magic, and question the dead directly. Damn it, looks like I've been completely exposed." At that moment, Heart Demon Lu Miao spoke up. "Little friend, if I recall correctly, you have a way to separate your divine soul from your body and even pass through all kinds of formation barriers, don't you? Be on guard. What are you planning to do?" She smiled faintly and suggested, "Let's make a deal. I have some intelligence that can help you escape your predicament." Half an incense stick later, Lin Ji Yuan scooped up a handful of soil. He frowned suspiciously. "Are you sure this soil was dug up from the place where she survived her lightning tribulation?" Sun Si Ting crossed his arms and replied, "I had the shadow guard bring it back myself." "Is there a problem?"
The old man turned around, his voice cold. I have some connections with the execution hall. Back in the day, I had the honor of attending the Great Tribulation ceremony of a nascent soul cultivator breaking through to deity transformation, as well as the unveiling of a heaven rank artifact. Both events drew down heavenly lightning, yet their natures were completely different. The aura from the gravel and earth you brought back from her tribulation site, it's not from a nascent soul breakthrough tribulation, but from the manifestation of a divine artifact's lightning tribulation. A moment later, Fonyu's images appeared all illusions. On her person was a pearl capable of drawing down a lightning tribulation. Her own strength was unquestionably at the foundation establishment stage. If Lan Yu hadn't detonated a large number of Earth-grade magical implements, I would have killed both of them already. Sun Si Ting sighed. No wonder old Lin is so learned, he was exactly right. Ji Yuan frowned, teeth clenched. Damn it, she's exactly like that woman's beast. That brat deceiving this old man is truly pathetic. Si Ting wondered, her being able to kill Ouyang was largely due to using a treasure to lure the lightning tribulation to him. Although Fengyu nearly killed her, she failed. Think about why that was. He began to analyze. For a foundation establishment cultivator to kill the nascent soul of a treasure, there are certainly many restrictions, but one thing is certain: after killing Ouyang Guai, it could not be used again for a short period. She proposed, to be safe, use the mechanical puppets you forged to cripple her before we make our appearance. The old man nodded. For a treasure to summon that heavenly tribulation, it must certainly be a heaven rank item, but aren't you going to disclose this to the other members of the Reform sect? She smiled faintly. I don't belong to any side. What I desire is power and the benefits that can flip the situation just like that. Right now, the opportunity to achieve that goal is right in front of us. Why should I stay with those bound by the ideals of their sect? Upon hearing that, Lin Ji Yuan was very pleased. Coincidentally, what he was pursuing was the pinnacle of martial arts. And as for things like power, I have no interest, Si Ting assured. Old Lin was reassured. As long as we obtain that precious treasure and eliminate all those who stand in our way, we won't need to fear those great sects that have been passed down for thousands of years. Ji Yuan pondered while stroking his beard. Now, we must think of a way to hide it from the others in the sect and lure that spirit out. At that moment, Si Ting suddenly felt a warmth in her abdomen. She took out an object shaped like a lozenge and cheerfully said, "What luck? I just received word from the Radiant Guard that Spirit and her companions have gone missing and are nowhere to be found." The old man was skeptical. What? They're gone? Didn't the Radiant Guard have many members targeting her? Si Ting nodded. That's right, she must have escaped through some hidden passage in the Hall of Law Enforcement. After all, she was Lu Miao's maid before, and she was trustworthy too. Damn it, then we should send your people to the Hall of Law Enforcement right away to find the entrance to the secret passage before she does. She calmly reassured, no need to rush, there's no need to find the entrance. The door slowly opened, revealing the familiar figure of Sun Si Ting. She stepped in, surprised. Oh, so there's no one guarding it? Have they all been sent to the Hall of Law Enforcement to search for the hidden passage? This is even better, I won't have to kill any shadow guards if something goes wrong. Si Ting walked deeper into the forbidden room, clasping her hands and bowing respectfully to the sect leader. Lu Miao turned and asked, Sun Si Ting, what brings you here? She smiled and explained, I just have something I'd like to ask sect leader Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao replied, all right, come over and speak. Si Ting's expression showed cunning as she probed, I can't enter the soul-sealing formation. I just wanted to ask sect leader Lu, where exactly is the exit of the hidden passage in the Hall of Law Enforcement? Lu Miao ignored her, pretending to be clueless. What hidden passage? I don't know of such a thing. Sun Si Ting grew impatient. I don't have much time, let's not waste words. Looking at the gem, Si Ting was immediately stunned. She then began to threaten. These are all your trusted subordinates, aren't they? From now on, if you don't tell me the location of the secret passage's exit, for every 10 breaths, I will kill one of them. Upon hearing this, the woman stood up abruptly, angrily shouting. The sect leader is still here, and you dare to ruthlessly slaughter your fellow disciples without a second thought?
You are the one who decides their lives and deaths, not me. Lu Sect leader, there are only 4 breaths left.
With a darkened face, her voice turned cold as she questioned.
What is happening outside? Why are you asking me about this?
Si Ting paid no attention to her question, continuing to count one more breath, furrowing her brows before finally conceding. The exit is located in Ma Yen Mountain, in an abandoned temple. Upon receiving the answer, the other side immediately stopped. Without hesitation, Sun Si Ting quickly departed.
Ha, then I shall not disturb you two any longer.
Wiping the sweat from her brow, she breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, I'm not good at acting.
At the same time, 2 streaks of light appeared in the night sky, which turned out to be Spirit and Shangyu.
Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them.
Senior, where are you in such a hurry to go?
Spirit clicked his tongue and increased his speed. Damn it, how are they already catching up so quickly? However, they had not been able to move for long when suddenly 5 cloaked puppets appeared and blocked their way. A system appeared, revealing that all of them were high-level constructs, with the weakest one possessing the strength of a golden core early stage. Spirit sensed the situation was dire and immediately changed direction.
Lan Yu and Spirit split up and ran in different directions.
One of the puppets issued a command, and Bing Hao and Ding Hao followed closely behind. The puppets were determined to chase them down, relentlessly staying on their trail. At that moment, a sudden arm flew towards them.
Spirit shouted, "Explode now!"
As soon as the words were spoken, the arm immediately exploded. However, the puppets were completely unaffected and continued to pursue them.
Lan Yu and Spirit held hands tightly, frowning as they spoke. Damn it, can't we stop even one of them?
At that moment, the leading puppet finally caught up to them.
Look out for yourself first.
A while later, as the sun gradually rose, the puppet master was exceedingly pleased at the even more miserable state of Spirit and Shangyu.
Good. Consider yourself the strongest mid-foundation establishment I've ever met.
You've already ruined 2 of my golden core early stage demonic cores. It raised its hand and shot a piercing beam straight through Spirit's body, but it went no further. He clenched his fists in pain and spat a mouthful of blood. Where had the 2 figures come from? They advanced out of nowhere. Very good, Chi-Si has been shattered, she's a cripple now. Lin Jiyuan said with satisfaction. Het, brat, you and your brother tricked me disgracefully. Spirit demanded. Sun Si Ting, Lin Jiyuan are 2 people wanted by the myriad phenomena sect of the Azure Cloud sect. Did you dare collude with them? Before he could finish, Sun Si Ting mercilessly stomped her foot down on his head.
Zi Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, she kept kicking and calling my name outright. Do you think you're a senior? Ha ha.
As long as I get the treasure that caused the lightning tribulation on you, I'll make the Azure Cloud sect and the myriad phenomena sect pay.
Hearing that, Spirit frowned in anger.
Si Ting curled her lip in contempt.
What? Surprised?
If old Lin hadn't been so well informed, if he didn't know that a cultivator's tribulation and an artifact's tribulation are different, we might have been deceived by you.
The puppet moved forward, bent down, and handed over the item.
This was the couple's signet ring.
Zi Yuan praised, well done.
After rummaging through for a while, there's nothing annoying, nothing here either, just garbage.
He grabbed Spirit's hair and yanked it roughly. You little brat, where did you hide that item?
Even with her hair being pulled, Spirit taunted. Sun Si Ting, if you kill this old man, I'll let you monopolize the treasure. Sun Si Ting crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Stop wasting time with this nonsense.
My interests don't conflict with old Lin's.
Lin Jiyuan sighed. This kid really is cunning, just like your brother. I wonder what his expression would be like if I sent him the shadow trace stone recording the moment I skinned you alive. Si Ting, standing behind, suggested. Old Lin, just use the Soul Master technique. Hearing that, Ji Yuan stammered. No Soul Master.
I'll talk. Ji Yuan smirked. Now you're scared, but it's too late.
Then he began to cast his technique. Now, I'll pull your soul out. Suddenly, he saw a golden-hued spirit tomb shoot straight toward him. In an instant, it passed through him, shattering his soul into pieces. Lin Jiyuan was severely affected, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood.
Si Ting was stunned, watching old Lin.
Jiyuan seemed to lose all strength, coughing violently.
Spirit, seeing this, sneered, "How did you pull it like that and end up spitting blood?"
He was furious and quickly wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, she was just like her brother, both souls of a different kind, and soul technique had no effect on her. He had never seen a soul that could wield a sword and chop people. He laughed and replied, "One condition from me, and I'll tell you where the hidden treasure is. Otherwise, I'll immediately protect my soul." She was suspicious.
"Stop trying to scare people.
Your chi-si has already been destroyed." He interjected, "Without the soul of a different kind, one can still self-destruct without using spiritual power.
Now, tell me, what is your condition?"
Seeing the other party compromise, Spirit said, "I want to ask Sun Sect leader a few questions. I hope you can swear on your Tao heart to answer truthfully."
Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan transmitted a voice message to Si Ting, "We can agree.
After all, she's already a dead person." She raised 3 fingers and agreed, "All right, Sun Si Ting, I swear I will answer Spirit's questions truthfully. If I tell even half a lie, my cultivation will never advance in this lifetime."
"Is that acceptable?" He nodded. "All right, then I'll ask. What is your bust size?"
As soon as the words ended, the system suddenly appeared, creation starpoint plus 108. Hearing his crude questions, she immediately darkened her face and coldly replied, "I refuse to answer meaningless questions."
He continued to ask, "Then let me ask a different question. In the Yihuan sect, besides you, is there anyone else who was an accomplice of the old man Lin Ji Yuan?"
"That's all."
"Do the others not know about the matter between you and the old man Lin Ji Yuan?"
"Yes." Hearing Spirit's questions, the old man seemed to be trembling with anger, and the system kept appearing. Deng, creation point plus 108.
"What are you planning to do with the treasure? Transform Dual Joy Sect into a place that only listens to my orders? Don't you think about benefiting the sect?"
"I have no such intention," Spirit finally stopped.
"I've finished asking, now I can take action."
As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Yu suddenly sat up.
"Ah, pretending to be dead is really tiring. Half an hour ago, Spirit wondered, what information is this? The heart demon made a condition, and you have to promise me you'll let me return to Lu Miao's side?" He coldly replied, "Stop rambling, will you say it or not?"
Finally, the heart demon spoke. "I sensed that Lu Miao was imprisoned in a cell. A part of the tunnel ahead happens to be right under that room." At that moment, Lu Miao on the other side couldn't help but feel restless, not knowing what was going on outside. Unlike her, Luo Chang brother remained extremely calm. What else could he do? It's probably because, once they release us, the outside world will already be dominated by the reformist faction. At that moment, the familiar voice of Spirit suddenly echoed in Lu Miao's head.
"Lu Sect leader, can you hear me?" Lu Miao was surprised. "Spirit, how did you manage that? This formation should block any sound transmission." Spirit replied, "Because I'm also within the formation." Upon hearing this, she was stunned. "What?"
He inquired. "Never mind, that's not important."
"Lu Sect leader, how are you doing? Is anyone keeping watch?"
Lu Miao explained the situation. "Both Sect leader and I are imprisoned in the Spirit Sealing formation, with less than 1/10 of our spiritual power available.
Outside the formation, there are 2 shadow guards on watch." He wondered, "Is Sect leader there as well?"
She replied, "Yes, when Sect leader came to visit me, he was ambushed by the Great Elder and the shadow guards and was also imprisoned in this formation."
He continued to ask, "Is there any way to break this formation?" She explained, "This is a branch of the Sect's protective formation.
Not only does it suppress the cultivation of those within, but it also has very strong defensive powers. The only way to open it is with the formation flags in the hands of the 2 shadow guards on watch."
He asked again, "Can people outside the formation see what's going on inside?" She replied, "Yes." He became anxious, "Do you think they can sense it?"
The fate of a person in the formation can only be seen through the formation itself. It is impossible to sense this formation.
It can block any probing with divine sense.
Noticing that Lu Miao suddenly fell silent, Shang Gu curiously asked,
"What's wrong, Miao Miao? Why the strange expression?" After grasping the situation, Spirit spoke up. "That's easy. Lu Sect leader, I need you to cooperate with the Sect leader and act in a play."
Hearing this, Lu Miao was astonished.
"Ha?"
Shang Yu stood up, casually brushing off the dust, while Lin Jiyuan's face darkened, his voice cold.
"If I were you, I'd continue pretending to be dead."
In the blink of an eye, a group of puppets surrounded Shang Yu from all sides at a terrifying speed. However, before they could even touch her, they suddenly shattered into dust. Seeing this scene, Sun Si-ting and Lin Jiyuan were stunned.
"What's going on?"
Suddenly, a figure fell in front of Jiyuan and Si-ting, followed by a circle that appeared around their feet.
Shan Yu whispered, "Dual Joy Leader."
Immediately, a giant hand, surrounded by blazing flames, appeared suddenly in mid-air.
They were dumbfounded. How can this kind of power exist?
Before they could react, the hand descended at an incredible speed, the impact creating a deafening explosion that lit up the entire area.
Spirit was also astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the Dual Joy Leader compared to Feng Jiaji's. It's true, it's like a pistol compared to a missile."
The destructive power of it is so terrifying that it leaves a huge hole where the two of them were standing. As the white smoke gradually dissipates, the battered figures of Sun Si-ting and Lin Jiyuan appear. Even my mid-grade spiritual porridge of the earth rank can't withstand it. Originally in the late nascent soul stage, Si-ting struggled to get up and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Shang Yu finally removed his disguise, revealing the familiar face of Luo Qing brother. It was enough to freeze one's heart.
Even the sect leader of the Sun sect couldn't recognize him?
Si-ting couldn't believe her eyes.
"Luo Qing brother, how could it be? When I came to find Lu Miao, you were clearly still in the formation."
She smiled faintly, "If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking.
Just be a fool."
Scene transition to when they were still trapped in the forbidden formation. Just now, Spirit sent me a message, saying there is a way to help us get out of here, but it requires both of us to cooperate.
Lu Miao is confused, huh?
The plan is like this: first, a soul entity of a man will infiltrate the formation. As soon as he appeared, he showed a rogue demeanor.
There are two beautiful women here."
The shadow guards standing watch were stunned.
"What? What is that? Why did it run into the formation?"
"Then, we will fight him." Pretending to be unable to resist, he directed a cunning smile.
He, with my aura suppressed to the point where it's as weak as a nascent soul, I will drain you all dry right now."
The shadow guards, standing watch, noticed we were in danger and were likely about to activate a formation to come to our rescue.
"Hurry and report to the Great Elder."
Lu Miao, lying on the ground, thought to herself that she would indeed have to send a voice transmission to Su Chengyu. The plan had failed.
A conversation appeared on the screen. "Great Elder, there is a heretic entering the formation.
He is currently fighting with the sect leader and Lu sect leader, and we don't know how to handle it. We ask the esteemed Great Elder to make a decision, and please quickly activate the formation to ensure their safety." Lu Miao was surprised, she hadn't expected things to turn out this easily.
Two shadow guards shouted loudly, "Open! Heretic, die!"
As soon as the formation was opened, Luo Chang brother and the Spirit Temple quickly seized the opportunity to attack the shadow guards.
"Good work." Shanggu was puzzled. Didn't they send a voice transmission to the Great Elder? Why did they activate the formation right away? Lu Miao couldn't help but feel confused. Indeed, it's very strange. She turned to the man from earlier and asked, "Little friend Spirit, where exactly are we right now?" He replied, Are we in the secret passage below?
The two of them quickly made their way toward Spirit and Shangyu.
Tu Sin Shu saw Shangyu slumped in a corner. Lu Miao asked, "Lan Yu, what's going on?"
Spirit calmly replied, "Oh, she's fine, I just knocked her out, that's all." He waved his hand. "I know both of you seniors have many questions for me, but my situation is rather urgent, so please allow me to explain things first."
Shanggu confirmed.
"You said someone in the sect is trying to hunt you down, and you want to identify this person, so you're asking for our help."
Spirit nodded. "That's right, but I don't want to alert the enemy.
I'm wondering if the sect leader and Lu sect leader have any way of creating a substitute body through a spell or technique, so that we can leave a fake body in case someone comes to check."
Lu Miao frowned slightly. "You think too highly of us. The ability to create a false body can only be cultivated after reaching the deity transformation stage." Shanggu spoke up to clarify. "A fake body doesn't need to inherit our cultivation.
The soul barrier formation can separate our consciousness, so even if we find two random people to impersonate us, no one will notice,"
she suggested. "Then we can just find anyone for the task."
She glanced over at Shiryu, who was unconscious nearby, and smirked.
"Isn't there someone right here?"
Spirit asked.
"So, would sect leader and I disguise ourselves as you and your friend here?"
Spirit immediately protested, No, disguising like that is too risky and likely to be exposed. Sect leader is at the late nascent soul stage. If you disguise yourself as Lan Yu, the chances of being discovered will be the lowest.
Sect leader should stay in the formation to prevent exposure."
Luo Chang, lacking confidence, said, "Then if the person chasing you is the Great Elder and the Elders of the nascent soul late stage, I alone fear I will not be able to handle it." He calmly reassured, "Don't worry, I'm very sure that person isn't allied with the Great Elder.
As for the Elders, I've already investigated.
She's not at the sect, she's somewhere tens of thousands of miles away."
Lu Miao was surprised. "What? Why did she run so far away?"
Spirit had used the positioning function of the transmission tool to locate her.
He replied, "I don't know that either."
Upon hearing this, Shanggu finally agreed, "All right, then let's settle it this way. I will go with Spirit little friend to assess the situation." Back to the present, Lin Ji Yuan had been thoroughly beaten, lying scattered on the ground, while Sun Si Ting didn't seem to fare much better.
At this point, Spirit flew over. "Sect leader, has everything been resolved?" Luo Shanggu nodded.
This old man really is difficult to deal with his weird and numerous magical artifacts. He almost managed to escape. Her heart silently transmitted a message to him, "But you said, I have caused a great disturbance that has drawn the attention of the Great Elders people." Seeing a few light spots heading their way, he replied, "All right, then continue with the plan. The system should disperse the aura of the fiend pearl, adjusting its strength to impact those in the late nascent soul stage." Immediately, a powerful aura with a red glow radiated from his body.
Shanggu was stunned. "What?" The Great Elders group was also taken aback by the sight.
Su Qingyu broke into a cold sweat, her face turning pale.
"What? This is terrifying. How many high-level cultivators must have been slaughtered to produce such a strong killing intent?" Luo Cheng suddenly shouted, "Su Qingyu, you came at the right time. Hurry up and help me.
This person is a peerless expert in disguise.
I am no match for her."
Spirit curled her lips into a smile and laughed loudly, "Haha, a sect leader is taking action against me. That means your dual joy sect has declared war on me. Finally, I have a reason to blood sacrifice your sect."
Xingyu was stunned. "What? You attacked her?" Shanggu quickly explained, "She provoked me first."
She frowned, thinking to herself, "Damn it, this is bad."
She actually dared to release Luo Shanggu, trapped in the formation, as a breakthrough point.
After thinking for a moment, she issued an order to Shanggu, "You should try to buy more time.
I will go back and open the sect's protective array." The group immediately withdrew.
The spirit shadow guard, curious, asked, Great Elder, aren't we going to help the sect leader? Xingyu replied, If we intervene further, it will truly be beyond saving. Returning to the sect now still gives us a chance to survive. The spirit was momentarily surprised, retracting their aura, I won't help you anymore. Shanggu recounted as expected, she had said she wanted to return to open the protective array and instructed him to stop them. But spirit little friend, you have so many secrets. Aren't you worried that this sect leader might have some hidden agenda? He was completely unfazed. I did think about this situation and have already made preparations. Hearing this, she was intrigued, what preparations? He answered calmly, Sect leader, you may try. Shanggu approached and gently massaged Spirit's shoulders, just kidding. This sect leader isn't the type to repay kindness with resentment. Spirit little friend, you're not really the unrivaled expert in the mortal world, are you? His expression remained unchanged. Sect leader, you're exaggerating. As for the protective array, could you kindly explain it to me in more detail? She honestly replied, What's so special about the sect's protective formation? All sects have similar ones. He asked further, after activation, apart from people from the outside being unable to enter, can those inside still go out? She then replied, Oh, you're asking about this? The formation has 3 states. The first is the blue state, where the external defensive mechanism prevents anyone from entering, but those inside can still go out. The second is the red curfew state, where people inside cannot go out, and people from the outside cannot enter. The third is the purple state, which is the trapping mechanism, where those inside cannot go out, but those outside can still enter. And what are the conditions to change the state? Spirit asked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. She responded, It requires 10 formation masters to use the formation flag and the secret technique to switch states, but activating, deactivating, and switching the mode of the Grand Sect's formation requires at least 2 moments of time. Spirit pondered, I see. Shanggu folded his arms, curious, Do you have any plans, spirit little friend? He did not answer her and instead asked, I remember Sun Siting is the leader of the formation path, right? At that moment, an announcement echoed from the Dual Joy sect, the sect has an urgent matter to announce. All elders and disciples of both the inner and outer sects, please gather at the sect square within half a moment. Latecomers will be severely punished. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the sect became somewhat worried, what's going on? Why the urgent announcement, and why outside the sect? Who knows? Spirit Shadow Guard reported to Su Qingyu, I have informed all the core members of the Reformed sect to stand down for the time being. Great Elder, is that really wise? Qingyu replied, I am not sure the Grand Sect protecting formation can stop her, we can only gamble on the nature of her cultivation technique. As long as core members like us survive, there is still hope for revival. Luo Shanggu, you must take responsibility, try to buy a little more time. After a while, everyone had gathered in the square. Lu Miao also arrived, holding Shangyu. When people saw her, those nearby couldn't help but whisper. Isn't that the Lu sect leader? I heard she was under house arrest. Who is she holding? Lu Miao and brother Luoqing exchanged quiet sound transmissions. Shanggu, why not let me expose Su Qingyu's plot myself? Let the whole sect see her true face. I intended to, but spirit little friend has a different plan. What plan? To let the Dual Joy sect collapse and be rebuilt from scratch. Lu Miao was stunned. Ha! Spirit Shadow Guard reports, Great Elder, all elders and disciples have assembled. Qingyu immediately ordered that the formation hall be notified to activate the array. A group of mages gathered in a circle and began to perform their magic. The flow of power from the circle suddenly blazed up, shooting straight into the sky, then arched into a hemispherical shape, surrounding the Dual Joy sect like a solid shield. The disciples who witnessed this were stunned, and they wondered. What's going on? Isn't this the Grand Sect protecting formation? Why did they gather us outside and then activate the formation? What's the meaning of this? At that moment, a bright red light shot straight toward the Dual Joy sect.
Everyone was curious. Who is that? The dark energy is so dense.
When the light met the shield of the dual joy sect, it suddenly halted. In the crowd, one person seemed to recognize Spirit.
Ah, that person. Isn't he the one who showed disrespect to the great elder in the shadow trace stone? Someone, terrified, pointed at him and stammered. Hey, look at what she's holding, isn't that the sect leader?
Luo Shanggu was now covered in scratches, her body being held by Spirit by the hair like a broken doll.
The crowd immediately stirred. What's going on? What happened to the sect leader?
The great elder is flying toward that person.
Spirit demanded. Su Qingyu, what do you mean by this? You activate the Grand Sect protecting formation and leave so many people outside? Xingyu explained.
Senior, my dual joy sect has two factions, just like water and fire. Sect leader belongs to the faction that maintains stability, while we are the faction of reform.
We are involved in blood sacrifice and opposing the sect leader because sect leader has insulted senior. Would this violate the law of cause and effect in senior's cultivation method?
The disciples below, upon hearing this, were all confused.
What blood sacrifice? What is the great elder talking about? At this moment, Lu Miao shouted, "Listen up, everyone! This is a demon lord at the spirit transformation stage, about to face the deity transformation tribulation.
The reason she came to our sect is to perform a blood sacrifice on the entire dual joy sect to further her own cultivation. Su Qingyu wants to offer up everyone here to ensure her own survival." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around was struck with fear.
What? No, I just joined the sect, why is this happening? Elder, we are also part of the reform faction.
Lu Miao coldly splashed some cold water on her. Stop being naive.
In the eyes of great elder Su, those below foundation establishment aren't even worthy of choosing a side. Everyone in the formation, listen up. Even though we come from different factions, we are all part of the dual joy sect. The sect is facing disaster now, but the great elder wants to sacrifice her fellow disciples to protect herself. The only choice is to stay in the formation and wait for the demon lord to come and blood sacrifice us all. When it strengthens, it will massacre all of you.
Or you can step out of the formation and fight this demon lord with us in a life or death battle.
It's your choice. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Su Qingyu finally spoke up. Lu Miao, stop deceiving everyone here.
This blood sacrifice technique, once completed, requires seclusion for refining. The core members of your reform faction don't need to worry, the Elder Council has already gone to the Sacred Hall for help. Once the Sacred Hall is aware of this, they will certainly send emissaries to assist us.
On the other side, Shanggu silently warned him. Spirit little friend, if what she says is true, we cannot delay any longer.
If the emissaries from Sacred Hall really come, it will be impossible to resolve this. Xingyu spread his arms, his face still calm.
What's the matter? Can this Grand Sect protection formation resist the spirit transformation stage? Even though Senior has 1 foot in deity transformation, breaking this formation won't be an easy task.
If the emissaries from Sacred Hall happen to arrive while the formation is being broken, it will be troublesome for you, Senior.
Spirit frowned, silently cursing the woman in front of him.
You old fox, if I truly were the demon lord, I would definitely avoid confronting the emissaries from Sacred Hall after performing the blood sacrifice on those outside the formation.
I will depart at once. But alas, I might be even harder to deal with than the persona I created.
The atmosphere between Spirit and Su Qingyu remained stifling intense. Just then, Shen Yan suddenly spoke up.
All members of the Artifact Hall, follow me into battle against the enemy.
Xingyu, hearing this, was startled.
Shen Yan, are you mad?
Seeing Shen Yan determined to charge out, the outer sect shouted loudly.
She's gone rogue. The Chen sect leader has truly stepped out as the sect's representative. Having freed herself from the role of sect representative, she turned, frowned, and declared.
I am the sect leader of the Artifact Hall.
Everyone in the sect is dead, what reason do I have to keep cultivating?
Su Yuqing's expression darkened, she said coldly.
The others in your sect don't seem to think the same.
Unlike Chen Yan, the people of the artifact hall stood frozen in place, not moving an inch.
Chen Yan barked angrily. What are you doing? Are you all going to pull your heads in like frightened turtles? Get out there for me.
At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Let it be, Sect leader, everyone has their own thoughts, you can't force them. That person, like Chen Yan, has stepped away from being the sect representative, but if we have to go into battle, count me in too. Out there many are disciples of that old woman, I cannot stand by and watch so many children die. Because this old lady is capable. This is the inner sect teacher, Feng Bu Hui, at the peak of the golden core stage. The sect members below were moved by this scene, all shouting in unison.
Teacher, you're so cool. Ho-hoo, Miss Feng.
A few other members from the artifact hall, seeing Feng Bu Hui step forward, followed suit one after another.
Lady Feng, we can't let you face this alone. First, there was the inner sect teacher, Wang, in the late golden core stage. This old lady was already on her last legs, whether she lived or died didn't matter much to her. Next came the elders of the council, the fifth elder, the old Huan Lo, at the mid-nascent soul stage. With her included, and her too. This scene seemed to be beyond Su Qingyu's expectations, leaving her stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted. What are you doing? The spirit shadow guard replied honestly. Sorry, great elder, I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of living a life worse than death. Watching the events unfold before her, Su Qingyu was so furious she trembled. Fine, you guys are something else. Anyone else who wants to throw their life away, just go ahead. You think this old lady is afraid of death, don't you? I'm only doing this for the survival of the sect. The spirit taunted. Then go ahead, and those left behind can continue to keep the sect Qingyu alive and breathe, slowly regaining composure. Senior, stop with the sarcasm. Make a choice quickly. But Chen Yan's rallying voice suddenly rang out, cutting their conversation short. Everyone, come with me. She frowned helplessly. Wait a moment. She cursed inwardly, damn that stupid Chen Yan. Chen Yan, not understanding, began to question. What are those Lu people still waiting for? Xingyu, furious at her stupidity, snapped, we have to formulate a strategy first. Charging in like that is just asking to die, isn't it? Chen Yan blinked in confusion. Oh, that's true. Spirit shouted, those inside the Great Formation will guard the sect. Does anyone want to go outside? He, his face darkening, threatened, so if I say that people who stay in the formation will be the first to die, will you come out then? Trying to trick more people outside to be your blood sacrifices? Senior, don't waste your effort. The others left in the formation are all sensible. I'll count to 10. Whoever wants to go outside, get ready quickly. 10. Lu Miao, standing below, didn't understand what was happening. What exactly did Spirit intend to do? Meanwhile he continued counting, 5, 4, 3, 2. Shanggu also gave up, she didn't know either. She hadn't told him the specific plan. Time's up. No sooner had the words fallen than the energy radiating from the formation suddenly shifted to purple and shot straight up into the sky. The entire line of old power was dyed purple. Chen Yan was stunned, what's going on? Why has the formation been reversed? The people nearby were puzzled, the formation has turned purple, isn't purple the color of a trapping formation? What is Su Qingyu doing with the Imperial Formation Hall? Spirit finally released Luo Qing brother. Alright, sect leader, no need to continue the act. Shanggu was slightly surprised, is this enough? Xingyu realized she had been deceived, stammering and unable to speak properly. What? You gave me half an hour's instructions, telling me not to let anyone into the formation during that time, and then you just charged straight into Dual Joy Sect? Spirit easily infiltrated the formation.
Luo Qing brother stood there watching him gradually disappear, tying her hair back, thinking to herself, another layer of blocking formation, what exactly are they trying to do? Spirit finally arrived at Su Qingyu's location. Ah. Qingyu furrowed her brows, her voice filled with caution, what are you trying to do? He gave a slight smile and casually replied, nothing, I just wanted to let you know that before you activate the grand formation to protect the sect, the formation path leader and an old man managed to sneak in through the secret passage of the Hall of Law Enforcement. At the same time, at the place where the formation was being deployed, a mage anxiously asked the formation path leader, is this good enough? Sun Si-ting answered, yes, and suddenly, a stream of power appeared. Su Qingyu seemed to sense something unusual, and immediately turned to look at Sun Si-ting and Lin Jiyuan, who appeared, standing inside a sphere. Si-ting complained, I've been involved in the reform for many years. I may not have any great achievements, but I've certainly endured hardships. Yet the great elder is so heartless, daring to directly take action and kill someone. Qingyu furrowed her brows, her expression extremely unpleasant. Sun Si-ting, what benefits has the demon lord given you? And yet you dare betray the sect to help her? Si-ting sneered, how pitiful. Although I have failed, at least I can clearly see the truth. You, a great elder at the late stage of nascent soul in a sect, have been toyed with by a junior before your death. Su Qingyu was startled. What? At that moment, Spirit suddenly spoke up, that's right, I'm not some unparalleled expert, just a genuine fifth-stage cultivator. She didn't believe it. Impossible. Then what about the lightning tribulation in the Shadow Trace Stone? The pressure of the heavenly Tao cannot be faked. Spirit's hand now held a small energy sphere. You're talking about the lightning tribulation? That's definitely real. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered from nowhere, noisily filling the sky. Everyone was also puzzled by the scene. What's going on? Where did these dark clouds come from? Luo Qing quickly noticed that something was off. That's not right, this is not just ordinary dark clouds, this aura. She waved her hand and shouted loudly to warn everyone, this is the tribulation clouds. Everyone, immediately retreat at least 100 miles. Su Qingyu finally understood Spirit's trick. Her face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. So the thunder tribulation wasn't targeting you, but the item in your hand. Lin Jiyuan was astonished, is this the heaven-rank supreme treasure? No, it's not a magical artifact, what exactly is it? Why does it have such chaotic forces of laws? Qingyu ordered, everyone inside the formation, take action together and kill them all. As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone simultaneously attacked Spirit. Waves of green energy shot straight at him, surrounding him from all sides. The moment these forces collided with him, a blinding explosion followed. Su Qingyu smiled smugly, foolish, a mere foundation establishment and thinks it can rely on the confinement array and the thunder tribulation to perish together with us? All I need to do is kill you, place the tribulation thunder at the center of the formation, and wait for the thunder tribulation to destroy the confinement formation. At that point, we can leave safely. The people around her also cheered in unison, as expected of the great elder. In an instant, she figured out how to break the deadlock. The great elder is wise. Someone voiced a concern, but great elder, once we retreat, there may be conflicts with those outside. Qingyu reassured, it's okay, they don't fully understand the situation in the battle. As long as we seize this tribulation artifact first and present it to the emissary of the sacred hall, I believe the emissary will bring justice for us. The great elder's insight was indeed profound. Just at that moment, a familiar voice faintly rang out, the plan is good, but don't plan again next time. I have now revealed my true form, not the figure of Spirit, but the form of Xingyi. A sudden explosion occurred again, its sound tearing through the very fabric of space. Someone curiously asked, is that the evil essence the bastard nurtured? Your master is dead, don't come out and cause trouble anymore. The white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a bright red light. Xingyi flew toward the person, denying what had been said, I absolutely will not. Surges of power descended like heavenly thunder, some even narrowly missing Su Qingyu. A number of people were struck, their bodies enveloped by a faint black mist. Elderly, damn it, Sect leader Wang and Elder Lu have been affected as well. Xingyi sneered on the side, is that all? Is that all? Are you all so weak that you can't withstand even one blow? Seeing him still unharmed, the great elder and the others were astonished. What? How is it that guy is completely unscathed? Isn't the evil essence supposed to be the most terrifying against the thunder tribulation? Why is this happening? Su Qingyu shouted loudly. Don't panic, everyone spread out in the battle, don't let that evil creature get close. Su Qingyu continued to direct. As long as you keep your distance, it won't be able to do anything. Don't try to use the object manipulation technique, as any soul power applied to objects undergoing tribulation will be countered by the heavenly Tao. Xingyi stepped forward. Only you have so many ideas, huh, old woman? But just as he was about to touch Qingyu, she suddenly vanished. She reappeared behind him, her tone full of disdain. Utterly foolish. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, one can already manipulate spatial divine abilities to the very hem of my robe. You don't even think about touching me. However, before she could say more, Xingyu was suddenly trapped in a crystalline space. Sun Siting, from a distance, called out, although we are no match for the great elder, we can still stop her for a moment. Xingyu angrily cursed the beast. At that moment, Xingyi rushed toward her like a moth to the flame. I'm coming, damn it, knowing full well this time I'll be done for, she shouted. Above the darkened sky, thunderous lightning continued to strike the battlefield. Lu Miao, observing from afar, muttered, this thunder tribulation was created by spirit little friend. How could she have done that? Luo Chang brother also wonders if she really has some treasure capable of creating a thunder tribulation. But how could she control the appearance of the tribulation? I have only heard of cultivators using techniques to conceal the heavenly secrets to slow down the tribulation, but I've never heard of any method that can delay the tribulation of a treasured artifact that has been sealed tightly by the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a voice rang out, indicating that the formation had been dispelled. Someone pointed to the sky and said, Look, the thunderclouds of the tribulation are slowly dispersing. After the fierce battle, the dual joy sect was left in ruins. The disciples were all in a state of panic. Sect. Why has the sect become like this? This person is the elder of the land. The shadow guards can still move, hurry and check the casualties. Chen Yen shouted. Artifact hall of this old woman. Lu Miao, with a speechless expression, turned to look at Luo Shanggu, as if to ask, what's the meaning of this? Shanggu could only helplessly cover his face. Shan Yu finally woke up from her delirium. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a pile of chaos before her, and she was momentarily rendered speechless. At the same time, Sun Siting and Lin Jiyuan were flying swiftly, escaping. Siting, holding spirit who had now been reduced to the size of a child, curiously asked, how was this possible? After being attacked by so many golden core and nascent soul stage cultivators, it was almost over, yet it was still able to slowly recover. He coldly replied, if you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. She thought to herself. The great elder was severely injured, and many members of the reform faction were struck by lightning and killed, leaving most of them crippled. The sect leader seized this opportunity, the reform faction would never rise again. It was unimaginable that the fate of a 1,000-year-old great sect would be changed by the sudden appearance of a Foundation establishment junior. Siting continued to be puzzled, I don't understand. Someone who made such a great contribution, why did they rush to flee? He explained casually, my death is the only way to help your sect explain things to the Sacred Hall. Besides, too many of my secrets have been exposed. Even if you trust your boss, there's no guarantee that someone like you or that old man won't have ill intentions toward me. Lin Jiyuan, who was behind, spoke up, without our help, your plan couldn't have gone smoothly. Spirit replied, right, you're a good person, it has nothing to do with someone like me with a slave seal. His nonchalant tone drove the old man to the brink of madness. It was you who agreed to let me study your precious relics from your past lives, and only then did I agree to give you the seal.
She asked if he wanted to study it. He snorted angrily, that thing isn't even a magic weapon.
I'll study your ass. However, she directly splashed cold water on Ji Yuan, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood.
I never said it was a magic weapon.
He raised his eyes to look at Si Ting, and in return, you didn't set any conditions, yet agreed to let me place the slave mark on you.
She explained, I just want to live.
Many years later, Sun Si Ting would understand that allowing Spirit to place the slave mark was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Seeing Spirit stubbornly clutching the paper, Sun Si Ting's face darkened.
What are you doing?
He replied indifferently, adding a few extra words to make it more comfortable for you. She coldly retorted, it's even more uncomfortable now.
Thank you.
Suddenly, the system appeared, host, you were always busy before, so I didn't mention it.
The system upgrade is ready. Almost 20,000 points have been accumulated.
However, during the system upgrade, all functions of the system will be temporarily suspended, including the system space and the conversion editor commonly used by the contractors. The cultivation techniques you've learned, like the slave mark, will not be affected.
Spirit frowned slightly. How long will the upgrade take?
About half a year, perhaps?
He thought.
The issue of the clone cultivation still needed to be resolved as soon as possible.
Spirit looked at Si Ting and instructed, after we go out, find a hiding place. I need to enter seclusion for half a year. She asked curiously, half a year? Why go back to Dual Joy Sect? Why not Azure Cloud Sect? Half a year later, a trio of people in black robes entered Azure Cloud Sect.
Sun Si Ting commented.
Tian Chang of Tian Yun is already in ruins here.
That's right, even the gate guards are gone. The remaining person stepped forward to ask the butcher.
Excuse me, has something happened to Tian Yun City?
It turned out to be Spirit.
The old man sighed. Most of the merchants have moved to Wanshan City already.
He was puzzled.
Huh? Why?
The old man turned away.
Can't say.
Spirit grabbed his arm.
It's cold already. Take this money and buy some wine to warm yourself.
The old man seemed swayed upon receiving the bribe.
I heard that.
I only heard, but it seems the male disciple of Azure Cloud Sect in Myriad Phenomena Sect's arranged marriage has encountered some trouble. Upon hearing this, he was shocked. After that, Myriad Phenomena Sect frequently sent people to cause trouble. The subordinates of Tian Chang, like us, were also affected. There were always people causing problems. Most of the shop owners either had to close up or were threatened, forced to move to Wanxiang City, where the taxes are much higher than here.
What does that mean?
Zhang Yang Feng, a young girl with her hair tied up high, gently knocked on the door and called in a clear voice.
Xiao Yuan's senior sister.
Yun Yuan Lan immediately rushed out, her hair still a mess.
What is it? Any news? From senior sister? The little sister stammered. Not yet, it's just that when I returned to the sect. Outside the gate, someone asked me to deliver this to senior sister.
I told her that senior sister wasn't here, but she insisted that I give it to you.
A moment later, Yuan Lan tore open the envelope.
She took out a ring and hesitated before speaking, this is a vow ring. As soon as the words left her mouth, the ring in her hand emitted a red glow. The figure of Spirit appeared, and he raised his hand to introduce himself. Oh, Xiao Yuan's senior sister, first time meeting me, I'm Spirit.
Yuan Lan screamed, I know you. Senior sister already told me about you.
You're the younger sibling of that bastard Xing Yi.
Why did my brother turn into a jerk?
Tears welled up in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful.
He ruined senior sister terribly.
Spirit was confused.
Huh?
Yuan Lan recounted the events. About 2 months after you left, Chang Xin went out and met someone. He was the fifth prince of Azure Orchid Nation, Tian Lingyun. He fell in love with Chang Xin at first sight. Upon hearing this, Spirit couldn't help but doubt, really? This kind of thing can happen at first sight? Yuan Lan continued, Chang Xin said she was already betrothed to your brother, but he wouldn't give up. He started pursuing her madly and even repeatedly requested to meet your brother, but Sect leader always refused, saying that your brother was in closed-door meditation. He raised an eyebrow and asked, a fifth prince like him, did Sect leader personally turn him away? She explained that he was the most gifted among the princes, having reached full golden core before turning 50, and was recognized as the one with the highest potential to inherit the throne of Azure Orchid Nation. Spirit stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I wonder what the relationship is between that girl Lan Yu and elder brother? Every year, the royal family and the major sects hold an exchange conference. This year, the Tian Lingyun sect participated, and afterwards, he broke into elder brother's closed-door cultivation room. Upon hearing this, he was surprised. Ha! Does the sect not care? Yuan Lan replied, it's not that they don't care, but rather that they didn't have time to care. I don't know how, but he must have found out where elder brother was in seclusion and took action just when the royal family team was nearing that area. Then he used a flame rune to create a destructive force, breaking through the wall where elder brother was in meditation. Brat, you can't hide like a turtle this time. Elder brother is a cultivator. In order to help you wake up, he exhausted all his spirit energy and soul power. To ordinary eyes, it's as if he's already dead. Seeing the person before him unmoving, Lingyun grabbed the alchemist by the collar and slapped him hard across the face. Hey, wait a minute. Is this person really dead? Could it be that your sect intends to use this pale-faced guy for an arranged marriage with myriad phenomena sect? Senior sister saw him insulting others and, completely disregarding the difference in realms, rushed forward. However, before she could act, he saw her, struck her back, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly dying. Upon hearing this, Spirit, who had been calm just a moment ago, now became filled with murderous intent. Yuan Lan was terrified. The killing intent was overwhelming. Was she really that close to senior sister? She stammered, Are you all right? His eyes were burning red as he continued, What happened after that? Xiao Yuan continued, Although senior sister wasn't seriously injured, the furious strike she delivered was still countered by Tianling's attack, which sent her flying. Coincidentally, that blow struck a young man at the qi refining stage within the royal family's team, killing him on the spot. That young man turned out to be the youngest son of the second prince. Spirit was startled. What? Yun Huilan said, Originally, this incident was instigated by the fifth prince, who had entered the forbidden room and caused the attack, leading to the death. But the royal family shifted all the blame and responsibility onto senior sister and demanded an explanation from our sect. On top of that, since her older brother had unexpectedly died after an arranged marriage with the Myriad Phenomena sect, Master Le quickly agreed to the fifth prince's proposal and then joined the royal family in causing trouble for us. Claiming that the two of them had an engagement and both died unexpectedly, clearly showing they don't take Wansang men seriously. They want to cancel the alliance and are demanding that we return the entire meteorite ore, and they're even dragging the issue of senior sister causing the death of the crown prince into it, making claims for compensation that we can't possibly bear. Hearing this, Spirit broke into a cold sweat. Wait a minute, this senior sister, it wasn't her. Master and I both think like you. We're worried that with senior sister's personality, she might do something foolish like trading lives to relieve the pressure on the sect. That's why we want to lock her up. She recalled the scene when Master had kicked down the door. Disciple, Lu Tianyun is brushing her hair, and she assures me, don't worry, I value my life very much now. Yun Yuan Lan crossed her arms. How could we believe such words? That's why Master has been taking turns keeping watch over her. Spirit suddenly realized that senior sister had said she valued her life very much. Could it be because of the words I said? I had once told her that, so now when facing similar situations, I hope senior sister will value her life a bit more, and give a miracle a chance. Yuan Lan continued. During the subsequent negotiation meeting, senior sister proposed to be given 98 days. As long as that time passes, she will go with the fifth prince to the imperial city for trial. The issue of compensation for the myriad phenomena sect will be discussed after 98 days.
Originally, the fifth prince disagreed, but then Chang Xin stepped forward and pleaded.
Moreover, the sect leader had returned the meteorite mine that originally belonged to the myriad phenomena sect, so the fifth prince and Master Lu agreed to wait for 8 more days. However, the condition was that during this period, senior sister had to be detained at the myriad phenomena sect to prevent her from escaping.
He asked, "When did this happen?"
With tears welling up in her eyes, she answered, 12 days ago. During this time, I've been sending sound transmissions, but senior sister hasn't replied to me.
Does senior sister's silence regarding the extension of these 98 days mean anything?
Spirit stood up and murmured, from 12 days ago, 98 days later happens to be exactly 1 year since I left the sect.
He then asked, how is his health now?
She replied, he's in the sect's main hall, but only Elder Diao stays there to guard him.
Spirit put on his hat and mask, saying, I'm going to see him now. If anyone asks, don't tell them I came.
Looking at him, she felt a bit helpless.
Wait.
Before Yuan Lan could stop him, he had already dashed out of the room. The system's voice echoed, Creation Starpoint plus 102. Yuan Lan stared at Spirit through the window, her mouth agape.
She doesn't really intend to fly straight to the sect's main hall, does she?
Spirit reminisced for a moment, then said, if the sect leader or anyone asks about me, just tell them I broke through too quickly. The realm is unstable and requires a year of seclusion, otherwise, it will harm the foundation. I once said I would enter seclusion for a year, and senior sister is waiting for me. Don't worry, those who have taken advantage of my absence to bully her or our sect, I will settle the score with each and every one of them. Chang Xin clasped his hands behind his back, and when he saw the figure of the man charging toward him from a distance, he asked,
Taoist friend, who are you?
Why did you barge into my Azure Cloud sect? Spirit waved his hand, and a barrage of arrows shot directly toward him.
He quickly formed a defense to block the attack.
As the arrows flew towards him, he thought to himself, his hair hadn't even moved an inch.
Spirit's figure suddenly vanished.
Chang Xin immediately felt the man had shifted behind him. He swiftly turned around and teleported, his nascent soul stage abilities activating at the same time, moving to another location. Diao Dihai looked at Xingyi's figure lying on the bed, and sorrowfully said,
Xingyi, little friend, what on earth happened? This old woman absolutely does not believe you could just die in such an unclear and inexplicable manner. My heart is full of confusion. Could it be the fate of the chaotic spiritual root?
At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from behind her.
Yihai turned around and saw the figure of Ling. What was it?
He circled around her, touching his own body as they exchanged. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, as if it were a crack in space. His move seemed to shake the very earth and sky.
The sound of it rang out like thunder in the air.
The white smoke slowly dissipated, and Chang Xin had finally arrived, yet he was aiming at Xingyi, little friend.
Diao Dihai was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Sect leader, you observed the room, quietly assessed, but couldn't sense any attack. Where did he go? Capture the spatial fluctuation on his escape path.
After inspecting the area, Chang Xin still couldn't sense his presence.
Yihai was stunned. What?
Just now, that person didn't use spatial divine abilities to escape.
He disappeared using space itself. How could this be?
The system perplexedly reprimanded.
Host, you've been too rash.
Clearly, there was a gentler way to handle this.
What will happen now after you've done it this way? Xingyi, losing patience, replied, I've endured for too long. I can't wait any longer.
Senior sister is still being held captive at Myriad Phenomena Sect.
Diao Dihai suddenly exclaimed, excellent. I knew it, I knew that brat would be fine. but why did he fall into a death-like state before?
Chang Xin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this timing is just too coincidental.
Could it be that Xingyi Brat's awakening is related to that guy in black?
Xingyi suddenly clasped his hands respectfully. Apologies, sect leader Elder Diao, it is all the disciples' fault. I have caused the sect to suffer losses.
Diao Dihai snorted coldly. Brat, do you know what has happened in the sect?
Xingyi nodded with a bitter expression. Yes, disciple will immediately make the fifth prince and myriad phenomena sect suffer even more.
Elder Diao looked at him with curiosity. Huh? The sect leader suddenly grabbed Xingyi's shoulder. Wait, Xingyi Brat, what exactly happened to you? And that black cloak of yours too. Xingyi turned around, pulling out a dazzling pillbox. The two of them were taken aback and exclaimed in shock. This was a high-grade earth-level soul-nourishing pill. Some of the ingredients for this pill were now extinct, and even the mysterious grade ones were being sold at sky-high prices on the market. Brat, where did you get this high-grade earth-level pill from? Brat, what do you mean by taking this pill out? Xingyi answered indifferently, if I give this to sect leader, can I refuse to answer your question?
The sect leader quickly snatched the soul-nourishing pill away.
If you don't want to say anything, then I won't ask any further.
Every disciple has their own secrets.
Sect leader, for now, I'll leave this pill with you.
After all, possessing something valuable like this will only bring trouble.
This is also for your safety.
Suddenly, Diao Dihai unleashed her spirit power, causing Xingyi to look at her in confusion. The old woman quickly grabbed his shoulder.
Wait a minute, Xingyi Brat, what exactly happened to you? And what about that black robe?
Xingyi immediately took out another soul-nurturing pill.
This one is for Elder Diao. She gasped in astonishment. What? You still have more?
The two old monsters pulled to one side and whispered to each other.
Chaos Spiritual Root also has the potential to detect treasures? I've never heard of this before.
The system, seeing this, was surprised. I thought you were about to pull off another big move, host.
Xingyi scoffed. Sometimes I like to conserve a few brain cells. He then ordered the system to buy 2 high-grade earth-level soul-nurturing pills from Trading City.
The system hesitated before speaking. Host, although the system has been upgraded and removed the level restrictions on elixirs, you can't just waste them like this.
1 pill already costs 1,000 creation points.
Xingyi scolded lightly.
Stop talking nonsense. I'm taking it out to catch a big fish. He called out loudly. Sect leader Elder Diao.
Xingyi spoke with great confidence. Disciple does not like to leave revenge unfinished.
I wonder if we can set off for Myriad Phenomena Sect now.
At that moment, in the dungeon of the Myriad Phenomena Sect, Lu Tianyun was locked up together with Chang Xin.
Tian Lingyun stood outside, mocking them. Miss Xin Air, you don't have to suffer like this. Chang Xin arrogantly lowered her gaze. I've already said, I want to stay by Tianyun's side. Lu Tianyun coldly reminded, don't call me Tianyun. Chang Xin nonchalantly said, I don't care if the first wife doesn't call the second wife sister, what does it matter? Lu Tianyun angrily shouted, shut up. Tian Lingyun, irritated by the two women, used his spiritual power to choke Tianyun. Chang Xin screamed, Tian Lingyun, what are you doing? Tian Lingyun bitterly replied, first wife, second wife, what's all this about? Miss Xin Air wants me to take her as a concubine, right? Then I must inspect the goods first. Chang Xin coldly threatened, if you touch her again, I will kill myself immediately. Tian Lingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at her before releasing Lu Tianyun. I was just joking. So, your relationship is really that close? Don't worry, I'm not interested in such a person. I only love you, Xin Air.
As soon as he finished speaking, he burned Chang Xin's flower-shaped hairpin. But don't get cocky just because I love you, because my temper is not that good.
With that, he left the dungeon and lightly called, Ing Nu, is there still no news about old Du? The grumpy shadow replied, "How could you quickly return from exploring the secret realm?
You just need to do your part with Chang Xin, and old Du will fulfill his promise."
Tian Lingyun, curious, asked, "What exactly does old Du want? Why does he insist I marry her?"
Ying Nu responded, "I'm not sure, but old Du places great importance on this girl, Chang Xin.
We absolutely cannot let anything happen to her."
Tian Lingyun scoffed, "Ying Nu, I've noticed you seem to know a lot about Azure Cloud Sect and Myriad Phenomena Sect. You even know where Xingyi is currently in closed door cultivation. Your true identity surely isn't tied to these two sects, is it?"
Ying Nu mysteriously answered, "I can't reveal that.
We should just focus on doing our duty."
With that, he vanished.
Tian Lingyun sneered, "That guy, always hiding his true intentions." Moving behind Chang Yen suddenly, two figures closed in on him. Chang Yen spread his arms, releasing an overpowering aura mixed with the heat of fire. Without effort, he easily incinerated the two figures from earlier.
A notification sounded, "The simulation battle has ended. Ambush type, 5 enemies, early foundation establishment stage, 92 points." At that moment, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly grew warm, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line, "Hey, is this Chang Yen?" Chang Yen immediately recognized the voice. "Xingyi. Brat, you're still not dead? And how did you manage to get my sound transmission hidden jade?" Xingyi replied, "That's not important. I have a question for you. Is senior sister still in your sect? And what about your younger sister? Why can't I contact her?"
He responded, "Lu Tianyun is imprisoned in the dungeon, and my younger sister is with her.
There's a formation in the dungeon that blocks sound transmissions.
If you're not dead, hurry up and come here. I don't want my sister to marry that Tian Lingyun."
He asked, "Huh? What did he do?"
Chang Yen furrowed his brows, his face dark as a pot lid. "He even said he fell in love with my sister at first sight."
"Isn't he treating our entire sect like a bunch of idiots?" Xingyi sneered, "Isn't this something a brother should say?"
He spoke coldly, "Anyway, this fifth prince has left a very bad impression on me, much worse than you."
He felt insulted. "Can you not say the last part? The fifth prince is currently in your sect?"
He nodded, "Yes, and the second prince also came, claiming he wants justice for his dead son."
Xingyi guessed, it must be a struggle between the two princes.
Chang Yen confirmed it was correct, but the royal family of Azure Orchid Nation strictly forbids sibling fratricide, unless it is absolutely certain that there is no further evidence. If you are caught, your cultivation will be abolished, and your inheritance of the throne will be revoked, so there is no need for you to think about mobilizing them.
"All right, I understand," he replied. "So when will you come here?" "Soon." Upon hearing this, Chang Yan suddenly had a bad premonition.
In the Myriad Phenomena Sect's Council Hall, second Prince Shangju, at the early stage of Golden Core, growled angrily, "Why did you agree to kill my son based on that vile woman's conditions?" Jia Gufei calmly replied, "Anyway, she is imprisoned in our sect's dungeon, unable to escape.
If the second prince has urgent matters, he can return to the imperial city first."
Tian Lingyun arrogantly assured, "That's right, Wang brother, I guarantee that when the time comes, I will bring her back to the imperial city for trial."
Shangju snorted coldly, turned, and left.
"I can wait another 3 months." The three of them watched his figure slowly disappear. Lingyun chuckled mockingly, when he was alive, he was nowhere to be seen, but now that he's dead, he's suddenly concerned."
Junli questioned, "Why say it like that?"
He explained, "Among all of my second brother's children, the one he hates the most is this one.
Because after getting drunk,
having had a child out of wedlock, if not for that, he would never have been carrying a magical artifact on him. He wasn't here this time to avenge his son, but rather, it's said that he owes a great deal of money from gambling, and he must be trying to take this opportunity to make money from the Azure Cloud Sect. He's afraid that I've already made an agreement with the Azure Cloud Sect, and that through this matter, I might take away the benefits he hopes to gain, which is why he doesn't want to return to the Imperial City." Just then, an unexpected voice rang out.
"Where is the Lee Sect Master?"
Azure Cloud Sect's Chang Xin brings disciple Xingyi along.
Jinli, skeptical, responded. Xingyi cannot be alive.
At that time, our sect personally confirmed that he had lost all his spiritual power and soul force, he was completely dead.
Lu Tianyun cheerfully remarked. Junior brother is awake. Chang Xin added. Looks like you're in for some bad luck.
Tian Lingyan opened the door and stepped outside, intrigued. I want to see how a corpse could come back to life. Jinli lowered his head, thoughtfully commenting.
This is troublesome.
Given Xingyi's breakthrough in swordsmanship, his future position may not be lower than that of the fifth prince. Jia Gufei, standing beside him, reassured. Sect leader, you cannot waver at this time. Although Xingyi is a genius, we've thoroughly offended him and Azure Cloud Sect now.
He replied. I know.
But if Xingyi grows stronger later, that could prove disadvantageous for our sect. The elder suggested, his face still cold. In that case we can only take this opportunity to kill or maim him. On the other side, Tian Lingyan had already flown over to where Chang Xin and Xingyi stood. He sneered at him, who would have thought the dead could come back to life? Or has the Azure Cloud Sect begun researching corpse refining arts as well?
Xingyi spoke. The sect leader asked someone to restrain him.
Chang Xin warned him not to go too far. No sooner had the words fallen than Lingyan's body was wrapped by a whirlwind. Xingyi lifted his hand slightly, and he immediately began to spin. Lingyan was driven nearly mad. Enraged, he shouted, I am the fifth prince of the Azure Orchid Nation, what do you dare to do? No sooner had he finished than he received a slap across the right cheek. Not satisfied with one, Xingyi cheerfully swung and struck the left cheek as well to balance things out. Tian Lingyan had now completely turned into a rabid dog. He growled, Kid, how dare you? I'll kill you. Xingyi couldn't be bothered to care, contemptuously yanking his ear. Stop barking here, bring your master out. At that moment another figure lunged toward them. Chang Xin, sect leader, you allowing your disciple to beat members of my royal family is hardly proper.
Who is Xingyi to you?
Shang Ju bowed politely and introduced himself. I am the second prince of Azure Orchid Nation. Upon hearing this, Xingyi coldly turned away.
Then you are not his master.
I won't speak with you. Even Shang Ju was being teased to the point of annoyance. Jinli suggested to Chang Xin, let him go first.
Anta clasped his hands behind his back and sternly reminded, this is the territory of Myriad Phenomena Sect. If you openly assist a disciple in attacking and insulting a guest of the royal family, are you declaring war against both the Myriad Phenomena Sect and the royal family?
Xingyi turned to look at Chang Xin with a confused expression. They all knew about teleportation. These people were nascent soul experts. He then replied, to count them all, there are 6 in the early stage, 4 in the middle stage, and 2 in the late stage.
Xingyi looked down from above, threatening, Second Prince, Your Highness, if I release your younger brother now, according to the rules of the royal family, what kind of punishment will be meted out?
Shang Ju internally sneered, foolish, now you're scared, huh? He spoke coldly, according to the laws of Azure Orchid Nation, if one were to disrespect, he would immediately interrupt. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. The royal family is equivalent to the 3 sects and 4 clans. I am the senior brother of the inner sect of Azure Cloud Sect.
Compared to you princes, I am of equal standing.
How can you say it's disrespectful? He furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, as he mentioned the rules of Shanglan. Among peers of the same rank who suddenly strike someone, the injured party may retaliate tenfold. He lightly stroked his chin and muttered the word 10 times.
So that's 2 slaps to the face? Fine, follow the rules of the royal family. Diao Dihai immediately intervened, wait little friend is not acceptable.
The 5th prince has already perfected his golden core cultivation. Xingyi turned to confront him, then Elder Diao, tell us how you plan to clean up this mess.
There are so many nascent soul disciples.
She froze.
Why are you asking me?
Before we left I already said there are at least 10 nascent soul cultivators in that sect who could deny it?
No problem.
She recalled his promise before departing. This trip, the disciple will definitely make the two of you see things clearly.
He turned to Tian Lingyun. Fifth Prince, what is your decision?
Now he ground his teeth and immediately agreed. Very well, follow the royal family's rules and repay tenfold.
Jinli sneered inwardly, fool.
Even if he's a genius, he's only mid-stage foundation establishment. Surviving this time will be difficult. He transmitted with spirit sound, Fifth Prince, later strike with all your strength.
The elders of our sect and I will block anyone coming to their aid.
Lingyun arrogantly replied, no need to tell me.
I will beat that bastard to death. What are you waiting for? Release me.
He casually said, release it immediately, release it immediately. However, Xingyi suddenly flipped and turned to slap Tian Lingyun.
This action immediately left everyone there stunned.
The system's voice echoed, creation value increased by 266 due to the slap. He was momentarily stunned, unable to continue speaking, and before he could say anything further, Xingyi swung his hand again, slapping him harder. Creation value increased by 251, creation value increased by 186. Upon checking, it was confirmed that there was cheating in the score. Creation value increased by 88, creation value increased by 42, creation value increased by 18, creation value increased by 1. After a while, he finally stopped, feeling satisfied, and said, alright, adding the 2 slaps from earlier, now it's exactly 20 slaps, creation value increased by 1. Looking at the swollen face of the person in front of him, he feigned ignorance and asked,
Ha? Why do you look so fierce?
Before I went into seclusion, I installed an automatic recording device in the quiet room. The Fifth Prince suddenly barged in and slapped him twice for no reason. He then withdrew his illusion and proudly stated, I just remembered, so I came to return the 2 slaps.
This matter is over now.
But the Fifth Prince responded himself. According to the royal family's rules, the return should be tenfold, so I can only respectfully obey the order.
The value of creation +1.
Chang Xin saw this scene and felt powerless. Surely, this person had already understood the rules of the royal family before digging a pond for the Fifth Prince, still as crafty and sly as ever. Xingyi smiled, now, we're even.
I release you, but you can't strike back.
If you do, I'll return it tenfold, just as per the rules. Lingyun was so enraged that he trembled. You, the value of creation +1.
Diao Dihai, hearing this reasoning, broke out in a cold sweat.
Xingyi little friend, the power of these words was even more vicious than the 2 slaps earlier. If this got out, the Fifth Prince would become a laughingstock. Xing Xian and Yi were extremely proud. Little friend didn't deceive us.
Seeing this dramatic scene, the sect leader felt much more refreshed.
That's right, this old body felt 10 years younger.
Tian Lingyun shouted in fury, this is too much. Ah, I want to fight you.
At those words, Xingyi's smile deepened even further. Shang Ju explained that when members of the royal family encountered irreconcilable grievances, one side could initiate a Shanglan duel, and the other side would have to accept the challenge, using the arena of combat to resolve the conflict between the two.
Xingyi continued to play dumb. Isn't it only when a challenger of equal or lower cultivation dares to challenge someone of higher cultivation that they must respond to the challenge? He cursed quietly in his heart, damn it, isn't this obvious already?
He continued, first of all, I am not a descendant of the royal family, and secondly, your younger brother's cultivation level is higher than mine.
Lingyun still spoke loudly, so you want to tuck your tail and run away?
How pathetic for senior sister to be thrown into prison because of you. Xing Xian spoke up, warning, Tian Lingyun, before anything is settled, if you lay a hand on the core disciple of my sect, then don't blame the sect leader for disciplining you on behalf of your duke father. He furrowed his brows and reassured, Xing Xian sect leader, rest assured, I won't harm her, it's just that the confinement array of myriad phenomena sect's prison is a bit dilapidated.
I heard that a demonic cultivator once entered the prison and mistreated a female disciple. It was truly tragic.
Xingya's face darkened, his voice cold, enough, stop barking. I will duel Shanlan with you, and after the duel is over, I want to take senior sister with me.
Tian Lingyun seemed to have been waiting for this moment and immediately agreed, fine. Shang Ju, on the side, secretly transmitted a sound message, Tian Lingyun, what are you trying to do? He arrogantly replied, what's the rush? I just told him to take Lu Tianyun away. Who said anything about not pursuing responsibility?
She killed Qing Xian's son, and Diao Dihai came to stop her.
Little friend, don't be impulsive. That's right, Tian Lingyun is at the Golden Core completion stage, and you are separated by a large realm.
Xing Yi was resolute, Sect leader, Elder Diao, there's no need to advise me further.
Senior sister was imprisoned in the myriad phenomena Sect's dungeon because of me.
If I walk away now, I'll be showing contempt for myself. Tian Lingyun frowned, his eyes filled with the hatred of foolishness. It was just a little provocation, and you fell for it. Once we're on the arena, I'll return this humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold.
Jia Gofei approached the dungeon to visit Miss Xin and Miss Tian Yun. Chang Xin asked coldly, what is it? Deacon Jia.
He smiled, Tian Lingyun wishes to invite you both to watch the duel Shanlan between him and Xing Yi, little friend.
Lu Tianyun was taken aback. What? The myriad phenomena Sect arena?
Tian Lingyun crossed his arms and smiled smugly, the guest I invited has arrived.
Tianyun and Chang Xin were escorted by Jia Gofei.
As soon as she saw his figure, Tianyun immediately called out, Xing Yi Jr. brother. Jinli quickly held her back. Before the duel ends, Miss Tianyun, it's best not to leave this side of the arena. Xing Yi transmitted sound, senior sister, bear with it a little longer.
I'll take you home. It's soon.
Tian Lingyun waved his hand, laughing mockingly, indeed, you have feelings, and I have intentions. Just thinking about the fact that you're about to wag your tail to please me, right in front of this senior sister, brings so much joy. You talk big, but when he just raises his hand slightly, he instinctively avoids it.
It seems he's still haunted by the slap from last time.
Xing Yi chuckled. Creation star point +1, Tian Lingyun said, seething with anger.
I will definitely kill you.
At this point, Shang Ju stepped forward. Alright, next I will announce the rules of the Shanlan duel.
First, the Shanlan duel does not limit the use of magical treasures, weapons, or medicinal pills.
Second, the Shanlan duel requires the battle to continue until one side loses its ability to fight. During this time, surrender is not allowed.
Third, the spirit of the Shanlan duel is to resolve conflicts, and one is not allowed to intentionally harm the life of the opponent.
Regardless of the outcome of the duel, neither party is allowed to develop further disputes based on similar reasons. Fourth, if any outsider interferes in the duel and affects the battle, then the Shanlan duel and any agreements made as a result of it will be rendered null and void.
Do either of you have any objections to the rules? The two of them spoke in unison. No, none.
Xing Yi suddenly spoke up.
I have something I want to ask the second prince. How much responsibility do you think my senior sister holds in his death?
Hearing that, he scoffed coldly, of course, the entire responsibility.
He frowned and replied, I understand.
In his heart, he thought to himself, with you saying that, I no longer have any psychological burden.
Jia Gofei stood in the stands and commented, he's still too young, using the rules to deceive the fifth prince and escaping punishment, and yet in the end, he only agreed to fight Shanlan because he wanted to snatch Lu Tianyun.
Jinli nodded in agreement, that's right, Xing Xian is getting old and confused. In this situation, it should have been a matter of using force to take Xing Yi away.
How could we let him do whatever he wanted? At that moment, Chang Xin spoke up, Lu Shiji, what do you think?
She was nibbling on sunflower seeds while examining the situation, and then Chang Xin pulled out her jade pendant. Although I didn't know why she was so confident, I decided to add another layer of insurance. Shang Ju stood in the center of the ring and loudly announced, Shanlan's duel begins.
Lu Tianyun was puzzled, what are you doing? Chang Xin replied, I've already spoken with Xing Yi. Tian Lingyun tried to cause trouble for you just now.
Xing Yi clenched his fist, crushing the jade pendant, his eyes radiating a dense killing intent.
Tian Lingyun quickly unleashed a move, the Spirit Snake Strike.
Several snakes immediately coiled tightly around Xingyi, binding him securely. Seeing this, Lingyun was extremely pleased. You must be very happy after defeating me just now, right? However, before he could rejoice for long, he leapt up, his hand gripping tightly onto his opponent's face.
Tian Lingyun was stunned.
Before Lingyun could even react, Xingyi lifted him up and cruelly slammed his head down, forcing him to the ground with a firm grip.
He dragged him up onto the stage, leaving a spiraling streak of light in his wake.
Qing Xian was astonished. What happened to little friend Xingyi?
Why has he suddenly become so violent?
Diao Dihai also agreed, that's right.
Why does it seem like the one who's angry isn't the fifth prince, but him instead?
On the other side, Lu Tianyun was still gripping Chang Xian's neck, clearly seeing immediate results. Xingyi seemed to have lost control, continuously gripping Lingyun's face with fury. Suddenly, he kicked out fiercely, as if trying to escape from his current predicament. He then took a small step back, his body not a scratch on it.
In contrast to Xingyi, Tian Lingyun now looked absolutely miserable.
After being tossed around relentlessly, he seemed to have snapped, charging straight toward him.
I'll kill you.
He performed a move, a burst of light transforming into the shape of a sword, heading straight for Xingyi.
Shanglan heaven-breaking art. Ce Hai was taken aback.
Oh no, this is the strongest sword technique of the royal family Shanglan.
Little friend, this is dangerous.
He charged forward like a moth to a flame.
Die for this king. Xingyi blinked in surprise. Ha! I know this move too.
As he pointed his finger, a surge of power burst forth, splitting the opponent's spiritual energy stream in two.
Shanglan heaven-breaking art.
Lingyun couldn't believe his eyes and roared, that's impossible. The destructive force of Xingyi's technique was overwhelming. It struck straight at the opponent, shattering even Tian Lingyun's final layer of armor. Seeing this scene, Qing Xian and Yi Hai were both stunned.
How does little friend know the secret sword art of the Shanglan royal family?
It even looks like he's cultivated it to a higher level than the fifth prince himself. Unwilling to accept it, Lingyun shouted, why do you know the martial art of our Shanglan royal family?
And how can you, just at the golden core stage, already activate the fourth tier?
Xingyi replied, what's that? The control panels right here. System override, remove rank restrictions, suppress vitality. He looked down from above, his aura utterly dominant.
I am at the golden core stage, after all. Hearing that, Tian Lingyun was dumbfounded.
Junior brother, he's already at the golden core stage?
Could it be he relied on consuming a pile of forbidden pills? Chang Xin sighed. No wonder he dared to step onto the dueling platform with Tian Lingyun.
Jia Gofei trembled as he spoke. Before his seclusion, he was only at the 5th level of foundation establishment. It's been less than a year, yet judging from his aura, he's already reached the mid-golden core stage. Jinli was also stunned. This was impossible. Such a cultivation speed was truly astonishing.
Could this be the chaos spiritual route?
Just based on your cultivation seal, you think you can control the battle situation?
Don't be so naive.
Lingyun said as he popped a spiritual pill into his mouth. I just used the blood meridian pill from the royal family of Shanglan, which can instantly raise one to a minor realm of the nascent soul. It's not exactly a rare pill, but it makes a difference when used by someone at golden core perfection. I'm about to show you that, in the face of absolute power, your petty tricks are nothing but a joke. Upon hearing this, Xingyi's face became somewhat confused, and his right cheek was unexpectedly grazed by something, causing it to bleed.
Diao Dihai was suddenly shaken by the spatial exchange. Was this child already able to reach the threshold of the nascent soul stage just by using the blood meridian pill?
The progression of cultivators below the nascent soul stage can be summarized as an increase in the total amount of spiritual energy the body can hold, a change in the quantity of qi refining golden core, foundation establishment. But once one reaches the nascent soul stage, it opens the door to a qualitative transformation.
This is the power of the laws.
Among the laws, the law of space is the one most easily encountered by nascent soul cultivators, yet it is also the hardest to master.
Life, the 5 elements, time, space. Tianlingyun smiled wickedly. Next is the right cheek.
His right cheek was immediately slashed, followed by his left shoulder, and every part of Xingye's body began to bleed. Xingye's right shoulder stood still, his cheek slightly scratched, while his shoulders bore deep cuts.
Lingyun, pleased with himself, asked, "How about that?" This is the result of using the space law to attack.
Furthermore, no matter what attack you throw next, it will never touch me. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his chest, dual joy leader.
A massive hand unexpectedly slammed into Lingyun.
So fast it was like a blade, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing violently into a brick wall, a cloud of white smoke billowing up. Seeing Xingye easily defeat Tianlingyun with a single move, the 3 elders were immediately stunned.
Lingyun, playing the fool, shouted loudly, "What did you just say?"
"The wind is too strong, I didn't hear you clearly." Lingyun's body was now battered, utterly wretched.
"This is impossible. How could someone at the Golden Core mid-stage like you possibly master the space law?"
Xing Xian suddenly sensed something unusual.
"Wait a minute. This isn't right.
There's absolutely no spatial fluctuation." "The spiritual power of that attack vanished right in front of Xingye, little friend," he said, "but reappeared in front of Tianlingyun, exactly the same as the move of that man in black." Xingye taunted, "Come on, if every hit is guaranteed to land, then let's see whose attack takes down the opponent first." Lingyun gripped the sword tightly in his hand, determined to fight to the end with him. He cursed inwardly, damn it, how could a mere mid-stage Golden Core cultivator release such terrifying sword energy?
He yelled, "Stop getting so cocky."
Shanlan Heaven Sundering Slash, he countered with the Divine Spear Art. 2 torrents of power clashed, creating a sound as if they would tear the very air apart. The entire sky shifted. Tianlingyun opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed, bewildered and confused about what had just happened. Jia Gufei respectfully said, "You're awake, Lingyun, your highness." He placed a hand on his head. "My head hurts so much, what happened to me?" The elder explained, "After you were struck by Xingye's divine spear art, you fell unconscious for an entire day." Upon hearing this, Lingyun was startled, his brows furrowed.
"What? The divine spear art?"
"But that move he used is clearly the starting move of Shanlan Heaven Breaking Art."
"Does that mean my attack didn't hit him?" Gufei answered honestly, "Unfortunately, because the techniques based on spiritual power are instantaneous in their application, you were struck first." He stubbornly asked again, "Then where is Lu Tianyun?" "They've taken him away." Tianlingyun snorted coldly, grinding his teeth.
"As long as the charge of Lu Tianyun killing a disciple of the royal family still stands against me, he won't escape. If that Xingye doesn't know what's good for him, then he'd better not blame me for taking action against the senior sister he holds so dear." As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Gufei splashed a bucket of cold water over him. This matter would make it extremely difficult for His Highness the Prince to investigate Azure Cloud Sect once again. Lingyun was stunned.
"What do you mean by that?" The old man turned and began to walk away. "Your Highness, follow me."
Upon arrival, the first thing that caught his eyes was the long gash on Shangju's body, his face as pale as if he had already lost all signs of life. Seeing his senior brother like this, Lingyun trembled.
"Who did this? Could it have been Xingye? Are they trying to start a war with our royal family?"
Jia Gufei answered coldly, "It was done by you."
"What are you surprised about?" The old man recounted the events.
"Although your final sword technique was interrupted by Xingye, the power that had built up in it had already reached its peak. After your highness lost consciousness, this uncontrollable, frenzied force just so happened to strike second prince your highness."
Tianlingyun refused to believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? It must have been that Xingye playing tricks.
Gufei took out the crystal, and the entire process was recorded by Elder Dio of the Azure Cloud Sect. "Take a look, as you can see, both you and Xingyi lost consciousness at the same time, and then your sword technique went out of control and struck the second prince.
No one intervened in this matter.
Originally, His Highness the Second Prince was carrying a protective artifact that could block attacks from a complete golden core cultivator, but it could not stop the vicious attack imbued with the spatial law you wielded. He covered his face, and with a darkened expression, Jia Gufei coldly said,
Your Highness, do you understand the implications of this?
As long as you continue to pursue Lu Tianyun for the murder of the royal grandson, you will also have to bear the responsibility for the death of your elder brother. Moreover, once this shadow trace stone is made public, it will undoubtedly become a key weapon for other princes and those who do not wish for you to inherit the throne to attack you. At the same time, Jinli was admiring the lotus pond before him when Jia Gufei entered.
Sect Master, he asked, what's the situation? What's the fifth prince planning to do?
The old man replied cautiously. As long as he still wants to inherit the throne of Shanglan, the fact that he accidentally killed his elder brother must not be made public. In other words, before he ascends to the throne, the matter of the royal grandson's death at Azure Cloud Sect cannot be pursued any further. After hearing this, Jinli slammed the table in anger. He frowned, having thought that this time he could cooperate with the royal family to seize the Azure Cloud Sect. How could that Xingyi suddenly come back to life? And even break through to a higher realm in just 1 year? Pointing out the anomaly, he said, compared to his strength, what concerns me more are the methods he displayed this time. I suspect Xingyi's true goal from the start was to take Lu Tianyun away, while simultaneously preventing the royal family from holding him accountable. Jinli turned to him, puzzled.
How do you know that?
Gufei began to analyze. From those 2 slaps alone, the fifth prince had already fallen into his opponent's rhythm. Xingyi suggested resolving the matter according to the royal family's rules, setting up a trap for Tianlingyun and making him take 20 pointless blows in Hong Kong. If he didn't want to suffer losses but still had to follow the rules, his only choice was to propose an official duel. However, since Xingyi had concealed his cultivation golden core challenging foundation establishment, he could easily refuse. In that case, Tianling would most likely resort to using Lu Tianyun as leverage, forcing him to comply. Then, all Xingyi had to do was propose taking Lu Tianyun away. Tianlingyun, in his impatience and anger, would surely agree. And that's when the most crucial step in this entire scheme would unfold, finding a way to not only take Lu Tianyun away but also make it impossible for the opponent to pursue the matter while even turning it into a strike of vengeance right in their face. He immediately understood the old man's meaning, causing Tianlingyun to make the same mistake as Lu Tianyun. Gufei nodded, exactly. In that case, all the attacks Tianlingyun made against Lu Tianyun would turn into a boomerang, hitting him instead. Not only would it be a brutal revenge against Tianlingyun, but it would also leave him helpless, forced to suffer. Jinli furrowed his brow, confused. So, how exactly did he manage to do that? The old man was at a loss as well. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I can't figure it out. Gufei continued. In the end, he used the opening move from the Shanglan Heaven breaking art, and raised the sword aura to its peak. It must have been the hostile attitude that pushed the fifth prince to use his strongest attack to settle the matter. But I still can't see how he could manipulate the uncontrollable sword technique to strike precisely at the second prince. Jinli lightly frowned, his expression contemplative. Don't mention you, even this sect master couldn't detect any signs of human intervention in that final move. Gufei sighed. The power was truly astonishing, and the methods were mystifying and difficult to fathom. It seems my initial judgment of this person was completely wrong. At that moment, Tianlingyun threw the wine bottle to the ground. Since he learned about the death of senior brother, he had drowned himself in alcohol. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared on the floor. There was news from old Du. Ling Yun was still bewildered. He's out of the secret realm already? The voice continued. He was killed by the spirit transformation stage corpse demon he himself cultivated. His remains are now at Azure Cloud Sect. Hearing that, he was stunned. What? At the same moment, Xing Yi and Lu Tianyan clasped their hands and bowed before Qing Xian and Diao Dihai. Disciple knows our mistake, the two said in unison. It was all because before entering seclusion, Disciple did not inform the sect that the cultivation method we practiced would place us in a state of feigned death, causing the sect to suffer losses. It was Disciple's reckless behavior that led to the death of a royal family descendant within our sect, turning the sect's justified position into one of fault. Qing Xian waved his hand dismissively. Enough, as long as you're both safe. Just then, Yi suddenly sent a voice transmission to Tian Yun. Lu Shizhi asked Xing Yi how he managed to control Tian Lingyun's berserk sword technique at the end. Tian Yun was taken aback. Why don't you ask him yourself? But since she had received favors from him, she couldn't just refuse. With no choice, she turned and spoke. Junior brother, how did you make Tian Lingyun's final strike land on the second prince? Xing Yi scratched his head, feigning confusion. I didn't do anything. It was just a coincidence. The moment Tian Yun heard that, she knew he was lying. However, just a moment ago, they had been cursing someone, and the next moment, they were quietly passing on a message. Senior sister, wait until there is no one around, then I will speak to you privately. Hearing this, Qing Xian laughed loudly. Ha, it seems that heaven is favoring my Azure Cloud sect. From this, we can see the true face of the myriad phenomena sect. There's no need to talk about forming an alliance anymore, that's settled. Are you curious why we wanted to form an alliance with the myriad phenomena sect in the first place? Yao Dihai then explained. After the chaos of the demon sword battle, the upper-level combat strength of our sect was never replenished, which caused disciples to leave. Our sect was originally at the top among the 3 sects and 4 clans, with the most resources. Given the current shortage of high-level combat power, it's very difficult to maintain the sect's foundations. Myriad Phenomena sect suffered very little loss in the demon sword chaos, but their finances have hit a snag, making it difficult to operate their sect. An alliance between us would benefit both sides. Xing Yi summarized. So, we lack people, and they lack money. Yi nodded. That's one way to put it. Since you've suggested this, I'll activate the senior brother's authority to directly recommend disciples to join the sect. Lu Tianyun helplessly replied. Junior brother, I've already told you, the core problem of the sect is the lack of high-level members. Qing Xian waved his hand. It's fine. Xing Yi, little friend, take them along, let's go. 2 familiar figures appeared, clasping their hands respectfully. Sun Siting, mid-nascent soul stage, road master of the Formation Hall of Dual Joy sect, pays respects to Azure Cloud sect master. Lin Jiyuan, mid-nascent soul stage, master of Qi refining, pays respects to sect leader of Azure Cloud sect. Xing Yi smiled and requested, please help them with the procedures to join the sect. Looking at the 2 people in front of them, Qing Xian, Yi and Tian Yun were all stunned. Ha? Qing Xian hesitated. Little friend, who are these Taoist friends? Xing Yi replied happily, they are disciples I recommended to join our sect. Qing Xian's face darkened, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts ashen. You could recommend these people? Lin Jiyuan even looks older than me. Lin Jiyuan clasped his hands behind his back. Qing Xian sect leader, you have already turned against Myriad Phenomena sect, and the saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend should be clear to you as well. Xing Yi turned to mock him, stop putting on airs, your attitude towards joining the sect should be more sincere. Damn, the old man immediately bowed, trembling in his heart, wishing to join Gui sect. He added, there are also those 2 old foxes of yours who injured Ji elder. Ji Yuan spoke sincerely, I have offended many clan leaders, so this time I came to make amends and offer a formal apology. Yi reluctantly accepted this. Alright, Xing Yi little friend doesn't mind, then there's no need for formalities. I'm not a petty person. The old man suddenly added, there are a total of 5 high-grade Earth-class flying swords, 10 mid-grade Earth-class ones, and 20 low-grade Earth-class ones. She immediately turned 180 degrees and decisively agreed, I accept. At this moment, Chang Xin also spoke up. Lin Jiyuan joining, I can understand, but what about this Taoist friend from Dual Joy Sect? Sun Si Ting turned to look at Xingyi.
I'm just following the master's orders. He cleared his throat as a reminder, ahem.
Then he took out a purple crystal.
This is the intention of sect leader from Dual Joy Sect.
The face of Luo Chang brother immediately appeared. It had been a long time since Chang Xin had seen him. I've heard that Azure Cloud Sect is about to be destroyed under your hands. Sun Sect leader violated a very serious rule of the sect. Initially, he was to be executed, but after some thought, I decided to exile him to your Azure Cloud Sect. Considering the dire situation of your sect, keeping him there would hardly be any different from death. Xingyi put away the record, but Shang Ji's laughter still echoed in the air.
Chang Xin was puzzled. Xingyi, little friend, weren't you in seclusion this past year?
How did you manage to get in touch with Lin Jiyuan and Taoist friend from Dual Joy Sect?
He answered honestly. This one cannot fail to mention the cultivation technique that lets me feign death.
The elder was curious.
Allow me to demonstrate it for the sect leader.
No sooner had he scratched his head than Xingyi's body collapsed and his soul rose up. Using this technique can produce countless fragment souls, allowing one to separate body and spirit to cultivate. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy then accelerates even more. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly lost a portion of his soul.
He stared in bewilderment. Wasn't this feeling familiar?
At that moment, the heart demon appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xingyi's soul. His vision blurred and then went dark. Xingyi's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and slowly sat up.
Lu Tianyun asked anxiously. What's wrong, junior brother? Are you all right?
He rubbed the back of his neck. He was fine.
Chang Xin fretted. Little friend, what's wrong with you?
Xingyi froze.
What is happening?
The sect leader has a heart demon, and it even resembles Lu Yan.
Unwiped cold sweat. Little friend, when did you see her?
He sighed. I didn't see her before, but after she devoured my fragment soul I could see her. The heart demon sneered, turned to Chang Xin and threatened. Tianyun, this disciple of yours dared to lie to you. If you don't teach him a lesson, he might end up as that soft, squishy persimmon. Xingyi said indifferently, Auntie, I'm not lying.
Hearing that, she gave a start. What? You can actually see me? And you can hear what I say?
He swung his hand and punched her in the face.
Not only that, I can hit you again.
You just gave this old man a fright, and you even poked at my relationship with the sect leader. Looking at Xingyi as if he were insane, Diao Dihai was helpless.
Master Diao, what is little friend Xingyi doing?
Chang Xin replied, equally helpless.
He's fighting my heart demon. Ihai was stunned. Huh? The heart demon stubbornly refused to believe it. Why? How is that possible? Never before have I heard of a cultivator being able to lay a hand on a heart demon. What kind of monster are you?
Meanwhile, Xingyi kept striking without saying a word.
She cried out for Tianyun's help. He's about to beat me to death, don't you care?
He stepped forward to intervene. Little friend, please wait a moment.
The heart demon smiled lightly. Tianyun, I know you wouldn't have the heart to let me die again, would you? Xingyi was taken aback. Die again? What do you mean? Isn't Lu Yan alive?
He suggested, little friend, spare her life for now. You hesitate, sect leader, but she is the heart demon. Chang Xin replied, his face full of resignation, I know.
Give me one more night tomorrow, I'll trouble little friend to take action again.
He accepts that we are short-handed. If the two Taoist friends are interested in joining our sect, they could become guest elders, and the treatment would be no less than that of any other sect. Xingyi was unconvinced.
What are you talking about?
Sect leader, one of these people is a criminal of our sect, and the other is seeking asylum. We've already shown great gratitude by agreeing to accept them, how can we offer them benefits as well?
Chang Xin was puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? He turned to give the two a sharp look and softly warned, Senior brothers, what do you think? Lin Ji Yuan cleared his throat.
Azure Cloud Sect Master need not worry about our intentions. Fellow Taoist son and I swear by our Tao hearts that we have no intention of harming Azure Cloud Sect in any way. Sun Si Ting added, and I'd like to add one more thing. Every 6 months, the two of us will use the heart testing stone to confirm our sincerity. The two quickly found an excuse to leave.
We can go check it now.
I know where the heart testing stone is, I'll go with you. Diao Dihai was a bit uneasy about this situation.
Xing Xian seemed to understand Yihai's concern and immediately sent Ji Elder. Go and watch them.
He gently stroked his beard. The reason these two are so wholeheartedly joining our sect might be because of little friend, perhaps? Xing Yi scratched his head.
No, that's not it.
He began to list the crimes of the Wang family, saving Yun Yuan without harming his soul, helping our sect defeat Lin Ji Yuan in the Great Qi cultivation battle, assisting our sect in forming an alliance with the Myriad Phenomena sect, and fulfilling the marriage promise. I have shattered Lin Ji Yuan's plot to manipulate our sect and the Myriad Phenomena sect, saved the elder from his predicament, helped him regain his youth, and now I've broken the deadlock between our sect and the royal family Myriad Phenomena sect. I have even removed the heart demon on behalf of the old man, and recruited 2 nascent soul experts to assist. You have contributed so much to the sect, yet as sect leader, I have nothing to give you in return.
Lu Tianyun suddenly recalled Chang Xin's words.
His actions were meant to repay the sect's kindness on your behalf, so that when the two of you eventually depart, you would leave without regret. Xing Xian solemnly announced, now that you have broken through to the Golden Core realm, the sect leader intends to convene a meeting of the elders to appoint you as the sect's vice leader. Upon hearing this, Xing Yi and Tianyun were both immediately astonished. He continued, at that time, all resources and authority within the sect will be made available to you. As long as you remain with Azure Cloud Sect, you will be the successor to the sect leader.
I wonder if little friend Xing Yi is willing to accept this. What does senior sister think?
Tianyun did not expect him to ask her, and for a moment, she faltered.
This. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Why are you asking me? Isn't this something you should be able to answer yourself?
Xing Xian laughed heartily.
When little friend entered the sect at the heart testing stone, Lu Shiji saw it too.
Now that the engagement between the Myriad Phenomena sect and little friend has been annulled, I, as sect leader, will act as a matchmaker and arrange both the succession ceremony of the sect leader's junior and the wedding to Lu Shiji on the same day. Lu Tianyun stood up, opposing, please, sect leader, do not use me to tie down Xing Yi junior brother.
He kept the smile on his face. How could this be called binding?
This should be called double happiness at the gate. With no other option, she turned to Xing Yi for help. Junior brother, you should also speak to the sect leader, but when did he tidy up his collar and adopt such a cool demeanor, calling me junior sect leader?
Tianyun, embarrassed, left, I don't care about you too.
The two of them watched her figure disappear, and Xing Yi chuckled. Senior sister, she's really adorable. Xing Xian grew serious again. I was just joking. As sect leader, I've always opposed the idea of parents deciding where their children sit. I am not in a position to decide for Lu Shiji. Therefore, little friend Xing Yi's fortune should still be something he must fight for himself. He scratched his head lightly and said honestly, the reason I can contribute so much to the sect is also because sect leader, Elder Ji, and Elder Guanzhou are very compatible with me.
He repeated, then what about the matter with the young sect leader?
He clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and subtly declined, this matter is very important, I still hope sect leader will give me more time to think about it.
He waved his hand, there's no rush.
Curious, he asked, but why is it that sect leader's heart demon is the Lu sect leader of the dual joy sect?
Xing Xian asked, have you met her before?
He replied sincerely, yes, I saw her when I was using my soul fragment to cultivate, and am quite familiar with her.
Recently, she seems to be doing well. His expression became deep, so you've also seen her heart demon? Xingyi calmly answered, I helped her get rid of it. Chang Xin sighed in relief.
Seeing this, he was confused and didn't understand. Suddenly, Chang Xin said, Little friend, I owe you a huge favor now.
How about you stop being the young sect leader? I'll just hand this position directly to you. He was still confused. Sect leader, are you joking? Chang Xin continued, did she say anything about her heart demon to you?
Xingyi shook his head, no, but I'm very curious about her heart demon.
Why is it her own self?
After hearing this, Chang Xin was taken aback.
What? Isn't her heart demon this person?
He then pointed to a handsome, elegant young man. The young man didn't hesitate to slap him with a cold splash of water. No, it's just that the sect leader's heart demon looks exactly like her.
Xingyi, curious, asked, then who is this handsome guy?
Chang Xin calmly replied, it's me when I was younger. Upon hearing this, the young man was left dumbfounded.
Ha!
Chang Xin then began speaking again, I'll tell you a story, little friend. The old man reminisced about his youthful glory. Many years ago, around 30 years ago, I was still in the chi refining stage, working for a mercenary group specialized in hunting monster beasts.
During one mission, I discovered a village under attack by a monster.
I killed the beast, but nearly all the villagers had been slaughtered. Only a pair of sisters managed to escape by hiding in an abandoned well. They survived the calamity, but both were gravely injured. I took them back to my team to treat their wounds. At first, I intended to find a nearby village after they healed and see if anyone was willing to adopt them. However, during their recovery in our camp, these two mortal sisters revealed an extraordinary talent for cultivating immortality. Chang Xin continued, I realized that the dangerous life of a mercenary wasn't suitable for them, so I decided to introduce them to some good sects. But both of them disagreed, insisting on staying with the group to help the leader, who had also agreed with their decision. The old man continued to shift time, and 3 years passed. Chang Xin continued, during this time, I witnessed the growth of these two prodigies in cultivating immortality.
In just 7 short years, these two sisters went from ordinary mortals to the 3rd and 1st levels of Foundation establishment.
At that time, I had only reached the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Apart from their cultivation, their appearances had also changed significantly. The two blonde girls from that time had now matured and become beautiful.
Xingyi asked in confusion, wait, is this Lu Miao?
Chang Xin replied, on the left is elder sister Lu Miao, and on the right is little sister Lu Yan.
He then revealed, these two have completely opposite personalities and names.
Lu Miao is bold, steadfast, and as passionate as fire, while Lu Yan is modest, gentle, and as calm as water. Chang Xin said, in the mercenary group, most of us are rough people like me. Xingyi thought to himself, no, they're all like you.
That's not a mercenary group, it's a bunch of men.
The old man continued, these two sisters are the rare women in the group and are the treasures of the squad. Many people in the group have courted them, but they have all declined. At that time, I thought that with their natural talents, they would certainly reach heights that I couldn't even imagine in the future.
How could anyone from our group possibly be chosen?
Back then, in the Beast Hunter Mercenary Corps, there was a custom of making necklaces from the bones and teeth of magical beasts, treating them as tokens of faith and engagement.
At that time, Chang Xin asked curiously, what's this? Another brat giving this to you? Lu Miao shyly replied, I made it. And gave it to someone.
Chang Xin suddenly waved his hand, pushing Xingyi aside. The rest of the conversation wasn't important, so I'll skip it. He then grumbled. Hey, what the hell? Then he said. In short, after that, we went through life and death together many times, eventually establishing a partnership. That period of time was certainly the happiest and most joyful in my path of cultivating immortality. But beautiful things don't last long. One time, my team and I went to a body of water to carry out a mission. The lake was originally the dwelling place of an iron scale rock at the early Foundation establishment stage, but unexpectedly, a black water flood dragon at the late Foundation establishment stage appeared.
We were no match for it.
Out of our team of 10, only I and 2 others managed to escape.
I was also poisoned.
The flood dragon tried to keep me, and its poison was even more dangerous.
If the poison wasn't resolved in time through dual cultivation, even a minor case could sever one's meridians, while a severe case would cause instant death, with the body exploding into pieces.
Fortunately, at that time, we were not far from the camp, and moreover, Lu Miao was also there. Although we had not yet reached that stage in our relationship, there was no time to worry about it anymore. The other 2 members immediately carried me back to the camp. Along the way, I lost consciousness. My hazy spirit vaguely sensed that the poison in my body was slowly being neutralized. I thought to myself that if I could survive this time, I would cherish the smile of the one I loved even more, and I would never betray her for the rest of my life. However, when I regained some awareness, the scene before me was like a thunderclap. Under the clear sky, standing before me was not Lu Miao, but Lu Yan, her younger sister, who was no longer covered by anything. Hearing this, Xingye's face darkened, and with an awkward expression, he said, "Xing Xian, continue your story." After that, Lu Miao came back and witnessed everything with her own eyes. I wanted to explain, but she immediately left. Later, I heard from the 2 members who had carried me back to the camp that they had brought me back, but Lu Miao was no longer there. At that time, sound transmission jade was very expensive, only available to the squad leader and team leader, while the others relied on burning monster beast dung to send signals, and feared it would not be quick enough.
The 2 who had brought me back separated to act.
One went to send a signal to call Lu Miao back to the camp, while the other went to find Lu Yan, her sister. The person in charge of the logistics in the squad was tasked with seeing if there was any faster way to contact elder sister. However, just as that member was explaining the situation, I suddenly lost control and frantically charged towards Lu Yan. Perhaps, more than worrying about Lu Yan, that member was more afraid of something happening to me. So, not only did they not try to stop me, but they also shut the door tightly behind me. Xing Xian recounted, "By the time I regained my composure, it was already too late to save the situation."
The old man gloomily said, "Since that day, Lu Miao has disappeared without a trace."
I couldn't face Lu Yan anymore, so I left the sect and set off alone to search for Lu Miao. Xing Xian revealed, "But when I found her, all that was left was a cold corpse."
Xing Xian continued to reminisce, "I found her in an area frequented by high-level magical beasts.
Her body had been torn apart beyond recognition." The old man closed his eyes, recalling that day. Perhaps it was when his spirit had broken down, he had wandered into a forbidden zone and met his end in the jaws of a magical beast.
Xingyi comforted the sect leader, "This was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding, not your fault."
He thought to himself, though he felt somewhat guilty for comforting the sect leader, the nature of this story was far too tragic. Xing Xian suddenly revealed, "When I regained consciousness, there was a gap of about 15 minutes between the fluctuating state I was in and when Lu Miao opened the door." The old man still found it hard to understand, even as he recalled the events. I don't know why clearly by then more than half of the Jiao venom had been neutralized, yet I still couldn't control my body.
For the next 15 minutes I kept attacking Lu Yan while fully conscious.
He looked at Ling Zi and said, "I was immersed in pain and regret. I don't know how long it lasted, until it appeared." I wasn't panicked, on the contrary, I felt much more at ease. Xing Xian lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. He felt guilty. "I have wronged my sect sisters and cannot make amends, then at least let me bear these shackles to atone for the rest of my life."
Xingyi hurriedly asked, "Wait, sect leader, do you mean you carried the heart demon with you from the Foundation establishment stage all the way to the mid-nascent soul stage?"
Xing Xian replied, "Yes." He revealed, "Actually I knew I had a talent for cultivation, but when I was with the mercenary regiment I was lazy and negligent and paid no attention to cultivation." Xing Xian grew increasingly gloomy.
"After that incident I kept thinking, if I had been a bit more diligent back then, my cultivation might have been higher. If I had been able to slay that Jiao dragon, would I have been able to suppress the Jiao venom? Could Lu Miao perhaps have not died?"
The old man declared in a firm voice, "Therefore, I have made up my mind. In this life, I will never allow a similar tragedy to happen to the people close to me." Xingyi slowly realized and asked.
So, you mean the Lu Miao Hall master of the dual joy sect is actually Lu Yen?
Chang Xin replied. That's right, she disappeared for a long time. By the time I got news of her, it had already been half a year.
She had joined the dual joy sect under the identity of Lu Miao.
His voice grew more solemn. I don't know why she chose to do that.
Maybe it's some form of revenge because I harmed her two sisters.
Xing Xian continued. Later, through Luo Shangji's words, I learned that Lu Yen had long held a grudge.
This made me feel guilty and regretful.
The old man questioned. But I don't understand why her heart demon takes the form of elder sister. Suddenly, the system displayed a mission.
Help Chang Xin sect leader resolve the knot with Lu Yen.
Success, golden core gift bag. Failure, self-detonation on the spot. Xingyi thought to himself.
What was meant to happen has come.
He was somewhat surprised. It's been more than half a year without any missions, and I've even leveled up in the meantime. The system continued to announce.
Help Chang Xin sect leader resolve the knot with Lu Yen.
Success, golden core gift bag. Failure, self-detonation on the spot.
Time limit, 6 months.
Xingyi finished reading and was very upset. Previously, he was always tasked with diving headfirst into dangerous situations, but this time, they wanted him to clear up the sect leader's mindset and even gave him such a long deadline. The system then asked if he wanted to use a card to refresh the mission, leaving Xingyi completely baffled.
From the start, is this thing deciding whether or not I'll use it?
He murmured to himself, this mission doesn't seem too difficult.
I had planned to help the sect leader anyway. No need for the refresh card, right?
At this point, Xing Xian turned to Xingyi and sighed, saying, You've heard enough pointless talk, haven't you, little friend? You must be tired of it by now.
Xingyi quickly replied, Not at all. It's something I have to accept.
In any case, this heart demon is a burden I should bear, and I don't intend to get rid of it. Suddenly, Xingyi rushed off and said, I'll help the sect leader change his mindset, but please give me some time.
I need to prepare.
After entering a secluded room, he commanded the system and called a video with the heart demon in the system's space. At this point, Xingyi was connected with the heart demon and said, I need to ask you something. He thought to himself that he didn't really want to hear about the personal matters of the sect leader, but given the current situation, he had no choice.
Then Xingyi asked, Why is a heart demon like you taking the form of Lu Miao?
The heart demon then suggested, Share some of your slaying energy with me, and I will tell you. Xingyi immediately followed her request. Speak. Heart demon, while absorbing the yin energy, revealed, because Lu Yen felt guilty towards elder sister Lu Miao.
He wondered, why is she the one at fault?
She is also a victim. Heart demon honestly recounted, at that time, Lu Yen had concealed her cultivation level, she was not at the first stage of foundation establishment, but at the peak of foundation establishment.
Xingyi exclaimed. She quietly continued, Lu Miao is elder sister. Since childhood, she has been extremely competitive, learning everything faster than me.
She really enjoyed taking care of me, and I also like being cared for by elder sister.
At that time, Lu Miao told Lu Yen, Little Yen, if I breathe in and out like this, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will be faster.
Heart demon continued, but after they got involved with cultivating immortality, I realized my cultivation talent was much higher than elder sister's. I am more sensitive and, afraid of hurting elder sister's pride, I deliberately held back my cultivation speed to match hers.
However, I discovered that the mission of the Demon Hunter Guild was extremely dangerous.
I felt that only by becoming stronger could I protect elder sister at critical moments. So, I began to put all my effort into cultivation, but still kept my cultivation level hidden. Xingyi cut her off.
Wait. That's confusing. Back then, the sect leader was only at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. If she was already at great perfection, then why was she exposed by the heart demon? Because Lu Yen deliberately didn't resist at that time, he asked suspiciously. Could it be that she was afraid the sect leader's clan wouldn't have enough time to dispel it?
She replied, at first, she also comforted herself with that thought. But deep down, she knew perfectly well what the real reason buried in her heart was. Xingyi urged impatiently, "Stop beating around the bush already." The heart demon confessed honestly, "Lu Yan also likely Xian, the very same sect leader of yours. After becoming the personal disciple of the previous head, she changed her name."
Xingyi was taken aback. The heart demon continued, "Lu Yan had quite an introverted personality.
Even though she had long harbored feelings for Li Xian, she kept them hidden deep in her heart.
But elder sister Lu Miao was different.
With her straightforward and carefree nature, she didn't notice her younger sister's feelings.
Once she realized she liked Li Xian, she confessed immediately.
The hesitation and silence about her own feelings, that was Lu Yan's problem alone. Li Xian preferred a girl with a temperament like elder sister's. Her happiness became Lu Yan's happiness, or so she kept telling herself. But deep within, a voice would sometimes whisper, and at that time, such a voice constantly echoed in Lu Miao's mind, "Drop the act, you're not truly content, are you?" The heart demon laid bare the truth. Although Lu Yan hated the thought of it, as her relationship with elder sister and Li Xian progressed further, she increasingly found it harder to control the negative emotions within her. Until that day, she had clearly reached full foundation establishment, yet she couldn't stop a man who was only at the 4th stage of foundation establishment from raping her. Even I don't understand why she thought the way she did at that time.
Perhaps even she herself didn't know. Xingyi curiously asked, "So her heart demon is Lu Miao, not the sect leader? Is it because she feels that her actions led to elder sister's death?" The heart demon responded, "That's right, it's because of this.
She developed an extreme self-loathing." The heart demon continued, using elder sister's name, disguising herself as elder sister, mimicking her personality and how she handled things. She believed that the one who should die was herself, and that elder sister was the one who should live on.
Hearing this, Xingyi sighed and mumbled, holding his face in frustration, "How desperate. No wonder the mission is supposed to take half a year, and I still don't know what she's thinking. Is this the person I'm supposed to be able to advise?"
Suddenly, something flashed in front of him. The system notified the host, "She has woken up."
Xingyi asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to temporarily not provide her with the creation points and wait until I finish my task?"
The system replied, "I didn't do that, she woke up on her own." Spirit suddenly spoke up, "You take the demon core that I absorbed to trigger the thunder tribulation and watch." The demon core absorbs the power of the thunder tribulation, helping one level up from mid-foundation establishment directly to mid-golden core, but it also replenishes the energy that I was running low on. She was a little angry and said, "But I really didn't expect that this spiritual entity would gain control over me while I was in my hibernation."
The system immediately questioned, "Go, who exactly are you? Since when did you cling to the host's body? Why can you manipulate the system, and what is your purpose?" Spirit cheerfully laughed and replied, "What are you talking about? I'm the cultivation split of elder brother." Hearing this, Xingyi immediately retorted, "Still playing dumb at this point? I'll just lock you up in the system space forever."
After the system levels up, all the powers that were split have been restored.
You're no longer a pawn.
Spirit sighed and then said, "All right, I can answer false spirit energy's question."
"But elder brother, you can't listen."
Xingyi replied, "False spirit energy, if you still want to tell him the truth after knowing it, I won't stop you." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door.
"Junior brother, are you back?" Tian Yun then asked him, "Who are you talking to? What did the sect leader say? Did you agree to become the vice sect leader?"
Xingyi replied, muttering to himself.
Then he curiously asked, "Will senior sister stay at Azure Cloud Sect forever?" Tian Yun answered, "Probably not."
Suddenly, Xingyi made a decision and said, "Then I won't become the vice sect leader. I was just considering it, but I will help Azure Cloud Sect return to the top position among the 3 sects and 4 clans, and then I'll take senior sister to the place she wants to go." Tian Yun was somewhat stunned upon hearing this. She then turned her face away and pouted, saying, "You're just good at boasting. Go fulfill the promise you made to me in the Sect's main hall first." Xingyi asked, "You mean our marriage?" Tianyun became embarrassed upon hearing this and shouted, "Who wants to marry you? Didn't you say you wanted to discuss with me in private how to make Tianlingyan accidentally kill the second prince?" Xingyi suddenly realized, you mean that? Then he revealed, "Senior sister, you know I have a spatial storage that doesn't require spiritual energy to activate." She responded, "Yes, and what does that have to do with this?" Xingyi explained, "This spatial storage is controlled by my soul. Moreover, it's like a storage ring, it can't store living beings." He placed his hand on Tianyun's head and said, "If you want to store something, it will work like this." Then Xingyi comfortably groped her head. The announcement rang out, "Creation star point plus 18. Tianyun, on the other hand, irritably slapped his hand away. "What are you doing?" Xingyi revealed, "So far, I've sent senior sister into that space a total of 100 times. He recounted, but each time, senior sister was immediately expelled, so fast that even his spiritual sense couldn't detect it. Even if I try to seal off the exit of the space, it's still useless. However, during the process of sealing it, I discovered a new way to use that space." Then Xingyi continued, "I tried using my split soul to manipulate that space, but unfortunately, as long as my main soul's consciousness is present, the split soul can't operate it. Although I can't control it actively, there's an interesting phenomenon. He lifted a flame, for example, there's a shard of my split soul in this strand of hair." Then, Xingyi threw the strand of hair forcefully into a corner of the room. He touched Tianyun's cheek and said, "This time, if I send senior sister into that space again, but at the same time intentionally seal off the exit of the space from my main soul." Then Xingyi left, leaving Tianyun in the room in the process of shifting. Xingyi's voice rang out, "Right at this moment, the exit, pushing senior sister out, will automatically appear near my split soul, won't it?" He explained further, "Thanks to this, multiple methods can be generated, and the easiest one is the method of shifting that senior sister experienced." Xingyi revealed, "Of course, one can still take advantage of the previously set exit, making my attack shift instantaneously." He smirked and said, "Similarly, a bow can shift the enemy's attack." Tianyun then reasoned, "That's not right. At that time, you were far away from Tianlingyun, and his attack trajectory was clearly visible. There were no signs of shifting or counterattacking," Tianyun pointed out. Xingyi explained, "Even though I was far, there were still strands of hair on the ground that carried my soul's essence." "You're still doubting it, but didn't you say that a fragment of the soul cannot control the mysterious space?" Suddenly, Tianyun seemed to understand something, "So that's how it is?" She then asked Xingyi, "So you used the divine spear art for this?" Not only did it cause Tianlingyun's attack, which had reached its peak, to lose control, but it also made the main body's soul lose consciousness. With this method, the fragment of the soul attached to the hair can control the space. Tianyun continued her analysis. In an instant, Tianlingyun's attack will be stored in the mysterious space. Afterward, it will be released at a speed undetectable by spiritual awareness. At this moment, all that was needed was to adjust the direction accurately to create the illusion that Tianlingyun had accidentally killed the second prince. But there was a problem. Even if the mysterious space could be used to change the direction of the attack, there would still be some errors. Why did the attack go off course like that? Tianyun explained in a serious tone, offering a perfectly reasonable justification. That's why his position at that time was also arranged by you. It required 3 people, and they basically had to stand in a straight line, Xingyi said, somewhat complimenting her. It's still better not to explain too much to senior sister. I just need to list the conditions, and you can analyze everything yourself. Tianyun then recounted that the second prince had a life-saving magical artifact. Tianlingyun's attack had just barely exceeded the limit of the artifact. Don't tell me this is just another coincidence. He responded, in order to make it look more like an accident, this was actually part of the plan. Then, Xingyi revealed, actually, I can see through the methods of any magical artifact a person is wearing. A mid-tier Earth-level protective talisman can withstand a full-force attack from a golden core cultivator. He thought for a moment, then said, after that, I just need to force Tian Lingyun to use his trump card step by step and see if his methods are enough to kill the second prince, even with the protection of his artifact. If they are, then we just need to follow the steps that senior sister just mentioned. If we feel that Tian Lingyun cannot kill the second prince, then even if he uses all his strength, I will activate the divine soul hairstrand that I had previously attached to the second prince. After activating the divine spear art and stripping away his protective treasure, I will replace it with a ring that contains spiritual stones and a fake token, then allow the attack to land on him. At that time, thanks to the information from the paperslip, Xingyi learned some details. Since Chang Xin had mentioned that the second prince was at Myriad Phenomena Sect, I had investigated and researched the route to Myriad Phenomena Sect, including the rules of the royal family and some gossip and secret matters. He then continued explaining that the second prince had developed a gambling addiction, so when faced with this kind of danger, it was understandable that he had pawned his protective treasure. Tianyun listened, feeling a headache, and exclaimed, "Junior brother, does your plan really need to be so meticulous?" Xingyi suddenly revealed, because I had learned a lesson before. She let out a sound of realization, and he then recounted, that's right, thanks to Taoist friend Spirit's spiritual attack, she was unable to use her protective force. At that time, I didn't consider that the other party had a protective treasure. I almost killed a friend with not much of a brain. Then Xingyi casually added, but fortunately, she managed to resolve it with money in the end. Tianyun, upon hearing that, thought to herself, if money can solve it, then it probably isn't a big deal after all. The next morning, they only heard Yuan Lan's voice calling out from outside the house. Is Xingyi here? Xingyi, yawning as he stepped out of the window, was shirtless. When she saw him, she shouted, "It's already morning. What are you doing, not wearing any clothes?" Tianyun was standing next to him and curiously asked, "Little Yuan is looking for you? Why did you take off your shirt?" She then stepped out to ask Yuan Lan, "What's the matter, Xiao Yuan?" Upon seeing the scene, Yuan Lan misunderstood and immediately screamed. She turned around and ran off, crying. In broad daylight, you have no shame. Tianyun then realized the misunderstanding and shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Give my clothes back." Xingyi, acting nonchalant, replied, "Just teasing this girl for fun." He then tried to calm her down, all right, don't be so angry." At that moment, a seductive bunny outfit appeared on Tianyun. Yuan Lan was still running, crying loudly. "Damn it, you bastard! Senior sister, my senior sister!" Suddenly, there was an explosion behind her. Tianyun was seen stepping on Xingyi like a rag. She walked up to Yuan Lan and asked Xiao Yuan, "What business do you have with him?" At that moment, the scene shifted to another sex gate, where Chang Xin was trying to persuade the people there. "I already told you, I don't want to cause any trouble. I just want to meet Xingyi. I have something important to discuss with him." The gatekeepers, annoyed, drove him away. "Get lost. We don't welcome people from the Myriad Phenomena Sect here. Don't make us use force." Suddenly, Xingyi appeared and asked, "Chang Xin, what are you doing here?" Chang Xin turned his head toward him. Seeing Xingyi's disheveled appearance as if he had just crawled out of a trash bin, Chang Xin jumped in shock and exclaimed, "What happened to your face?" The scene then shifted to Zhangyang Peak. Xingyi was sitting in a tea room, asking, "Sect Master Chang, what did you call me here for?" Chang Xin revealed, "She asked me to give you this." The girl said that aside from the divine artifact fragment inside, nothing else should be touched. Xingyi was slightly surprised. "This is the storage ring of the previous technique master, isn't it?" A system notification rang out. "Correct. The items within are consistent with this system's previous records." Chang Xin continued. "This was the Sect's decision. We juniors can't interfere this time." The girl apologizes. She also said that the agreement between you two is no longer valid. She won't cause you any more trouble in the future either. He furrowed his brow and confided. Although I don't know what you all have agreed upon, I can feel the strong determination to die when she spoke those words, Chang Xin recounted. She is now under house arrest. In another day, she will marry Tian Lingyun, and then she will be taken to the imperial capital, he said worriedly. I feel that with her current state, she won't be able to hold on until that day. I begged my father, telling him that this Tian Lingyun has ill intentions, but my father is too infatuated, thinking only about the benefits of cooperating with the royal family. I even threatened to kill myself to force him, but it was useless. Even I was locked out. Thankfully, with old Li's help, I was able to sneak out. Xingyi responded helplessly, so what? If even your sect master couldn't do anything, what can I do? Chang Yan looked dejected. I don't know, but other than you, I don't know who else to turn to for help. Xingyi immediately refused to help her. So you're asking Azure Cloud Sect to declare war on Myriad Phenomena Sect and the royal family? I'm sorry, I can't do that. Suddenly, Chang Yan pulled something out from her pocket. Xingyi was puzzled. What's that thing? It's the second token. If the emotional plea doesn't work, when you're near Lu Tianyun, Chang Yan said, I'll tell you, it was from me. Then he opened the bag, and a stream of air escaped from it, with Xingyi's reflection appearing. Chang Xin, you immediately kicked that image away. Tianyun asked in confusion, what is Chang Xin? Why do you have to shatter it like that? Xingyi awkwardly explained, she's a widow. I was just scolding her, it's because scolding would have been too filthy. Then Chang Yan pulled out another bag from earlier, causing him to shout loudly. Is there more? The third brocade bag, the second one was just a revenge on the former fiancé who was careless. The key was the third one. Xingyi suspected the cruel woman was up to something again. Chang Yan opened the bag, a little surprised, still the shadow trace stone. Inside was the image of Lingyun, angrily shouting, jumping on Xingyi and asking what to do if Lu Tianyun was brought back. He seemed to be discussing something, and 3 days later was still the wedding day with Ling Ai. The world wouldn't notice, but surely Senior's sister was rescued. Then Lingyun laughed triumphantly, but it was certain that Senior brother from the Azure Cloud Sect was a failure, unable to do anything even though his wife was taken away. Afterward, loud laughter rang out. Tianyun looked at Xingyi and said, Junior brother, don't mind those flowery dogs. He replied calmly, no, Senior sister, normally if some stray dog barks at me, I'd kick its head off. She reiterated, but this is Chang Xin's provocation technique. Xingyi explained, this has nothing to do with that woman. I didn't kill Tian Lingyun at the Myriad Phenomena Sect before because I wanted Senior sister to leave there safely, otherwise, given what he did to you, I would have killed him there 10,000 times over. He said sternly and decisively, this time we'll simply take advantage of his assembly and finish him off. Tianyun was more cautious, don't get excited. Tian Lingyun's soul ceremony isn't being held in Imperial City but at the Myriad Phenomena Sect. It must have been seized by Jinli. It's expected that the major figures of Azure Orchid Nation will all attend. They will attach great importance to this grand soul. If you sabotage it in public, that would certainly be a declaration of war against the Myriad Phenomena Sect and the royal family. Xingyi reassured her, don't worry, Senior sister, I won't pull some typical male lead bride snatching stunt, besides, that woman isn't worth me taking. I only want to give Tian Lingyun an extraordinarily wonderful wedding experience. At that moment, on Lingyun's side, after reading the memorial he cried out in annoyance. So that's how it is that old man actually dared to deceive me. He just said that practicing the Gu King art would create a cursed life source on the body. Once the number of practitioners of the Gu King art reaches 9,981, the ritual for the sacrificial altar will be initiated. Lingyun calculated that as long as the practitioners died, the sacrificial altar would be considered successful, and the cursed life source of the deceased would be evenly distributed among the surviving life sources. Then he looked down at his body, and once only one cursed life source remained, his body would turn golden and become the cursed king. Lingyun looked at the scorpion in the palm of his hand with some hesitation, but his own cursed life source had turned golden more than a year ago.
Suddenly, Ing Nu appeared and spoke.
Old Du really died more than a year ago, but the Azure Cloud sect has been hiding this news all this time. He only realized it now, which is why this old man has been distributing the remnants of the Gu King art to everyone for cultivation, hoping to sacrifice us to become his cursed kings. In the future, if the devouring of Chang Xin reaches the third stage, you will have the chance to return to the spirit transformation stage. Ling Yun thought to himself. This king almost fell into your trap, saying that I needed the dragon vein of our royal family to increase my strength.
I had already sensed something was wrong. Ing Nu continued. The dragon vein is real.
It's written in the archery technique, if the formation can be set up at the center of the dragon vein in the final step, the success rate will triple. It reveals something, but he died prematurely because of an accident, which, in turn, worked out for you. Ling Yun frowned and muttered to himself, in the early stage, that brat Xingyi dared to insult me like that. When the time comes, I'll make sure the entire Azure Cloud sect buries you alongside him. Then he asked, how did you get this complete Gu King art? Ing Nu answered, of course, I used the secret methods of Azure Cloud sect, but I had to pay a heavy price to retrieve it. Ling Yun wondered, that old man is dead, so why are you still helping me? Ing Nu replied, as you know, I have a cursed slave, and old Du is dead. Now, the only way to get rid of it is by successfully cultivating the Gu King art.
Hearing this, he laughed, that's nothing. Ling Yun's expression turned cold again as he asked, but there's still one thing, has Chang Xin's cultivation not been completed yet?
Ing Nu replied, she's at the second stage, delayed for 10 years. We've tried many methods, but none have worked. This plan was originally meant to have Your Highness imprison and torture her to make her bond with the one who abused her. Ling Yun was somewhat intrigued upon hearing this. This method is interesting. I didn't expect that Ing Nu, that kid of yours, would have such a heavy taste.
Ing Nu explained, this was beyond expectations.
The incident 10 years ago caused a disruption in the order, making it very difficult for Chang Xin to enter the third phase. Then it revealed, but now, we've discovered a better method.
Ling Yun exclaimed in surprise, what? Ing Nu then said, Xingyi.
From what I've observed, Chang Xin has nearly developed feelings for him in the third phase.
Suddenly, a flare of anger blazed up at their position.
He raised his voice angrily, what you're saying is that I'm not as good as this Xingyi, and you're calling him just a pawn in the dirty trick you devised?
Ing Nu thought to itself, wasn't it just now that you said this method was quite interesting?
Then it explained, Your Highness, you misunderstood.
A person with a peculiar character like Chang Xin would actually not be interested in an outstanding man like Your Highness.
Ling Yun pondered for a moment and then said, that's true.
Then, how can we smoothly get Chang Xin to enter the third phase?
Ing Nu came up with an idea, such as having Xingyi kidnap her, and finally killing him seemed acceptable.
The scenario wasn't bad. But how to execute it? Ing Nu reassured Ling Yun, don't worry, the bait has been cast. Now, we just need to wait and see if the fish bites.
Back in the tea room, Xingyi spoke, first, the guests will come to offer their congratulations, then Tian Lingyun will bring your sister inside, and finally, the wedding ceremony will be completed.
Chun Yen responded, that's correct. Xingyi curiously asked, what gift did he give? Chang Yen replied, he said he would present it on the wedding day. Tian Yun then spoke, this doesn't follow the proper customs.
Xingyi speculated, he must have some valuable item he wants to show off in front of everyone, both to display the wealth and power of the royal family and to make a statement for the myriad phenomena sect. Chang Yen revealed, the imperial capital is far from the myriad phenomena sect. The wedding procession can indeed take place over a long distance, but most of it will be carried out at our myriad phenomena sect. He explained, Tian Lingyun and the wedding procession will take a flying magical artifact from the sect's main hall to the Phoenix West Pavilion where my sister is staying.
Chun Yen firmly said, this is the best opportunity to save my sister. Xingyi asked, how so?
Cheng Yen then shared, first, I reviewed the list of the wedding procession members, and they are all juniors from the royal family, with Tian Lingyun being the highest in cultivation.
Chun Yen continued, also, the route they will take is fixed. It passes by our Lingquan pool, since it's the place for bathing.
The entire Lingquan pool was surrounded by a protective formation for the spirit sense, and the speed of the wedding procession was not fast at all. It took half an hour to fly out of the area where the spirit sense was blocked to reach Lingquan pool. He continued to lay out the plan. As long as we hide there, the chances of saving you are very high. Moreover, beneath the Lingquan pool, there is a secret passage, and inside it, there is a path leading to a transmission formation that sends a pulse once to the outside of the sect. Then, Xingyi invited Chang Xin out of the room and said, "All right, thank you.
This piece of information is enough. Sect Master, do you remember the way? I won't see you off."
Chang Xin, furious, shouted, wait a minute, what is your plan?
Are you going to save her or not? Say something, I can cooperate with you.
Xingyi's voice came from inside, that's right, then you bring all the items from your father's storage ring and Tian Lingyan along.
Chang Xin helplessly replied, I snuck out with these, if I bring them back, I'll be locked up in confinement, how do you expect me to bring them back?
Xingyi calmly responded, your father will forgive you for sneaking them out. On the other side, Lingyan took something from the shining box and exclaimed in surprise, this is a soul-nourishing pill, and it's a high-grade one of the earth rank. Jinli then explained, a supreme-grade holy pill that can heal and nurture wounded souls.
I once saw one at an auction.
The head of the Wind Thunder sect spent 50 million spirit stones to obtain it.
He immediately turned to question his son. Chang Xin, what is going on here? Speak clearly to me. Why would Xingyi send over such a precious pill?
Chang Xin then took out 2 envelopes, each containing a letter he had sent to someone. Both Ling Yun and Jinli read the letters together.
The first one read, Li Sect Master, Brat Xingyi. Although the engagement with Ling AI was originally meant to serve the interests of the alliance between our two sects, my relationship with Chang Xin is utterly pure, untainted by worldly gain.
My heart ached deeply when I learned that my feigned death done only to cultivate a special technique led you to annul my engagement with Ling AI. Today, my sorrow pierces my heart like 10,000 blades. To dispel this misunderstanding, I have specially sent a soul-nurturing pill. I hope Li Sect Master can grant us your blessing, so that Ling AI and I may continue to fulfill our 3-lifetime engagement.
As for Ling Yun's letter, it read, Your Highness Ling Yun, I understand. Chang Xin's charm is lethally captivating to any ordinary man.
Therefore, I can comprehend why you might have acted as you did for her sake. However, the two of us are of one mind, and our fathers share a long-standing bond. Li Sect Master himself can testify to this. There is a saying in the world, it's hard to part with someone destined to be with you, even if you have to destroy a temple to do so. If I have truly not passed away, I hope that Ling Yun your highness will not force the separation of a fated couple, nor coerce a relationship. This soul-nurturing pill is my way of compensating your highness for the kindness shown to Xin heir. Ling Yun read it and stared blankly for a moment before letting out a sound of surprise.
Jinli, curious, asked, Ling Yun, what does it say on your side?
Ling Yun glanced over and said, would you like to swap and see? After both of them read each other's letters, they fell silent, leaving Chang Xin puzzled.
Why are you both silent after reading it? Chang Xin asked.
Ling Yun then asked, Sect Masterly, is what's written in the letter true? Jinli revealed, there's no truth to the physical contact, but from what I know, it is true that Xingyi has already bowed down before my little girl. Upon hearing this, Chang Xin felt his blood boil and retorted, Spirit, really?
No, it's not that.
Ling Yun asked suspiciously, Sect Masterly, do you intend to accept the pills he gave you? Jinli explained, right now, Azure Cloud Sect is on the verge of decline. It's not something that Xingyi alone can control. Although the letter seems sincere, the hostile attitude he displayed when he came to my sect cannot be faked. I'll have someone return the 2 pills later.
Ling Yun asked, why return it?
Then he confessed, I want to marry Chang Xin's elixir, this prince also wants to take her.
Chang Xin immediately spoke up, what you're doing might not be the best course of action.
Jinli raised his voice and reminded, Chang Xin, this is none of your business.
Go back to where you belong.
But Chang Xin coldly responded, with a hint of provocation, if father still wants to imprison me, then lock me up with her. I'm afraid she might do something foolish. He sighed in frustration and ordered his subordinate, Deacon, take him to Lin Air. Afterward, Gufei led Chang Yan along with him. Ling Yan stayed behind and then asked, he doesn't like me much, does he? Jinli tried to defend his son, the child doesn't understand, don't take it to heart. Ling Yan questioned further, where are they going? Isn't it because we needed his help to make Xingyi fall for it? Even though he himself has no idea. Jinli explained, but the loopholes we exposed, might they be too obvious? Welp accidentally saw the list of the bridal team's route, and just so happened to be passing by Lingquan, where one could conceal spiritual consciousness. At the bottom of Lingquan, there was just the right formation to escape. Ling Yan then said, he's definitely going to be suspicious, but the 2 grand gifts he brought might just push him into action. He was puzzled, wondering what it meant. Suddenly, Ling Yan stood up, his tone stern as he said, if you pretend to agree to his request, inviting him to the grand wedding hall to discuss matters, then right in front of him and all the guests, how do you think he will react when he realizes that the 2 soul-nurturing pills he used to exchange for the woman he loves are actually the betrothal gifts that this prince is offering to Jinli Sect Master? Jinli scrutinized Ling Yan before replying, a wise son-in-law can kill without a knife. He laughed wickedly, his rage threatening to consume his reason. At that point, he certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip. He could not only teach this prince a lesson but also steal Chang Xin for himself. At this moment, the scene shifted to Zhangyang Foam, the bath area. Xingyi was relaxing in the hot spring, and he exclaimed, it's been so long since I've soaked, and now that I've reached the golden core stage, I no longer need to wear protective robes. I can suppress my anger, and my pendant will transform. He spoke again, system, how did the conversation go? Have you found out her background yet? The system responded, we've learned something. It reported, she says the entire system is actually a magical artifact, and furthermore, it's a magical artifact beyond even the heaven rank. Xingyi was taken aback and exclaimed, what? The system continued, but the name of the magical artifact cannot be revealed because there are some powerful entities searching for her. As we know, spirit energy like mine is fine, but if the host learns the name, they will be affected by karma and detected by those people. Xingyi was somewhat surprised. Is that so? The system responded, of course, all of this is just from her side of the story. I can't judge whether it's true or not. He asked, so, what is she then? The system explained, she claims to be the original spirit of this artifact, but due to excessive energy depletion, she fell into a deep sleep and only recently woke up. As for me, I'm the false spirit energy occupying her place. She doesn't even know how I ended up here. The system continued, she also said that without her help, the host would not be able to unlock the full potential of the artifact. For example, the ability to break the formation earlier and the ability to merge with the demon core, as well as the soul replenishing sword demon technique and the speed cultivation method. These things couldn't be completed with false spirit energy like mine. The system then concluded, if what she said is true, then she is indeed more suited to assist the host than I am. At this point, the spirit also looked at the screen, observing Xingye's reaction. Then she firmly said, I've told you everything you wanted to know about that false spirit energy. You don't need to ask me anymore. I won't say anything else. Xingyi replied, he has already told me, and he is still considering whether to give you the authority back. Then, he continued with a smug tone. Didn't expect that, did you? In your plan, you must have thought he would withhold the truth from me for his own protection, and then you'd conveniently use the Discord strategy, right? Spirit immediately tried to explain. Brother, don't think of me like that, I really want to help you. Suddenly, Xingyi suggested. Is that so? Well, as it happens, there's something I need your help with right now. Spirit, hearing this, was slightly confused. At this moment, in Chang Xian's room, seeing Chang Yan come in, she asked. What's wrong, brother? Why are you here? Chang Yan then asked her to take out the sound transmission jade.
Xingyi has something to say to you. Chang Xin replied.
But this place has a barrier. He then handed her the sound transmission jade. He said if you add an antenna wire, it will have a signal.
I'm not sure what he means.
As soon as she held the jade, they heard Xingyi's loud voice.
Hello, can you hear me? Chang Xin, surprised, asked. Is it really possible to transmit sound? How did you do that? Xingyi responded. That's something you don't need to worry about. You don't want to marry the fourth prince, right? I have a way, listen carefully.
Spirit was a bit hesitant. Wait, this method is too crazy. He had just asked, so, do you have a better, quicker method?
She hesitated, no.
Xingyi replied, then that's fine, no need for any changes. At this moment, the scene shifted to the retreat.
Yuan Lan from the quiet chamber asked, what is Xingyi doing? Tianyun revealed that he was preparing a congratulatory gift. Hearing this, Yuan Lan seemed a little concerned. Huh? Why would preparing a congratulatory gift require entering the quiet chamber?
Moreover, making such a loud noise, this place could withstand an attack from a nascent soul stage expert. But Tianyun seemed indifferent, waiting for the disciple to come out, knowing immediately what would happen. 3 days later, inside the palace, Chang Xin spoke. Little friend may not need to attend, Hai also agrees. That's right, it's gotten so chaotic and tense now, and they've sent out invitations, so they probably don't expect us to come. But Xingyi stubbornly refused. No, I must go. Even if they want to humiliate me, I will engrave this humiliation into my heart, turning it into the motivation for my future cultivation. Tian Empress hesitated. As for this matter, Xing Xian suggested letting it go, but I must follow Xingyi's decision.
Since little friend has such a determination, I cannot be fearful anymore.
Let this wedding feast be a challenge to temper my character. At this point, the scene shifted to the myriad phenomena sect, where Xingyi and his group were wandering.
He looked around and exclaimed, it's really lively. Crowds of people gathered at the palace, voices filling the air.
Sect leader Shaoling of the Shao sect, Fu Mangyin, came to offer congratulations and took a seat in the top chair in the side hall. Inside, everyone was bustling with excitement. Lu Yun sect's patriarch, Zhu Jiu, came to congratulate and took the second seat in the main hall. Wei Shang, sect leader of Tianquan sect, arrived to offer congratulations and sat in the third seat in the main hall.
Xingyi curiously asked, hey, are the seats arranged based on the status and the gifts brought by the wedding guests?
Tianyun replied, the invitations were only sent to a few prestigious sects, but there are many smaller sects, or merchant families who want to take advantage of this opportunity to expand their connections, so they'll also be attending. She revealed, the person hosting at the main gate is the top treasure appraiser from the bone storage hall of the largest merchant guild in Azure Orchid Nation, so guests need not worry about their congratulatory gifts being just common jade. Xingyi, curious, continued asking, in this situation, how much can one blend into such a network of relationships, and how much does it depend on the value of the congratulatory gift provided?
Indeed, wealth can be accumulated, she replied.
It's a mutual agreement, after all. Xing Xian, feeling more anxious, said, let's go, let's see how they've arranged our seats.
Then, the three of them walked into the main hall.
The great elder Ling Yaoshan from Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect was welcomed into the first-class seat directly in front. A treasure appraiser immediately stood up respectfully and said, greetings, sect leader Qing Xian.
Qing Xian asked in confusion, I wonder if it's okay for me to enter without bringing a congratulatory gift?
The treasure appraiser replied, sect leader Qing Xian, don't joke, you are a distinguished guest, and your seat has already been prepared. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced, sect leader Qing Xian of Azure Cloud sect has arrived and is being escorted to the distinguished guest seat in the main hall.
Upon seeing Xingyi and the others enter, a buzz of conversation erupted among the crowd. Has the Qing Xian sect leader arrived?
I heard that there's a lot of tension between them and the royal family, along with the myriad phenomena sect.
It's likely that the person coming doesn't have good intentions. They've been paying attention to Xingyi and speculating could the person following behind him be the one who had his wife stolen this time? That's right, it's him. Looks like we're in for some fun now. Tianyun turned around and glanced at them with sharp eyes.
Xingyi then told her, "Senior sister, don't mind them. After all, I'm here to test my ability to withstand pressure."
Tianyun replied, "All right." The gossiping group was stunned by the overwhelming pressure from Tianyun. Wait a minute, that girl only has the aura of foundation establishment, right? So why did I feel like I was being scrutinized by a demon lord just now? She must be concealing her cultivation level. At this point, Shanggu walked over and called out, "Oh, the old man from Qingxian, Luo Shanggu."
She asked for his opinion.
"So, how is Sun Sect leader from our sect? Easy to deal with?" Qingxian's face darkened, and he awkwardly replied, "Can you not say things that might be misunderstood?"
At that moment, Zhenli approached and spoke up. "Since Luo Sect leader has personally come, we are remiss in not being able to welcome you from afar." Lingyun respectfully clasped his hands and reported, "I never expected Luo Sect leader to attend my humble wedding. Being favored truly breeds worry." But Shanggu remained indifferent and simply brushed past him. She sat down and summoned the Xingyi group. "Xingyi, little brother, which elder sister are you seeing? I'll save you a seat." Tianyun glanced at Xingyi and whispered, "Junior brother, your relationship with the Luo Sect leader is awfully close, isn't it?" Announcements sounded at once: creation star points plus 87, creation star points plus 58, creation star points plus 66.
Xingyi answered awkwardly, "No, it's not like that." Shanggu patted the chair and said, "If you don't want to sit over there, you can sit here."
More announcements rang out: creation star points plus 105, creation star points plus 95.
Tianyun teased Xingyi, "Wow, what a plush seat, the honored guest's seat." He cried out in a panic, "Luo Sect leader, don't make sport of me, someone might die from it." Shang Ji's voice softened but was laced with menace, "Don't spoil the mood. I, the sect leader, heard you were coming, so I came."
The whispers swelled into a clamor.
"What's happening? The sect leader of Dual Joy Sect came to the wedding. Did the brat of Azure Cloud Sect have his bride stolen? Could this be a blessing in disguise?"
They continued to chatter back and forth.
How infuriating if only one could once savor the presence of the Luo Sect leader.
Being robbed of my wife 100 times, I am still willing.
Xian, do you no longer want to live? At this moment, Lingyun approached Xingyi and started a conversation. "Isn't this Xingyi?" "Sorry, I didn't see you just now." Xingyi coldly asked, "When will the fifth prince announce the matter we agreed upon to everyone?"
Lingyun replied, "Don't rush, don't rush.
Let's wait until all the guests have arrived."
Zhenli's voice rang out, then, "Luo Sect leader, we shall take our leave."
Shanggu responded, "Feel free." At this point, Qingxian turned to ask Xingyi, "What is this announcement about?"
He answered ambiguously, "Sect leader, you'll know in a while." Shanggu then turned to the others and said, "Everyone is free to sit wherever they like, but only I will remain here." Then, the three of them sat down at the table. Shanggu looked at Tianyun and asked, "Xingyi, little brother, who is this person?" Tianyun introduced, "Greetings to Luo Sect leader, I am his senior sister." Shanggu suddenly became curious and asked, "What kind of dual cultivation technique do you two usually practice?" Xingxian immediately cleared his throat a few times and changed the subject. "Luo Shanggu, the Dual Joy Sect and the royal clan are usually not on good terms.
Why have you come to attend this wedding?"
Shanggu awkwardly revealed, "I already said, it's because little brother Xingyi is here, that's why I came. His sister has helped me a lot. As sect leader, I do not like to owe others a favor."
She said, "That's right, isn't Ling Ling the letter of recommendation you wrote?"
Xingyi then revealed, "I have two of them, one is named Spirit, and the other is Xing Dehua."
Qingxian was somewhat surprised, "Is that so?"
The old man thought to himself, "It seems that little friend can help Luo Shanggu, looks like this one isn't simple." Then Xingxian felt a little regretful, "I should have kept a bit more back then, to let her join our sect.
Being the sect leader, I really don't deserve it." Shanggu glanced over at Tian Empress's table and exclaimed, "Huh? The one from the royal clan is actually Zhenhai Wang Shangxiong?" Xingyi asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is he that impressive?" She innocently replied, "He's a bit weaker than me." Tian Yun, curious, asked, "Who is the woman over there?"
Chang Xin answered, "She is the birth mother of Tian Lingyun, Tian Empress."
Xingyi, upon hearing this, was puzzled. Can the Empress leave the palace?
At that moment, Jinli stood on the stage and called out, "All Taoist friends sitting in the guest seats should be here by now."
He turned to Lingyun and said, "Son-in-law, go ahead and say a few words."
Lingyun then spoke loudly, "Thank you, all the senior and Taoist friends for attending the wedding between me and Li Sect Master.
My daughter, Chang Xin, hopes that our marriage will help both the royal clan and Wan Seng men reach new heights."
Suddenly, Shan Yu stepped forward and spoke, "Wang brother, how can you represent the royal clan?"
She continued to question, "Father is facing life and death, yet you are in such a hurry and relying on outsiders to expand your power?"
Upon seeing her, Xingyi was startled. Lan Yu and Ling Yun immediately put on fake expressions and began speaking to Shang Yu.
"Shan Yu, where have you been all this past year? We were truly worried about you."
But Shang Yu arrogantly responded, "Where I go is my own business, even father cannot control me."
Then she asked, "Where is second brother? He owes me 1,000,000 spirit stones, and I heard he came to you to resolve his love affair?"
Ling Yun replied, "He left a few days ago, and I'm not sure where he is now." Shang Yu approached Ling Yun and whispered, "This time, you two must have teamed up to deceive Azure Cloud Sect quite a few times, right?"
He forced a smile, trying to stay calm. "Princess, today is my wedding day. Can we discuss these matters another time?"
She immediately made her offer, "All right then, if you pay me the 1,000,000 spirit stones second brother owes, I won't cause you any trouble today."
Ling Yun replied, "I didn't bring that much with me." Shang Yu continued, "Isn't there a wedding gift today?" He was furious but could only grit his teeth and endure.
Then, Ling Yun looked down and said to everyone, "Apologies, I have some matters to handle with my younger sister, so we must temporarily leave."
Meanwhile, Shang Yu was secretly winking and signaling someone.
The men there immediately started whispering. The princess looked at me with that expression, clearly saying nonsense, but she was clearly looking at me. A notification suddenly rang out, creation value plus 88.
Tian Yun turned to ask Xingyi, "You know the princess too, junior brother? Could it be that the engagement you mentioned earlier is real?" He quickly replied, "No, no way. I only know someone who looks like her." Shanggu interjected, "It's not me, but let me reveal something. She's actually your younger sister's friend."
Lan Yu Shanggu began to recount.
At that moment, we were all taken aback.
The little servant girl suddenly changed her personality, causing quite a stir with her fights within the sect. Xingyi, thinking of Shang Yu's usual weak and crying image, was skeptical.
"Fighting, Lan Yu?"
Shanggu continued, "Because your younger sister asked me to take care of her, I had been patient several times. But then she crazily started searching for immortals within the sect, and we couldn't ignore it anymore."
He seemed a little confused. "Searching for immortals?"
She went on, "She secretly told others that she is the princess of the Azure Orchid Nation, and her father had decided to make her the female successor. But she was targeted by Huang brother and Huang little brother, surrounded, and had to escape from the imperial palace. However, deep within the dragon vein, her father had prepared a secret vault for her. Inside, it contained countless rare treasures, trillions of spirit stones, and a supreme great weapon, all of which could help her overcome any obstacle and claim the throne. She said that with just 10,000,000 spirit stones, she would be able to use her power to rise up and open a path for others to enter the dragon vein. Once she ascended the throne, she would confer noble titles, grant positions to those who had helped her, and for those who had provided financial or material support, she would repay them tenfold."
Tian Yun spoke up, asking, "There's no disciple who would believe this, right?"
Shanggu, holding her face in exasperation, replied, "By the time I discovered it, half of the inner sect disciples had already joined her." She then continued, "The key point is that she can provide convincing evidence, such as the fact that she possesses many royal treasures along with secret cultivation techniques. These, logically speaking, shouldn't have been taken out of the royal vault. She is also very knowledgeable about the secrets within the royal family, nearly knowing everything. Chang Xin chimed in, even so, it's hard to believe that she could inherit the throne. At this point, Shan Yu's words were broadcast for the people to hear. She exclaimed, the most important thing was that she had handed over a shadow trace stone, which recorded the image of the reigning emperor of the Azure Orchid Nation, Shang Huang Yuan. Shang Gu curiously asked, "What happened next?" Xing Yi replied, "You and I, this is the key to the dragon vein treasure. From now on, the Azure Orchid Nation will entrust it to you." Then Shang Gu began recounting. Later, under my questioning, she honestly admitted that her true identity was indeed the princess of the Azure Orchid Nation, but everything about inheriting the throne was fabricated. Since she was little, she had been doted on immensely. All those treasures were things she wanted, and her father, the emperor, would immediately grant them to her. The footage was from when she played a family game with Shang Huang Yuan as a child and secretly recorded it. Tian Yun, hearing this, glanced at Xing Yi and teased, "You're no different." He then asked seriously, "Does Luo Sect leader know the reason behind the drastic change in Lan Yu's personality?" Shang Gu suddenly revealed. She said she has two personalities. She explained, "The kind and innocent personality is called Lan Yu, while the rebellious and cunning personality is called Shang Yu. However, she has the memories of Lan Yu, but when she becomes Lan Yu, she has no memories of Shang Yu." She continued, "Shang Huang Yuan took her to meet many famous doctors in the cultivating immortality world, but they were all helpless in the face of this situation." Xing Yi, upon hearing this, fell into thought. Was this a case of split personality within the realm of cultivating immortality? But the memories didn't align. What was this situation? Qin Xian then spoke up and asked, "Does she have a good relationship with Ling Yun?" Shang Gu responded, "I'm not sure. She didn't come here to attend Huang brothers' wedding. She said, just like our sect leader, she came here because of Xing Yi Jr." At this moment, Ling Yun stepped forward and spoke, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. My younger sister likes to tease, and has probably made everyone laugh at her expense." Junli then reminded him, "Ling Yun, it's getting late. It's time to prepare to go and pick up Xin Air." Ling Yun replied, But before we leave, there's still one more thing to address." He then handed a small box to Junli. "Li Sect Master, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Junli, puzzled, asked, "Ling Yun, what is this? Didn't you already send your gifts earlier?" Ling Yun opened the box and explained, "After thinking it over these past few days, I feel the previous gifts were not enough to match a girl as exceptional as Xin Air, so I wanted to add one more token of my sincerity." A beam of light burst from the box, immediately catching the attention of those present. Ling Yun respectfully said, "2 soul-nurturing pills of high-grade earth rank. Master of Li Sect, please accept this, so that I can rest assured and welcome Xin Air as my wife." The entire restaurant was stunned. Everyone looked up at the beam of light, completely speechless. "Oh my god, it's the soul-nurturing pill, a high-grade earth-level item, and there are even 2 such precious items. To be willing to give them away like this, it seems they truly care about this marriage." The Tian Empress appeared displeased. Why would this brat give such an important treasure as a wedding gift to someone? She then said, "Prince Xiong, don't be too agitated. Elling hasn't mentioned this matter to us. There must be something hidden behind this. After the wedding, we will inquire and get to the bottom of it." At that moment, Qin Xian slowly began to understand. Could it be that this soul-nurturing pill was given by little friend? Suddenly, Xing Yi slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "Tian Ling Yun!" Shang Gu and Qin Xian both jumped and looked over at Xing Yi. Upon seeing him, Ling Yun responded in a calm tone, "Taoist friend Xing Yi, do you have any guidance? Are there any objections to the wedding gifts I have given?"
Xingyi clenched his teeth in anger and shouted. You all! Lingyun turned to Zhenli and said. Daoist friend Xingyi is Xin heir's previous betrothed, correct? Master Li of the sect responded. That is not the case.
Lingyun's face darkened as he spoke in a harsh tone. Xingyi Daoist friend, no wonder you're so agitated. I truly like Miss Xin heir, so whatever I give her, I do it willingly, wholeheartedly, completely different from those who only want to complete the sect's mission without giving up anything themselves. Chang Xin could no longer bear it and spoke up. Tian Lingyun, don't go too far. But he nonchalantly replied, Chang Xin sect leader, what I said is nothing but the truth. Lingyun turned to Xingyi and asked, Isn't that right, Xingyi Daoist friend? Xingyi sighed deeply before turning to report to Chang Xin, sect leader, I wish to go outside for a while. The elder immediately called out, Little friend, wait. However, Tianyin reached out and grabbed Chang Xian's sleeve, speaking seriously, sect leader, let junior brother be alone for a while. Chang Xian then said, Lu Shizhi, you need to explain everything to me clearly. Shang Gu, seeing Xingyi sigh like this, felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. He had still held some hope for him, but it seemed his schemes and wits were still no match for his younger brother. Lingyun whispered smugly, It's really a good thing that Chang Xian didn't follow. This way, we can avoid so many complications. He then turned to Zhenli and reported, Li Sect Master, I'll go prepare for a while, then bring Miss Xin heir here. Zhenli replied, Go ahead. Outside, the entire palace was floating in midair. The people below gazed up in astonishment. My goodness! Is the whole palace a flying magical artifact? The royal family has really invested a lot. Lingyun was changing into his wedding attire when he asked, How is it going? Did Gu Fei report as your highness predicted? Xingyi has already contacted the sect master, and they both went to the Ling Quan pool together. He glanced over and asked seriously, Have we prepared everything on our side? Gu Fei replied, The 3 nascent soul stage elders have already ambushed at the Ling Quan pool. As soon as he makes a move against you, they will immediately strike. Lingyun whispered smugly, It's a pity. If it weren't for helping Chang Xin reach the 3rd stage, I really wouldn't want to kill you. Otherwise, you would only be able to watch me reach the spirit transformation stage, wipe out your sect, and toy with your loved ones. At that moment, the scene shifted to myriad phenomena sect. Lin, annoyed, complained, You really? I already told you, we could have secretly sneaked you into the sect. Why did you have to come in as a guest official? Being ridiculed right in front of everyone. Xingyi coldly replied, Stop wasting words. He then instructed Cheng Yan, Later, if someone asks where I went, just tell them I went to get my soul nurturing pill back. Cheng Yan was a bit surprised. What? Weren't you here to take my sister with you? Refusing to answer, Xingyi immediately leapt into the water and called out. See you later. Cheng Yan started, shouting. Hey! Scene shifts to Lingyun's palace tower. Ying Nu was instructing Lingyun. Remember this, you must kill Xingyi in front of Chang Xin. The straighter the death, the better. He said confidently and decisively. You needn't tell me. I will make him suffer the most painful death in the world. The scene cut to Wan Seng Men, where the maidservants were announcing. Miss Xin heir, your highness Lingyun has come to fetch you. Chang Xin replied. I know. At that moment, the palace hovered before Chang Yan. He grew anxious. Xingyi's horse, where are you? The prince has taken him, he's gone into the Ling Quan pool area. Lingyun turned to Chang Xin and said. All right, start getting ready. Suddenly the man struck Chang Xin a thunderous slap. Her face remained cold as ice as she looked at him, her cheek was bruised and swollen. Lingyun grabbed Chang Xin by the collar and cursed. Hey, that reaction of yours is unacceptable. He slapped her again and again across the face. Cry out for me. Beg me. Am I supposed to be marrying a wooden man? Cheng Yan, furious beyond endurance, rushed forward.
Monster, stop this at once.
Abruptly, green snakes flew at him. They coiled tightly around Chang Xin and flung him onto the roof.
Lingyan cried out in surprise. Why you? Did he say that I'm too gentle?
Lingyan continued to grab Chang Xin's collar.
How about this?
He looked at her, and a depraved thought flickered in his mind.
Suddenly, he said, I can't wait any longer. How about we consummate the marriage right here?
Chang Xin squirmed in anger.
Damn it!
At that moment, a man in black walked over and stopped Lingyan's hand.
The man, scarred on his face, said, Fifth Prince, that's enough. Xingyi won't be coming.
At this, Lingyan released his grip on Chang Xin's collar.
He turned and asked the scarred man, What's going on? You're not telling me you've been exposed, are you?
The scarred man replied firmly.
Impossible.
This place was designed to shield our divine senses.
We're still at the nascent soul stage, how could a little junior at the golden core level detect us?
Lingyan raised an eyebrow and asked.
What about him?
The scarred man recounted. He jumped straight into a Lingquan pond when he entered, and hasn't resurfaced.
Elderly went down to check, but there's no one inside. It seems he's completely vanished without a trace.
Lingyan was slightly startled upon hearing this.
Ha! How could that be?
Meanwhile, Chang Xin, who was tightly restrained, struggled and screamed.
Damn it! You bastards used me as bait.
The scarred man tried to calm down the sect master.
How could we let Xingyi survive? He would be a huge disaster for the myriad phenomena sect.
Chang Xin was only angrily cursing, and I thought all of you had lost your minds.
Lingyan then asked, Chang Xin, where did Xingyi go? Chang Xin answered without holding back, he went to meet your mother.
In his anger, he grabbed Chang Xin by the neck and slammed him down onto the railing. Lingyan raised his voice in threat, if you don't cooperate, I will continue with what I haven't finished with your brother.
Chang Xin angrily hissed, you. Then he reluctantly gave in and confessed everything, alright, fine.
Xingyi, he went to get 2 soul nurturing pills.
Lingyan asked in confusion, what? How did he get them? Chang Xin replied, I don't know.
As soon as he finished saying that, he jumped into the Ling Tuan Lake. Suddenly, his communication stone began to heat up. Lingyan picked up the stone of communication, and Jinli urgently reported, Elderly has already explained the situation to me. If Xingyi doesn't show up, then forget it, but you've been in the Ling Tuan Lake for too long.
Go out and continue with the wedding process.
Jinli's communication stone also began to heat up.
Lingyan asked, Li Sect Master, do you see if the soul nurturing pills are still in our storage items? Jinli responded, they are here. Why?
He then recounted that Brat Xingyi said he was going to retrieve the soul nurturing pills and then disappeared.
I'm worried he might have some tricks we don't know about.
He suspected and deduced, it's possible he has some tricks up his sleeve that could directly steal the soul nurturing pill from the Sect Master's seal. Who knows, even with the 3 nascent soul stage experts from the Gue Sect standing there, he could still disappear right in front of their eyes. Lingyan said, I suggest that Sect Master Li place the soul nurturing pill and the gifts received today into the Sect's treasury first. Jinli responded, if you are truly uneasy, then this Sect Master will temporarily place the soul nurturing pill and the gifts into the Sect's treasury.
He agreed immediately.
Then, the snakes carrying Chang Xin vanished. Lingyan walked away indifferently, taking the younger sibling to get dressed again, changing into a different outfit.
How could one meet others in this state?
As he walked, he muttered in disappointment, such a letdown, the letter was so sincere, yet you abandoned the one you love, unwilling to part with 2 pills. Lingyan then furrowed his brows and remarked, moreover, after being humiliated like that, you're still nothing more than a turtle with its head retracted. Even if you bring back the pills, it won't change the fact that you've become the laughingstock of everyone. Yingnu then appeared and said, what a pity, there was originally a chance for Chang Xin to directly advance to the 3rd stage.
Ling Yun replied, "It's fine. I overestimated Xing Yi. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. Moreover, I also want to try the method you mentioned earlier."
At this moment, Chang Xin, who had been waiting for a long time, felt puzzled.
Why haven't I been able to sense Xing Yi little friend's presence with my spiritual sense? Could something have happened to him?
Tian Yun quickly reassured him, "Sect leader, please rest assured, nothing will happen."
Chang Xin suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Lu Dai, are you hiding something from me? Shanggu is thinking of leaving, it's so boring." Could it be that he couldn't bear the humiliation in front of everyone and ran away?
At this moment, a beam of light appeared on the ceiling, and everyone exclaimed, "Oh, the protagonist is back." A loud voice continued to announce, "Please welcome the groom and bride." The floating palace shot a beam of light down to the ground. Then, Ling Yun and Chang Xin held hands as they landed. Chang Yan, with a burning frustration inside, muttered, "Damn, where has that Xing Yi guy gone?" The people around them couldn't help but admire. Indeed, the beauty of the couple was striking. They congratulated Sect Masterly for gaining a son-in-law with royal blood. Ling Yun glanced up and judged, "His figure is quite average." But Empress Tian replied, "This empress trusts Yun Ni's judgment. This woman must have some extraordinary qualities." The master continued to shout, "Invite the new disciple into the main hall to perform the ritual of bowing to the elders." A little girl hurriedly ran up to Chang Xin. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "She's in such a rush, how adorable." Suddenly, the little girl looked up at Chang Xin, pouting, "Mom, I'm hungry, I want milk." Someone standing nearby was astonished and exclaimed, "What? Did that child just call the daughter of Li's sect master Mom?" Ling Yun, feeling awkward, quickly explained, "Please forgive us. This child is still young and a bit nervous." He then bent down to Spirit, trying to sound gentle, "Be good, go find your real mother." But Spirit clung tightly to Chang Xin and shouted, "She is my real mother. Mommy, I want milk." Ling Yun was annoyed and turned to Chang Xin, saying, "Xin, you should say something to the little girl, she's waiting for your response." Chang Xin then turned to Spirit and gently coaxed, "Be good, dear. Your mother has been drained by that man and can't nurse you anymore." Everyone froze upon hearing this. What? Mother? Drained? What is she talking about? Spirit immediately began pounding Ling Yun with her fists, shouting angrily, bad man, why did you make my mother lose her milk? Give my mom her milk back." Ling Yun pushed her away and turned to Chang Xin, his voice sharp, "Xin, that joke of yours is not funny at all." But she said seriously, "I'm not joking." After that, Chang Xin used the memory stone to project an image of Ling Yun slapping her. It was at this moment that he, in anger, crushed that projection. Everyone saw it and started gossiping wildly. What's going on? Did the fifth prince really slap the bride? He hasn't even married her yet, and he dares to act like that in their sect? Xinli quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xin drank too much wine and is a bit disoriented. Let's continue with the wedding ceremony. Shan Yan couldn't take it anymore and shouted in frustration. Father, do you see your daughter being mistreated by him and pretend you don't? In your eyes, is the sect's benefit more important than your own daughter's happiness? Enraged, Xinli waved his hand, casting a spell. Unfilial child, this is none of your business. The force of his spell targeted Chang Yan, sending him spinning in a vortex. At that moment, Xing Yi stepped forward. After drinking, you still think clearly? Xinli immediately looked down at him. Xing Yi raised his head, glanced at the cruel faces around him, and bluntly judged. I think the ones who are not clear-headed are probably you all. Suddenly, Spirit rushed over and called out to her father. Xing Yi replied. Hey, my good daughter. The notification sounded. Destiny Index plus 122, Creation Value plus 96, Creation Value plus 120. Shanggu also cried out in surprise. That little child called the Xinli sect master's daughter mother and called junior brother Xing Yi father. Chang Xin was a little bewildered. At this, Jinli flew into a rage and turned his abuse on him. Chang Xin, just because I broke off the engagement with you, you resort to such despicable tricks to stir up trouble for my household? Chang Xin was speechless and thought to himself, what kind of damned disturbance are you talking about? I'm even more confused than you supposedly to test my endurance, and now it's turned into something against me? Jinli immediately ordered, seize the troublemaker and drag him down. Suddenly Shango cried out, and the scholaress stood up to add her voice.
Le Sect Master, while matters remain unclear, please do not act hastily.
Jinli, livid, snapped back.
Luo Sect Leader, mind your own business and stop interfering.
Shan Yu agreed with him.
Indeed, Luo Sect Leader, this is our family's affair.
She glanced at Xing Yi, reproachful. This person bewitched my future bride, tried to slander my royal clan Shanlanni, the 8th princess.
I must clear my brother's name.
Jinli then spoke to Shan Yu.
Princess Shan Yu, these troublemakers seek to disrupt the wedding, we cannot allow them to succeed.
He shouted.
Men, seize those who cause trouble for me. Whoever dares to stop you will be considered at war with the myriad phenomena sect and the royal clan.
Seeing the appearance of those men in black cloaks shocked everyone.
What? Is it turning into an overwhelming pressure now?
Shan Yu immediately unfolded the scroll.
I've already said it, now everything must be made clear.
An old man appeared in the great flames, and a powerful voice echoed.
I am the 13th elder of the Shenluo Hall.
This is the marriage contract between my son and 8th Princess Shan Yu of the royal clan Shanlan. On the day Shan Yu turns 20, she shall marry my son.
Everyone was immediately stunned, unable to believe it. What? One of the 5 great divine halls of Shenluo Hall? The Moon Princess has an engagement with the son of an elder from the divine hall. My goodness, once the wedding takes place, the royal clan Shanglan will have the divine hall as their backing, won't they be able to rise to the heavens? Could it be that Sect Master Li knew about this beforehand and wants to ally with the royal clan?
Jinli immediately grinned widely. Shenluo Hall, this is truly an unexpected happy event. Shan Yu continued to emanate spiritual energy from the scroll. She closed the scroll and said arrogantly.
So, what now?
I said I want to investigate this matter thoroughly.
Is there anyone who still opposes?
Jinli replied, not wanting to disrupt the joyous occasion, but the honor of the royal family and myriad phenomena sect could not be sullied by these petty people.
Ling Yun smiled.
Indeed, I also believe we should uncover the truth before anything else. To have you all present here, witnessing firsthand what this so-called righteous sect, self-proclaimed as the Azure Cloud sect, ultimately resorts to using despicable tactics that can never see the light of day.
Chang Xin erupted with fury, shouting, Little Junior, how dare you be so rude?
The group of dark-clad figures surrounding him had long heard of sect leader Chang Xian's legendary spatial abilities. Today, they would get the chance to witness them firsthand.
Ling Yun asked, Luo Chang brother, do you really intend to get involved?
Shanga chuckled and responded, Xiong Prince, I just have the urge to find someone to test my skills on. At that moment, Chang Xin turned to Xing Yi and transmitted a message, Little friend, I will find an opportunity to take you and Lu Shi Dai out of here later.
But he angrily retorted, Sect leader, we have done nothing wrong, why should we leave?
The old man's face darkened in fury as he snapped, What do you mean have done nothing wrong?
Even a fool can see that you're intentionally looking for trouble.
Shang Yu finally spoke up, trying to mediate, everyone, calm down.
Until things are fully investigated, arguing or fighting won't solve anything. She then turned to ask, Your name is Xing Yi, correct? He replied with a nonchalant,
Shang Yu looked down at Spirit, scrutinizing him, You're telling me this child is yours and Chang Xian's?
Spirit answered, Yes. Ling Yun, seething with anger, interjected, Damn it, how long have you even known each other?
Shang Yu quickly reminded, Wang brother, no need to get so worked up. She then plucked a strand of hair from Spirit. While it's very difficult for ordinary people to determine biological parentage, it is actually quite simple for those who practice cultivating immortality. Shang Yu conjured a flame to demonstrate. This was a basic spirit fire technique, a fire formed from spirit energy, with no destructive power. At most, it could burn a cultivator's hair. She then plucked a strand of her own hair, and since it was her own hair, Shang Yu allowed it to fall into the fire. Because the spirit fire was purely composed of her own spiritual energy, it would not harm her, and the hair did not burn. She then sharply plucked a bundle of hair from Lingyun. If the person is related by blood, or someone close, Shang Yu revealed that the fire wouldn't burn completely. The closer the relationship, the less of the hair would burn. She then raised her voice in a challenging tone, "So, if this little girl really is your child, then prove it to this princess." Lingyun proudly said, "Good method, simple and direct." Xing Yi, however, hesitated and said, "Perhaps it would be better to test it privately. There are so many people here, I fear the fifth prince might not be able to accept the truth and be overtaken by the heart demon." Junli sternly replied, "Xing Yi, stop talking nonsense. You're only doing this because Xing and I chose Tian Lingyun, who is superior to you, over you. You claim to like Xin air, yet you resort to such a disgusting method. Throwing dirty water on the girl, my daughter and her lover, and you're the one speaking." He continued to question, doubting Xing Yi. "Although I don't know what tricks you used to threaten and seduce Xin air into cooperating with you, fortunately, Her Highness the Princess is here to expose your vile behavior." Hearing this, Spirit slouched and started crying. What? What are you saying? You don't want Hua Hua anymore? Xinli, in anger, shouted, "Do you see this? This person uses dark magic to control a helpless child to achieve his despicable goals. This is the disciple of the Azure Cloud sect." Xing Yi then comforted the little girl. All right, stop with the nonsense, I've checked." "Is that not enough?" Lingyun interjected, "Don't even think about laying a hand on her, I'll handle it myself." He casually replied, "Go ahead." Then, Lingyun pulled a strand of spirit's hair. Xing Yi cast his flames onto it, holding steady. He set the hair alight in his flame. Yet, the hair remained intact, unchanged. The people around them were stunned and exclaimed, "It's almost unchanged, could it be that this is not his own hair? How is that possible? It was plucked directly from the child's head by the fifth prince, without passing through Xing Yi's hands? Does that mean this is truly his child?" Lingyun sneered derisively, "You're something, even using your own flesh and blood for your schemes." Xing Xian suddenly exclaimed, "So this little friend has a daughter, no wonder she looks so much like Spirit." Shang Ge was equally surprised. "I told you, that's why she resembles Spirit so much." At that moment, Shan Yu spotted Cheng Xian and called out, "Xian air, young lady, it's your turn." Cheng Xian immediately shot a fiery glare at Lingyun, and the flames instantly ignited a strand of hair. Jinli quickly ordered his subordinates, "The matter is clear now, quickly capture the troublemaker." Xing Yi shouted his plan, "Hey!" Right after, Cheng Xian channeled her energy into Spirit. The little girl raised both hands and shouted, Go, my hair." And so, the strands of Spirit's hair fluttered in the air. Shanggu caught one of them and exclaimed, "There are so many left, must be her biological child then, how strange." Ling Yun, grinding his teeth in anger, asked, "Why is it that only the strand in the groom's hand was burned?" Xing Yi nonchalantly replied, "That's right, what's the matter? Anyway, it couldn't be that your highness used your internal energy and caused a mishap, could it?" Ling Yun, hearing this, clenched his teeth in rage. Zhili voiced his accusation, "You little brat must have mixed Xian air's hair with your daughter's hair beforehand, that's why you're using such a ridiculous method to prove it." Shanggu also asked, "Li Sect Master, earlier the fifth prince himself pulled out a strand of hair to prove it. According to you, isn't Xing Yi afraid he could pull a strand of Cheng Xian's hair as well?" Xinli, upon hearing this, began to think to herself. She realized that as long as she could attach the girl's hair to her scalp, she could guarantee that the outer strands were indeed the girl's own hair. Ling Yun looked down at Spirit and said, "What does Sect Master Li suggest? Just now, when I pulled the little girl's hair, I couldn't find any strands at all. I thought her hair was simply too thick. Then, he suddenly had a moment of clarity and began to reason. At that moment, Xin used her spiritual fire, and the girl's hair was instantly burned off. Only Xin's hair remained, tightly clinging to her scalp. To avoid revealing the trick, she pretended to let others see more clearly, instructing the girl to scatter all of Xin's hair outside. He then began to question Xingyi. If not, then as a father, I truly don't understand why you would want to harm your daughter to prove a point. The others, upon hearing this, also agreed with Ling Yun. That makes sense. Otherwise, there's no need to make the girl bald. But the hair color is wrong. Hair can be dyed, and anyway, after being burned, it would turn black. He thought to himself, foolish. You think you're smart for coming up with this trick. Now, let me see how you plan to prove yourself. Ling Yun then ordered, this is already very clear. Quickly, arrest this person. Suddenly, a bunch of hair started growing on Spirit's bald head. Chang Xin continued to breathe fire onto her head. Spirit was so hot that she began to tear up, and she angrily shouted. Can't you just pull out a single hair to burn instead? Everyone looked up in surprise, exclaiming that the burning was just as intense as before. It turned out that it wasn't that they were afraid of a girl shaving her head, but that there was enough vitality to make the hair grow back. Where did he get so much vitality from? One person speculated that the newly grown hair couldn't possibly have been faked. The person next to them was seething with anger. Oh my god, does this mean that this child is actually the daughter of Chang Xin and Xingyi? At this point, Xingyi raised his voice arrogantly. Sect master, why don't you refute me? Tell me, what trick did I pull this time? A notification rang out. Creation star point plus 288. Xinli, witnessing this scene, was also astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Xingyi smiled, thinking to himself. Tian Ling Yun. The medicine you used, the one I gave you as a congratulatory gift, was meant to humiliate me for being too weak? Let me show you what real humiliation is. Then, he used the stone screen to show an image of Ling Yun. Taoist friend Xingyi, no wonder you're so agitated. I truly admire Miss Xin. That's why I willingly give her whatever she desires. Unlike those who only complete their sect missions. Not willing to trade anything, Xingyi spoke up. Your Highness, I agree with what you said. Indeed, we are different. You are willing to trade anything, which is why you can marry Xin. He picked up Spirit and confessed, as for me, since I don't want to trade anything, I'll have to have children with Xin first. The system reported, creation star point plus 156. Ling Yun heard this and nearly choked on his milk, then he covered his mouth and collapsed to the ground. Tian Empress rushed to Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun trembled, dissatisfied, and shouted, Sect master, I demand an explanation. Jinli also hurried over to clarify, I swear, I had no knowledge of this matter. Spirit innocently called to him, Grandpa, Hua Hua misses you. It's been so long since we played horse riding together. Jinli angrily shouted at the girl, shut up. Tian Empress's face darkened, her voice full of fury, if anything happens to my child, both the royal family and your myriad phenomena sect will have no choice but to fight to the end. She lifted Ling Yun and said, your name is Xingyi, right? I've remembered you now. Xingyi responded with great honor. At this moment, Shang Yan glanced at Tian Empress. He laughed in admiration, impressive. Without even needing to steal a marriage, she managed to chase the imperial prince away. Not only that, but she also forced the royal family. And the myriad phenomena sect, which had been cooperating, had now turned into an adversarial relationship. Shang Yan paused and reflected, no, wait, I am the young master of the myriad phenomena sect, so doesn't that mean my future life will be miserable? Xinli, in despair, helplessly spoke to Chang Xin. Chang Xin, is this the outcome you wanted to see? Xingyi immediately responded on her behalf. Sect master, if Hua Hua is bullied by groom during the wedding, no matter who that person is, no matter his status, position, or the benefits he brings to the sect, no matter how much pressure and difficulties I must bear, I will beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Then he said with a serious tone, delivering a fatal blow. Because first and foremost, I am a father. Junli, still cold as ice, responded. I hope that when you find yourself in the same situation as me, you can say those words. Xingyi bluntly retorted. I will never be in the same situation as you. I'm far stronger than you. A notification sounded, creation star point plus 68. Shang Yan quickly silenced him. Stop talking. But Jinli, without a word, turned and left, issuing an order. Chang Yan, take Chang Xin back to rest. Suddenly, Xingyi called out to stop him. Li Sect Master, wait a moment, what about the wedding gifts from everyone? It was then that Gu Fei spoke up. Please forgive us for not having welcomed you properly. Everyone, feel free to continue the banquet. The congratulatory money that has been received will be fully returned when the Taoist friends depart. Xingyi raised his thumb enthusiastically and shouted, let's go. The sect leader tested the resistance to pressure, and the outcome was successful. Chang Xin and Tian Yun helplessly looked at him. Who exactly was enduring the pressure? One day earlier, the short spirit, wearing a large, loose robe, spoke in a puzzled tone while exchanging, how did you even come up with such a ridiculously inhumane method? Xingyi explained, back when I came to Dual Joy Sect, I used your body to struggle through several thunder tribulations. The blood-fiending pearl not only failed to recover, but its body was turned to charcoal. On the contrary, it had regenerated into an existence resembling a fetus. Spirit waved his arm, and the fetus began to develop rapidly. Although it would eventually revert to its original form, during the process, it could become quite strange. Xingyi pointed at it, this time also exploding 15 times, before encountering a relatively balanced body. Spirit examined this new body and continued, afterward, as long as I swap back in time with the original, the blood-fiending pearl will transmit, and my body will stop growing, no problem. Spirit raised an eyebrow and asked, are you really not afraid of exposing yourself and getting slapped in the face if I pretend to be you and Chang Xin's child? Xingyi smiled brightly and assured that there would be no exposure. This is Chang Xin's blood and hair. Seeing him take out 2 large red barrels, Spirit was astonished. Why so much? Xingyi explained, I feared it wouldn't be enough, so I used the power of life to create some more. The girl was skeptical. So what? What do you plan to do with it? Xingyi grinned maliciously. Isn't your ability to make the system's fusion function create things beyond just refining materials? Could you perhaps fuse yourself with these things? Spirit slumped to the ground, wailing. Oh, how tragic. It feels like I'm no longer pure. He comforted her, wait until the wedding banquet is over, then you can take it out. Spirit sighed, how will you explain to senior sister and the sect leader about you and Chang Xin having a child? Xingyi simply replied, I'll tell the truth. Spirit changed into a red outfit and, together with Xingyi, went to see the sect leader. Xing Xian's face turned sour. This child is your sister? Xing Dehua. He raised his head proudly and answered, yes. Spirit cooperated, clasping her hands in greeting. Greetings, sect leader. I woke up during the period of my seclusion. Xing Xian stroked his beard and muttered, no wonder. Since it's a refining technique, it was easy to transform the body into a child's form, and then use Chang Xin's blood and similar materials as ingredients to refine into the body. That's why it's possible to pass the trial of the spirit fire. Lu Dai, do you know about this as well? Lu Tianyun hummed. Xing Xian pouted, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Then why did you hide it from the sect leader? Diao Dihai glanced at him briefly. If we had told the truth, the sect leader would have definitely called it heretical and wouldn't have agreed. But fortunately, the plan was carried out successfully, all thanks to little friend. This time, the arranged marriage between the myriad phenomena sect and the royal family has been shattered. Xing Xian turned back with a serious expression. Not only that, if Xinli can't explain the matter of the child with the royal family, it could even turn both sides into enemies. With this, we have also made enemies of the royal family. This time, little friend has taught me what it means to kill the heart. The insults that Tian Lingyun threw at little friend turned into blades that executed him, and in front of all the powerful and famous people in the entire Shanlan kingdom, little friend tore him to pieces. Xingyi thought about it and still felt angry. He brought it upon himself. Who told him to bully my senior sister? Diao Dihai looked worried. But the matter of Chang Xin and little friend having a child together can't be easily believed. Surely, they have ways to make Chang Xin, still in the myriad phenomena sect, reveal the truth. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, they will attack our sect even more fiercely. Xingyi snapped his fingers smugly. It's fine. Their misunderstanding cannot be resolved, and it only grows by the day. Everyone was stunned. What? They didn't understand what he meant. At this moment, in the myriad phenomena sect, the atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense. The bald-headed Tian Lingyun wore a grim expression. Li Sect Master, this grand wedding has caused Lingyun both physical and emotional harm. The reputation of the royal family has been severely damaged. We need an explanation. Xinli gestured. Please, follow me to the sect's treasure vault. Although all of this is a scheme by the Azure Cloud sect, the incident involving His Highness Lingyun truly happened within our sect. Is there anything in the treasure vault that can help Lingyun heal his wounds? Please feel free to take the 2 soul nurturing pills that Lingyun gave me. I will return them all. Tian Lingyun smirked. Alright, since Li Sect Master has shown such sincerity, we can continue the discussion. The two of them then moved to the treasure vault. Jia Gofei stood guard at the entrance, lowering his head. Greetings, Li Sect Master. Xinli spoke sternly. Didn't I instruct you to bring Chang Xin here? Jia Gofei looked at the door behind him and explained. Miss has already entered the treasure vault and locked the large door from the inside. We can't get in. Xinli soared into the air, channeling her energy to open the door. What was this child thinking? He couldn't hide his joy, eager to share it. He didn't hide it, both of you. The idea of leading you to the true family's treasure vault was entirely Xin Heir's plan. She had been enchanted by Xingyi of the Azure Cloud sect, and only just regained her clarity of mind. She was now ready to undergo a full physical examination to prove her innocence. Upon entering, Xinli's eyes were immediately drawn to a red outfit with a message written on it. Father, thank you for your support. Everyone froze in unison. Tian Lingyun asked, what does this mean? Where is Li Sect Master's young lady? Jia Gofei was sweating in fear. How could this be? The young lady's authority only extends to opening the first floor of the treasure vault. Elder Wei Yingqi and I both saw her enter, so why is she not here? The scarred elder, wearing a black cloak, widened his eyes in shock. The items in the treasure vault are gone. Could it be that Miss Xin Heir took them? Xinli picked up the red garment and ordered, mobilize all Golden Core stage cultivators of the sect to search for Xin Heir's whereabouts. It's only been a short while, she can't have gone far. Yes, Empress Tian, Sect Master. Could it be that the soul nurturing pill was also taken by Ling Xianjin? Rest assured, Empress. The treasure vault on this floor only contains a few items that aren't very valuable. The soul nurturing pill and other precious items are on the second floor. The large door on the second floor can withstand attacks from transforming chi cultivators. Only those who have reached the nascent soul stage and hold the treasure vault command token have the authority to open it. Although normally one could use the one-way teleportation array on the door to send items into the treasure vault, if someone wants to retrieve something when the large door is opened, the spiritual senses of all elders at the nascent soul stage in the sect will be alerted. Tian Empress glanced at him and, as she slowly opened the second floor door, curiously asked, is it to prevent someone from casually using the resources in the treasure vault? Xinli confirmed, that's correct. Xin Heir will probably find it soon. Both of you, come with me to choose some materials that can treat Lingyun's injuries first. As the second floor door opened,
Tian Empress furrowed her brow and remarked, "Doesn't this look just like the first floor? Is there another mechanism?"
Seeing Jinli standing still, Tian Empress anxiously called out, "Li Sect Master." He was so shocked that he staggered back, causing her to gasp and shout loudly, "Li Sect Master, Xingyi is flying by over here." Spirit looked at the treasure box in his hand, and no wonder people wanted to buy the soul nurturing pill. This pill inherently contained a dense amount of soul energy, and even if you blended a hair's worth of soul power into it, without damaging the pill's structure, it would be very hard to detect any abnormalities.
You've planned it well.
They'll take the soul nurturing pill you gave them and claim it as their own, then leave a message saying they want to take the soul nurturing pill back, before mysteriously disappearing, creating an illusion of being elusive and otherworldly, causing the other party to be wary. Once Chang Xin signals you, you'll disguise yourself as the voice transmission Jinli sent to the fifth prince, luring him into asking about the soul nurturing pill, which will allow you to establish a conversation between the two of you. When the fifth prince receives the fake transmission from Jinli, it will say, "Elderly has already explained the situation to me." If Xingyi does not show up, then so be it.
Then, after the fake transmission is sent, the real one will follow.
Sect Masterly, even the soul nurturing pill in the spatial ring isn't real. The spirit will seal the treasure box, and then you can proceed with modifying the conversation between the two parties.
Jinli will put the soul nurturing pill into the treasure vault.
Since they truly have a jade pendant for transmitting sound, even when they meet later, it will be very hard to detect any issues. Finally, once Chang Xin signals, you can use your speed to take her out of the myriad phenomena sect, clean up their treasure vault sect, discuss the fifth prince, drive a wedge between the royal family and the myriad phenomena sect, lure the young lady sect master, and even loot their house.
You're really good at this.
Xingyi lost his patience.
Cut the chatter, just get to the point. Don't say useless things. Spirit demands a treasure that could separate us, but before I could finish speaking, he bluntly refused.
Impossible. Xingyi called the system.
Has the system come online? How much do these things roughly cost?
Although the system mentioned financial risk, after all, this was a sect with 1,000 years of heritage, better to have something than nothing. The various rare and odd treasures, high-tier magical weapons, and precious pills were numerous, and coupled with a mountain of spirit stones, if all converted to spirit stones, the total would at least be in the range of hundreds of billions. If converted into personal assets, the host would probably rank among the top 10 in Shanglan. Xingyi suddenly stopped, making Lu Tianyun ask in confusion, "You're speaking without context, senior sister, I've gathered enough for the living gift."
Lu Tianyun was stunned, "Huh? The Azure Cloud Sect's formation has been secretly passed on. Xingyi has inquired Sun Si-ting, everything is fine, right?" Sun Si-ting responded, "Everything is normal.
I've instructed Miss to change her clothes in the room and wait for the master." System creation value 82. The test shows the amount of creation index for today is unusually high, suspected of being a point sweep, and the creation value will be halved afterwards. Xingyi muttered, "Stop doing unnecessary things for me."
"And how many times do I have to say it? Don't call me master."
"Yes."
He then stepped into the room. Seeing the person inside wearing a traditional outfit, she hurriedly slammed the door shut, only hearing a shout, "What are you wearing?" Chang Xin innocently replied, "The red-haired senior told me to wear this."
Xingyi grabbed 2 locks of Sun Si-ting's hair, speaking in a low voice, "Change into normal clothes for me."
"Yes." A moment later, Chang Xin had changed into a floral dress. Sun Si-ting asked, "How about this look?"
Xingyi reluctantly accepted, "All right, go on and get ready."
Chang Xin's presence here must be kept strictly confidential, set up a concealment array.
"Yes."
Chang Xin sat on the bed and asked, "Sect leader of Chang Xin sect let you go so quickly? What happened after?" Xingyi didn't answer and instead said, "Brother Luo Chang is here. I need to speak with him." Chang Xin, the senior outside the door, doesn't seem like someone from Azure Cloud Sect, does he?
Xingyi, he used to be from the Dual Joy Sect.
Her gaze turned suspicious. "A year of secluded cultivation and you can make the nascent soul stage of the Dual Joy Sect obey you?" That's really terrifying. Lu Tianyun, so, you'd better not be thinking of anything else tonight. Chang Xin pointed at her and asked, You've already caught that nascent soul one, but haven't taken care of this nascent in one yet?
Then Lu Tianyun grabbed her by the hair and pinned her to the bed. Junior brother, go outside, I want to mess around in the bridal chamber.
While Lu Tianyun was schooling Chang Xin, the heat radiating from Xingye's waist sent a signal.
He stepped outside and overheard the conversation. Xingyi, Tian Empress and the prince have been called away by my father.
The fifth prince is still in the flying palace.
Xingyi, are there still nascent soul stage experts there? Chengyan is gone, but there should still be a dozen or so royal family guards, all at the mid-stage golden core level. Moreover, they've activated the defensive barrier of the magical artifact. Recklessly charging in will definitely get us detected.
Alright, I understand.
The flying palace was heavily guarded, with a red talisman pasted on the roof. Inside, Imperial Physician Wang respectfully said,
Your Highness, you've been angered to the core.
If you use my method of cultivation for 2 days, you should recover.
Tianling Yun adjusted his wedding attire and said, Thank you for your trouble, Imperial Physician Wang.
I hope your Highness doesn't let this matter affect your cultivation.
Tianling Yun replied.
Although I've lost all my dignity this time, I've come to realize my own shortcomings. In fact, right now, not only do I not feel angry, but it seems like all the pent-up emotions inside me have been swept away. Imperial Physician Wang, noticing the harmonious energy radiating from Tianling Yun, was momentarily stunned.
Tianling Yun himself was also surprised. What? The knot in my heart has loosened? Congratulations, Your Highness.
This is a breakthrough in your state of mind. Your Highness's realm has been stuck for so long. It is because of the lack of a transformation in mindset, this time, truly, in the midst of misfortune, there is some good fortune. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and Xingyi stepped in indifferently. Honestly, a magic artifact as big as this, it took me too long to find it.
Dr. Wang was startled. What? Didn't the defensive formation outside already get activated? How did you manage to get in here? Tianling Yun's face darkened. Where are the guards outside?
Xingyi casually replied.
I've sent them all away. What?
While he was still in a daze, Xingyi had already swept past the two of them. At that moment, Dr. Wang and Tianling Yun were enveloped in a purple space. Dr. Wang, terrified, asked,
What did that kid do? Where is this?
Suddenly, Dr. Wang's face melted away, and his body turned into a stream of purple vapor, being sucked away with a horrific scream.
Tianling Yun witnessed everything, utterly horrified.
Dr. Wang, he only saw a painting unfolding, a new stroke being added. Dr. Wang and all the guards were trapped inside.
Sweat poured down Tianling Yun's face. Grinding his teeth, Tianling Yun muttered. What kind of magical artifact is this?
Dr. Wang and the group of guards were all sucked into the painting.
Lin Jiyuan collected the painting. Xingyi reassured. Don't worry.
Once old Lin erases their memories, he'll let them go.
Tianling Yun was puzzled. Wait a minute, you're Lin Jiyuan, Senior Lin, what do you mean by this?
I heard the sect master of the Li sect say that you have some grudge against this kid, don't you? The royal family of ours has a marriage alliance with the Myriad Phenomena sect, and we definitely have no intention of making things difficult for old Lin.
Lin Jiyuan smirked, I'm not targeting you. Who told you to offend the young master? His brows furrowed. Young master? You're calling Xingyi young master? Xingyi took the opportunity to boast.
Indeed, we used to be enemies, but old Lin was captivated by my charm and has already submitted. Though we were once rivals, your Highness's situation is different.
Old Lin is only targeting me. As for myself, I'm tolerant and magnanimous.
I could give him a chance, but you dared to lay hands on my senior sister. Therefore, letting you live until now has been my mercy. Lin Jiyuan still felt a lingering fear inside, grateful that senior sister hadn't followed him to the dual joy sect back then. Xingyi cracked his wrist, but don't worry, I'll fight you one-on-one. Old Lin is only here to help me deal with the unrelated people.
Tian Lingyun kept his mouth shut. Stop pretending. Do you really think I'll believe you?
Lin Jiyuan raised 3 fingers to the sky. I swear I will not interfere in the life and death duel between Xingyi little friend and Tian Lingyun. At the same time, ensure that this duel is absolutely fair.
If Tian Lingyun wins, I will let him leave unharmed.
If I break my oath, my Dao heart will be shattered.
Tian Lingyun took a vial. Since Senior Lin has said this, I am at ease.
Xingyi, with your methods, you should have been able to kill me long ago. But it seems you have always had the mindset of a cat playing with a mouse. The tragic outcome brought by arrogance and pride, I have just begun to understand, but unfortunately, you will never have the chance to grasp this principle. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill poured from the vial, the energy around his body erupting intensely.
Xingyi sneered, still using medicine? Don't you have anything new?
Tian Lingyun's eyes bulged with veins. Fool, what I just consumed is the nascent soul pill I had prepared earlier. I must thank you for helping me break through the core formation bottleneck.
Xingyi's head was filled with question marks. Nascent soul pill? What is that?
Lin Jiyuan explained, it is a pill used when the bottleneck loosens. After taking it, it quickly absorbs the surrounding spirit energy, advancing to the nascent soul stage. During this stage, the golden core is invincible because, except for those at core formation, anyone who hasn't reached the nascent soul stage cannot manipulate spirit energy under these circumstances.
In other words, all spells and techniques are rendered ineffective.
Xingyi looked at the faint flame flickering weakly in his hand. Indeed, even the spirit fire technique was about to be useless. Lin Jiyuan silently muttered, it's over, that kid's magical artifact has already gone through the tribulation, it can no longer summon heavenly thunder.
Without spiritual energy, how could I still win? Looks like I'll have to use the slave seal to force me to act. Breaking the oath with the heavenly Dao, my Dao heart shattering, is this my fate?
I still haven't forged a heavenly grade magical artifact, how could I accept this? As if reading his thoughts, Xingyi glanced at him, his expression showing no sympathy. What, you're trying to make it look like I'm bullying an old man? System, gather all the materials in the myriad phenomena Sect's treasury that can improve the quality of my magical artifact.
Currently compiling the materials that meet the requirements. Compilation complete.
Heavily outer will iron, 130 tons 2 gene, steel spirit, 8 gene, ancient arrow bamboo, 22 stalks, 5 spirit jade, 755 gene, 10,000 year cold iron, 42 G, distant space, 50 G, a total of 52 types of top grade materials, total weight, 85 tons.
Starting mass crafting process. A powerful surge of energy emerged from somewhere, surrounding Xingyi's body, its force overwhelming the surroundings. Tian Lingyun bit his lip. How is this possible? The spirit around has been drained by me already, how can it still generate such a powerful pressure?
Lin Jiyuan was blown by this pressure, unable to open his eyes. This was clearly the fluctuation from successfully refining qi. This fluctuation was several times stronger than when I refined a top-tier Earth-grade artifact.
Could it be heaven rank? But he hasn't even refined a magic weapon?
A loud explosion rang out, and unexpectedly, a pressure descended from above.
Tian Lingyun was drenched in sweat.
At this moment, he saw the sky suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lin Jiyuan was horrified. Once again, it was the pressure of the heavenly Dao.
Tian Lingyun stood frozen, but Xingyi remained calm. Lin Jiyuan guessed anxiously, could it be that he has a treasure even beyond heaven rank on him?
What he didn't know was that Xingyi's heart was also in turmoil. No way.
Why is the heavenly tribulation happening again? Can I stop it?
Spirit sighed wearily, how could it be stopped? You can't even enter the system space, this time we can only fight with our lives. Xingyi sighed in resignation, well, I'll use a plan within a plan. He quickly performed a series of actions on the system, and the transaction was successfully completed. With the successful transaction, his appearance and aura could be completely concealed, and he gained a voice-modifying function designed specifically for thunderstorm situations, which could help avoid any embarrassing situations. When there is no protective gear while transcending, each use consumes 100 of the creation point, forming the mysterious black cloak, the transcendence outfit, and combining into the mysterious black cloak of transcendence.
Now Xingyi is taking a break. During the break, I'll transcend for a bit. I'll be back and then we can continue. Tian Lingyan bit his lip, trying to escape? Xingyi replied, escape? Don't misunderstand, but the other person didn't believe him.
With a vicious attack, he was asking for his own death. He unleashed the heaven-breaking art, a fiery energy rushing straight toward Xingyi.
Tian Lingyan sneered maliciously, is this the benefit of the magic that comes with the stage?
Too terrifying, its power has increased by several times. Without raising his hands, Xingyi slapped once, launching the next technique, White Seas.
Lin Jiyuan gaped in shock, exposing his confused expression. How is it possible to block a sword with bare hands?
Not stopping there, Xingyi extended his hand to grab the chaotic mess before him. A booming sound echoed as white smoke spread in circles.
Tian Lingyan's face turned pale in disbelief.
Lin Jiyuan was stunned. Oh my god, he crushed it with his bare hands.
After finishing, Xingyi rubbed his wrist. Tian Lingyun, I'm afraid you might accidentally be killed by the thunder tribulation.
That would be unfortunate. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, leaving cracks in the ground beneath his feet.
Tian Lingyun gritted his teeth, feeling unconvinced. What kind of monster is he?
The communication device on Chang Yan's side heated up. As soon as he picked it up, Chang Yan received a message.
Do you want the chance for Sect Master to shine? The sky suddenly darkened. People were confused. What's happening?
Dark clouds were rapidly gathering. Someone shouted, look, there's a person dressed in black on the flying palace, the golden energy around him is being suppressed, it's almost about to deform.
Tian Lingyan gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. Is this the pressure of the heavenly Tao?
Tian Empress ordered, you stay here and watch over Sect Master Tr Ingli, we'll go outside and take a look. Jia Gufei clearly flew out of the protective shield of the flying palace.
Seeing the figure in the distance, Tian Lingyan was puzzled. What? Who is that person in black? Is the heavenly Tao pressure aimed at him? Could he be a peak expert undergoing the deity transformation tribulation?
A heavenly thunder struck down, and Tian Empress screamed in fear, no, Yunanai is still inside.
Xingyi, enveloped in a dark shell, was withstanding the thunder tribulation? This time, it wasn't as strong as the previous one.
The intensity of the tribulation was much weaker compared to the thunderstorm that occurred when merging with the demon core. But the host could endure it, because his body had been enhanced. Additionally, with his spiritual root of the sword system at the heavenly level. To put it bluntly, this thunder tribulation is the tribulation that occurs when the host's heavenly grade greatsword is about to emerge.
Its real power is far stronger than the one during the fusion with the demon core.
However, the host is able to withstand it because their body has been enhanced, in addition to having a heavenly grade spiritual root in the sword system. To put it plainly, this thunder tribulation is the tribulation when the host's heavenly grade greatsword comes into the world. A voice of reproach was heard below. Senior, surely you can't be unaware that there are still many cultivators in that artifact palace? We have no grievances with you, Senior.
Why do you casually kill the innocent like this? Empress, calm down.
Xingye's voice was cold, a flying artifact, dazzling and ostentatious, hanging so high up. The people I loathe most are those who show off like that.
Tian Empress's tears streamed down her face. What, you dare to strike Yun and I just for such a ridiculous reason?
As soon as she finished speaking, a series of dark figures appeared. Among them, a bearded man spoke. Empress, this person has a strange temper. Do not provoke him further.
If something were to happen to you, who would avenge your highness Ling Vn?
The deputy sect master of the myriad phenomena sect, Bai Hao, clasped his hands in front of the other person and said, Senior's words are wise.
Junior will certainly remember them.
From now on, I will behave with humility and caution. This place is, after all, a stronghold of our sect. The school still contains many disciples and juniors young and inexperienced. If they were to inadvertently disturb the seniors' tribulation, such an offense would truly be deserving of 10,000 deaths. Xingyi, spare the rhetoric. All of you stay where you are, let me strike once, consider it atonement for your crime.
The newcomers froze in place, huh? Senior, this.
A ring of blue light shone from one of Xingyi's eyes, lingeringly.
That towering spire was truly ostentatious.
Another bolt of heavenly thunder slammed down, revealing a red point of light.
Everyone was stunned. What?
Beneath here is actually the location of the grand formations mechanism of the sect. By House Face Dark and Trouble, the formation mechanism had been destroyed. If they could not activate the grand formation to repel the enemy.
But the mechanism was always in motion and could not be detected by spirit sensing, so how could he know the exact position?
Xingyi's figure streaked forward. There were too many people over there, I don't like crowded places. Seeing the direction he was charging, the group broke out in a cold sweat.
Not good, that's where all the guests attending our sect's banquet are.
Watching the scarlet streak glide across the sky, everyone below panicked.
Run, the thunder tribulation is about to strike. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck the rows of elder cultivation houses, its rumble deep as nightshade ghosts command, forbidding anyone to flee. Whoever runs, I'll kill them.
A young woman, terrified, fell into a sitting position on the ground. Inside the tattered Xingyi shell he sighed.
This cloak is really just for show.
I've been struck by lightning into such a pitiful state, yet from the outside I still look as cool as ever.
He pointed down at the chaos below and said, "You all stay here. Stand still and obediently take the thunder tribulation blow, I'm going."
The people below exchanged frightened glances. There were more than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators here. If they joined their defenses they might be able to hold, but our descendants and juniors would not survive.
Anyone who hasn't reached golden core would almost certainly be killed or grievously wounded by the thunder tribulation. A man ground his teeth and suggested, "Damn it, why don't we all band together and risk our lives against him?"
The veiled woman beside him retorted, "He's already taken 3 thunder tribulation strikes and not even a hem of his robe is torn. How are we supposed to fight him?" A streak of blue energy suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Chang Xin riding a divine beast.
Senior, Junior is Chang Xin, sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect. Everyone here is a guest that we invited to the wedding.
If you call it a gathering, it's also Junior who brought them here.
If Senior wants to strike, just strike at Junior. Xingyi threatened.
Brat, at the foundation establishment stage, one strike and you'll be soul scattered and spirit dispersed.
Chang Xin appeared brave. If doing that will make Senior angry, then come at me.
This spirit of righteousness won the hearts of both the young and the old below. Who would have thought that the sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect was so responsible and so courageous?
Father, he's so cool. Chang Xin secretly felt pleased. I like this. Is this the feeling of being a hero? Can't hold it in anymore, can't hold it in. My mouth is almost twitching.
Xingyi continued to play the villain role.
You're brave, huh? Then I'll target only you.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding white light illuminated Chang Yin's bewildered face, and a genuine heavenly thunder struck down. Chang Yin shrank back, too scared to curse aloud, completely unlike the arrangement they had made.
Xingyi, you're messing with me.
Xingyi waved his hand, deflecting the heavenly thunder in a different direction. System notification, creation starpoint plus 2130. The white light blazed across the sky, making the people from Myriad Phenomena sect widen their eyes in shock.
What? A powerful electric field swept through them, leaving behind cries of agony.
Chang Yin, having waited for a long time without seeing anything, was skeptical and cautiously opened his eyes.
Where's the thunder tribulation? What's going on?
The short-haired person was in shock. Oh my God, he can change the direction of the thunder tribulation, that's the heavenly Tao being locked down.
What kind of monster is this guy? Xingyi looked down. I've changed my mind. You resemble my late grandson.
From now on, you'll be my adopted grandson.
The script kept changing. Chang Yan's eyes widened. Ha!
A girl, hiding behind her father, pointed at the sky in panic.
Dad, look!
The dark clouds in the sky turned red.
What is this? Why has the tribulation cloud turned so dark red? The sky is turning a deep pink, the pressure is overwhelming. Everyone's faces turned pale. Was this truly the terrifying might of the heavenly Tao's pressure? What on earth had happened?
The system had already warned the host not to use the system's space to evade the thunder tribulation, yet defying the laws of the heavenly Tao would only cause the thunder tribulation's power to multiply several times over.
Xingyi was dumbfounded.
Damn it, no wonder the creation points increased so much. After Heavenly Tao's devastating sweep, the people of the myriad phenomena sect were left in utter ruin, some standing, some collapsed, the scene beyond miserable.
I asked, is everyone alright? No one's dying, right? The thunder tribulation's power wasn't as strong as I imagined. It doesn't seem to be a deity transformation thunder tribulation.
Suddenly, Xingye's shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere, startling the group, who instinctively stepped back to either side. He shrugged, sorry, that thunder tribulation just now didn't live up to the fans' expectations.
I'll make it up to you all with another one. Before Tian Lingyun could even protest, the blinding light of the thunder tribulation swept forth.
Bolts of lightning crashed down in rapid succession, thundering across the heavens. A charred body plummeted to the ground beside Lin Jiyuan.
He moved closer. Why does this look exactly like what happened back at Dual Joy Sect?
Hilarious, who would have thought that this pitch-black lump of charcoal was actually Xingyi? Damn it, without being able to lock onto him with divine sense, spatial movement was useless.
That red thunder tribulation was truly too fast. Warning system. Shifting once more will make the power of thunder tribulation several times stronger, and at that point, the host will surely die.
A streak of golden light flashed across Lin Jiyuan's face, striking the blackened piece of charcoal.
He cursed. Little bastard, what are you doing?
Tian Lingyun, Lin Sr., Xingyi himself said before that once he returns, he will begin the battle.
Or do you want to go against the heavenly Tao's vow?
Lin Jiyuan's eyes darkened, muttering under his breath, damn bastard. Tian Lingyun gathered energy to lift the blackened piece of charcoal, shining it brightly.
This was the consequence of underestimating the enemy.
If I fully unleash the power of thunder tribulation, I might be afraid of you by a little, but now you've turned yourself into this state, and you're still daring to come back.
Now, you shall pay for your foolishness.
As he spoke, he viciously stabbed down with his sword, but what was severed was his own arm.
The pain caused Tian Lingyun to drop his weapon, groaning in agony.
He gritted his teeth, suppressing the tremors, wondering why he still couldn't use his spells.
Moreover, what kind of technique was this? He couldn't detect any spiritual energy waves.
Seeing the greenish aura swirling around Tian Lingyun's severed arm, Lin Jiyuan froze.
Something's not right, this isn't a spell. The aura emanating from his wound is the power of laws. Moreover, it's a highly chaotic law power, even more intense than the sensation I felt before. The key thing is that it's being actively emitted now. Can someone at the Golden Core stage wield law power? How is that possible? Tian Lingyun once again picked up his sword. You monster, die for this prince. With this strike, he accurately stabbed the blackened part of the body right between the eyes. Tian Lingyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Has it shattered? This is a top-grade Earth-ranked magic sword. Before he could confirm the result, a wave of dark green energy erupted from the wound. A burning pain surged through him. Sweat started to bead on Lin Jiyuan's temples like raindrops. This is a deadly poison, is it the poison law system? Taking a detoxifying pill is useless, the power of the law can only be countered by another law of the same level to be removed.
As Tian Lingyun swallowed the pill, the wound began to form a scab, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a thin, cold layer of ice.
So cold. Lin Jiyuan never expected such a method. Was the poison law system fused with the ice system?
Suddenly, a flame erupted from the wound on Tian Lingyun's body. Lin Jiyuan gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "And there's even the fire system, this can't be." After an unknown period of time, Xingyi slowly regained consciousness.
With a maternal expression, Lin Jiyuan jumped up. "Damn old man, what are you doing?"
Lin Jiyuan smiled as if he had been caught red-handed. "I apologize, young master, your body is truly too alluring to resist, I couldn't control myself," he said.
I was struck by a wave of punitive energy from Xingyi. "You perverted old man, what did you do to me?" Lin Jiyuan trembled and collapsed, desperately explaining, "It's not like that, young master.
It's just that you were emitting the aura of a heavenly-grade magic artifact, and I only wanted to study it a little. I was so close to discovering something, just a little more and I might have figured it out. Please, young master, let me touch it just a bit longer."
"Get lost,"
Xingyi replied coldly.
Xingyi looked at his unscathed body and asked, "What happened? Why has my body recovered?" "Lin Jiyuan, you've been unconscious for a moment now." He frowned. "This is strange, I don't think the injury was severe enough to cause unconsciousness. Where is Tian Lingyun?" Lin Jiyuan raised his head in confusion. "Young master, don't you remember anything?" Xingyi stroked his chin, thinking. "I remember being ambushed by Tian Lingyun. I was so angry and wanted to deal with him, but after that, I don't recall anything." "Where did this giant tree come from?" Lin Jiyuan replied. This is Tian Lingyun?" "In short, young master, you used the power of magic to turn him into this." "He's already dead." Xingyi was astonished. "The power of the laws, I've only reached the golden core stage, how can I use the power of the laws?" "Lin Jiyuan, you asked me, so who should I ask now?" He furrowed his brows. "I was planning to calculate the number of incidents between senior sister and him, but who would have thought he'd die so quickly? What a bargain for him." Lin Jiyuan recalled the moment when Tian Lingyun's body was torn apart, breaking out in a cold sweat. It wasn't a quick death at all. Poison, ice, fire, death, life, all kinds of chaotic laws tortured him for an entire hour. It wasn't until he breathed his last that Xingyi entered his consciousness and asked loudly, "System, what's going on? Did I just use the power of the laws?" Because the host originally used the fusion function to merge many things that should not have been fused together. This time, it's likely because of the influence of the thunder tribulation, causing the chaotic laws from the fusion to spill out. Spirit tilted its head and thought for a moment. Fake artifact spirit still remains fake artifact spirit. This isn't due to the laws spilling out, but I didn't expect elder brother to have such talent. Looks like the plan can be adjusted a bit. After understanding everything, he scratched his head. "I've been out for too long, it's time to go back." Lin Jiyuan pointed at the tree and asked, "What do we do about this?" "Just leave it there for now. When the time comes, we'll chop it down and let the outer disciples build a toilet with it." As the two of them left, the branch moved. Something was emerging from beneath the ground. It was a golden larva. It crawled up the tree trunk, slipping into the gaping mouth on the bark. The cracked tree bark revealed human skin beneath it. Half of Tian Lingyun's face was gradually coming back to life. Fortunately, after evolving into the ancient king, he could store all his soul and spiritual power into the worm to feign death, and yet still end up in this unfortunate state. "Xingyi, just wait and see. Our royal clan will flatten Azure Cloud Sect." Glancing at a shadow beneath the tree, Tian Lingyun narrowed his eyes. "Ingnu, are you just standing there watching the show? Have you notified the rescue team yet?" Ingnu, a shapeless shadow, rose up to respond. "Your Highness, you've done enough. I'll handle the rest." Ingnu grinned wickedly. This is the opportunity to step out from behind the scenes and onto the stage. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time.
As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly entered Tian Lingyun's mouth. The mountain remained quiet, and black mist poured out from Tian Lingyun's eyes and mouth. The golden larva silently crawled out again, quickly burrowing back into the earth from the half of the face that had not yet healed. When the sunlight once again bathed the mountains, the golden larva emerged from the ground and was lifted by a hand. The owner of that hand is Jia Gofei. Don't worry, Lingyun, Your Highness. I'll take care of the rest for you. Returning to Sect Xingyi's senior sister, I'm back. Chang Yan put her hands on her hips and said, You didn't even give any notice, not even answering when I sent you a sound transmission.
Sorry, I had to go out to handle a few things.
Seeing the old man entering behind, Lu Tianyan gritted his teeth and said, Lin Jiyuan Xingyi boasted, Don't worry, I've already subdued him.
He then tugged at the young man's clothes and pleaded, Young master, could you please take off a bit more of your clothes? I'm really just a little bit short. Chang Xin turned his face to the side, I'm giving up. The third person, Lin Jiyuan, was something I couldn't accept. Xingyi, what are you saying? Lin Jiyuan thought to himself, it's over, the young master has already put in considerable effort to help Chang Xin. It seems their relationship isn't ordinary. To offend the royal family for senior sister's sake, if Chang Xin were to whisper a few words in the young master's ear, this old man might not even survive.
No, the opportunity to comprehend the heaven rank is right before my eyes.
Even if I have to cast aside my pride, I must continue to live on.
The sound of knees hitting the floor echoed as Lin Jiyuan lowered his head and begged, Please forgive this old man, Miss Chang Xin. I was truly blinded by the devil when I did something so beastly.
Chang Xin whispered into Lu Tianyun's ear. See that? This is what happens when you refuse to take the initiative. Junior brother's been utterly ruined. Xingyi jumped up in shock. What the hell is this? Outside, the sky was tinged with a faint pink hue. Lu Tianyun covered her mouth in astonishment. Are you saying that you're now equivalent to a heaven rank artifact? You just went through a tribulation, didn't you? Chang Xin. So Lin Jiyuan was simply lusting after your heaven rank body, then? Xingyi cursed. Shut your mouth. Lin Jiyuan, does Miss Chang Xin truly not resent me for plotting against the Gusek master? Chang Xin, I once heard from the deacon that grandfather actually opposed my parents being together. If he were still alive, I probably wouldn't have been born into this world. Lin Jiyuan nodded. That's true. But hearing you say that only makes me want to tear you to pieces to vent my anger.
He froze, and a shadow passed over Chang Xion's face.
Why was I ever brought into this world? Why?
Suddenly, she clutched her ears and shook her head violently.
Stop talking. I'm not running away from responsibility enough. Enough already. Lu Tianyun asked anxiously, Chang Xin, what's wrong with you?
Calm down a little, Lin Jiyuan frowned.
Who is she talking to? Xingyi wondered. Could it be that the hand holding the head massaging device heated up, his body collapsed with a thud to the ground, yet his spirit remained standing upright?
Around his spirit, circular energy vortices swirled, his eyes fixed straight ahead, probing the distance. A second later, Xingyi slowly pushed himself up.
Lin Jiyuan looked confused. Young master, you were muttering to yourself. Sure enough, what met his eyes were two fragments of souls quarreling. Changling, I didn't even eat that much. Shen Xuan, who told you to be so slow? He said, Chang Xin, so you also have a heart demon? And you actually have two of them?
No sooner had he finished speaking than he reached out both hands and grabbed them by the neck.
Xingyi asked, Do you want me to help you eliminate them? Chang Xin was startled. What? How could that be? You can directly interact with a heart demon?
Xingyi's lips curved into a faint, intrigued smile.
How rare, it's not often I get to see so many expressions on your face.
Chang Xin turned to complain, "Senior sister, if you don't keep this man under control, he'll end up building himself a whole harem one day."
Lu Tianyun cast him a probing glance. "I've already noticed that."
"Xingyi, you're just being spiteful and talking nonsense again."
Chang Xin remained calm. "If the root of the problem isn't cut off, the heart demon will keep multiplying. That's why I intend to handle it in my own way."
Looking at the two heart demons wriggling in his hands, he felt curious.
"Right, the ones you mentioned who wanted to be resurrected before, they were them, weren't they?"
She lowered her eyes. "Yes, the two most important people to me died because of me."
"Lu Tianyun, you should explain the details clearly. I don't think that demonic cultivator will really help you."
All right, by the time the sun had set behind the mountains, Chang Xin had finished explaining everything.
The entire process went like this.
The system reminded him that there was no content in its spellbook that matched the description of her.
Did this mean that Chang Xin had been deceived? Not necessarily.
Since only about 20% of the system's abilities had been unlocked, maybe the relevant spells were part of the 500% still locked.
Could Xingyi infer whether the method she mentioned was feasible? The system currently didn't have that function. Spirit intervened. "Speaking of inference, I just remembered something." "What is it?" The girl confessed.
"Elder brother, when you drew the prize while cultivating your clone, it was actually switched by me. The real prize, I hid it deeper in the system's space."
Xingyi screamed. "What? Why didn't you say this earlier?" Spirit chuckled. "I forgot.
Before hiding it, I did open it up to take a look, and it seems that the prize is something that can be used now."
He was so angry that he wanted to use his fists. "You dare open my blind box? Spirit? That's just to trick elder brother into getting addicted to doing tasks.
In reality, whatever is inside has already been decided. But the place where it's kept, I no longer have the authority to access it."
The coordinates were entered, and a notification appeared. "Congratulations on receiving omnipotent deduction. Explanation of the differences between the soul, sea of consciousness, and divine consciousness."
The soul is the essence of a person's spirit.
Unless one practices a special cultivation method, it must remain completely intact and cannot be separated.
Once damaged, recovery is extremely difficult.
However, the protagonist can bypass this limitation due to the powerful recovery ability of the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl.
The sea of consciousness is a space that stores all memories in consciousness, born from the soul. If the soul is damaged, the stability of the sea of consciousness is affected. The higher the cultivation realm, the larger the sea of consciousness becomes, allowing for more complex calculations and storage. As long as the soul remains intact, the sea of consciousness can slowly recover, even if it has been damaged. Divine consciousness is born from the sea of consciousness and can sense changes in the external world. It is also a means to attack the sea of consciousness of others. If the spiritual consciousness is depleted too much, it will affect the sea of consciousness, causing a person to fall into a daze and lose consciousness. If the sea of consciousness is attacked, it will also reduce the ability of the spiritual consciousness to perceive.
Xingyi's consciousness was transported to another space. He screamed, "Where am I?" "Welcome to the all-purpose inference platform. Below is the user manual for you."
The all-purpose inference platform was built based on the host's sea of consciousness and required entry in the form of spiritual consciousness. It could simulate and infer all things. The content that could be inferred was limited by the computational power of the host's sea of consciousness. Once the spiritual consciousness was depleted, the inference would fail, and the body outside would fall into a coma due to the exhaustion of spiritual consciousness. Seeing the display showing a slight loss of spiritual consciousness, Xingyi wondered, "I haven't done anything yet, why is my spiritual consciousness diminishing?" This part is the computational ability that maintains the high-speed operation of the consciousness, the system explained. The flow of time within the inference platform is a fraction of the outside world, 1 second here is equivalent to 2.8 hours outside.
Xingyi couldn't help but praise, this function is powerful. It's like spending a long time in a dream while only a few minutes pass outside.
He crossed his arms, then let's first use Chang Xin's spell to run an experiment. The display screen showed all kinds of information, and the system reminded the host that they could exchange for the necessary materials to deduce with the mind at the search interface.
However, the technique that Chang Xin mentioned was very complex.
She probably only briefly summarized it, missing a lot of details. It would be best for the host to go out and inquire further before taking action. The system fell silent when it saw Xingyi summon a Chang Xin here. At this moment, he leisurely lay basking in the sun and ordered. Try practicing the method she mentioned, and if you need any materials, go find them yourself.
The idea that the system could materialize an entity like Chang Xin to help him deduce things? Could this be something that a human could come up with? Xingyi was curious. Did this virtual system also have the memories of its original form? Indeed. He sat up, lowering his glasses. Doesn't this mean I could materialize an enemy to interrogate their secrets?
The system responded, the virtualized character will unlock corresponding information and behaviors as the real person's favorability increases.
Even if you interrogate an enemy here, you won't be able to unlock locked information.
So, how do I check the favorability?
The system bluntly refused, you can't check. I'm not the system that creates the subject.
Outside, Lu Tianyun rested his chin on his hand and asked.
This spell is truly wondrous, not like something fabricated out of thin air. Junior brother, what do you think?
Just as Xingyi regained his senses, he was startled for a moment before burying his head into the ground.
Lu Tianyun quickly sprang up. Junior brother, what's wrong with you?
He smiled and shook his head, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Then he silently asked, how much time has passed? The system host inside the platform inferred 3.5 days, but here, only 30 seconds had passed. Xingyi tossed a pink, round object to his senior.
Chang Xin, confused, caught it and asked, isn't this the only thing you need to complete the materials? She was surprised, this is nascent soul's 5 elements blood essence, spirit taken from the dual joy sect, right? This is what I collected myself.
The system sneered, clearly, you rummaged through the sect's treasure vault.
Doesn't your conscience hurt, host? Xingyi raised an eyebrow, stop wasting words.
I didn't rummage through it, and she didn't have the right to take it.
Does Lu Tianyun really want to test the method given by that demonic cultivator?
He smiled smugly, don't worry, senior sister, everything is under control. In a red-lit underground chamber, with strange patterns on the walls, 4 people stood before a bagua formation.
Done, Sun Si Ting, I've never seen this kind before.
Although setting it up wasn't hard, its operational principles are completely different from any formations I know. Xingyi dismissed the others.
Alright, you're done here. Go outside and wait for further instructions.
Yes. He turned to the person next to him and asked, so, is there anything wrong with the formation she designed? The ring on her finger released a powerful surge of energy, placing 2 coffins in the center of the formation. Looking at the 2 black coffins with red patterns, Xingyi was curious.
Hey, do you always carry their bodies with you? Chang Xin spoke with a proud tone.
Well, I secretly dug up my mother's body from the Sect's ancestral grounds.
We can't let anyone find out. You'd better keep quiet about it. The 2 heart demons whispering in Chang Xin's ears were ineffective. That old demonic cultivator is definitely deceiving you. It's true, don't try it, we won't survive. Xingyi quickly silenced the 2 noisy mouths. Shut up, do you want me to escort you out with force?
Chang Xin continued to release energy from the ring, taking out many magical tools, one by one, a total of 5 items.
Lu Tianyun named each one, Soul Condensation Pillar, Haunting Wood, Soul Nurturing Stone, Frostbone Jade Marrow. You managed to gather so many rare materials?
Chang Xin, if you didn't choose such underhanded methods, you could easily control the nascent soul's 5-element bloodline, Chang Xin muttered a string of incantations. The two guards outside were terrified. Lin Jiyuan, why did you make such a huge noise? The hidden formation can't withstand it anymore. Sun Ting, focus your energy, stop wasting words, hurry and help. The lids of two coffins flew open. Lu Tianyun was eagerly anticipating success. The lids of the coffins were blasted upwards with great force, and the two female corpses inside suddenly sat up, writhing in pain. The three witnesses were utterly confused. Chang Xin wanted to step closer. Chen Shuang, what's happening to you two? Xingyi, this spell isn't meant to revive the living, it's only meant to torment the dead. Chang Xin couldn't believe it. He analyzed the situation. Although it's said that when a person dies, their soul also perishes, a tiny fragment of the soul's information still merges with the flesh and bones. Even after death, it doesn't completely separate, but this fragment is so minimal that it can often be disregarded. This formation, combined with various materials, could amplify the tiny fragment of soul information, but no matter how much it's amplified, it still couldn't be considered a true soul. Chang Xin still did not understand what it meant. Xingyi was like a person who had received a heart transplant. Their personality could change because the heart also carried a portion of the information of its previous owner. This magic technique was equivalent to erasing the information on the heart to replace the brain, which commands the entire body. This was the result of forcibly amplifying the soul's information within the flesh and bones, replacing the true soul, which would make the victim of the spell endure the pain as if their soul were being torn apart. I think the person who first invented this technique must have once wanted to resurrect someone, but in the end, they failed. Chang Xin collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. How could it be like this? Lu Tianyun, junior brother, so you know about this method? I just found out. Lu Tianyun squinted. What do you mean by just found out? His face was tinged with sadness. Although he knew, if he didn't let her try it for herself, she would never accept it. The two heart demons saw Chang Xin's despair and laughed loudly. Ha, this is too good, all the negative emotions are rushing in here. He, her sea of consciousness is about to collapse. Xingyi stepped into the formation, and the two corpses immediately collapsed. Chang Xin looked up and snorted. Xingyi looked down at the line beneath his feet. If he destroyed that channel, the soul information would still be amplified, but it would not be forcibly integrated into the body, so the pain would not occur. The inventor of this technique failed because they chose the wrong path. As we said before, no matter how much the information of the heart is amplified, it ultimately fails. It belongs solely to the heart. Once attached to the brain, it becomes useless. So what if we change our way of thinking? Instead of letting the heart replace the brain, what would happen if the information from the heart could surpass the brain? Chang Xin murmured in bewilderment, the heart surpassing the brain? Xingyi affirmed, exactly. If replacing the heart can slightly alter one's personality, then what if we infinitely weaken the brain's mechanisms for controlling personality and emotions, while infinitely amplifying the information carried by the heart, the information that holds the essence of the former self? In the end, wouldn't that person become someone completely guided by the heart? Lu Tianyun raised a concern. Junior brother, your theory is bold, yet it makes sense. But as things stand, Chang Xin and those two old acquaintances no longer possess their divine souls. Only the informational remnants of those souls remain within their flesh, meaning they have only the information of the heart, but no brain. Xingyi replied, then just give them a brain, can't we? I'll divide my own divine soul into two parts, erase all my memories, personality, and every trace of personal information, keeping only the basic functions, then merge with the two of them. Lu Tianyun was surprised. How can the soul fusion work? The soul can only match with its own body. Even if one forcibly possesses another body, the heavenly Tao will punish them. Surviving is a rare occurrence, let alone for those who are already dead. Xingyi, senior sister, I am also dead. The dead actually don't count. After the body is modified, it is no different from a magical artifact. Since my soul can fit with a magical artifact,
there's no reason it shouldn't be able to merge with them. Two parts of your soul entered the heads of the two corpses in the coffin. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Lu Tianyun was anxious, but there was no reaction.
Could it have failed? Xingyi, that's because the soul information in the bones and flesh hasn't been amplified enough. I originally planned to try using mutated blood essence, but I didn't have enough divine consciousness to purchase it.
Lu Tianyun stared blankly, confused. What did he mean by not having enough divine consciousness to purchase it?
Xingyi continued. Afterward, I tried many other methods, but none of them worked as expected. In the end, with the mindset of risking everything, I used my own blood essence.
Xingyi cut his palm and let the blood drip onto the formation beneath his feet.
The formation immediately activated, and a powerful energy radiated outward, leaving Chang Xin stunned.
This is the red space fragment suddenly floating up. Sun Siting, why is the spiritual energy fluctuating even more intensely? It's about to collapse.
A flying vase shot out, its lid popped open, and the elixir inside flew straight into Lin Jiyuan's mouth.
Sun Siting was shocked. The explosive spiritual pellet. What benefit did the young master promise you for you to risk your life like this?
Lin Jiyuan erupted with power. The young master is the entire meaning of the remainder of my life.
Sun Siting was stunned.
11 years ago, by the edge of a forest, Chang Xin approached a purple-haired girl who was lying languidly and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Chen Shuang, the daughter of Chen Rongsu, sect leader of Qingzhou sect, sat up and said, "It seems our sect is about to be disbanded."
Chang Xin, is it because of what happened with your father being deceived all those years ago?
Chen Shuang, yes, that damn swindler impersonated someone from the Shanglan royal family and swindled away our sect's spirit stones.
My father is deeply in debt now.
Chang Xin, Lu searched his bag, and I have something here that might help you.
Ha!
He pulled out a crumpled old piece of paper.
I was puzzled. Is this a map? Chang Xin excitedly said, I found this in a dark corner when I entered my grandfather's room.
Maybe it's a treasure map. Someone from a distance called out, "Miss, the sect master wants to see you." Chang Xin stood up, shoved the item into Chen Shuang's hand, and reminded, "Keep this with you for now.
When the time comes,
we'll search for the treasure together."
Scene transition. Chang Xin's tears fell uncontrollably. Why? Why is this happening?
Hang in there, I told you that our sex people are on their way to rescue us. Chen Shuang lay in her arms, coughing up black blood. Chen Shuang's face was scratched and bloodied, whispering weakly in her arms.
Forget about me, run quickly. Father is being controlled by that sword, I can't stop it, I'm sorry.
After laboriously uttering these words, Chen Shuang closed his eyes, never to open them again.
Chang Xin cried out in sorrow. How tragic, why? Why are you apologizing? You should be the one saying sorry to me. If I hadn't given you that map. Above them, a loud voice rang out. Taoist friends, come with me and slay this demon.
Chang Ling was the first to spot her daughter.
Xin air. Chang Xin, tears brimming in her eyes, called out. Mother!
Chang Ling, overjoyed, tried to step down, only to be struck by a surge of red energy that split through her head. Chang Xin's pupils dilated, her gaze frozen as she watched her mother fall, laughing maniacally.
Kill! 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 What is this? Retreat! Everyone retreat! Amidst the fierce battle, Chang Xin stood motionless, watching her mother's body grow cold.
When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying in bed. Tears flowed endlessly from her lifeless eyes.
Chang Xin didn't know who had saved her from the ruins of the Zhushan sect.
All she knew was that she had killed her mother, killed her best friend, and killed countless innocent lives. Afterward, people called the incident the chaos of the demon sword. Only Chang Xin, 13 years old, couldn't bear the guilt and the agonizing regret that pierced her to the core. She wanted to escape through death, but she was always found and saved in time.
Then, under her father's strict surveillance, she couldn't even die.
The only thing she could do was gradually close off her emotions, becoming numb to everything, with her pain gradually subsiding as well.
Chang Xin didn't remember how many years she had spent like a soulless corpse, nor when the heart demon first appeared.
She only remembered that the loving gaze of her father and the affectionate looks from the elders slowly turned cold, became distant. Chang Xin was terrified, afraid that they knew the chaos of the demon's sword had been caused by her. When she found out that the reason her father and everyone else had grown indifferent was because she hadn't made any progress, as told by elder brother, she laughed.
How long had it been since she had laughed? Why laugh at all?
Perhaps it was because the heart she thought had sunk into the depths was now falling even deeper. It was so deep and dark there, so dark that it made her finally notice that the thing that had always been shining beside her was the moonlight, which she had long overlooked. Until one day, someone brought her a tiny pill. Chang Xin, with a battered face, casually said while glancing around, "This meridian unclogging pill, I got it at the Sect's gathering, but with my strength, I can't use it."
"You can take it as candy."
She suddenly threw herself into her elder brother's arms, leaving Chang Xin flustered.
"What's wrong all of a sudden? Are you feeling unwell?"
I'll go call someone from the pharmacy hall," Chang Xin finally opened up.
"Brother, thank you, and I'm sorry."
Chang Xin, moved, teared up as he hugged Chang Xin's shoulders.
"I'm just happy you're back home." In the end, after the elder brother confirmed that Chang Xin no longer had any suicidal intentions, the confinement was lifted.
It was then that she realized 6 years had passed, and she was already 19. In a cave, when old Demon Du saw the newcomer, his face lit up with interest.
"Long time no see, little girl. You managed to find my place? What's the matter?" Chang Xin's face was hidden under a black cloak.
"I want to know if there's a way to bring someone back to life."
Old Demon Du chuckled darkly. "Of course there is."
As Sun Si Ting wiped the sweat from his forehead, things finally began to settle down. Lin Jiyuan collapsed to the ground, panting like a dog. Inside the red box, a spark of hope lit up in Chang Xin's eyes. When the two corpses in the coffin sat up, Chen Shuang exclaimed,
"Xiao Chang, why are you so tall, Chung Ling?" "That's great, Xin Air, you're alright." Lu Tianyun was stunned. Did it really work?
Chang Xin ran quickly toward the coffin, threw her arms around the necks of the two once dead figures, and burst into tears.
Chen Shuang and Chang Ling looked bewildered. "What's wrong with these kids?"
For Lu Tianyun to repair such a complex spell, junior brother must have spent quite a bit of effort.
Xingyi wasn't bad either.
Lu Tianyun gave a faint smile, though his words often branded her a cruel woman. No one had realized how quietly she had sacrificed all along.
He teased with a grin. "No, I only spent 30 seconds.
If it were for senior sister, my sacrifice would have lasted much longer." Immediately, he received a solid punch to the head, tumbling backward right into the tearful family scene.
The two heart demons cried out indignantly. How could this be? Is resurrection magic truly real?
Damn it, if this keeps up, we'll vanish. Xingye's head shone with light as he turned to deliver a sermon of enlightenment to the two heart demons. Two heart demons were bewilderedly transported to another space.
They rejoiced. What? The body really stopped dissolving? So he's on our side? This person isn't bad at all.
These compliments were swallowed back by heart demon Lung Yao. Xingyi narrowed his eyes. Instead of letting them dissolve directly, it would be better to turn them into natural food for the heart demon.
Eat with peace of mind, the master is also reassured by the system. Is the host a demon?
After everything was explained, Changling crossed her arms.
So that's it. Have we really been dead for over a decade?
Chen Shuang, I didn't expect the family to be so wrinkled, it's so ugly.
Xiao Chang, you're really amazing, I've never heard of any magic that can bring someone back to life. Chang Xin glanced at the person sitting in the distance.
This magic had many issues, but luckily with the help of Xingyi Daoist friend, everything had gone smoothly. Chen Shuang stroked her chin.
Not bad, quite handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Chang Xin blushed. It's not to that extent yet, right now it's just an engagement. Chen Shuang's eyes sparkled. Already in a love tangle like this after just 10 years? Chang Ling asked, is he a marriage candidate? Chang Xin nodded. It's my father's intention. Exactly.
She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. You scoundrel, how dare you treat my daughter as a pawn to marry into another sect?
Chen Shuang asked again, how old is he? What's his cultivation level?
Chang Xin answered honestly, as though she were being interrogated, 21 years old, mid-golden core stage.
Chang Ling sighed in satisfaction.
His talent is passable.
If Xin heir hadn't been influenced by us, her cultivation would definitely not be inferior to his.
Then, her daughter added, a year ago, he was at the 5th level of foundation establishment.
She was taken aback. A year? That's a bit too hasty, isn't it? Doesn't he fear damaging his foundation? Xin heir remembered clearly, cultivation was secondary.
The most important thing was a person's character.
Chang Xin added, he made a mid-nascent soul stage weapon refining master and a mid-nascent soul stage battle general willingly become his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Chang Ling's attitude changed 180 degrees.
Her face blossomed into a smile as she waved her hand, calling, good son-in-law, why are you standing so far away?
Come over here and chat for a bit.
After a brief conversation on official matters, Xingyi rested his chin in thought.
So, does this mean the reason for the demonic sword chaos was because you gave the map to Chen Shuang?
Chen Shuang looked gloomy. This can't be blamed on Xiao Chang. It was all my fault for showing it off to my father and causing this trouble.
Chang Xin comforted her, it's not your fault, who could have known something like this would happen?
Xingyi, standing beside them, flattered, truly impressive, even senior sister has figured everything out. Lu Tianyun didn't even spare a glance. At that moment, it was just to deal with Chang Xin threatening you, to put your mind at ease. I didn't expect to see you two so close, it turns out I was overthinking.
Chang Xin clarified, senior sister, you misunderstood.
We were just enemies at that time, he said, giving a thumbs up in agreement.
Exactly, Chang Xin added, it was only after the kiss that we became as inseparable as glue and wood.
Seeing Lu Tianyun sulking and turning away, Xingyi shouted in support, not at all.
Chang Ling smiled and said, Xin heir hasn't introduced you to her yet.
This young lady here is Chang Xin, as you can see, the big mountain standing in front of you, only to be greeted by a punch to the head from Lu Tianyun.
Chen Shuang, witnessing the scene, chuckled softly, that's wonderful.
I was worried Xiao Chang would lose his spirit over our situation.
Xingyi, now addressing the two of them respectfully, asked, I must ask, are your memories complete? When you look back on your life, is there any period you can't remember at all?
Chen Shuang rested his chin in thought for a moment before answering, no, I remember everything.
Chang Ling, I also don't feel like any part of my memory is missing.
Xingyi furrowed his brow, that's strange. No matter how exaggerated the information about the soul's flesh and bones might be, it can't be as complete as the original soul.
There must be some loss of memory. Lu Tianyun speculated, could it be that Junior Brother's bloodline has compensated for that missing part?
Xingyi was skeptical.
How could that be?
Her azure eyes darkened.
What if, when that demonic cultivator refined you, he used their divine souls? Xingyi frowned.
If there were foreign divine souls within my body, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. Besides, their divine soul levels haven't surpassed mine.
Lu Tianyun asked again, then, is there anything inside your body that your divine sense cannot penetrate and examine?
The question startled Xingyi.
My divine sense can't penetrate and examine it? If we exclude the system, are you referring to that round crimson sphere, the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl? What's wrong? Host?
As soon as she entered her divine consciousness, Xingyi commanded, I want to create a simulated version of myself without the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl in my body, and then repeat the experiment.
Scarlet blood dripped, drop by drop, tick-tick.
Xingyi stood at a distance, watching the simulated version of herself reenact the resurrection spell from before. She furrowed her brows. Without the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl within her, neither of the two revived. Could it be that their divine souls truly reside within? But why? It turns out like this, so this is how things are. We've completely been led by the nose. The soul-refining formation set up by that demonic cultivator has been going on for over 10 years. If he had really collected so many divine souls from the nascent soul experts who fell in the chaos of the demon sword, the spatial barrier would have been broken long ago. That's why I ruled out the possibility of him being involved with the demon sword chaos. It seems that he isn't not using those divine souls, but instead he's merging them all into the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl. But to collect the divine souls of gods or demons, one must make prior arrangements. In other words, the demon sword chaos can't be separated from that demonic cultivator. So why did he make Chang Xin go around in circles like this to trigger the demon sword chaos? Damn it, there are too many things that I just can't figure out. Xingyi suddenly raised his hand to speak, asking for external help, which startled Lu Tianyun. You mean you're certain that the demonic cultivator is the one behind all of this, but you still can't figure out what he wants to use Chang Xin for to achieve his goal? Does Chang Xin even need to know? After all, he's already dead. Xingyi was resolute. No, it is precisely because he is dead that we need to understand it more. You have realized that the prerequisite for using the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl is that it must be something dark, sinister, and deadly. However, he prioritized completing the fiend pearl over entering the deity transformation mansion. It is hard not to suspect that his death was part of his plan. In short, although he is dead, it is highly likely that he could be resurrected through methods we are not aware of. And Chang Xin is one of the key conditions. Chang Xin believes it's because he left too great a shadow in your heart, Xingyi said seriously, but that's not the case. Lu Tianyun suggested, the ring from that demonic cultivator, isn't it with you? Is there any clue inside? Xingyi took out the ring. I'd like to ask senior sister to take a look. I don't see anything special, Chang Xin said, curious. Let's take a look together. Both of them entered the space inside the ring. The items were a mess, filled with strange, eerie things they had never seen before, each one looking suspicious. Chang Xin, I can't find any clues at all. Lu Tianyun picked up a blue sealed scroll. This, Chang Xin, isn't this the fragment of the Gu King art? The one old Du gave to Wang Deng? Lu Tianyun stared at it. Although it's only a fragment, this cultivation method is of a very high level. It could possibly reach heaven rank. She was suspicious. How did you figure this out? With the technique so severely lacking, how can one determine its grade? Did Lu Tianyun rely on experience alone? Probably just intuition. Then what good is that? Xingyi took the scroll of the technique, trusting his senior sister's judgment, and then entered his consciousness, asking the system, can the virtual stage deduce and improve the technique? The system replied, technique deduction requires the host to reach nascent soul and unlock the laws of comprehension before it can proceed. Then, if I use the discount voucher from the technique sale I received earlier, would that work? As a result, Xingyi received continuous notifications. The discount voucher from the technique sale cannot be used on omnipotent deduction. Spiritual awareness insufficient. Please do not persist and try again. The system reminded him. Don't even think about tricking the system. Host, your spiritual awareness cannot materialize system tools on its own. Damn it. Xingyi grumbled angrily. It should work outside, right, system? A selection screen for the sale discount appeared before him. Xingyi tapped the document icon. A blue light flashed. Please place the technique to be used into the scanning area. Xingyi complied and immediately received the result, scan complete Gu King art, heaven rank lower grade technique. You were stunned. Senior sister is right, it really is heaven rank. The system's content for the cultivation method is incomplete.
Should I fill in the gaps? Xingyi chose to fill in the gaps.
The system asked again, the high-level cultivation method, filling in the gaps will consume 1 coupon due to the intact original sale, and no further function enhancements can be made.
Are you sure you want to proceed with the supplementation? Confirm. Beginning supplementation, please do not move the cultivation method randomly.
The scroll was unfurled, and a powerful force enveloped Xingyi. The characters that had been blurred gradually appeared on the cover card, and the system was in the process of deduction. It continued to write the possible developments of the Gu King art.
Xingyi frowned. How can this be? He's relying on himself to deduce and supplement a heaven-rank cultivation method? Did Chen Shuang just write this randomly? Only Lu Tianyun realized.
No, this continuation is completely in line with the original's laws and principles.
The orange box shook violently again.
Sun Siting was frantic.
Why is it happening again?
Young master, if you keep going like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. The cover card's length increased rapidly, soon wrapping around Xingyi's body. The system updated continuously, the progress of the deduction, 70%, 85%, 95%. Changling gently held her daughter's arm and whispered.
Xin heir, listen to your mother, you must win over that man.
No, wait, you must definitely have him. The explanation was finished, and the Gu King art was completed, the final touches rolled up into a scroll. Xingyi took it, full of excitement. Alright, everyone, come over here and see if we can uncover old Du's conspiracy from this.
Changling raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Are you really showing us a heaven-rank cultivation method just like that? Xingyi stared blankly and asked back. What's wrong with that? Do you want me to read it aloud? Cause confusion for the old man? I didn't mean that. Chen Shuang was eager. I want to see, I really want to see. Never thought that in my lifetime I would get to see a heaven-rank cultivation method. It's not something one gets to see every day.
An hour later, the 5 of them stood in deep thought next to the cultivation scroll.
Lu Tianyun, junior brother, had a portion of this method.
Xingyi, it seemed like the elder sister was right. Now, the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together.
Chang Xin was angry. Heart demon, I've been used from the start.
Chen Shuang wiped away her tears.
So the chaotic sword demon wasn't because of me and Xiao Chang.
Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, and Xingyi had to rush outside to check the situation.
What happened?
Sun Si-ting and Lin Ji-yuan greeted them in turn. Master, young master.
Then Lin Ji-yuan answered.
The royal family and people from the myriad phenomena sect are joining forces to assault and break the Azure Cloud Sect's protective formation.
What? Sun Si-ting's expression was serious.
There's also this matter. Elder Diao came to inform me that something important requires your presence at the sect's ancestral grounds.
There are 3 warships in the sky, each carrying many soldiers.
They are surrounding the fortress below, which is protected by a barrier. The great beauty with a big heart, Luo Shanggu, flew up to greet them.
Why fight and kill as soon as you arrive? Everyone, calm down and let's sit down and talk. The soldiers immediately fell under the love charm, collectively dropping their weapons.
Right, we should talk. Their commander is Shang Feng, the North King of Azure Orchid Nation, mid-nascent soul stage. Please dispel your enchanting spells.
Luo Shanggu, are you trying to interfere in our conflict with the Azure Cloud Sect? Luo Cheng, smiling charmingly, covered his mouth. Don't misunderstand, I'm just here to bring my disciple as guests. I'll leave now.
Xing Xian, good luck, you're on your own now.
The sect leader of Azure Cloud Sect sternly asked, Sect Masterly and all of you Taoist friends from the royal family, what do you mean by this?
Jinli furrowed his brows in anger.
Xing Xian, old thief, do you still dare to ask me what I mean?
You disrupted our alliance with the royal family, then sent your direct disciple Xingyi to steal all the treasures from our sect. You abducted my daughter Chang Xin, and even colluded with Lin Jiyuan, the man who slew the previous sect master of the Myriad Phenomena sect, plotting to harm the fifth prince. I and the Taoist friends of the royal family want to know what your intentions are. The more Chang Xin heard, the darker his face grew, but he still tried to argue with Zhenli. Don't smear someone without evidence. A voice rang out, Chang Xin sect leader wants proof? This prince himself is the proof. Tianling Yun, his body wrapped in bandages, sat on a chair that had been pushed forward. He recounted the events, still trembling with fear. That lowly vermin Xing Yi used a most eerie instantaneous transference technique to send me from the airship into a mountain cavern. The theft of the Myriad Phenomena sect's treasure and Xin Heir's disappearance must be connected to that art. Afterwards he joined hands with Lin Jiyuan. I nearly died there. Fortunately I feigned death and barely escaped. I swear by my life that what I have said is true. If there is even the slightest falsehood, may my soul be scattered. Zhenli growled, Chang Xin, you old thief, have you anything to say? Today, if you do not hand over Xing Yi and the treasures from your sect's vault, and compensate with half of your sect's resources, the Taoist friends of the royal family and I will raise the Azure Cloud sect to the ground. Shanfeng produced an explosive shell and said, shatter this turtle shell first, then we'll proceed. The cannon's muzzle pointed directly at the defensive line. Everyone inside was terrified. It's over, the ultimate annihilator cannon the royal family uses to deal with large formations. My heavens, that's an ancient top-tier heaven-rank magical weapon. Who would have thought they'd bring it here to confront us? Shanfeng raised his fist to signal, then immediately released it. The first shot was officially fired. Chang Xin gathered his strength to resist. How dare you, he snarled, but its force still tore straight into the barrier. Chang Xin spat blood. The other elders were anxious. Sect leader, they cried. He covered his mouth and replied, I'm fine. Shanfeng had braved the blast to protect the sect's great formation. Truly, the Chang Xin sect leader was bolder than most. However, the cannon had only expended 50% of its power. If it was pushed to 100%, what could you possibly use to withstand it? Chang Xin ordered, Elder Guanzhou, if the formation is shattered, then the other nascent soul elders and I will hold them off. You are responsible for evacuating all the disciples. Ensure you escort Xing Yi little friend to safety. As long as he remains alive, the Azure Cloud sect will not fall. Receiving the order, Wang Guanzhou immediately barked fiercely, you kids, this is no place for you anymore. Get back to the sect square and assemble, then negotiate with the sect leader. Elder Diao alone is enough to lead them away. I'm too old to keep torturing myself, I'll stay here as the vanguard. Chang Xin was moved. Elder Guanzhou, with a stern expression, commanded, all cultivators at Golden Core stage and above, follow me to protect the grand formation. At his order, everyone gathered at once, their unified shout echoing like thunder. Wang Guanzhou growled fiercely, anyone afraid of death, get out of my sight. The remaining disciples formed the Tianyun Lingxiao formation, every one of them poised for battle, shouting in unison, fight to the death to defend the sect. The formation was reinforced solidly, ready to face the enemy. Zhenli sneered with contempt. A bunch of fools. You don't even understand the power of the extreme annihilation cannon. The first shot didn't use 50% of its strength, it only used 10%. And that alone left you all gravely injured. The next blast will shatter your sect's grand protective array, and Azure Cloud sect will be nothing but history. The second cannon blast roared forth with terrifying might, a vicious gleam flashing in Zhenli's eyes. My Myriad Phenomena sect will stand at the pinnacle of the 3 sects and 4 clans. Suddenly, Xingye's figure appeared right in the cannon's path. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he shouted, don't go firing cannons so recklessly in front of someone else's sect. The trajectory of the bullet unexpectedly reversed. This situation left Zhenli and Shanfeng in shock. What? The cannon platform, struck by its own bullet, shattered and fell, with debris dropping onto the warship, damaging a corner of the ship. The soldiers cried out, oh my god, it's the extreme annihilation cannon. The extreme annihilation cannon has been destroyed. The warship emitted thick black smoke before gradually sinking into the sea, and Xing Yi could be seen alone, breaking through the enemy's defense. Chang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ha! The others were shocked, still unable to believe what they had just seen and heard.
Damn it, how did the attack from the extreme annihilation cannon get reflected back? I was already mentally prepared to die. What's going on now? Is this some kind of internal sect drama, where the higher-ups are putting on a show for us?
Xingyi, outside, was also confused. As the chains wrapped around him, he snapped out of his daze and yanked the metal chain fiercely. Chang Xin shouted, "This isn't good, little friend is still outside the defense formation." The remaining members of the myriad phenomena sect, brimming with killing intent, charged forward.
It was that damn little brat again. You keep ruining my plans, and now you dare use forbidden techniques to destroy the royal family's inherited treasure?
Jinli, with a vicious glare, unleashed the desolate 10,000 rings technique. Shangfeng swung his sword down, using the Shanglan heaven-breaking art. Tianlingyan sat on the ship's deck, anxiously cursing, "Idiot, don't use long-range magic." A giant hand appeared. The power of the two attacks from earlier hadn't even reached the target before being deflected back.
Damn Jinli, even our attacks have been redirected. Shangfeng, how the hell did he do that? Tianlingyan gave the order.
The Calamity Slayer warship and Doombringer warship responded, activating the defensive formation to its maximum, lining up in a vertical formation. All personnel withdrew, activating the autopilot mode. At full speed, they charged straight into the Azure Cloud Sect's grand defense formation.
Looking up at the two remaining warships turning into green projectiles, Shangfeng urgently asked, "Tianlingyan, have you lost your mind?"
He was determined to gamble everything. "Uncle, there's no way back for us now." This time, deploying the troops and using the extreme annihilation cannon wasn't reported to the Heavens Oversight Bureau. Today, the Year Reaper warship has been sunk, and the extreme annihilation cannon is damaged.
If we return empty-handed, the royal family's honor will be tarnished, and will never escape punishment. Our only option is to gamble everything, sacrifice the remaining two warships to tear apart Azure Cloud Sect's grand formation.
Only then can you and I have a chance to redeem ourselves.
He said, "Keep an eye on that brat, don't let him use that cursed ability again." Don't worry, he won't get away.
Myriad Manifestation Bloom is specifically designed to counter space manipulation techniques. The two warships charged forward, and the disciples of Azure Cloud Sect panicked. The royal family has really lost it. With such a short distance, there's no way we can stop them. The formation on the two warships was also extremely advanced.
Ha! Isn't this just an internal sect activity? Why are they going all out like this?
Xing Xian was flustered. Damn it, with this kind of collision, it's going to be difficult to maintain the grand formation. All the disciples in the sect received the order and prepared to face the enemy when the grand formation broke. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and a beard unleashed the infinite sword domain gate, sending a powerful sword aura flying, blowing the two warships away and simultaneously breaking through the outer defense. The old man was Qing Wuji, the supreme elder of Azure Cloud Sect. He had reached the early stage, exuding an air of restrained yet immense power. The royal brats from the myriad phenomena sect dared to act recklessly on his turf.
Xing Xian sneered. Supreme Elder.
Supreme Elder Chang Wuji's face was filled with anger as he pointed his finger. If you're already here, don't think of leaving. Red energy enveloped the entire group from the myriad phenomena sect. Under this overwhelming power, Jinli was astonished. The sword aura erupted so violently, it severely wounded me, yet it didn't affect him at all.
Explanation of the system: this is a field skill that can only be used at the spirit transformation stage.
It can alter the laws of nature within a certain range, making Cheng more attuned to his own enlightenment. Jinli and Shangfeng were beaten badly and were arguing with each other.
Damn it, how can he still activate the field skill? Didn't you say that Elder Tianyun was invaded by demonic energy, causing his life force to be depleted, and he could only survive in the sect's ancestral grounds, relying on the formation to sustain his life?
The elder Chang Wuji waved his hand, pulling Jinli, Shangfeng, and Xingyi closer to him.
He waved his hand again.
Shangfeng's head was crushed, and a ghostly figure, accompanied by a green energy, tried to escape but was also destroyed.
Xing Wuji gently asked, "Let him go?"
Jinli trembled and cupped his hands, lowering his head. "It is Wu Ji Sr.
Please forgive me." The elder's expression darkened. "Where did you get the information about me?"
Jinli replied, "Wu Ji Sr., it was Jia Gofei, the steward of our sect. He has planted spies in your sect."
"Oh, which spy?" "I'm not sure."
In order to keep it a secret, all communications were handled by the fake steward and the spies themselves.
"Where is that steward?"
He
has disappeared."
Jinli tried to cover up and conceal, but immediately took a sword chi, causing his left arm to be severed by Qing Wuji.
"Are you mocking me?"
Jinli remained stubborn.
Wu Ji Sr. calmed down. "I truly cannot contact that person."
Qing Wuji looked down from above. "Only I know the condition of my body. I have never told anyone in the sect."
"Then is your spy the ant in my stomach?" How could Jinli be like that?
Tian Lingyun, still alive and looking disheveled but full of spirit, interjected, "Could it be that there is someone in your esteemed sect with a cultivation higher than Wu Ji Sr., making it impossible for him to detect the spy?" Jinli, the fifth prince, and Chang Wuji were secretly shocked.
A young disciple in the nascent soul early stage from the royal family could withstand the sword chi attack in his domain? Then he asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
Tian Lingyun held up an object in his hand. "Initially, I didn't plan to use this move because the cost is quite high." Pink energy emanated from the object in his hand, enveloping the 4 defeated armies of the east, west, south, and north from the royal family, forming a tightly sealed barrier.
The blood of the surrounding death warriors flew toward one direction, gathering into the barrier and strengthening it in an instant. Xingyi was stunned. Is the blood of the myriad phenomena Sect slain and the royal family's warriors being absorbed by this formation?
Tian Lingyun stood firm inside. His eyes were completely white, his mouth muttering incantations, and a series of terrifying sword chi slashed relentlessly, but they could not break the glowing red barrier. The ancestor Chang Wuji pressed his lips together, as the sword chi could not penetrate, and the formation had naturally formed a spatial barrier. The incantation continued to echo, reaching the 53 RD wind chamber of Azure Cloud Sect, where a black coffin was bound tightly with countless chains and talismans. With the support of the incantation, the person inside punched through the coffin, trying to escape. Azure Cloud Sect was heavily guarded, and suddenly, a loud explosion came from within the green barrier. Ancestor Chang Wuji looked back in confusion, while Xingyi was startled. "It's from the direction of the formation of the senior sisters." Before he could act, a grand marshal of corporeal transformation appeared, carrying pinkish bubbles.
Inside the bubbles was senior sister Chang Xian, unconscious.
Soon, Xingyi was also trapped inside one of the bubbles.
He wondered, wasn't the spirit transformation stage destroyed by me before? How can it still be operating? The system responded, "Host, what you destroyed was its self-activating mechanism.
Now, its actions are fully under someone else's control." The Grand Marshal of Corporeal Transformation, dragging 3 people, veered through the waves, getting closer to the blazing red formation, and pulled out a spherical bubble containing Tian Lingyun. He stopped Xingyi, saying, "You and Lu Tianyun are inside an energy barrier of the birth gate. If the number of people inside the barrier changes, both sides will explode simultaneously. Therefore, it's best that you try using that peculiar teleportation technique." Ancestor Chang Wuji formed a hand seal and shouted loudly, "Celestial Stride." A colossal Taoist figure appeared, intercepting the retreating Grand Marshal of Corporeal Transformation. The Celestial Stride forcefully slashed down, but the Grand Marshal of Corporeal Transformation swung his hand, creating a barrier to block it. The green sword energy struck out, and the red sword energy rebounded. This direct clash resulted in both sides sustaining damage. Ancestor Chang Wuji nearly couldn't hold on, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Tian Lingyun directly spat out a mouthful of black blood.
Sect leader Qing Xian rushed over anxiously. "Supreme Elder Chang Wuji, are you all right?"
Qing Wuji shook his head.
"I'm fine."
He immediately ordered the fastest disciple of the sect to chase after him. Given that he had a method to control a transformation stage cultivator with 3 phases, yet he fled so hastily, it must be due to a serious side effect, something that couldn't be sustained for long.
The ancestor turned and asked the other person, "What do you think the reason is?"
Jinli, holding his wounds and bowing his head, replied, "I am not sure, senior." Cheng Wuji plunged a sword through him, piercing his entrails, and said contemptuously, "Because you are absolutely nothing." Jinli coughed up fresh blood, then fell into the sea. Cheng Wuji left while ordering, "Throw him into the dungeon. If anything happens to little friend Xingyi, I will make him taste the most painful death in the world," the old man said. "This old man cannot remain away from the Sect's grounds for long. If there is any news about little friend Xingyi, report it to me immediately." Chang Xin replied, "Yes." The Grand Marshal of Corporeal Transformation took 4 spirit spheres and sped across hill and dale. On the plain, Xingyi calculated, using the divine ascension technique to deliberately render himself unconscious. First he had to transfer senior sister away. After all, the bow shield had already exploded, he couldn't die. His 2 souls flew to the 2 spirit spheres containing Lu Tianyun and Chang Xin but could not penetrate them. A red light flashed in Xingyi's eyes. While he was still puzzled, Tian Lingyun, who had somehow become a white-haired youth, spoke, "You're very frightened, aren't you?" "Then it seems I guessed right." Only one complaint came from Xingyi at that moment: all this over a single magical implement, and everything's been scattered. "It took me ages to find it, and it allowed him to grasp the crucial point from the moment you boarded the ship and seized me. Even then I realized your strange teleportation technique was not harmless. You can't just go anywhere you please. If you could, you would have appeared before me right away, instead of struggling to search everywhere like that. Yet, you were able to infiltrate the treasure vault of the myriad phenomena sect, whose defenses are even tighter. I'm guessing it's mostly because you left a locator on Chang Xin and on the 2 soul nurturing pills you gave her. I borrowed the consciousness of a corpse refining spirit to probe whether the 2 women carried anything identical. To my surprise, you managed to split your own soul and attach it to a single strand of hair. It seems the soul nurturing pills were made using a similar trick. After all, that kind of pill naturally contains strong soul fluctuations. Slipping a trace of your own, extremely faint soul into it would indeed be impossible for anyone to detect." Xingyi narrowed his eyes and confirmed, "Who exactly are you?" "I just verified it. Your body is still bound to the tree's roots." "You're not Tian Lingyun at all." The Grand Marshal of Corporeal Transformation descended with everyone in tow. It pressed on a hidden mechanism in the rock wall, revealing a formation array on the ground. The system prompt announced, this was the only long-distance teleportation array. Everyone stepped into it, and they were instantly transported to an unfamiliar place. At that moment, Chang Xin and Lu Tianyun gradually regained consciousness. Xingyi exclaimed joyfully, "Senior sister Chang Xin, you're both awake." "Junior brother Xingyi, Chang Xin, what happened? Where are we?" "The analysis system, the air here is thick with the scent of decay. More than half of this place is probably the Imperial Mausoleum or something similar." "Are you shocked?" The young man in white suddenly coughed violently, his youthful face slowly transforming into a gaunt, aged visage. Controlling this corpse refining technique really is too forced. Even the mystique of the ancient kings cannot be maintained. Chang Xin was taken aback, stubbornly saying, "What's going on? Did my father tell you to do these things?" Jia Gufei's true face fully emerged, wearing a sinister expression as he replied, "He doesn't know about this, but everything that has happened is a result of your father's actions. Moreover, it was his foolish behavior that caused Miss Chang Xin to develop the heart demon disorder, forcing me to discard everything and set everything up like this." She was bewildered. What are you saying? What is the heart demon disorder?" Jia Gufei slowly revealed, "Miss Chang Xin, don't you find it strange? The Qingzhou sect, where the demonic sword riot took place, is clearly the sect closest to our myriad phenomena sect. Yet, why is it that the casualties in our sect were the least? Because your father had long known the horror of the demonic sword, which is why he deliberately sent a group of disciples who were not aligned with him to that place to die." The faith in Chang Xion's eyes turned to stone, then shattered.
Chang Xin stubbornly asked again, could it be that the map in my hand was created by my father, Jia Gofei?
No, that was arranged by me. Even the part where the Qingzhou sect ended up in overwhelming debt was my doing, the old man replied.
She collapsed. Why? Why would you do this? Didn't you always say you were grateful for my grandfather's life-saving grace, that you would be willing to die for it? Was everything you said about how uncle cared for me just an act? It wasn't an act.
I truly appreciated the old sect master.
Not only did he save my life, but he also ignored the opinions of the world, which values power above all, and allowed someone like me who was only at the golden core early stage at the time to hold such an important position as the elder of the myriad phenomena sect.
But unfortunately, he was killed by your father.
Chang Xin retorted, what are you talking about?
My grandfather was killed by Lin Jiyuan, and he admitted it himself. Jia Gofei explained, the old sect master practiced a special technique to preserve his life.
The person that Lin Jiyuan killed was a fake, created using this technique.
The real nascent soul of the old sect master was teleported to a secret chamber in the myriad phenomena sect. Unfortunately, the first person he met there was your father, the disciple he trusted the most.
He told your father everything that had happened.
He was ordered to assist in searching for materials that would help him recreate his body. But unexpectedly, the person he trusted the most struck him with a fatal blow at his weakest moment.
Chang Xin weakly mumbled, deception.
Why did father? Jia Gofei continued, the old sect master intended to hand over the position of sect master to his daughter. His plan was to make Zhenli a sharp sword in her hand, helping her stabilize her position as sect master.
But Zhenli didn't want that.
He wanted to take control of the myriad phenomena sect, and he also wanted your mother. That's when the old sect master became the greatest obstacle in his plan.
Xingyi raised a question, how do you know all these details?
He lowered his head, because this information was obtained by your mother, at the cost of her life.
Chang Xin stammered.
Jia Gofei continued his tale, after the old sect master's mysterious death, your mother was heartbroken beyond measure. Zhenli, with his careful attention and care, gradually won her over. They married, and he took the position of sect master in the name of being the old sect master's divine disciple and son-in-law. But your mother never gave up investigating the truth behind the old sect master's mysterious death. Initially, Zhenli didn't think anyone could uncover the truth. Even Lin Jiyuan, who came to Myriad Phenomena Sect seeking the treasure map, was made to work for the sect without pay for 60 years. After taking advantage of Lin Jiyuan, Zhenli had him take the fall for killing the old sect master. However, he didn't expect that in order to investigate the truth, your mother had invited the masters of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yet, the masters required your mother to complete certain tasks before they agreed to take action. Your mother had told Zhenli everything. When he learned that the masters were going to act, he feared that the matter would be exposed. After hearing the conditions, he felt reassured. He believed your mother would not be able to complete them, but despite the silent obstruction from your father, your mother still managed to fulfill each task almost impossible to complete within 50 years, until the final condition. A person with direct blood ties to the old sect master needed to be sacrificed to achieve it. Your mother hesitated for quite a long time, but in the end, she chose to give up. She didn't want to harm a loved one and made her thoughts clear to your father. But Zhenli was extremely panicked. Perhaps that bastard thought the final condition would be the easiest to fulfill, which caused him to lose sleep for several days.
It wasn't until the chaos of the demonic sword arose that he couldn't miss the opportunity. A once-in-a-thousand-years chance. Do you still remember why I appeared at Qingzhou Sect back then?
This unexpected question made Chang Xin recall that day. A subordinate stood outside her room and spoke loudly.
What? You say something happened at Qingzhou Sect?
Alright, I'll send someone there to check. The blood drained from her face. With every word Jia Gofei spoke, it became clear that as long as one went to Qingzhou Sect, luring her mother there would be very simple. He had learned of the danger of the demonic sword from the sect master's words, and as he had wished, he exploited the chaos of the sword to eradicate all opposing forces, including her mother. Having abandoned the search for the truth, Chang Xin demanded loudly.
Then how could you know about all of this? After your mother passed away, an emissary from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion came to find me.
I don't know what kind of agreement your mother had with the pavilion's leaders. In short, she fulfilled the final condition they set, using her unexpected death.
Chang Xin, so why did the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's people tell you?
Jia Gufei, I asked that same question to the emissary. The emissary from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, wearing a veil with the image of an eye, appeared suddenly and answered. Because we promised Miss Cheng Ling that if she fulfilled the final condition with her death, we would reveal the truth to the person most deserving of knowing it.
Lu Tianyun, the person most deserving of knowing, would have been either Chang Yan or Chang Xin, right? So why is it you?
Jia Gufei lowered his head. At that time, I was also very confused. Although I wanted to avenge the sect master, to take revenge for the madam, my talent was too poor, my cultivation was always stuck at the golden core stage, unable to progress any further. Moreover, at that time, I had been controlled by old Du with his worm technique.
Chang Xin, what? Are you a person of old Du? Why have I never heard him mention Jia Gufei?
Because the purpose of him controlling me is to conveniently monitor the young mistress.
Do you still remember the incident when you were 10 years old, when you were ambushed by a demon beast and fell into the deep canyon, only to be saved by old Du?
With old Du's personality, he should have extracted and refined your soul at that time. But there was one thing that changed his mind: your body was able to withstand the heart demon Gu.
This answer left Chang Xin stunned.
Jia Gufei asked and answered at the same time.
Do you know that old Du has a set of cultivation techniques called Gu King Art?
This technique is mainly divided into two large parts, and it requires many people working together to complete. The cultivation for 5th Prince Wang Deng is the part that creates the Gu King, while the smaller cultivation technique is for creating the Empress Gu. Once the Gu King and Empress Gu are formed, all that is needed is to swallow the other half to complete the final evolution.
Chang Xin was confused.
But I have never cultivated the Gu King art.
He explained again. The cultivation of the Empress Gu is different from that of the young mistress.
The Gu King requires 81 male cultivators to actively cultivate, forming a life-bound Gu within their bodies, and ultimately sacrificing all the cultivators, leaving only one to become the host of the Gu King. As for the Empress Gu, it only requires the implantation of a type of worm called the heart demon Gu into the host's body. Then, 3 types of heart demon must be successively generated for a best friend, a lover, and a family member. Only then can the heart demon Gu mature, and the Empress Gu become complete. The host must be female, and the mental requirements are extremely strict. Previously, all the female cultivators that old Du found, regardless of their cultivation level, after having the heart demon Gu planted in them, their sea of consciousness would collapse, causing them to become foolish or insane. Old Du had originally planned to give up, until he met the young lady. He never expected that the young lady would be able to endure the heart demon Gu.
Why do I know nothing about this?
Because when old Du planted the Gu in you, you were severely injured and unconscious. After you woke up without showing any signs of mental instability, old Du was overjoyed and lied, saying that he had saved you.
Chang Xin was horrified.
Heart demon Gu, the 3 types of heart demon, and because of this, you caused the sword demon chaos, killed Chen Shuang, killed my mother, and countless other innocent people. Jia Gufei, I suspect that the sword demon chaos was actually another scheme by old Du. The evolution of your heart demon Gu was just a convenient side effect. Moreover, in the original plan, old Du only intended for you to generate the heart demon for the death of your best friend, Chen Shuang. Because if 2 types of heart demon were generated simultaneously, the likelihood of the host's spirit collapsing would be very high.
The influence on the evolution of the demon-seeking Gu. Chang Xin, why? Why did you only tell me about this now? Old Du is dead. What was your real purpose in bringing us here?
Xingyi, that's right. Moreover, I don't believe that someone like Xie Su would tell you the details of the plan like that. Jia Gufei, at first, I had no idea what was going on. Old Du implanted a kind of curse in me called slave curse, just to make me monitor the young lady in Fifth Prince. It was also because of this slave curse that I immediately sensed it after his death. From him, I learned a dark technique that can extract memories from the flesh, bones, and soul of a deceased cultivator, and it just so happened to be applicable to him. Because of this, I was able to uncover a lot of confidential information, including the entire content of the Gu King art and many of the techniques that Old Du had studied. Old Du had also planned to eventually kill the Fifth Prince and replace him as the host of the Gu King, completing the entire technique. It's just unfortunate that he died, and now the opportunity for a rise to power is mine. Indeed, I must thank little friend Xingyi for severely injuring the Fifth Prince. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me to become the new host of the Gu King. Now, only the final step remains. At first, Junli disrupted the plan, and the young lady's mindset nearly lost all hope of ever truly loving someone. However, little friend Xingyi is truly a special person.
Your appearance broke the stalemate. Chang Xin shattering the outer layer is truly unfortunate.
I only have a little affection for him, but it cannot be called true love.
Jia Gufei intertwined his hands.
As long as there is a seed, there will always be a way for it to take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit.
He clenched his hands tightly and shouted, "Heart Demon enters the dream technique."
The immense power struck Chang Xian's forehead, spreading out in all directions amidst the confusion of everyone around.
What? Lu Tianyun, still dazed, then saw the surrounding scenery change. Where is this? Have I been teleported here? Jia Gufei appeared. This is an illusion created by Heart Demon Gu.
Now, only our consciousness remains here.
Lu Tianyun gritted his teeth. Where are Xingyi Jr. brother and Chang Xin? He asked eagerly.
Their consciousnesses are in another illusion, where Heart Demon Gu will create all sorts of experiences to deepen their emotions. Once the young lady loves Xingyi so deeply that she cannot escape, that will be the moment Xingyi meets a tragic end.
The young lady will drown in suffering and self-blame until the heart demon appears. Then, the heart demon in the illusion will reflect into reality. Heart demon Gu, thanks to this, would advance to become Empress Gu.
Using this method to promote the birth of Heart Demon certainly carries certain risks.
Even if it succeeds, the effectiveness would be far less, but there is no other choice left.
That man, Xingyi, is progressing at an alarming speed. I fear that in just a year and a half, I won't even have the chance to make a move. Xingyi looked at himself in the illusion created by Jia Gufei and sighed in relief.
That was close.
Thankfully, I reacted in time and shifted most of my consciousness to the omnipotent deduction platform. The system relies on the strength of the host's soul. Even if the entire consciousness were to fall into the illusion, it wouldn't be enough to lose the way. Xingyi remained cautious. After all, this was a heaven-rank technique, one could not afford to be careless. All the necessary information is nearly grasped, so it's time to switch roles from prey to hunter.
He mimicked Jia Gufei's movements. Heart Demon enters dream technique.
The events in the illusion had now reached the phase of the wedding night. Lu Tianyun, with a sullen face, was visibly jealous, while Jia Gufei appeared delighted.
Ah, that's fast. We've already reached the wedding night stage?
Unexpectedly, Lu Tianyun kicked open the door to the bridal chamber, barged in, and aggressively grabbed the collar of the confused bride, shouting curses at her.
You dare touch Tianyun's man? Don't want to live anymore?
Xingyi hid behind, putting on a wronged look. The old madam had been raped by her. Lu Tianyun and Jia Gufei were left speechless by this shockingly grotesque turn of events.
Chang Xin wailed within the illusion, fell to her knees. I really only have this little money. Please spare me.
The other scooped up the money with no shame and sneered, "Go borrow money by stripping, otherwise I'll sell you to a brothel." Thus Chang Xin became a beggar, abandoned on the streets, and a heart demon formed connected to that chap boy. I hate you so much, I hate you so much, Xingyi cursed, I'll tear you apart, I will definitely kill you.
Jia Gufei was bewildered. The heart demon had indeed formed successfully, but could this be called true love? The space and images of Chang Xian's present and the illusion intersected, the blue barrier shattered into fragments and everything snapped back into the real world. It seemed Jia Gufei had succeeded. The collapse of the illusion proved the heart demon Gu had met the conditions to advance. Chang Xian looked at Lu Tianyun and Xing Yi, who were still unconscious.
Jia Gufei comforted her, "Don't worry, they're only mentally injured, they won't die."
She coldly pointed and asked, "Then can you help me kill that wretched pair of man and woman?" He fumbled.
"Ah no, those things all happen inside the illusion only." Chang Xian, "But I feel that in real life, they could also do the same."
Jia Gufei summoned a Gu King entity. "Alright, it's time to proceed with the final step." He recited a spell over it. A red barrier was created.
Jia Gufei stood outside and said, "This formation can condense dragon energy, increasing the success rate of merging the Gu King with the Empress Gu." The Gu King flew around Chang Xian, making her uncomfortable, and she covered her ears, groaning.
3 heart-shaped symbols representing kinship, friendship, and love appeared from her.
They surrounded the Gu King and slowly tightened, merging into one entity.
The Gu King descended. Around the spherical mass, Jia Gufei continued talking. The Gu King can summon the heart demon Gu.
At this point, 3 heart demons will materialize, enveloping the heart demon Gu in its larval state, causing it to enter a pupation stage, and then quickly advance to become the Empress Gu.
Chang Xian asked, "What would happen if the Gu King devoured the Empress Gu?"
He replied, "Once both the Gu King and the Empress Gu die, the host will also die."
"You begged, and after I die, Jinli will be at your disposal. Release my elder brother." Jia Gufei sank into the past. "Miss, do you know?
I used to be the sect master of a small sect.
Because I offended a group of demonic cultivators, the entire sect was destroyed.
The old sect master saw the injustice. Kill all those demonic cultivators, and bring me back to the myriad phenomena sect while I'm still on the brink of death to be treated." After I regained consciousness, the first person I saw was your mother. She said I needed to confirm whether all the demonic cultivators had been killed. Then, I discovered one was missing, the one who had killed my wife and child right before my eyes.
I stayed at Myriad Phenomena Sect because I needed their intelligence network.
I had to find him, tear him apart piece by piece.
I became an outer sect elder, responsible for running errands for Myriad Phenomena Sect.
Gradually, to gather more intelligence, I climbed the ranks, and eventually, I achieved the position of sect manager, a role only cultivators at the nascent soul stage were qualified for. One day, your mother came to find me and led me to a secret prison within Myriad Phenomena Sect. There, I found the very enemy I had been searching for over 10 years, the one who killed my wife and child. But he was already dead. To be precise, the old sect master had killed them all from the beginning. She had realized that I no longer had the will to live, so she deliberately hid one corpse, coincidentally the one I most wanted to kill. I asked her why she hadn't told me earlier.
Changling replied, "At the time, in the past, I didn't want an innocent bystander to die unjustly.
Now, I just want my dear friend to be able to live more freely."
At that moment, the Gu King entity let out a mournful cry. Jia Gufei looked at him with a guilty expression.
The old sect master saved me once, and your mother saved me a second time.
Facing their death and my helplessness, I don't want to experience something like this again. Chang Xin was startled. "Wait a moment, what do you mean?" He calmly replied.
The Gu King art has 2 paths of cultivation. It's not just the Gu King that can devour the Empress Gu can also devour the Gu King. From the demonic core, which was nurturing the Empress Gu larvae, threads shot out towards the Gu King.
Chang Xin was surprised. "What? The Gu King is surrounded by threads?"
Jia Gufei tightened his grip, crushing the Gu King entity with his hand. "From here on, it will depend on your own heart.
Uncle Gu can only accompany you this far."
Wan Xiaoqua, everyone in the sect, I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Just as the moment turned tragic, a sullen-faced person called out, and the illusion of Jia Guofei shifted into someone's film set.
See? This is what a veteran actor looks like. This is what it means to be a true veteran actor.
The red protective barrier disappeared, and Jia Guofei stood there, bewildered.
Wait. Is this still an illusion? How is that possible?
Xingyi removed his disguise. The speed of manipulating an illusion through heart demon goo depended on the practitioner's spiritual power.
A bit regretful, but my consciousness is slightly stronger than yours.
Jia Guofei, this is impossible.
Where did you learn the Gu King art from? Chang Xin helped him answer the question, as he had deduced the entire technique from the fragmented Gu King art. Xingyi smirked and reproached. You old man, really, why didn't you learn something better?
You had to go for the trick of turning bad people into good ones for the sake of appearances. If senior sister hadn't asked me to observe a bit longer, I would have accidentally struck someone on our side.
Lu Tianyun, and try to think from another person's perspective. If the old sect master and Chang Xin's mother had to sacrifice their lives to save you, would you be willing?
Jia Guofei's face turned pale as he lowered his head.
Even if unwilling, there's nothing else I can do, because there's no more time to delay.
Jia Guofei stood there in a daze. Xingyi, little friend, you've already seen the whole Gu King art, so you must understand very well. The heart demon Gu and the Gu King in me are two entirely different things. If the Gu King could continuously provide essence blood for the cultivator, there would be no side effects, and it would even aid cultivation.
But the host of the heart demon Gu will undergo a transformation that makes them prone to the heart demon.
Once infected, the host will be disturbed by the heart demon for life, and when the worm dies, the host will die as well. Only by mastering the Gu King art can the young lady escape from this fate.
Xingyi, can Deacon explain in detail the contents of the Gu King art that you learned from old Demon Du?
Specifically, the important parts regarding the cultivation experiences of those before, things to pay attention to, or any annotations like comments? Jia Guofei lowered his head. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. The sunlight pushed back the darkness, and Xingyi stroked his chin.
Well, this makes things clearer.
Although I have perfected the entire technique, I haven't actually practiced it yet, so some details still cannot be discerned.
Lu Tianyun, if the contents of the technique are all fake, then what meaning does asking these things have?
Xingyi, even by just looking at the parts where Deacon did not follow the contents, it is still credible.
Jia Guofei was curious. Wait, hold on, which parts are fake? Chang Xin spoke up. Uncle Gu, you've been deceived by old Demon Du.
The information recorded in his physical and spiritual essence is fundamentally not the real Gu King art.
Xingyi replied.
Indeed, he anticipated that after his death, you would use that method to search for his soul.
Jia Guofei's voice trembled. How could this be? I've been cursed by him. What does he want me to do? Then all you need to do is give a direct order. Is it really necessary to waste time and effort plotting and scheming like this? Lu Tianyun explained. Your servant can only control you while he is still alive. This is the insurance measure he designed so that even after his death, the plan can still be completed. Jia Guofei did not understand. The cultivation of old Demon Du, at its peak, only reached the spirit transformation stage. How could he alter a heaven-rank martial art?
Xingyi then told him that it wasn't about modifying the content of the martial art but altering its effectiveness and purpose.
He repeated.
Once the Gu King is born, all that's needed is to kill its host and follow the methods recorded in the martial art to replace the original host, much like how you dealt with the fifth prince. You thought you were doing what old Demon Du did, but you won't be the same as him. You won't control the Gu King to devour Empress Gu of Chang Xin, instead, you will sacrifice yourself to complete the plan to save Chang Xin.
Jia Guofei was confused. Is there a problem? Xingyi said coldly. Deacon, don't you know? All insect species that form social communities typically have a matriarchal structure.
These words only deepened Jia Guofei's confusion. The Gu King art didn't mention anything about the Gu King devouring Empress Gu. Hearing his affirmation, the old man stammered.
W what? Xingyi?
After the Empress Gu blooms, the Gu King will completely break free from the host's control and willingly sacrifice itself to the Empress Gu. That is the true content recorded in the Gu King art. The true core of the Gu King art has always been the Empress Gu, not the Gu King.
Jia Gufei retorted. That doesn't make sense. Then why did old Du go through so much trouble, plotting and scheming for years? What benefit did he gain from it?
He took out a roll of jade green scrolls.
Take a look.
This is the real Gu King art. The old man's hands trembled as he unrolled it.
Reading this. How could this be?
I've completely become his pawn, yet I even felt moved by my own actions. If it hadn't been for Xingyi's intervention, and I had died just like that, it truly would have been a grand joke.
Forget about repaying the Chang family, haven't I become their greatest sinner instead? Chang Xin comforted him. Uncle Gu, you can't be blamed for this.
No one could have expected that he'd use his own death as part of his scheme. Xingyi thought to himself with pride.
I knew it. How could a demon lord with billions in negative karma be defeated so easily by me? That old man is far too cunning.
If I hadn't cheated to complete the Gu King art, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Jia Gufei was anxious. So what should we do now?
The young lady has already created the heart demon through this illusion. Once she leaves the illusion, Empress Gu will automatically begin to bloom.
Xingyi, it's all right.
I had already controlled the illusion halfway through.
It was only meant to deceive you. In reality, no heart demon was produced, Jia Gufei.
I told you, why did the situation turn out so strange like this?
You added more to it.
Moreover, the other two heart demons on Chang Xin have already been removed by me.
What? He doesn't believe that the heart demon was removed? How is that possible? Chang Xin confirms it's true.
He even resurrected my mother in Chen Shuang.
Jia Gufei advised.
Young lady, don't joke like this.
But she nodded and assured.
This is true. Uncle Gu, they are currently in the secret chamber inside the formation of Azure Cloud Sect. My mother would surely love to meet you.
Jia Gufei was moved and wiped away his tears. That's amazing, truly amazing.
The heart demon of the young lady has been removed.
Miss Ling is also alive again.
This is something I never even dared to imagine, not even in my dreams.
Xingyi, little friend, thank you, truly thank you.
He waved his hand.
No need, no need. He pushed Chang Xin forward.
Aside from offering the young lady's body, I really don't know how else to thank little friend.
Lu Tianyan stepped in, covering Chang Xin's mouth and pushing him away.
You've calculated so much that the abacus beads are flying right onto my junior brother's face.
Isn't the most crucial issue still unresolved?
Xingyi showed a serious expression.
That's right. As long as the heart demon Gu isn't eliminated, old demon Du will still have a chance to exploit it. Jia Gufei intervened.
Hold on, little friend Xingyi already has a way to eliminate the heart demon.
Wouldn't it be better to maintain the current situation? If we eliminate the heart demon Gu, the young lady will lose her life. He spoke sternly. Maintaining the status quo isn't impossible, but Deacon, have you considered this? What if the insurance old demon Du prepared doesn't only involve you? Xingyi asked seriously. Also, do you want your young lady to live her life in the shadow of old demon Du? Jia Gufei asked. Then, little friend Xingyi, do you have a way to preserve both sides? He instructed everyone to wait for him and left. Jia Gufei was bewildered what was going on. He could no longer sense little friend Xingyi's spiritual presence. Had he left the illusion? Cold sweat poured down like rain. He thought. Wait, could he be planning to take Xin air? This thought was read by Lu Tianyun, who scolded. How could you think of my junior brother like that? Chang Xin also spoke up in defense. Xingyi, he won't do that. Jia Guofei felt embarrassed. Huh, I didn't say anything. Can you two read minds? Back inside the silver orb, the system curiously asked. What does the host want to do? Xingyi continued to work on the screen. The notes and prohibitions the deacon mentioned appeared. I'll test each one individually. Chang Xin suddenly said. Lu Tianyun, I need to ask you something. What is it?
If Xingyi's plan faces an uncontrollable crisis, and I am in a situation where I can't end it myself, please kill me if necessary. Jia Guofei couldn't hold back his anger at the thought, shouting. Miss, Lu Tianyun, you say that, and you think I'll feel relieved? Chang Xin froze when she heard Lu Tianyun's mocking words. I was worried that you would have ended it yourself as soon as you left the illusory realm. Looking at her own hands, Chang Xin replied. The person I used to be might have done that. Lu Tianyun also reflected. The person I used to be? After learning about the Gu King art, I should have taken action against you already. It seems we've both changed.
Chang Xin agreed. That's right.
Then, suddenly, she clapped her hands and said.
So this is the method of manipulation by that man? Making Lu Tianyun's brain unable to keep up.
Xingyi turned around, having kept everyone waiting for a while.
I have a plan. But it requires everyone's cooperation.
Jia Guofei was eager. All right, little friend, you speak. He gave an order. Chang Xin, I need you to enter the illusion again, and this time, you must truly create a heart demon.
Chang Xin slumped. Then please arrange a more normal storyline, no problem.
Xingyi turned to the deacon. Deacon, you need to leave the illusion for a moment. Sit in the red mist, and I request you to open this light shield a little.
Jia Guofei was concerned. If both of us leave, the heart demon Gu's illusion will collapse. Xingyi reassured him, it's fine.
I left part of my divine consciousness there to maintain the illusion. Only then did Jia Guofei feel at ease and follow the instructions, praising, to be able to use divine consciousness as freely as you wish, little friend, you are being humble.
This is far beyond just being slightly stronger than me.
He waved his hand and released a female heart demon, then commanded in a stern tone, Lu Miao, spit out the two heart demons from before.
Lu Miao grumbled, what am I supposed to spit out after I've eaten them?
Xingyi smirked, don't pretend, I can still sense the killing intent of those two.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Xingyi stopped speaking and directly thrust his hand into Lu Miao's throat, pulling out two of Chang Xin's heart demons, who were in a drowsy state. Xingyi thought to himself, they should still be usable.
Fortunately, it hasn't been completely digested yet, otherwise, it would have been a huge problem.
Jia Guofei asked, little friend, what are you doing?
Who are you talking to?
Xingyi gave a forced smile, nothing, the deacon's turn is next, it will be a little uncomfortable, so please bear with it.
Wait, little friend, what are you planning to do?
At the same time, in the illusion, every development between Lu Tianyun and Xingyi was projected onto a large screen like in a movie theater.
Lu Tianyun, while eating popcorn, wondered, isn't that illusion supposed to make Chang Xin develop a heart demon? Why is it all about us?
Xingyi split into three, with one sitting next to her, saying, no, that's not it.
On the screen, the scene showed Xingyi asking, why do you keep using senior sister's face? Chang Xin took off her mask and sighed, if I want to chase after excitement, I have to go all the way.
Over here, Xingyi suddenly had a severe headache.
Jia Guofei worried, what's wrong?
He wiped the cold sweat off and replied, in the illusion, my divine consciousness almost got destroyed by senior sister. Jia Guofei nearly dropped his jaw to the ground.
Ha!
Suddenly, Chang Xin appeared in the bright red light, throwing her head back and wailing in grievance, her powerful aura being released.
Around Lu Tianyun, eyes half opened, she asked, is this still an illusion?
It wasn't long before the third heart demon had been successfully born. A crimson cocoon emitted a violent aura of killing intent.
Tianyun narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself.
Strange, according to the explanation in the Gu King art that junior brother supplemented, these larvae should have prioritized attacking the nearest person, which would be us.
Why has none of them flown over? Could it be that junior brother has done something?
After a moment, the heart demon fell heavily to the ground, and someone shouted loudly.
Which vile scoundrel dares to recklessly intrude upon the royal mausoleum of our Shanglan kingdom? Xingyi frowned, warning. This place is dangerous. If you don't want to die, leave immediately.
Above them were the head steward of Shanglan's purification chamber, Hebing, a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator, and the eldest prince of Azure Orchid Nation, Shang Yi. The old general steward at the mid-golden core stage yelled.
Impudence!
You dare to show disrespect to His Highness. At that moment, the cocoon transformed, growing 8 legs and 2 wings.
Hebing stepped in front of Shang Yi. Your Highness, be careful. The cocoon underwent another change.
It shed its outer layer, revealing a head of silver hair, followed by the face and emaciated body of an elderly figure.
Shang Yi urgently leapt down. Focus on eliminating this evil creature.
It is absorbing the dragon vein's chi and fortune. The old general steward immediately responded.
Understood.
A surge of spirit energy slammed into the cocoon. The evil creature lifted its head, its crazed figure brandishing a blade and charging forward.
Xingyi flew in from afar and kicked the master and servant away. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Both of them were sent flying back towards the teleportation array.
Old General Steward anxiously called out.
Your Highness, are you all right? Shang Yi stammered. What? Where is this? What kind of dark magic did that bastard use?
Old General Steward tilted his head and responded.
That young man must have wanted to save us. Shang Yi, confused, asked. Ha?
The old man immediately explained. Your Highness, the old servant and I just used all our strength in a single strike, but we couldn't even hurt that monster. Yet the attack from him only brushed against me lightly, and this is what happened.
Shang Yi was immediately frightened, breaking into a cold sweat.
Xingyi stood in front of Tianyun and then realized.
So that's it.
Merging with the power of the Demon King, transforming into a heart demon, and being able to absorb the essence blood of cultivators, this is truly terrifying.
The monster suddenly spoke. Number 4, you're still alive. A deep voice echoed.
The Zhongyuan kingdom that I set up last, and yet it turned out to be the place where the Demon King's decision was completed the earliest.
I truly underestimated that Gofei.
I can sense the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl still within his body, yet number 4 managed to find a way to conceal its aura.
Fate is on my side.
Now I can refine the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl, and once I do, I will truly achieve immortality. Unexpected in my Shangyuan, not only does a demonic sword of heaven rank appear, but also a demonic cultivator of heaven rank like this.
Xingyi looked up in astonishment. Could this person wound old demon do while he was in the heart demon state?
The system panel flashed a notification, Supreme Emperor of the State Shanglan. He spoke in a low, regretful tone.
But regrettably, you have chosen the wrong place to cultivate.
He lightly snapped his fingers, a Zhen flared up and enveloped the cocoon.
The monster was burned and cried out in pain, AAA.
Tianyun secretly broke into a cold sweat. He had not expected that the domain power of the ancestral elder of Shanglan would just so happen to restrain Heart Demon. It seemed junior brother no longer needed to move.
Unexpectedly, Xingyi suddenly shouted.
Woody Sr., he bears a grudge against me, please allow me to handle this.
The Supreme Emperor snorted coldly, speaking arrogantly without shame.
I only refrained from dealing with you out of gratitude for the fact you helped my grandson. If you dare utter another word of nonsense or twitch even once more, I will not hesitate to gut you first. Stop struggling. This dragon vein buries countless remains, all of them have become nourishment for my death domain. The newly supplied life force replenishes your energy, but it cannot be faster than the death I bestow upon you.
You won't be able to hold out for even a moment.
The monster laughed disdainfully. Impressive indeed, being able to bestow the law of death upon the heart demon. If it were that easy to eliminate the heart demon, the Five Saints Hall would have revered you long ago, and you wouldn't have fallen to the state of a mere corpse, forced to live a miserable existence in the royal mausoleum. The Supreme Emperor responded calmly, being able to eliminate you is enough. With that, the purple flames flared up, and before long, thick smoke rose, and the monster's figure disappeared without a trace.
The Supreme Emperor muttered to himself, feeling his own aura and energy rapidly weaken. Had he given up? Lu Tianyun thought silently, is old Demon Du about to collapse? But if that's the case, Chang Xin will die as well. What exactly is Junior Brother trying to do? Xingyi looked at the token in his hand and then asked, do you have a good relationship with your ancestral grandfather? Is there something I can trouble you with? Lu Tianyun curiously asked, who are you communicating with through your transmission?
Shang Wudi snarled threateningly, hand over the heaven rank martial arts, and I might temporarily spare your life.
Old Demon Du grinned, do you think I'll believe that? Ziyan immediately ignited and began burning the monster. Shang Wudi coldly ordered, then die.
Outside, the spirit had dissipated, and Chang Xin was thrown roughly to the ground.
Shang Wudi looked at Xingyi and Tianyun and said, your turn. Tell me the whole story, I can grant you a quick death. Xingyi frowned, sneering. Senior should take care of himself first.
From behind Shang Wudi, old Demon Du lunged forward. He started and spun around, exclaiming,
what? Old Demon Du invoked the rule of death gurgling and his whole body transformed into a demon. He murmured to himself, this fellow wasn't slain by my domain, he has become a true heart demon?
Judging by his current state, even though he's turned into a heart demon, I amount to nothing against him. But if he wants to attack me, he must manifest a body. In that case, I only need to be cautious and prepared. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than one of old Demon Du's arms thrust through Shang Wudi. He snarled in rage.
Damn it! Shang Wudi clutched his chest, thinking, contact with me while I'm fully transformed into a heart demon, then materialize to absorb my essence?
There's no way to defend against that. If I keep stalling with him, I'll be the one to die first.
Ziyan on the ground gradually vanished.
Old Demon Du muttered.
Recall the domain, preserve strength, perhaps? Shang Wudi was still gasping, clutching his chest.
Old Demon Du released a few filaments of demonic chi. Around the old emperor, there was nothing but futile thrashing. Then, the old man delivered a lethal blow, causing death. The long, wriggling tentacle thrust through Shang Wudi's body.
Surprisingly, he remained unharmed. Old Demon Du exclaimed in shock. What? Shang Wudi grinned triumphantly. What's the matter? This time, didn't you absorb a single drop of blood essence?
Truly crazy, to compress something as dangerous as the death rule into your own body, attacking without distinguishing friend from foe. But in this situation, the one who dies first will probably be you. All you need to do is divide the domain of the death rule into 67,262 parts and weave through all of your important meridians. Old Demon Du muttered in disbelief.
Honestly, who among us is the real monster? Shang Wudi laughed. What's the matter? Have you given up already? Heaven-ranked demonic power isn't just a little bit of skill, right? You two are worthless, can't even save yourselves with a heaven-ranked technique?
Old Demon Du heard this and chuckled smugly.
I've heard about your talent. You can't leave the royal mausoleum of Azure Orchid Nation, right? That's why you wanted to provoke me. Shang Wudi fell silent immediately.
After a moment, he clenched his fist and looked up. Old Demon Du continued.
If I don't strike you, you won't be able to do anything to me, right? But I have plenty of tricks to deal with you.
For example, when you reach the outside of the royal mausoleum, absorb all the essence blood of your descendants and the cultivators of the Azure Orchid Nation, break through to the semi-deity transformation stage, then return and crush you like stepping on an ant.
How does that sound? Shang Wudi gritted his teeth and hissed. Damn it! Old Demon Du then emerged from the ground. Hee, I look forward to it.
Xingyi raised his hand to stop Lu Tianyun, releasing 2 streams of spiritual energy.
As Old Demon Du slipped away, he muttered to himself, "It's gone. What kind of high-level teleportation scroll did they use? But I've marked them, they certainly won't escape."
Shang Wudi silently calculated, thinking to himself, "This is troublesome, I need to find a way to contact the people from the sacred hall."
Suddenly, 2 figures flew over to pay respects to the ancestral grandfather.
The old man was startled and called out,
"UNI.
UNI urgently said, "Ancestral grandfather, quickly pour your spirit power into Xingyi, pour as much as you can."
The old Shang Wudi shouted in astonishment, "What? He's only at the late golden core stage, and you want him to receive my spiritual power? Do you want him to explode and die?"
UNI urged, "There's no time to explain.
Ancestral grandfather, just do as I say." He reluctantly nodded. "All right, fine."
Looking at Yunyi's hand holding Xingye's, the old man squinted his eyes and thought to himself,
"This brat dares to seduce UNI." Shang Wudi released his spirit into Xingyi.
Xingyi joyfully exclaimed, "Oh wow, this is incredible.
Is this the spiritual power of the Yuan spirit transformation stage? Shang Wudi gasped in astonishment, "What? This is just 1/3 of my spiritual power, and yet you can still endure it?" Seeing the old man stop, Xingyi regretfully said, "Oh, is it over already? Wudi Sr., your body seems a bit weak."
The system announced, "Creation star point plus 466.
Shang Wudi, frustrated, shouted, "You're asking for death."
With 80% of his spiritual power, a torrent of energy surged downward.
UNI, standing at the edge, couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, "Aya!"
Xingyi, with a greedy smile, said, "Senior's spiritual power is weakening.
Come on, you can do it, stay strong." Shang Wudi, provoked, angrily cursed, "Little brat, damn it, I'm going all in with you." Ziyan's aura grew fiercer and fiercer. UNI anxiously called out, "Ancestral grandfather, did you transmit the death principle to him? Do you want to kill him?"
Unexpectedly, Xingyi below was excitedly rushing forward, shouting, "So thrilling!" He charged straight toward the ground, leaving Shang Wudi stunned. Up above, Old Demon Du had emerged. He muttered with satisfaction, "The Heart Demon Deathku supply is sufficient now, I've already reached the power of an early stage. Now, all I need is to absorb the blood essence of the cultivator, and Shang Wudi will no longer be my match. After absorbing the blood essence of that old man, I will be able to step into the late stage of the Yingbian realm. Combined with the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl number 4, even deity transformation early stage cultivators will be no match for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a deathly light shot straight at him. It was Xingyi. Old Demon Du didn't have time to recover before he cried out, "What?" Xingyi casually turned his head and asked, "What's with the stupid grin? Did I disturb your sweet dream?" Old Demon Du looked at him with curiosity. "Number 4, why is there a pressure from a heaven rank artifact on you? And what's with the spiritual energy of Shang Wudi and the death law around you?" Xingyi immediately rushed forward. "You're asking too many questions." Tianyun 10,000 Swords Technique, Fist version sword chi continuously shot toward Old Demon Du. He widened his eyes in shock. Why was it that despite using his fists to attack, it radiated the oppressive sword chi so terrifyingly? Moreover, was it possible that he could attack me without relying on the death law? Could it be because of the fiend pearl within his body? Meanwhile, Xingyi launched a kick, executing the Shanglan Heaven Breaking Arts flying version. Below the royal mausoleum, UNI stammered, Terrifying. That monster isn't his opponent." Shang Wudi thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to be able to merge my laws of death with his sword energy, but if I can't win quickly, Above, Xingyi charged forward with intense momentum, while the old monster quickly released his demonic power to resist. The old monster grinned triumphantly.
Hee hee, what's wrong? Is Shang Wudi's spiritual energy rapidly weakening?
Although I don't know what method you've used to borrow his power, even he himself can't do anything to me.
Do you think you can stir up any trouble? Shang Wudi felt a pang of disappointment. As expected, it still wasn't working. As long as he couldn't kill that monster instantly, the red energy would continuously replenish him without end. Xingyi let out a sigh of relief. After stalling for so long, he had finally completed his analysis. Old Demon Du asked in confusion. What?
Xingyi nonchalantly snapped his fingers.
I've unplugged your power source.
The demonic energy surrounding the old monster suddenly went out. He exclaimed in shock.
What?
The old monster panicked and screamed.
What did you do? Why isn't the heart demon born from Death Goo under my control anymore?
Xingyi calmly explained.
Actually, learning martial arts is like installing a program into a computer.
As long as there are loopholes in the program, the lower the rank of the technique, the more loopholes there are. But the loopholes in a heaven rank technique like Gu King art are obviously not easy to find. Even though I have the ability to deduce.
But until reaching deity transformation, there's nothing I can do. I think that alone, I can't do it, so what if hundreds of thousands, even millions of people search together? Would the outcome be different? Old Demon Du stared at him in confusion. What exactly are you saying?
Xingyi continued. At the same time, millions of deathworms find their hosts, and the search network for the loopholes in Gu King art that I need is also set up. When you absorbed the Death Gu Heart Demon, when you absorbed the Essence Blood, when your body was attacked by the laws of death, you used the Heart Demon to repair your body.
When you fully transformed into Heart Demon, you hid your presence.
When you were attacked by my sword energy, all the changes happening to your body were sensed by the tens of thousands of Heart Demons inside you. At the same time, they were transmitted back to the vast consciousness network I built, analyzed over and over again, speculated countless times, and decomposed again and again. In the end, I created a modification device to counter Gu King art. Xingyi praised himself. It has many functions, for example, using the Heart Demon of Death Gu to simulate an Empress Gu with higher authority, and then the Heart Demon, which originally supplied you, is taken over by it. It's simple really, because Death Gu was born by absorbing the power of Gu King, and I am the host of Gu King.
Old Demon Du widened his eyes in shock. What? Impossible, how could this happen? The tens of thousands of cultivators were infested by my Death Gu, how could you have gained control over them?
Xingyi did not hesitate to explain. The Gu King can transfer its host, but first, the old host must be killed. If the old host isn't killed, once the transfer happens, the new host won't inherit the cultivation boost provided by the Gu King and will quickly be drained of their blood essence.
The Gu King will then return to the original host.
However, the rate at which it drains my blood essence is slower than the speed at which the blood-sacrificing fiend pearl restores it. This created the first bug in the Gu King art. As long as Steward is still alive, I become the new host of the Gu King. Steward, you'll have to leave the illusion for a moment. Then, to prevent you from noticing anything unusual, I simply need to act with Deacon Jia, guiding the Gu King to enter Deacon Jia's body, and then give him a death-simulating pill that can cut off his life force.
This way, we can deceive everyone.
Although you've swallowed the Gu King, under the restorative effects of the Fiend Pearl, I, as the host, haven't actually died. And thus, the second bug in the Gu King art is born. The Gu King is dead, but I, the host, am still alive. That's when I was astonished to realize that in this state, I can sense every Death Gu that you've planted. One can also rely on the Death Gu to delve deep into the sea of consciousness of the person infected by the worm, so I will attempt to use the Death Gu to create a connection with all the sea of consciousnesses of the infected individuals.
Old Demon Du immediately asked, why do you know so much about the Gu King art? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly eliminate the Gu King and prevent me from resurrecting?
Xingyi calmly replied, because both the Empress Gu and the Gu King can exist multiple times. Rather than risking that you don't suppress the worm with someone other than Chang Xin, I prefer to personally help you resurrect, then break the Gu King art, making your resurrection null and void. Old Demon Du angrily shouted, "Don't be so smug, you are nothing more than the most inferior corpse I have ever created." Xingye's machine moved to intercept the attack, and Old Demon Du's face darkened.
What? Xingye smirked with satisfaction. The Empress Gu I molded is far more useful than your original.
He whispered, and with a subtle change, Old Demon Du trembled. Before him appeared a monster with countless arms.
The old man stammered, "What is this?" A giant hand slammed down onto Old Demon Du. He screamed in pain, cough. "Ha, my body is slowly disintegrating." Xingye furrowed his brows and murmured, "Has he completely become heart demonized?" The purple light from Empress Gu's hand shone down. Old Demon Du groaned, "Aya."
Xingye disdainfully said, "All of you are cut from the same mold.
Do you really think you can escape by doing this?"
At that moment, Old Demon Du finally grew afraid. "Number 4, spare my life.
I know many secrets, many methods that can help you become the strongest. I can serve you, just don't kill me."
Xingye coldly spoke from above, "An old man like you is enough as a lackey.
Besides, I'm not number 4, my name is Xingye." Ziyan burst forth, illuminating the entire sky.
Old Demon Du's screams echoed endlessly, "No, please.
Don't."
Xingye added another strand of purple light, the brilliance piercing through the layers of mist and shining down to the earth.
The people began to awaken, huh? What's happening to me? Ugh, my head hurts so much. Xingye lost consciousness and fell. Tian Yun quickly caught him, "Junior brother." Xingye gasped weakly. Lu Tian Yun sighed, "Honestly, always risking it alone."
She gently placed him on the ground, "Get some rest, and sleep well.